Volume 2. Chapter 101, After a Mysterious Week. Xiao Chen decided to go probe around the vicinity of the ghost town. He must get to the bottom of this, otherwise he wouldn't be able to feel at peace. Lawrence and Buddhist Asian didn't plan to explore for Ghost Town for a short period of time. Their most important mission now was to nurture the young Dragon Kings. Only until the two young Syndicate Dragon Kings had enough power to protect themselves would they be willing to leave their side. They needed to seek for a place to train. The situation on the Dragon Island was very complicated at the moment. Only strength represents everything. After the calamity in the ghost town, as well as that massacre previously, several hundred practitioners on Dragon Island died. Now, there were merely a little over 100 practitioners on the entire Dragon Island. Almost all of these people were lone wolves. If they also participated in the battle that day, and were forced into the ghost town, perhaps there would only be a few practitioners left on the Dragon Island now. Xiao Chen originally wanted to go probe around the vicinity of the ghost town, but he found that area was still brimming with baleful aura. The bloody radiance was unpleasant to the eyes. He changed his mind in the end. That place was too dangerous at the moment. He decided to not take any risks temporarily. When the few of them walked in the mountain woods, they were shocked to find that the rain of blood did not fall on these region at all. It seemed like only the sea of bones and that deathly still forest were affected by that rarely seen rain of blood. The few of them heaved a sigh. That region was seriously too dangerous, and that night they massacred until that place by chance. It was indeed following the path to their own doom. There were many beautiful landscapes on the Dragon Island. Xiao Chen and the gang found a spiritual mountain pretty quickly. The fine woods were flourishing, the wisteria were all over the place. It could even be said to be the intoxication of a beautiful spring day. The spiritual energy was dense, that was even a waterfall in between. After experiencing the calamity in the ghost town, everyone felt delightful to see this kind of beautiful spiritual land. Their body and mind loosened up. There was a crystal clear lake in the bamboo forest. Xiao Chen was currently free swimming in the middle of the lake. He washed off the dirty blood all over his body. It seemed like his spirit had also received a baptism. His mind was empty and calm. He unconsciously operated his secret technique. The entire water surface was rippling. Xiao Chen was shrouded by the drizzling mist. Soon after, the lake water calmed down again. It seemed like he had become a part of the tiny lake. The surrounding fishes were no longer afraid of him. They were swimming beside him. Xiao Chen felt as if he had really merged with the heaven and earth, and became a part of nature. In the end, he submerged into the bottom of the lake, and sunk into a fantastic martial zone. His entire person already no longer required to breathe. Endless spiritual energy entered his body from the skin. The impure energies were discharged by nature. God knows how much time had passed. Xiao Chen finally opened his two eyes and rose from the bottom of the lake. After he surfaced, the golden rays of light spilled from the east. It allowed him to take a bath under the dazzling morning sun. Lawrence, who was jogging at the side of the lake, was incomparably shocked and said, "Don't tell me you were in the lake the entire night?" "Oh. I guess that was the case. I also never thought I would actually lie dormant from yesterday evening until now." Xiao Chen flung his dripping wet long hair, and walked towards the shore. The surface of his body was flickering with a crystal clear luster. It was like a layer of jade flour had been smeared on his body. It seemed like you had undergone a peculiar transformation. I also felt as if some transformation had taken place. But Xiao Chen was unable to pinpoint accurately what kind of changes had taken place. However, just at this time he said, "Asian is also coming over here." After saying these, he blanked out for a moment, because he was unable to see Asian nor could he hear the voice, yet he was completely sense Asian getting close. Sure enough, Asian walked over from a bamboo forest not far away, which confirmed the feeling he had a moment ago. Lawrence was dumbstruck. Only until Asian appeared in his line of sight did he discover him. Practitioners on their level were nimble. They normally wouldn't make any sound when walking. And Xiao Chen actually relied on his spiritual sense to find Asian approaching in advance. Although the distance was not too far, this kind of foresight with spiritual sense was still really miraculous. Our good captive is really so diligent. She is actually preparing breakfast for us. There are Mongolian gazelle's leg, deer breast. Coconut juice. Xiao Chen spelled it out one by one. Lawrence quickly rushed into the bamboo forest, and found that it was exactly as Xiao Chen had said. Under Rowena's supervision, Yen Cheng Chang was preparing those breakfast. In regards to Xiao Chen's conspicuous spiritual sense, Lawrence and Buddhist Asian were extremely shocked. "Without your eyes nor your ears, how far can you perceive?" Lawrence asked. "I guess roughly 100 meters or more." "How terrifying. No one will be able to mount a sneak attack on you from hereafter." Buddhist Asian was deeply moved as he said, this seemed to be an ability that only surfaced when one reached the Historia realm. Exuvia, Historia, Zephyrus, Nirvana, and Immortalis were regarded as the 5 major realms for the practitioners. Once they entered the Historia realm, the practitioners would gain some bizarre divine ability. Xiao Chen's ability to sense the surroundings without sight or sound could be considered as a kind of divine ability. 1. Xiao Chen just made a breakthrough to Exuvia's 7th celestial layer not long ago. There were still some distance from the Historia realm. And yet a divine ability had already emerged. This was definitely a rare event. Time to eat, the extraordinarily beautiful Rowena called out to the 3 men from the bamboo forest. Enjoying the sumptuous breakfast served by beautiful woman while appreciating the fragrance of flowers and birdsong not far away, as well as the clear mountain spring, they felt extremely pleased. Their nervous mood in the past few days finally eased up. At this entrancing and flourishing spiritual land, Xiao Chen trained with a relaxed mind. His pure energy became more and more condensed. After his martial technique improved, he felt that he was able to absorb the worldly essence much faster than before. It must be mentioned that Rowena was really responsible and diligent. She actually wanted to turn Yen Chang into a gorgeous woman. She diligently gave her instructions every day, which made Yen Chang clench her teeth in anger. 2. The 3 skeletons were training. Lawrence and Buddhistesian were also training. Everyone was striving to increase their own strength. According to what Lawrence had said, training for 1 year on the Dragon Island was equivalent to 3-5 years of training in the past, because they might die if they didn't have enough strength at this place. Everyone had no other choice but be forced to devise ways to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Only Kiki was the most leisure. It would go provoke the 2 young dragon kings when it had nothing to do, which caused the birds and beasts in this region to run away frantically due to the dragon roars. Xiao Chen, are you using the true God Slayer technique? Xian was currently swapping pointers with Xiao Chen. He saw how Xiao Chen used the God Slayer technique before. He was very surprised after the inquiry, and said, legend says that after the God Slayer technique reached a certain level, it was possible to slay a god efficiently. It is an extremely terrifying killing move, but nobody was capable of mastering it. Xian saw how Xiao Chen was already able to display such a huge power with his current ability. He was indeed somewhat fearful. Xiao Chen didn't hide anything and passed this technique to him, but Buddhistesian was unable to display its full power with his Buddhism law. It seemed like this killing move was specially customized for those who trained in the Divine Monolith's law. After hearing Xiao Chen's presentation, there were still 3 techniques as powerful as God Slayer, the chaotic patterns, demon suppression, and death blow. Buddhistesian was truly a bit speechless. In fact, Xiao Chen only focused on practicing the God Slayer at the moment, because one technique could evolve into endless variation. He still haven't grasped the essence of this first technique. Actually, after the life and death experience in the ghost town, Buddhistesian had reaped a huge benefit too. The ancient scripture in the Buddha's eternal will had embedded in his heart for eternity. At the same time, the Buddha's eternal will had increased his power from the 5th celestial layer directly to the 7th celestial layer. 3. After training on this beautiful spiritual mountain for a few days, Xiao Chen and the others clearly felt the baleful aura in the heart of the island had become weaker. And this was already the 7th day since the ghost town appeared. Xiao Chen hurriedly left this place, and made his way to the vicinity of the Sea of Bones in order to look around. As for Lawrence and Xian, because of the Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King, they stayed behind. The 3 skeletons also didn't leave, and continued to train at this place. Only Kiki followed Xiao Chen delightfully. With his current ability, a few dozen miles were nothing. He quickly entered the deathly still forest, and arrived just before the Sea of Bones. A few dozen practitioners concealed themselves at this place. They were all watching the ghost town from the sidelines. They paid close attention to everything that happened there. Xiao Chen arrived just on time. The sea of blood in the sky slowly retreated, and the brass trigrams, divine halberd, and metal engravings in the ghost town transformed into 3 light beams and left the ghost town. As for Buddha's eternal wheel, it embedded itself back onto the ancient city gate. Soon after, all the dragons flew out from the ghost town. Their divine abilities seemed to be weakening at lightning speed. They actually landed on the ground as soon as they left the ghost town. The last to fly out of the ancient city was the ancestral dragon's horn and ancestral dragon's claw. They flew towards the direction of the sacred mountain. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The dragons really seemed to have lost their divine ability. They merely recovered their divine ability for 7 days, and then returned to their original state. Regardless of the kings of dragons such as the monarch lion dragon and the tyrannical dragon, or the common dragons such as the Elephans Draco and the others, all of them were using brute force to run towards a distant location. Not a single dragon were able to fly again. 7 days. Such a mysterious 7 days. How did something like these happen? The ghost town in the middle of the Sea of Bones also gradually became duller over time. In the end, it actually completely disappeared in the boundless Sea of Bones. Only the 100-meter-tall ancient divine monolith stood there. Everything had disappeared, as if nothing happened in the first place. However, regardless of the deathly still forest, or the boundless sea of bones, the traces from the rain of blood remained. This was the only evidence that left behind. Only until a long time later, when the dragons distanced themselves, and the forest became quiet, did the practitioners dare to approach the sea of bones. They wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Among the dozens of practitioners, the majority of them did not enter the ghost town. When the rain of blood descended, they didn't enter this terrifying ominous land. Spellmaster Schroeder and Psychic Lanyu was among the group. Xiao Chen had met these two before, he was unable to recognize the rest. Xiao Chen also entered the Sea of Bones. He found the solitary sword demon at this place, as well as that mysterious woman shrouded in colorful mist. Almost all the survivors who had entered the ancient city before were present. They were the most concerned regarding these. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen felt someone was spying on him. This was his foresight ability without relying on sight and sound. This was the new divine ability that came into his possession recently. 50 meters behind him, a young man with pale complexion was currently sizing him up. Even though they were still a distance apart, Xiao Chen could feel this guy was extremely dangerous. He had a feeling that even the solitary sword demon was not a match for him. Although he didn't turn around to watch, he already clearly captured that person's appearance with his spiritual sense. That was a 20-plus-year-old youngster. He was medium-sized, and couldn't be considered handsome. His complexion was abnormally pale. It seemed like there was no flowing blood. For some reason, a weird feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. It felt like he had seen this person before, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. The youth with abnormally pale complexion was clearly not spying on Xiao Chen alone. He also spied on Solitary Sword Demon, Lanyu, Schroeder, and the other experts. All of these were clearly sensed by Xiao Chen. 4. What was he doing? Xiao Chen remained calm and collected. He continued to use his foresight ability to observe him. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen's pair of eyes emitted two divine light. He felt a nip in the air. He saw the red birthmark on the left wrist of the youth. It was identical to a shocking memory in his mind. 5. He once excavated the ice coffins at the snowy mountain. Each coffin had a piece of casted-off human skin. All the 3 human skins had this kind of red birthmark on their left wrist. It was exactly the same. At last, Xiao Chen finally realized why he felt this youth looked so familiar. If this youth had more wrinkles on his pale cheeks, and had thinly spread white hair, then he would look exactly the same as those 3 human skin. It was the old ghost in the ice coffins. Xiao Chen secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. How did this happen? His original speculation actually came true. This kind of bizarre old ghost actually existed. If that was the case, then doesn't that mean this old ghost had lived on this dragon island all along? That means he had lived for at least a few hundred years. But why did he spy on me? Xiao Chen had this kind of doubts. Being watched by this kind of bizarre old ghost, anyone would feel a sense of danger. God knows just what was this old ghost planning. Looking at how young the old ghost was one more time, and yet so pale, it really looked like a living corpse. Words couldn't even describe how eerie and frightening it was. In the end, the old ghost distanced himself, and disappeared from this sea of bones. This was a great misfortune. He must think of a way to defend himself, or even eliminate the old ghost. Just when Xiao Chen's state of mind was very unstable, he felt a very familiar aura. It seemed like the barbarian tribe's young expert Chaos was glancing left and right not far behind him. However, Xiao Chen was completely gobsmacked. Even though the aura was very much like that of Chaos, that was not the same person. 6. 1. Silva, ain't this the magic perception? They should be a pretty common ability in most of the recent stories. I guess this story really takes place a really long time in the past. 2. Silva, I couldn't help but think, Rowena is so dead once Yin Chung Chung break free. 3. Silva, Hugh, that's a huge jump of level. 4. Silva, I had the weirdest feeling that it was that Trey ant. 5. Silva, okay, guess not. 6. Silva, what? Did Chaos get eaten by an evil spirit or something? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Native Peoples of Sacred Island. Chaos was about 3 meters tall. He was a powerful beastman brimming with wildness. He had a pair of wolf ears, and a long tiger tail. And the person that was glancing around behind him was actually a fatty. His stature was not lofty at all. He was short and stout. People get the feeling that he was especially simple and honest. Even when he was glancing around, he seemed a bit foolish and stupid. This was too strange. Xiao Chen could indeed sense Chaos aura from his body, but why was the body a different person? Suddenly, he felt a nip in the air and quivered momentarily. Could it be that Chaos was already dead, and then resurrected with a different corpse? After all, he experienced too many strange and terrifying things during the ghost town's calamity. He instinctively thought of something like this. In addition, there was also the bizarre fact regarding the Snowy Mountain's old ghost. How could he not let his imagination run wild? The simple-minded fatty circled around the Sea of Bones. After that, he actually crossed the Sea of Bones and walked towards the southernmost direction. Xiao Chen was not too familiar with the southern part of the island, he had never explored that region before. However, he went after him this time, and decided to find out the origin of this little fatty that possessed chaos aura. When he was following the little fatty, Xiao Chen found that the solitary sword demon and the mysterious woman shrouded in colorful mist were also following closely. They didn't even try to avoid him. When they crossed the Sea of Bones and entered the mountain woods, Xiao Chen walked over to them and said straightforwardly, "I suspect there is an evil spirit borrowing corpse to return from the grave. That's why I came after him. What about the both of you?" The solitary sword demon sneered, "Ha, likewise. I could feel the aura from a certain beastman that left a little impression in me from his body. But that body doesn't belong to that person. I also chased after him for the same reason." The mysterious woman answered like this. Xiao Chen was finally convinced, his feeling was not wrong, something strange was going on here. The silly little fatty was not as simple as his outer appearance dictated. He seemed to be very perceptive, he constantly changed his direction in the mountain woods for fear that someone was tailing him. This made Kiki that was following at Xiao Chen's side blink its glittering big eyes unceasingly, it seemed to find this very fascinating. They kept going southward for about an hour or more, only then did the little fatty enter a wide mountain forest. He was no longer turning left and right, but Xiao Chen and the others were not worried at all, it seemed like they had already reached their destination. But just at this time, Kiki jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. It extended one of its little paw to pull his long hair. After that, it kept glancing backward with its big eyes. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, he pretended to stop and probe around. Not long later, the Snowy Mountain's old ghost entered his perceptive range, he could clearly see him following them. This was definitely not good. Xiao Chen saw the solitary sword demon and that mysterious woman in front, it seemed like they didn't know the existence of this old ghost yet. Xiao Chen remained calm and collected, he continued to follow them. Not long later, they found a small village in the ancient forest. The surroundings were enclosed by ancient trees, it would be hard to find this village if they didn't search thoroughly. The small village only had about 70 to 80 households. They could hear the cries of chicken and barking dog. It was brimming with the scent of countryside. It made Xiao Chen felt as if it was a lifetime ago. There was actually a small mountain village brimming with livelihood on this kind of uncivilized dragon island, it was a bit unreal. Cough. Cough. A fit of coughing transmitted over, a spectre-like old woman appeared behind Xiao Chen and the others. She sighed faintly and said, "Youngster, why are you guys following my grandson?" Xiao Chen felt heavy-hearted, his foresight ability did allow him to detect the old woman in advance, but the other person was seriously too fast. He clearly saw a figure approaching them from the forest like a wisp of smoke. The solitary sword demon held his metal sword and retreated to the side, pulling some distance from the old woman. And all traces of that mysterious woman shrouded in colorful mist were long gone, it seemed like her ability was really outstanding. She already concealed herself from the old woman in advance. "We don't have any evil intention, we only wanted to investigate something." Xiao Chen was very calm. He looked at this crooked old woman with white hair before him. "You want to investigate our village?" The old woman's voice was somewhat cold. No, Xiao Chen decided not to beat about the bush. It was not necessary to cover up the truth with some excuses, he said, "We felt the aura of an acquaintance from the body of the little fatty. We thought it was very strange, so we followed after him. We wanted to find out what is going on." "You felt the aura of an acquaintance, don't tell me that so-called acquaintance was your friend?" Although the old woman was speaking quite gently, Xiao Chen's prophet-like spiritual sense could feel a trace of danger. "No, truth be told, he was my foe. Between me and him, only one of us would be able to keep on living." "Oh," the old woman nodded her head. At the same time, Xiao Chen felt the danger faded away. "How about you?" The old woman turned her head to look at the solitary sword demon. Although the solitary sword demon was conceited, he also didn't want to stir up trouble with a powerful enemy without clearly understanding the opponent's strength. He used his index finger to point at Xiao Chen and said, "I am the same as him. My intuition tells me you guys are not lying. Then this will be easy to deal with, I don't mind telling you. That beastman known as Chaos was killed by me. I implanted 2 of the ancient beast souls from his body into my grandson." Xiao Chen and the solitary sword demon were a little shocked. They had once heard some beastman had ancient beast soul sealed within their body. It was indeed possible to forcefully remove them and implant them in other people's body. "My grandson is also the descendant of a beastman. His body has an ancient beast soul. That chaos didn't know what's good for him, he wanted to swallow up my grandson's beast soul. As a result, he was captured alive by my grandson. I punished him like such after bringing him back to the village. Xiao Chen and the solitary sword demon were speechless. Chaos was truly too unfortunate. He actually met this kind of fate. Let's go, we rarely get any visitors. Let's go to the village and drink some tea. I know you guys surely have a lot to ask me. The old woman walked forward as she said these. Granny, may I ask, are you guys living on this dragon island all along? The old woman looked at Xiao Chen, her tangerine-like face revealed a smile, and said, I knew you were going to ask this. Our ancestors were like you, they came from the mainland. As a result, they were trapped on the island, we are their descendants. Although he already thought of the possibility, Xiao Chen still couldn't help but feel amazed. It seemed like he could see his own future already. Is he going to spend the rest of his life trapped on this island? Something's amiss, the dragon island was unsealed not long ago, why didn't you guys leave? Xiao Chen thought of this question. How to leave? Living on this island for a long period of time, our physique will change. It was just like a curse, we cannot leave this island. The old woman let out a breath as she spoke. Don't tell me there is no other way? There is, if you guys can subdue 9 Syndicate Dragon King, even if this island is already sealed, you will be able to safely depart from this island. Is that true? The solitary sword demon who remained silent until now also couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. The mixture of 9 Dragon King's blood can lift the curse of us later generations. The old woman looks absent-minded, she was a little excited. As they were talking, they entered the village. Although there were the sound of chicken cries and barking dogs, the figures of human was sparse. It appeared lacking of vitality, it felt a little lonely. That silly little fatty walked over from a courtyard, and asked, Grandma, they are. You silly little boy, you were usually quick-witted, but today you didn't even realize you were being tailed. They were following me? The little fatty was somewhat vexed, then he appeared a little silly again. However, Xiao Chen didn't look down on him. This little fatty might be those kind of people that act like a hog to eat the tiger. Otherwise it was impossible for him to get rid of chaos. The old woman brought Xiao Chen's party into the courtyard. She prompted them to take a sit beside the stone table, then she made the little fatty prepare the tea. Only then did she begin to talk slowly with Xiao Chen's party. The Dragon Island is sealed, even the sea area in the vicinity had also turned into the taboo ocean. Regardless of man or ship, everything that attempted to enter will be destroyed. But according to legend, there is a divine ship that can cross the taboo ocean. The old woman gave Xiao Chen's party a sliver of hope. What kind of ship? It was a divine ship built from the ancestral dragon's bone and heavenly tree. It was drifting in the middle of the taboo ocean all along. It already drifted for countless years. It can bring everyone on the island out of the taboo ocean. How do we find this divine ship? The solitary sword demon asked. The old woman took a sip of the tea, then she said unhurriedly, didn't I say it before? You need 9 Dragon King, they can work as one to summon the divine ship that drifted in the taboo ocean. Then don't you suppose we have a high chance of leaving here? The solitary sword demon was very excited. Then the old woman poured cold water. The prerequisite is that you guys must first find 9 Dragon Kings, and have them listen to what you said. You must make them agree to summon the divine ship for you. This was definitely an extremely difficult challenge. At that time, how many people wished to subdue the Amethyst Dragon King, and yet none were able to subdue it? Of course, if the solitary sword demon knew Xiao Chen and his party had obtained 2 Dragon Kings, he definitely couldn't resist his urge to throw up blood. Is there nothing else we can use as replacement? There is, if you guys can find the legendary young ancestral dragon, it is also possible. 1 ancestral dragon can produce the same result as 9 Dragon Kings. The old woman said very calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Secret. The solitary sword demon was speechless. As for Kiki, who was looking all over the place on Xiao Chen's shoulder, its glittering big eyes immediately turned perfectly round as soon as it heard these 2 words, the ancestral dragon. It waved its little paws exaggeratedly, that meant it was totally not convinced. Why is the village so quiet? Xiao Chen noticed how there were 70 to 80 households, but he only saw 3 to 5 people after entering the village. 1. Although there are a lot of houses, the population already declined. In the end, there's not even 30 people left in the entire village. The old woman let out a long breath. Just at this time, a white-haired old man floated into the courtyard like a specter. That was an aged psychic. 4th Grandpa. The little fatty called out without thinking. The old man answered briefly, then he furrowed his brows and said, "Not good, that evil spirit has reborn, I found his traces." "What evil spirit?" the solitary sword demon asked. "An ancient evil spirit, it has lived for countless years, it was the only malicious spirit that had escaped from the ghost town." The old man's words immediately made Xiao Chen felt a chill. He recalled that old ghost that had undergone several metamorphoses at the snowy mountain. It seemed to have followed them here. The evil spirit had existed for countless years, it came from the ghost town, it actually originated from the ancient era. This piece of news was really terrifying, it made people tremble in the face of disaster. Back in those days, the village was originally not located here. Rather, it was in a valley with much prettier scenery, but they found a few dozen stone coffins when they dug the land to build the foundations. Only after they suffered a disaster did they move to this forest. And not more than 3 months later, the evil spirit appeared. That was the beginning of the village's nightmare, they were like animals that were reared in the pen. 1 or 2 people would disappear from time to time, the villagers knew it was the evil spirit that snatched those people's life. The old woman's ancestors also tried to resist before, they once thought of ways to eliminate the evil spirit, but everything ended up in failure. Moreover, they invited an even more terrible retribution, it was a dark history etched in their memories for all eternity. As the old woman slowly explained, Xiao Chen and the solitary sword demon's expression became heavier. The reappearance of that terrifying evil spirit will definitely be a great threat to their life on the Dragon Island. The old woman let out a breath, as if she had just woken up from a nightmare. It seemed like a few more wrinkles appeared on her aged cheeks. In those dark times, the old woman's ancestors found a few historical remains of some ancient village. There were some written records in those desolate ancient village, only then did they found out the evil spirit was an ancient departed soul, the only evil spirit that escaped from the ghost town, it was not an opponent they could hope to defeat. Imagine this, if there were people trapped on the Dragon Island in each generation. And those people's death were associated with the evil spirit, then some clues will more or less be left behind. According to ancient legend, some powerful evil spirits could forcibly absorb the vitality of the living, allowing their ghost-like body to transform unceasingly and thereby returning to the sun again. This kind of evil spirit were called demon. Those written records left behind in the ruined ancient village validated this legend. It was very obvious that the evil spirits on the Dragon Island were all demons. Fortunately, the malicious spirit couldn't wreak havoc for a long period, it was only for 1 year. When the time passed, it would search for a desolate place and fell into a deep sleep. It would continue to sleep like that for a few hundred years until the transformation took place. After that, it will emerge from the coffin again to assimilate the yang energy. The old woman's ancestors had experienced this calamity twice, which caused the population to decline. If they were to go through this one more time, then even after the remaining 20 to 30 people die, it wouldn't even meet the demon's minimum requirement. A complete annihilation was only a matter of time. If you say it like that, aren't we toasted? Although the solitary sword demon asked like this, he didn't carry a hint of fear. He was an unfriendly guy, a genuine cold-hearted guy. According to some written records we found later, we only have one chance at present. The old woman took a sip of tea to moisten her dry lips, then she said, the first 3 months when he casted off his skin was his weakest period, only during this time would we have a chance of defeating him. Otherwise he will be unparalleled after this time limit. We wouldn't even stand a chance, he will become a genuine demon. But the demon had already undergone dozens of transformation, he normally would have reached the perfect realm by now and became an existence that even the god wouldn't dare to provoke. But because the Dragon Island was sealed, the demon was unable to break through the shackles. It was firmly suppressed at the realm of demigod, and the demon himself didn't dare to take the risks and break through forcefully. Otherwise the consequences will be dire, the power of God is not permitted on the Dragon Island. Exuvia, Historia, Zephyrus, Nirvana, and Immortalis. The Zephyrus realm of the 5 major realms was also known as Demigod realm. The gap between the practitioners on the island and the demon was as clear as day. Within the period of 3 months? Then we don't have much time left. Xiao Chen told them everything he saw on the snowy mountain. The old woman and old man were appalled, they revealed a terrified expression. The old woman said, he already morphed at an earlier time? If what you said is true, then 2 months might have passed already, it seems we don't even have a month left. The old man was gathering snow lotus in the vicinity of the snowy mountain, that's how he found the traces left behind by the evil spirit, but he didn't discover the 3 ice coffins in question. Xiao Chen lowered his voice and asked, is there a birthmark at his left wrist? According to what they say. Yes. Then we're in trouble. When I came to this place, it seems like that guy had followed us. This news from Xiao Chen was like a comet falling into the tranquil ocean, the heart of the few people on the spot was palpitating like crazy. Their expression took a disastrous turn, chill ran down their spine, and they quickly swept their eyes across all four directions. The entire area turned deathly silent. Only Kiki was looking all over the place with its glittering big eyes without a care in the world. Xiao Chen lowered his voice to the greatest extent, and said, "Since he is that powerful, couldn't we get help from other forces to deal with him?" A few days ago, the dragons displayed an out-of-the-ordinary divine ability. This was a proposal, and also an inquiry. Why did the dragons recover their former power within those few days? It was still a mystery to him. He was completely uninformed regarding the mysterious ghost town. The ghost town. It was the ghost town. The old man sighed lightly, and said, everything was because of the ghost town. I mean, think about it, that demon came from the ghost town. The old man didn't say much. As a matter of fact, they also didn't know much. All their information was passed down by their ancestors. At the intervals of every 100 years, the seal on the Dragon Island would be lifted temporarily. The dragons would recover their divine ability on the day of the Ghost Festival for a short amount of time and attack the ghost town later. They wanted to destroy the divine monolith. As for what kind of secret it was hiding, outsiders like them was unable to find out. As for the brass trigrams, the jet black metal engravings, the golden divine halberd, and other legendary divine artifacts, they were also unable to find out where were these hidden. The mysterious Dragon Island was hiding a lot of secrets. Even if they expended a great effort to unearth everything, they also wouldn't be able to unearth all the secrets. This island seemed to be hiding a gargantuan secret. The Dragon Island's divine monolith should be an important clue, the solitary sword demon thought out loud. This misfortune came too suddenly. A disaster shall strike again. The old woman's aged face became frowlier as she said, there is a bizarre energy suppressing the power of God on the Dragon Island. Although they are mainly directed against the dragons, other races had also been affected greatly. Beginning from our ancestors' era, regardless of how much talent one possessed, they wouldn't be able to get past Zephyrus' third celestial layer. It was very obvious that nobody on the Dragon Island had enough power to confront the demon. Just at this time, the sound of ripping air could be heard from the entrance to the village. Everyone could clearly see a few resplendent sword sheaths soaring into the sky. At the same time, they could hear an angry shout, as well as the loud sound of building collapsing, which was then followed by a scream. After that, they could hear the ear-splitting dragon roar. The old woman, the old man, Xiao Chen, the solitary sword demon, and the little fatty rushed out of the courtyard and ran towards the village entrance at lightning speed. They only saw a few corpses that had been ripped apart at the village entrance. They were scattered on the collapsed buildings. The body of the woman shrouded in colorful mist trembled slightly, then she threw up a mouthful of blood. She clearly just received the injuries. The Amethyst Dragon King was accompanying her. It also had scars on its body. There were some scales and dragon blood on the ground. The old woman and the other villagers wore a sorrowful expression. They gathered the corpses together, then they sized up the woman shrouded in colorful mist and the Amethyst Dragon King. Is this a Dragon King? Yes. What happened just now? The woman shrouded in colorful mist was really mysterious. Xiao Chen encountered her several times, but he was still unable to see her real face. The colorful mist was lingering on her body from beginning to end. She appeared incomparably transcendental and mysterious. Just now a man with really dense negative aura got over here, but... As the woman shrouded in colorful mist recounted the event, everyone quickly associated it with the demon. Even though he was still in his weakest period, he was still so powerful. The three people in the village entrance were ripped apart by him in almost an instant. And the woman who could control the law of time also sustained a heavy injury. If the wounded Amethyst Dragon King's blood did not unexpectedly penetrate that evil spirit in the most crucial moment, she might be ripped apart in that moment too. 2. The Dragon King's blood can actually restrain him. This is such a wondrous news. The old woman's tangerine-like wrinkled skin twitched. It was easy to tell that she was very excited, but it seemed somewhat terrifying. That wrinkled cheeks were almost contorted. She laughed with a quack and said, "This is seriously such a wondrous news. This might be our only way to defeat him. We only knew the mixture of 9 Dragon King's blood can lift our curse, but we never thought it can be used to restrain the evil spirit too." Kakaka. 1. Silva, when he asked this question, it somehow reminded me of the Little Red Riding Hood. 2. Silva, I did not translate this wrongly, right? Did we just find the demon's weakness? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Demon. Since the Dragon Island had been sealed, no ancestral dragon and Dragon King had ever appeared. The legend finally began once more after countless years. The people who came to the Dragon Island this time was not to explore the island. Their goal was the ancestral dragon and Dragon King. Granny, we don't need to fear him anymore. At least we have the ability to defend ourselves this time. I will go find Blackie. the little fatty said without thinking, then he rushed into the village as quick as lightning. A dragon roar transmitted from the jungle behind the village. Not long later the little fatty led a 1-meter-long young black dragon over. The scales all over the little dragon's body were flickering with black radiance. Its entire body was shiny black, its head looked like the ancestral dragon, yet its body looked like a leopard or a tiger. Of course, it was impossible for it to possess any fur, it was completely covered in dragon scales. 1. It was a dragon king without a doubt. It was pointless to guess what kind of dragon it was, because there was a huge difference between the dragon king and the previous generation. The people in this village had actually found a dragon king already. One could tell they were preparing for this a long time ago. The Black Dragon King was only a little smaller than the Amethyst Dragon King. It was very possible this might be the second Dragon King that was born on the Dragon Island. It possessed a clear advantage to compete for the position of the Dragon Emperor. When the Amethyst Dragon King and Black Dragon King met each other in the eyes, they immediately let out a growl. The enmity between them was very deep. This was something unavoidable. The battle between the kings of dragons was the cruelest. The Syndicate Dragon King will inevitably fight to the death upon reaching a certain stage in growth. The woman shrouded in colorful mist and little fatty hastily appeased the young dragon kings, preventing them from breaking out into a fight. And just at this time, Keek's glittering big eyes suddenly widened. The two dragon kings also seemed to be on guard as they looked towards the same direction as Kiki, the jungle outside of the village. Kiki scuttled onto the Amethyst Dragon King's back with a swish dot. It used its two paws to rub the wound to smear its paws with a bit of the Dragon King's blood. Then it transformed into a streak of white light and dashed towards the jungle outside of the village while the Amethyst Dragon King let out a roar in frustration. The black fog fluctuated in the jungle violently, many forest trees were destroyed in but a moment. Kiki transformed into a streak of white light and ran back to the village. And then a youth with pale complexion appeared from the jungle. His chest had a few bloody hole that was caused by the Amethyst Dragon King's blood. And his left arm had a tiny paw print that was clearly Keek's masterpiece. His pair of eyes emitted two soul-wrenching rays of light. He gazed at Kiki and the two Syndicate Dragon King, then he faded away in his original position without making any sound. It is him. Xiao Chen and the woman shrouded in colorful mist opened their mouths simultaneously. It's him, it's that evil spirit. The old woman was emotional as she said, I saw the written records regarding the evil spirit left by our ancestors. It included a simple drawing about him. It is precisely because of him that many of our ancestors were dead. The constant arrival and retreat of the evil spirit made everyone felt very uneasy. Although it had backed off for now, it was hard to say whether it will show up again or not. The potency of the Dragon King's blood made Xiao Chen and the others utterly astonished. It was really capable of restraining this kind of terrifying demon. One could imagine just how powerful the Dragon Kings would become once they reached maturity. And Keek's performance made everyone flabbergasted. It was actually able to discover the evil spirit before everyone and the Dragon King. Kiki was currently rubbing its little paws desperately, trying to rid the bloodstain from its snow-white fur. After that, it beautifully ignored the Amethyst Dragon King's growl, and mischievously jumped onto the Black Dragon King's back, then it waved its little paw at the Amethyst Dragon King. Before the two Dragon Kings got furious, Xiao Chen hastily grabbed it. This little guy was seriously too unruly. The few of them returned to the village. They went to a different courtyard this time. There was a field of grapevines in the courtyard, the leaves were emerald green, and many crystal-clear purple grapes were hanging on the vines. They were as shiny as the agate crystals. The few of them sat around a stone table below the grapevines. They began to go over the plan in details. They must eliminate the demon, or else everyone will be in danger. Xiao Chen said, the demon suffered a heavy damage from the Dragon King's blood. This is our chance. We must gather everyone on the Dragon Island to deal with him. After the calamity in the ghost town, there were still 100+ practitioners on the Dragon Island. That was because they didn't get close to the Sea of Bones. If all of them unite as one, that will definitely be a powerful force. It was rare for the solitary sword demon to lay down his pride. He also felt the threat of death. He completely agreed with Xiao Chen's proposal. The mysterious woman whose entire body was shrouded by the colorful mist nodded and said, we can also form a truce with another group of experts. Xiao Chen and the solitary sword demon did not understand, they looked at her doubtfully. The old woman at the side smiled and said, the young lady is a true expert, but your abilities seem to fluctuate sharply, it made people unable to ascertain your true power. She squinted her eyes and said, other than the group of young experts that entered the Dragon Island, there are still 30+ Zephyrus-level old masters here. The solitary sword demon nodded, he understood in a flash. According to the agreement between all parties, the old masters cannot get involved in anything that happened on the island. Only the youth generation will fight over the Dragon Kings, the older generation could only provide support at the boundless ocean. These people clearly infiltrated the island secretly and didn't follow the rules. I will get in touch with them, I know those people's movement. The old man at the side started to talk. The old woman said, our most important goal now is to search for 9 Dragon Kings. With 9 kings together, we will be able to summon the legendary divine ship and leave this mysterious yet terrifying island for good. According to legend, the divine ship made from the ancestral dragon's bones and heavenly tree had been drifting in the taboo ocean all along. It had withstood the vicissitudes of time, only this kind of boat could bring everyone on the island away from the taboo ocean. This was what the old woman's ancestors found in the written records of a ruined ancient village. The ancestral dragon's bone was without a doubt the dragon's sacred bone. As for the heavenly tree, it was as Xiao Chen had thought, it was indeed referring to that divine tree at Keek's old home, the tree trunk that was as wide as a lofty mountain. The few of them discussed for a long time, but the most pressing matter was that, would they be able to leave this village safely? The evil ghost might be lingering in the vicinity of the village. Don't tell me we have to bring the Dragon Kings along to go and gather everyone? The solitary sword demon exerted his strength to grab his metal sword, his fingers got a little pale. Everyone turned silent, as a matter of fact, they were already facing a death threat. The evil spirit will definitely not let them off, he suffered a heavy injury because of them. It was a great shame and humiliation for a demon who had survived for countless years. Just at this time, Kiki widened its glittering big eyes again. At the same time, the Amethyst Dragon King and Black Dragon King also let out a growl. A burst of chilly wind blew into the courtyard, the negative aura pervaded in the vicinity of the grapevines. The Amethyst Dragon King was ready to go this time, it didn't wait for Kiki to scuttle across its body, it was the first to dash out. The Black Dragon King let out a growl and followed closely behind. Kiki did not feel pressing at all, it jumped onto the grapevine and looked at the 2 Dragon Kings yelling on the street. The negative aura already scattered away, the evil spirit retreated again. However, the few people in the courtyard still felt a nip in the air, they felt the entire village was already filled with the breath of death. This will not work, we will eventually make a careless mistake if this keeps up. Without the 2 Dragon Kings with us, we won't be able to deal with that demon. The silly little fatty expressed his opinion, he was clearly not as foolish as his outer appearance dictated. Not good, this is really bad. The old man furrowed his brows and said, our clansmen outside will be returning soon, if they encountered the evil spirit, they will certainly not be able to escape its evil clutches. Soon after, they got up and rushed towards the village entrance. They prepared to provide support to the people returning to the village. The chicken cries and dog barks already couldn't be heard in spacious and empty village, it was deathly silent. It was just like an abandoned land left to return to unchecked growth. He's coming! Xiao Chen shouted. It was because Kiki jumped onto his shoulder and used its little paw to pull his long hair. Its glittering big eyes were gazing at the street ahead. The evil spirit stopped hiding after it has been found, the black fog rolled over and over, waves of bone-chilling negative aura surged up violently. Everyone could feel the nip in the air, the 2 Dragon Kings let out a roar constantly, they were not afraid of the fiendish aura. If nobody stopped them, they would have dashed over there a long time ago. The evil spirit was already within 100-meter range. Although the underworld fog was raging and blocked the scorching sunlight from spilling down, Xiao Chen could still see him clearly. That was due of his spiritual sense that didn't require sight and sound. The one in the cloudy fog was indeed that youth he saw at the Sea of Bones. His left wrist had an eye-catching birthmark. His pair of eyes were somewhat empty. He seemed to have experienced the changes of time, without examining carefully, it was hard to imagine he was a demon that had lived for countless years. The more one looked at him, the more frightening they felt. Give him to me. And I'll let everyone off. A faint ghost whistle transmitted from the black fog. Although it was the voice of a young man, it was lacking of vitality. It sounded like the echo of the chilly wind that blew into the ancient residence from a broken window. As the words reached everyone, it was as if a cold air had entered their body, it made them felt a chill down their spine. The chilly wind bubbled up, the black fog in front of the demon dispersed a little, they could clearly see the arms he stretched out, it was pointing at Xiao Chen. 3. You mean me? Xiao Chen felt something was not good, for what reason did the evil spirit want him for? The chilly wind swept past again, the pale face within the underworld fog revealed itself before everyone's eyes. He slowly shook his head, his right arm moved slightly. Kiki jumped down from Xiao Chen's shoulder while panting with rage. It actually dashed forward without any hint of fear, it was squeaking nonstop, as if asking the evil spirit something. At the same time, it waved its little paw and a dazzling radiance enveloped the evil spirit. 4. The fog rolled over and over, the evil spirit faded away without making any sound. The strength displayed by a combat-ready evil spirit was unfathomably deep. Kiki waved its little paw on the street fiercely. It was very angry, and yet it seemed somewhat adorable. Xiao Chen hastily carried Kiki back in his arms. The mysteries surrounding Kiki were continuously increasing. He didn't want anything to happen to this little critter. The few people beside Xiao Chen were endlessly shocked. The demon seemed to be a little afraid of Kiki. But Kiki was not a dragon king. Could it be that its blood or body could restrain the demonic fiend? I cannot comply to your request. Nobody shall harm Kiki. Xiao Chen faced the spacious and empty street ahead as he shouted. It was not only for the evil spirit, it was also to make himself clear to the few people around him. A conspicuous figure of the evil spirit appeared at the street far away. The ghost whistles transmitted from the cloudy fog. I want that sacred tree on top of its head. Give that sproutling to me, and I promise not to harm a single soul hereafter. Everyone's gaze focused on Kiki. The treasured tree on its head did not emit any radiance at the moment. It was just like an ordinary plant. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Everyone originally thought it was because this naughty little critter was running everywhere and the sproutling was stuck on its head by accident. Only now did they knew there was much more to it. Even the demon was tempted by it. At the same time Xiao Chen was feeling surprised. His heart was brimming with doubts, but he didn't even think twice about it. It was impossible for him to comply. He asked, "Why should we give it to you? How are we supposed to believe anything you said?" "I pledge I will not harm anyone on the Dragon Island after I get the sacred tree, otherwise my body and soul will extinguish." The evil spirit's voice transmitted from the black fog. The old man said in a low voice, "According to the written records, the evil spirit cannot break their oath. He made a pledge before and never go back on his words." It was very obvious that the old man was afraid of the evil spirit. He wanted to reach a compromise. "Can you even believe in a demon's pledge?" Xiao Chen turned his head around and asked coldly. This made the old man and old woman's aged face turn as red as apple. They were indeed very scared of the evil spirit. Whether the evil spirit would violate his pledge or not was not something they could be really certain of. However, their clansmen shall come back any time soon, and the evil spirit is in the vicinity. This is definitely a life-threatening danger for those people. The underworld fog dispersed. The demon turned his head around to look at the direction of the divine monolith that was located at the heart of the island. Then he said, "I will not go back on my pledge, otherwise I will be punished." "You are a demon, how can I believe you?" People often said not to make a deal with demon. Xiao Chen was carrying Kiki in his arms. He wanted to draw back, but Kiki on the other hand was restless. It was struggling to get free and wanted to dash over there. It didn't seem to be afraid of the evil spirit in the underworld fog. "Alas, I'm not a demon, I'm a human." The indistinct ghost whistle heaved a sigh. Xiao Chen gave a cold snort in return. "That is not a funny joke. I had transformed continuously over the countless years. What I am looking forward to the most is to reborn under the sun. I am no longer a corpse now. I have blood and flesh. I really don't want to go on killing anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 105, Sacred Dragon Tree. Xiao Chen gave a cold snort in return. "That is not a funny joke. I had transformed continuously over the countless years. What I am looking forward to the most was to be reborn under the sun. I am no longer a corpse now. I have blood and flesh. I really don't want to go on killing anymore. How do you explain about the few people you killed at the village entrance? They attacked me first. That woman shrouded in colorful mist can be my witness." The demon heaved a sigh. Xiao Chen remains unmoved and said, "Stop acting as if you had no other choice. You once murdered so many people. How could a demon's nature be changed so easily? Besides, if you really restrained your ominous nature, why would you force me to hand over the sapling?" The underworld fog around the demon became denser. The dense negative aura pervaded the surrounding once more. He then said with an indistinct voice, "The seal on the Dragon Island suppressed my power. It made me unable to break through the shackles smoothly. That's why at the intervals of every 100 years, I need to absorb the yang energy. Although I already have a living body with flesh and blood, I still don't have the vitality. If I cannot get the nourishment from the sacred tree, I have no choice but to absorb extensive amount of yang energy again. But I really don't want to continue this massacre. You are telling one lie after another." Xiao Chen was not very convinced by his words. "Why should I lie to you?" The demon's pale face that was exposed from the black fog seemed very sincere. He sighed and said, "So what if you have Syndicate Dragon King to protect you? Their blood can indeed harm me, but will they be able to protect you forever? You guys should know if I really wanted to kill you, there were plenty of opportunities. Besides, what about the other people on the island? Who will protect them? If I really wanted to kill, who can obstruct me? Are you threatening us? If that's what you want to think, then so be it." The demon sighed unceasingly. It sent a chill that made people's blood run cold. He was a genuine demon, every words couldn't be taken lightly, reaping life was a commonplace for him. Someone is coming. After saying this, the demon faded away without a sound. After that, a scream resounded from the jungle in front of the village. The old woman and old man's face turned pale on the spot. It was obviously the people from their village. "Stop it, you demon!" the little fatty shouted loudly. He led the Black Dragon King into the forest. Xiao Chen and the others also followed closely. The gloomy black fog rushed forth from the forest. The demon appeared again, 10 meters in front of everyone. His pale face was very undisturbed, like nothing had happened at all. It made people felt a chill in their heart. "Why don't you give the sacred tree to me now? I will give it back after I have no more use for it. I guarantee I will not harm any more living person from now on. I will try my best to be a good person." A sincere expression emerged on the cheeks that didn't have any hint of blood. The demon was very serious and sincere. One was unable to tell if he was acting. The old woman and old man were very furious. The clansman who shouted just now was clearly dead. Their body shuddered slightly. Xiao Chen and the solitary sword demon found this to be really ridiculous. A demon that once killed people like Scything Flax actually wanted to reform and start afresh. "What is this sacred tree that you are talking about? Do you really need it that badly?" the little fatty questioned. "Alas, that is the dragon's sacred tree. I really need it badly. That is the only thing on this dragon island that can turn me into a living person." The demon was always sighing as he spoke. It seemed like he was very anxious. It didn't have any resemblance to the heartless him when he was making his move. It gave people a misconception that he was just a lonesome man. The dragon's sacred tree. Once these few words came out from his mouth, a huge wave immediately surged up in everyone's heart. Naturally, the most excited ones were the two young dragon kings. Their pair of eyes were emitting substantive divine radiance as they slowly pressed on towards Xiao Chen and Kiki. Kiki broke free from Xiao Chen's embrace and jumped onto the ground while panting with rage. The little critter was not scared of the two dragon kings as it stared at them with the treasure tree on its head. Although Kiki was usually lively and cute, it emitted an invisible pressure at the moment. The little critter actually wanted to carry out a battle to defend its honor. It wanted to confront two dragons at the same time. Xiao Chen knew Kiki had a powerful defensive power. He would also have a hard time breaking free if he was trapped. But he never saw Kiki using any kind of offensive power before. He didn't want it to fight with the two dragon kings. After all, it was still too young. But when Xiao Chen reached out his hand to pull Kiki, he was repelled by a light screen. Kiki's spotlessly white jade-like body was flickering with 7-colored radiance. It was as if a 7-colored sacred fire was throbbing outside of the little guy's body. It actually emitted an astonishing battle intent. This had never happened before. Kiki was always lively and mischievous. Competitive does not sit well with it, but Kiki's current behavior had overturned its former conduct. The amethyst dragon was flickering with purple radiance, the black dragon king flickered with black radiance. They were still closing in. The dragon's sacred tree was really too enticing. Everyone on the spot was unable to calm down, but they knew they couldn't let the dragon kings fight each other. The woman shrouded in colorful mist and that little fatty tried to dissuade the two dragon kings unceasingly. However, the two dragon kings remained unmoved. That was the dragon's sacred tree, and now it was under the control of an unknown little critter like this. They felt that it was a great humiliation for the dragons. Squeak! Just at this time, Kiki let out a young and tender cry. It extended one little paw to point at the treasured tree on its head, and then pointed in front, at the forest that was pervaded by negative aura. After that, it dashed over there first. The two dragon kings gathered their thoughts before they let out a roar and rushed towards the evil spirit. Kiki waved its little paws to draw two 7-colored light screen that enveloped the evil spirit in the underworld fog. And the young dragon king's horns also burst out with glaring rays of light. The rays of light transformed into perfectly straight light beams and shot towards the evil spirit. It seemed like they wanted to decide the outcome with this method. They wanted to find out who was the true king by defeating the evil spirit. The black fog rolled over and over violently. The demon faded away from his original place. But the three divine beasts seemed to be able to lock onto his aura. They followed after him into the forest, under the roar of the dragon kings, under the sound of falling ancient trees. That place was dazzled by rays of light, and leaves were swirling in the air. Suddenly, like the wind rolled up the clouds, the underworld fog floated over at high speed. The demon appeared in front of Xiao Chen and the others without making any sound. The cold aura locked onto the few of them. They felt as if an avalanche had weighed down on their body. Kiki transformed into a streak of light and appeared on Xiao Chen's shoulder. The two Dragon King also came back respectively. The demon then faded away without a sound. All of this happened in an instant. You guys saw it already. If I wanted to kill you just now, I had plenty of opportunity, but I didn't do it. The demon heaved a sigh at a distant place and said, the Dragon Kings are too young. Although their blood can restrain me, they cannot do anything to me as long as I am fully prepared. On the contrary, if I wanted to kill them, they will certainly be in danger. However, I do not want to offend the dragons. That was indeed the case. The demon had immeasurable strength. At this time, everyone started to hesitate. In the end, all of them looked at Xiao Chen and Kiki. They are the most crucial point of this event. Everything will be decided by them. Kiki was panting with rage on Xiao Chen's shoulder as it widened its glittering big eyes. It casted an angry look at the demon in the cloudy fog. The sapling was a sacred tree that had accompanied it since birth. It was also its ration, and the only thing that's been accompanying it all along since it was abandoned by its parent. Don't look at how it was uncaring of the sapling most of the time. When someone really wanted to fight over it, Kiki will not comply no matter what. Little guy, I only wanted to borrow it. I will definitely return it to you. And I will certainly repay you several-fold. The demon revealed a gentle expression. He revealed a slight smile to Kiki. This made the few people on the spot a little astonished. The demon seemed to attach more importance to Kiki than the two Dragon Kings. Xiao Chen looked at the few people beside him. He quickly understood everyone's intention after taking a quick glance. Even the most stubborn solitary sword demon wanted to reach a compromise. The demon was really deep and immeasurable. They didn't stand a chance against him. Although they didn't know if what he said was true or false, it was still a hope anyhow. After everyone's opinion was made clear to him, Xiao Chen became silent. After that, he embraced Kiki, who was panting with rage, tightly to prevent it from rushing over there. He said to the demon, if your target is the sacred tree, then just come at me. This has nothing to do with the others. We will discuss this further after changing location. No matter what happens, I ask of you not to harm the others. This is the very least you can do to show your sincerity. The demon's pale face turned slightly red. He nodded slightly and said, my only target is the sacred tree. If other people don't hinder me, or attack me, I will absolutely not harm them. An impending storm was actually eased up like this. Xiao Chen didn't turn around and took large strides out of the village. The two Dragon Kings roared as they chased after Xiao Chen. They didn't want to let the sacred tree fall onto other people's hand. The little fatty hastily chased after the Black Dragon King to appease it. He spent a great deal of effort to convince it to fall back. As a matter of fact, even though the Dragon Kings are young, they already have intelligence. It knew deep down that it didn't have enough power to retrieve the sacred dragon tree. I wish you can come back safe and sound. I really wanted to make friend with you. I am called Oxman. The silly little fatty said to Xiao Chen in a low voice as he fell back. Oxman was a rather funny name one, but Xiao Chen didn't have the mood to laugh. He nodded lightly and said, the next time we meet, we will be friend. My name is Xiao Chen. The woman shrouded in colorful mist also walked over, but it was not to take the Amethyst Dragon King away. On the contrary, she wanted it to accompany Xiao Chen and protect him if necessary. I appreciate your kindness, but Kiki is as powerful as a Dragon King. If Kiki cannot restrain the evil spirit, even an additional Dragon King will not help in the least. Xiao Chen felt the mysterious woman was indeed good-natured. He told her about the other two Dragon Kings with a voice only the two could hear. Soon after, he walked over to the mountain woods alone. The demon had already went ahead of them. Kiki, the snow-white little critter, was extremely intelligent. It clearly knew what happened just now. It unwillingly took off the treasured tree from its head, then it hugged it tightly for a really long time. After that, it reluctantly handed it over to Xiao Chen. It had a really dejected expression. 2. Xiao Chen smiled and said, you little monster, this is the sacred tree that had accompanied you since birth. How can we give it to others so easily? Besides, that guy is a demon. We cannot believe anything he said. We cannot make a deal with him. Kiki was unhappy to be called a little monster. It angrily grabbed his long hair and pulled it lightly. Soon after, it still handed over the treasure tree to Xiao Chen. Don't worry, you little monster. We don't need to hand over the sacred tree yet. He was definitely concerned about something. Otherwise, on what basis would a demon use kind words to talk with us, and not seize it by force? Squeak! Kiki's big eyes suddenly lightened up. Its long eyelashes flickered unceasingly. But in the end, it became dispirited again as it lowered its head. It funnily compared its height to the evil spirit's height. It seemed to be saying it really was too young at the moment, and that it wouldn't be able to defeat the demon. Xiao Chen found its action to be very amusing. He laughed and said, you were always sleeping all day long, and those Dragon Kings were fighting almost every day. They thought of every possible methods to make themselves stronger. You are not inferior to them, you just need to work hard. If you want to have enough strength to fight off the demon, you cannot be lazy from now on. The snow-white little critter angrily grabbed Xiao Chen's long hair and pulled it lightly, then out of his expectation, the little critter actually nodded its head seriously. It put on the treasured tree hat and jumped from Xiao Chen's arm to his shoulder. It earnestly sat in meditation and began to harmonize its breathing. That's right, it was sitting in meditation and harmonizing its breathing, but this made Xiao Chen so shocked that his jaw literally dropped. Kiki was actually sitting like the practitioners. Its pair of glittering big eyes were shut, the long eyelashes were no longer flickering. Moreover, its entire body burst out with faint multicolored radiance, as if it had already submerged in an ethereal boundary. Xiao Chen's current state of mind already couldn't be described with mere words. The shock Kiki gave to him was really too much. How could this little critter manifest something like this? However, after walking for a few miles in the jungle, Xiao Chen became completely speechless again. That was because he heard a slight snoring sound. The little critter actually fell asleep on his shoulder. 3. Speechless. Totally speechless. Habit was not easy to change. Xiao Chen really didn't know what to say to this little critter anymore. 1. Silva, since they said it themselves it was a funny name, I decided to westernize it so that it really is funny. If I used the Chinese name, Niren, nobody would find it funny, right? Since nobody understand what it means. 2. Silva, my heart cringed when I read this. 3. Silva, oh my god. That was priceless XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, Seeking Power. Speechless. Totally speechless. Habit was not easy to change. Xiao Chen really didn't know what to say to this little critter anymore. He really wanted to pull its hairy ear to awaken it, but he restrained himself in the end. This little critter was born not long ago, it was still too young, having this kind of habit was normal. It seemed like the demon had completely disappeared. It didn't show up all along, but Xiao Chen knew it was certainly in the vicinity. The sun sets in the west, the twilight dyed half of the sky red. Xiao Chen walked in the mountain woods aimlessly. He gradually calmed down as he listened to the bellow of the vicious beasts at a distant place. Having a demon following him around, he couldn't go back to Lawrence and Buddhist Asian side at the moment. After Xiao Chen left, the old woman, the little fatty, the solitary sword demon, and the others immediately began to move. The demon's words couldn't be trusted. They wanted to gather all the experts together and mobilize everyone to search for the syndicate Dragon Kings. If they can really gather 9 Dragon Kings, then leaving this Dragon Island is no longer a dream. On this night, many practitioners received news that made them extremely moved. They finally had hope of escaping from this Dragon Island. This seriously raised their morale. But of course, regarding the appearance of the demon, everyone had a sense of foreboding, which fueled their desire to leave this place as soon as possible. This was a very lively night. Everyone who received the news was unable to fall asleep. All of them wanted to find the syndicate Dragon Kings urgently. Without a doubt, when 9 young Dragon Kings were gathered, the curtains shall rise. During the midnight, an open-air fire was throbbing. Xiao Chen sat in front of the flame and meditated calmly. And that snow-white little monster, Kiki, was still maintaining the cross-legged posture with the treasure tree on top of its head. It sat on Xiao Chen's shoulder and let out a sweet-sounding snore. It appeared cute and laughable at the same time. However, Xiao Chen found that Kiki was not really sleeping, because he noticed the ripple-like multicolored radiance that was lingering around the little critter all along fluctuated unceasingly. Moreover, the sapling on its head actually turned from its previously dim state to the now brilliant state since a long time ago. It seemed like there was a fantastic connection between the two. Could it be that it really knows some kind of peculiar training method? Xiao Chen speculated inwardly. He had heard of this before. The dragons and some uncommon races would inherit a training method specific to their race the moment they were born. Kiki should be one of those uncommon race. Chilly wind brushed past. The temperature in the forest rapidly declined. It blew past like the winter's cold wind. There was a bone-chilling nip in the air. The open-air fire throbbed violently and changed into pale green in a flash. It was very eerie. Without any sound, the evil spirit sat at the opposite side of the open-air fire. It was only 1 meter away from Xiao Chen. 1,000 years ago when I saw the sacred tree, it only had a single black leaf. 1,000 years later, it already have 3 divine leaves. The demon's pale complexion was emphasized even further by the throbbing flame. If he said he was not a ghost, nobody would believe him. Without a doubt, Xiao Chen was hooked by his words. At this very moment, he was absolutely fearless. It was a matter that will happen sooner or later, there's no point in avoiding it. He opened his mouth to ask, "You saw it at the heavenly tree?" "That's right, I found it on the stump of the sacred tree. The sapling is precisely the stump's alternate rebirth. However, it's already not the same sacred tree. because it has 6 more luster compared to the heavenly tree. The demon's reply affirmed Xiao Chen's conjecture at that time. Although legend says the heavenly tree was the dragon's sacred tree, it didn't belong to the dragons originally. The sacred tree was transplanted by the dragons on this island. The indistinct ghost whistle recounted the tale unhurriedly. The demon was in deep thoughts after saying these, then he said with a perplexed expression, "I actually know this much." His behavior made Xiao Chen flabbergasted. And just at this time Kiki finally woke up. When it saw the demon was sitting just across of them, the little critter almost wanted to jump over there. Xiao Chen stopped it hastily and asked the demon, "You seem to have forgotten a lot of things." The demon recovered from his brief bewilderment, he nodded his head and then he shook his head. A negative aura swept past as he said, "Regarding my memories from the ancient times, it was a piece of blank. I can only remember that I escaped from the ghost town." Xiao Chen felt a bit disappointed, he wouldn't be able to draw out the secret of the ghost town from him. Fog lingered in the mountain woods and merged with the gloomy aura released by the demon. It made this area really bewitching. After a long period of silence, the demon broke the ice and said, "I believe you are an intelligent man. You should know that I don't want to take it by force, but that doesn't mean I really don't dare to make a move. I only wish to borrow the sacred tree from your hands. I will certainly return the favor in at most 1 year. Moreover, there will certainly be a generous reward. What are you worried about?" Xiao Chen couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. "Although it is true that my memories regarding the distant past is a piece of blank, I still know who can I provoke and who I should not provoke." The demon said very directly, "I didn't dare to start a feud with the dragons, that's why I was unwilling to kill the 2 dragon kings. Same as the former, I felt apprehensive towards this little critter, I am not willing to provoke its parents." Keek's glittering big eyes immediately filled with hope, it seemed to be loathing the demon no more. Its long eyelashes were quivering, it was listening attentively, it seemed like it really wanted to know the whereabouts of its parents. Xiao Chen understood the little critter's frame of mind and asked the demon, "You know of Keek's origin?" "I don't know, but I can be sure this little critter is certainly not weaker than Syndicate Dragon King. Its parents ought to be existences on equal footing with a mature Dragon King, otherwise I doubt they would dare to touch the dragon's sacred tree. When I saw the sacred tree sprouting the black leaf 1,000 years ago, I also found a 7-colored egg. It was side by side with the little sacred tree, they were sealed together by a mysterious power. I suspect that should be Kiki." After the demon said these, he got a good look at the little critter. Kiki blinked its big eyes half-consciously, and on the other side, Xiao Chen was shocked. 1,000 years ago, Kiki was already born in this world as the Jade Egg? However, he had already interacted with Kiki, the little critter was indeed born not too long ago. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean the 7-colored Jade Egg had nurtured it for at least 1,000 years? Kiki's identity had always been a mystery. How long is required for dragons to break out of their shell? Xiao Chen wanted to use those dragons to compare with Kiki. That is hard to say, generally speaking it requires at least several hundred years, but since the Dragon Island had been sealed, this standard will be completely shattered, because there will be a bizarre power at work this time. All the dragon eggs on the Dragon Island will crack in the shortest possible time and give birth to the young dragons. What they needed ultimately was the nourishment of the boundless worldly essence. If they were provided with endless spiritual energy, maybe the eggshell would crack in just a few days. A few days in contrast to 100 years was really somewhat exaggerated. Thinking about it carefully, comparing several hundred years to 1,000 years, Kiki couldn't really be considered to be in defiance of the natural order. Squeak, the little critter cried out softly, it had a somewhat lonely expression, it seemed to be thinking about its parents again. Its miserable appearance made people want to spoil it. After learning all these, you should understand now, I really only wanted to borrow it. The demon fixed its eyes of Xiao Chen and said, I am fearful of its parents, but I don't feel apprehensive towards you. Killing you won't bring any trouble to me. Hearing these words, the little critter broke free from the sense of loss, it fiercely waved its little paws at the demon. Xiao Chen was fearless and said, You want to kill me? Kiki will remember you and avenge me in the future. I understand why you don't dare to do anything to it, otherwise you will certainly be trapped in a hopeless situation with its parents' divine ability, but... With a sigh, the demon faded away along with a cloudy fog. An indistinct ghost whistle transmitted from the forest not far away, whether it really have a parent or not, or whether if its parents are still alive, it is very hard to say. I was only being too cautious before. My patience have limits, I won't give you too long to reconsider. If you insist on shedding blood, then I will not be lenient. The dragon's sacred mountain, it was lofty and majestic. The atmosphere was intimidating, it seemed like a huge divine pillar that supported the heaven and earth. Xiao Chen brought Kiki back to this region again. Standing on the 1,000-meter-high heavenly tree stump, he looked at the majestic sacred mountain at the correct position. The demon's words last night made Xiao Chen realize he will not become hostile for a short period of time. He could ignore the threat for a few days. The reason he came here was to find a powerful force to suppress the demon. He placed his hopes on the experts among the dragons, but to his dismay, those greater dragons, such as the tyrannical dragon, the monarch lion dragon, the saber dragon, etc., had also lost the divine ability they displayed at the ghost town. Their brutality won over their divinity at present. He certainly won't be able to communicate with them. Without a doubt, the demon also followed them. Even though he couldn't find his whereabouts, Xiao Chen could feel he was just nearby. Roar! A dragon roar transmitted from a distant place. It was a young dragon according to his intuition. Looking down at the shadows dancing in the forest below, Xiao Chen could see the figures of a few practitioners. They seemed to be pursuing a golden young dragon. The two words Dragon King immediately surfaced in Xiao Chen's mind. The practitioners should have obtained the news that they could summon the divine ship by gathering 9 Dragon Kings, but chasing the young Dragon King until this region was really too reckless. This region seemed to be the dragon's holy land. Not only was there the powerful tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, and so on, this place was filled with primal beasts as powerful as the dragons. The consequences will be dire if they run into them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, A Different Young Dragon. Sure enough, what Xiao Chen was worried about came true. A sky-piercing dragon roar streaked across the vast sky. A golden ray flickered as a monarch lion dragon appeared in this region at high speed. It was carrying a skyrocketing baleful aura. A wide expanse of forest trees tumbled down, frightened screams transmitted over. A few practitioners among them were ripped apart by that mountain-like monarch lion dragon in almost a split second. Its huge draconic body seemed like it was made out of brass. A single attack immediately razed a wide expanse of mountain woods to the ground. The mountainous region trembled violently. The other few practitioners who managed to get away also couldn't escape from their imminent fate. They were trampled by the monarch lion dragon and turned into meat paste. Xiao Chen became speechless. The price the practitioners had to pay to leave this dragon island was really too high. Even if they could find 9 Dragon Kings in the end, they would most likely lose more than half of their people. The evil spirit appeared on the sacred tree's stump without making any sound. Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to him and left from the other side. After that, he quietly waited until the nightfall. When the moonlight spilled down, the vicinity of the sacred mountain was especially calm. The roars of the dragons and monsters no longer resounded. Xiao Chen passed through the forest and arrived at the foot of the imposing sacred mountain. Xiao Chen once more felt that familiar yet terrifying aura. That's right, although it was faintly discernible, the aura was very similar to that of the ghost town. If they wanted to enter the ghost town again, this may serve as an entrance, but who would voluntarily follow the path to their own doom? Do you want to tempt me to enter the dangerous zone? The demon stood at a forest not far away, and looked at Xiao Chen calmly. He had lived for countless years. It was impossible for him to fall for this. Xiao Chen never thought of enclosing the demon in the ghost town again. He only came here to see if there was any terrifying power sealed on the sacred mountain that was capable of destroying the evil spirit. However, he stopped his footstep at the foot of the mountain. The peculiar aura emitted by the sacred mountain seemed much stronger than last time. That mountain's dark red body seemed like it was encroached by blood. Those ruins on the sacred mountain were imprinted with the vicissitudes of time. They emitted boundless ancient aura which made the heart quiver. Kiki shook its head toward Xiao Chen. The intelligent little critter had a very keen intuition. Its body that was as bright as white jade flickered with multicolored light as it hinted Xiao Chen not to take another step forward. His hope was dashed. Xiao Chen knew if he rashly advanced this time, he might lose his life here. He chose to fall back and return by following their former path. When they got close to the heavenly tree, the roar of a young dragon attracted Xiao Chen's attention. Under the brilliance of the moonlight, it seemed like a layer of silk had spread over the entire mountain woods. He could clearly see the battle between young dragons in the vicinity of the sacred tree's stump. Moreover, there were actually 3 dragons. The roars were precisely produced by them. This immediately caught Xiao Chen's attention. This was but in the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Who knows if there might be a syndicate Dragon King among them? He moved stealthily and slowly approached that place. As a result, he was utterly astonished. There were actually 2 Dragon Kings among the 3 young dragons. They were currently having a battle. Although the 3rd young dragon was not a Dragon King, it was exceptionally fierce. It actually joined the Dragon King's battle. They were having an intense battle royal. 1 young Dragon King flickered with red light from head to toe. It was pulsing like the blazing flame. Its ancestral dragon head was really eye-catching. Just judging from its draconic body, it was hard to tell what kind of dragon it was. As for the other young dragon king, its entire body flickered with golden light, as if it was made out of gold. The ancestral dragon head was also just as eye-catching. Its body looked like a little lion, but of course, it was impossible to find any fur on its body. It was completely covered by golden dragon scales. Xiao Chen was unable to guess the origin of the red dragon king, but in regards to the gold dragon king, he immediately thought of monarch lion dragon. Moreover, it was most likely born from the other egg in that valley he visited before. The two young dragon kings was close to 1 meter long, but their power were enough to make experts at the level of 7th celestial layer to feel fearful. The restriction of the seal didn't apply to them, their divinity won over their brutality. They were capable of releasing some dragon-specific attack-type magic. No wonder this was the dragon's holy land, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh. All the powerful dragons gathered in this place, thus it increased the probability that dragon kings will be born in this place compared to other places. 2 dragon kings actually appeared in such a short period of time. If including Lawrence and Buddhist-Asian's Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King, then this place alone had given birth to at least 4 syndicate dragon kings. Could the little ancestral dragon also appear in this region? Xiao Chen possessed a little expectation towards this, but he also knew the chance of seeing the little ancestral dragon was much lower than seeing 9 syndicate dragon kings together. Roar! The young dragon let out a roar. The battle was very intense. What made Xiao Chen rather astonished was that young dragon that was obviously not a syndicate dragon king was actually that tenacious. It was clearly weaker than the other two, it already received a fatal wound, but it still rushed over there and joined the battle between the 2 dragon kings. It was a really strange young dragon, it was actually so tenacious and stubborn. It joined the fray without a care for its own life. It was seemingly a very ordinary, the dark brown draconic body was riddled with scars. Its body was like that of a panther, its head also looked a little similar to the ancestral dragon, but it didn't have a single horn. Its power and speed were also unable to compare with the 2 dragon kings. It was also unable to use any simple dragon magic. A lot of dragon scales had already fallen from its body, it was badly damaged, and its body did not emit the least bit of light. It was even inferior compared to other dragons. However, this little dragon was really too tenacious and stubborn. Every time it fell onto the pool of blood, it rose and charged into the fray again. It lasted until the 2 dragon kings were infuriated. They seemed to be very angry at this weak third wheel that kept interfering with their real fight. They let out a lethal attack towards the dark brown young dragon at the same time. With a wail, the unremarkable young dragon fell on the ground. It was unable to get up anymore. Xiao Chen sighed with sorrow. The rise of the Dragon King was really a cruel process. Many of their kind will fall during their transformation and advancement. And the legendary ancestral dragon might even experience a crueler fate. After all, it had to face the challenge of at least 9 syndicate dragon kings. The young dragon's battle and cries had been heard by the dragons in the vicinity, but they didn't come to interfere and let this cruel battle continue. This seemed to be the dragon's law of survival. In the end, the young dragon kings were scarred and separated from one another. They finally left. The mountain woods turned silent, only the cries of the weak little dragon could be heard. It was not dead yet, the little dragon was just at the vicinity of the sacred tree stump. The dragon blood had already dyed the ground red. Xiao Chen walked over there. He found that the young dragon was already about to die. The condition of its injury was seriously too grave. A few terrible cuts on its chest were whirling around. The multicolored internal organs already exposed itself. It was clearly unable to hold on much longer. Squeak! Kiki exerted its strength to pull the lower hem of Xiao Chen's cloth. Its glittering big eyes were brimming with sympathy. You want me to save it? Kiki nodded its head strongly. I also wanted to save it, but its injury is seriously too grave. It is impossible to bring it back to life. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. He knew the young dragon's situation made Kiki empathize with it. This place was Kiki's place of origin, it was an abandoned child, and the little dragon's situation right now was very similar. It was like it had already been sentenced to death penalty, and nobody cared about it, as if it had been abandoned by the world. Squeak! Kiki still continued to shake Xiao Chen's foot. After that, it took off the treasured tree from its head and carefully placed the little sacred tree at the edge of the young dragon's mouth. Kiki inserted the black leaf into the young dragon's mouth. Slurp! Slurp! The dying little dragon started to suck the black leaf. Its consciousness was already fuzzy a long time ago. This seemed to be some kind of instinct. One after another radiance flowed from the little sacred tree into the young dragon's body. The originally unconscious little dragon opened its eyes. First, it looked at Kiki and Xiao Chen in puzzlement, then it vigilantly tried to move its injured draconic body, but it didn't success. The sharp pain caused it to whine a few times. Kiki tried to pass the little sacred tree to the side of its mouth again, but the young dragon stubbornly turned its head. Squeak! Kiki panted with rage and pointed at the wound with its little paw. It didn't expect the dying little dragon would shake its head to refuse Kiki's good intention. Then it proudly lifted its head, but unfortunately, it fell back on the ground powerlessly. Such an interesting young dragon. Even when it was about to die, it was still so proud and aloof. Kiki was very dumbfounded. It helped him with good intentions, and yet the receiving party was like this. The little critter angrily put the treasured tree away. And on the other side, Xiao Chen sighed with sorrow. He opened the close-fitting package and took out the shiny snow lotus core from within. This was supposed to be Kiki's delicacy, but since the little critter's belly was filled to the brim by the sweet dew of life, it was unable to enjoy the snow lotus core. Xiao Chen had been keeping it all along. Let's try giving it some snow lotus core. Kiki blinked its big eyes, and then nodded its head to convey its approval. Xiao Chen forcefully pulled the stubborn young dragon's mouth apart and stuffed the snow lotus core into its mouth. This was a rarely seen natural spiritual item. It possessed an unimaginable effect, but the dark brown little dragon spit it out. It didn't want to accept any help at all. Xiao Chen was speechless at this conduct. He picked up the snow lotus core that fell on the grass and crushed it, then he applied it on the wound. However, the young dragon violently rolled around and rubbed those snow lotus core off from its body. A lot of blood gushed out from its wound. This young dragon was too stubborn. In the end, Xiao Chen forcefully stuffed a snow lotus core into its mouth and used pure energy to force it down the throat. He stood up and said to Kiki, "Let's go, we already tried everything in our power." Although they already moved very far away from there, they could still hear the proud little dragon's painful cries. It was obvious that it wouldn't be able to live past this night with that kind of injury. Early morning, Xiao Chen woke up from his meditative state. The gentle sunlight spilled on the forest. The specks of golden light that leaked through the branches and leaves were like pieces of gold. Kiki also rubbed its eyes half-consciously and lazily got up from among the flowers and plants. Unable to find any power to fend off the demon in the dragon's sacred mountain, Xiao Chen decided to head to the next destination, the Trance Valley at the outer region of the island. He will never forget what he saw that night. The 20-meter-tall old treant evolved into a flesh and blood human with green hair. The powerful energy fluctuation emitted by him at that time indicated that he was inevitable a powerful existence. Xiao Chen always believed that old treant might be able to contend against the dragon. Maybe he will be able to fend off the demon. The Dragon Island was really too big. In addition to the dense forest and all kinds of monsters roaming around, one had to be very careful. It required at least a few days to safely arrive at the outer region of the island. He finally arrived at the outer region of the island after 3 days. When he was passing through a valley with beautiful scenery, he found something very unusual. Golden rays of light flowed from a thatched cottage in the valley like ripples of water. It seemed like there was a golden fountain there. Waves of auspicious aura made the birds and beasts in the valley calm down. This was seriously too miraculous. It was hard to imagine what happened in the thatched cottage. The entire valley was filled with verdant orchid tree. There were all kinds of colorful flowers ranging from pink to yellow too among the grove. It was filled with flowering trees, and the glistening green leaves made the colorful flowers exceptionally beautiful in contrast. The flower buds were brimming with an intoxicating fragrance. In addition to that golden mist that bubbled up unceasingly, a layer of mysterious veil had been spread over the entire flower valley. This place seemed like a fairyland. It was auspicious and peaceful. Xiao Chen continued to observe quietly in the vicinity. Kiki wanted to run over there several times, but was stopped by Xiao Chen. Just at this time, the pale-looking demon appeared without a sound. Although the black fog did not rush forth, there were still some indistinct sinister aura. He gazed at the thatched cottage attentively and said, "That is the breath of God." These words made Xiao Chen incomparably shocked. The breath of God, how was that possible? Could it be that there were still some deities on the Dragon Island? Didn't this place suppress the power of God? It was impossible for this kind of existence to be here. This is really the breath of God. The demon squinted his eyes and emitted too cold light. Xiao Chen's heart stirred up. Would they be able to end the demon's life just like this? If it was really a god, it should be able to destroy this demon that couldn't break through to the god realm successfully. The golden brilliance gradually became weaker. The auspicious aura in the thatched cottage also became gentler and gradually dispersed. Oh, I finally understand. This is the awakening of divinity. The demon's stiff body finally relaxed. The cold light from his pair of eyes also faded away. 1. Silva, I'm starting to have doubts on whether or not Xiao Chen is really the ancestral dragon. If that's not a dragon king nor an ancestral dragon, then what kind of dragon is it? 2. Silva, super redundant. Chendong was obviously just writing all these to fill the word count. Dark red, rose red, purple, light purple, pure white, orange, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Undead Emperor. What is going on? Xiao Chen asked. Even though he was unwilling to make a deal with the demon, there were things he couldn't resist asking. The blood of God was ignited in the mortal body. This is the awakening of divinity. That is to say, the so-called divine inheritance. The descendant of God will receive a portion of their ancestors' power. This news made Xiao Chen a little surprised, but not as shocked as earlier. He opened his mouth to ask, "He is really strong?" The demon said very calmly, no matter how powerful his ancestor was, it is impossible for him to manifest the same power after it had been passed down through the generations. It is already pretty good if he can reach the demigod level before 30 years old. But if he wants to make further improvements, he must break through the confinement of his own blood. Otherwise he will not be able to advance any step further. Xiao Chen suddenly realized, wasn't this the demigod that Buddhist Ijin and Lawrence had told him about? Some people were naturally born as a demigod, they were the descendant of God, along with their growth, they would receive the power passed down to them from their ancestor. However, this kind of family was very rare, and not every generation possessed this kind of power. Because along with the passage of time, the blood of God hidden within the body of the clan would become thinner and thinner along with each generation. Having one who awakened to divinity every few dozen generations was already good enough. Who was in the thatched cottage? What level was he now? Was it someone he knew? Xiao Chen really wanted to step forward to probe around. It was merely the awakening of the deity's power source. To become a real demigod, he must wait until 30 years old at the very least. His power didn't increase by much at the moment. If I want to kill him, it would be as simple as crushing a little tick. Maybe even you can do it. The demon had an easygoing tone. It seemed like he didn't even take someone who had hope of becoming demigod seriously. This was the qualifications of the strong. Xiao Chen walked over with large strides. He wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. And just at this time, the gold light completely vanished. A figure broke out from the roof of the thatched cottage and soared into the sky. Land! Xiao Chen was really too astonished. It was actually the golden-haired pretty boy, Land. He had a pretty deep discord with the person in question. Xiao Chen. Land floated high in the sky and looked below. He was also filled with surprise. He never thought he would encounter Xiao Chen at this place. Without any superfluous words, a golden light poured down like torrents. God Slayer! Xiao Chen shouted softly. One after another multicolored light rushed forth from both of his hands. The sword shadows soared into the sky soon after and destroyed those golden light wave. After that, Land had actually been counterattacked. Land hastily soared into the sky and flew towards a distant location. Let's fight again at the next opportunity. Land's voice was transmitted from far away. It didn't contain resentment and indignation. His mood seemed to be very calm. It seemed like he had already forgotten how he suffered a crushing defeat at that time. I will wait for you any time. Xiao Chen replied. To actually make an enemy out of someone who might become a demigod, it was really out of his expectation. However, it was not really that unexpected if he thought about it carefully. Yan Chang was extraordinary. If Lan didn't have potential, why would she interact with him? It was certainly because she had an eye on the possibility of him becoming a demigod in the future. However, a demigod was nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Chen believed as long as he worked hard, so what if the other party possessed the bloodline of the god? One of the killing moves he practiced was even called the God Slayer. How could he be afraid of a demigod? As long as he practiced it to the highest level, there was nothing to be afraid of. After a day, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the Trance Valley. However, he was disappointed to find that the green-haired man had already left this place. The few Treants also disappeared without a trace. And of course, it was impossible to find Zhao Linear, who escaped to the outer region of the Dragon Island before anyone else. Are you trying to find that old Treant to deal with me? The demon was really unpredictable. He appeared at the Trance Valley without a sound and said, he was indeed quite strong, but even if he had transformed into human, he is still not my opponent. I will make it clear to you, if he finds the small sacred tree, he will definitely fight over it too, because he is a Treant, he needs it more than me. Who knows, he might just shed all pretense and make a move without any qualms. Xiao Chen didn't reply, he just walked at the outer region of the Dragon Island aimlessly. In reality, he was searching for the whereabouts of those Treants carefully. Are you really going to find him and make the two of us fight over it? The demon laughed and said, if that is the case, I will be very happy to see him kill you and snatch the sacred tree away from you. Then all of this will be unrelated to me. I will find him some other time and take it by force. This can also be considered taking revenge for you. Of course, I will save this little critter. Kiki was sleeping soundly. otherwise the little critter will certainly rush over there. Xiao Chen looked around the outer region of the Dragon Island for several days, but there was nothing to be gained. Soon after, Xiao Chen arrived at a gloomy swamp several times, but he had to fall back every time. That was the deathly swamp Luanhui Wang and the other two skeletons formerly lived. Regarding the 10-meter-tall undead emperor with a pair of rotten wings, the impression it left in Xiao Chen's heart was really too deep. Even though he didn't really see it on that day, the terrifying scene it brought about was enough to prove its strength. It was a terrifying existence Xiao Chen thought to be as powerful as dragons. Could he really borrow his power? Xiao Chen was really uncertain. If he didn't deal with it properly, he would anger a killing fiend. It might be as terrifying as the demon. The night sky was filled with many stars. Xiao Chen finally arrived at the deathly swamp again. He didn't have any time to tarry. The demon was obviously getting impatient. If he don't find a way to eliminate the demon soon, his life will be in danger. These past few days Kiki was like an obedient baby. It spent more than half of the day in deep sleep. Xiao Chen knew the little critter might be meditating really earnestly with its strange sleeping meditation method. The undead miasma drifted in the air. It was fluttering like a black ribbon. The gloomy swamp was very quiet. No birds and beasts dared to get close. The demon looked at Xiao Chen with a smile, yet not a smile. He followed behind Xiao Chen unhurriedly. These past 2 days he had been following Xiao Chen closely. He was no longer following him secretly. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Chen held his breath and took large strides into the swamp. A layer of light screen appeared. It protected him and Kiki, who was sleeping soundly. He stepped on the muddy ground and forged ahead. The path was filled with dried-up bones. He could occasionally see a few deathly pale moonlight that spilled into the darkness. He finally entered the heart of the swamp. Xiao Chen looked at a pile of bones before him. He felt a chill in his heart. That kind of baleful aura that directly penetrated one's heart was really bizarre. It was like a black flame throbbing on the pile of bones. He knew the 10-meter-tall undead emperor was under that pile of bones. Turning his head to look at the demon, the desire to retreat welled up in Xiao Chen's heart, because the evil spirit clearly knew about this place and yet it wasn't fearful. This was already enough to answer his question. Haha, although the demon tried to laugh as gently as possible, it still seemed very gloomy under the dead of the night in this deathly swamp. I think you better fall back, otherwise when the undead emperor come out, the undead miasma it releases might harm you. I haven't greeted this old friend of mine for quite a while already. Let's have a chat about the old times with him today. Xiao Chen was completely speechless. The two of them were actually friends. He silently retreated and felt a bit sorrowful in his heart. It might be futile to find someone on this island capable of restraining this demon. Old friend, I came to see you. The demon lightly waved his hand. Those big pile of bones all floated up and shifted to the other side. The black underworld fog violently surged up from the underground. It was rolling over and over like raging black fireworks. A ghost whistle that made one's scalp feel numb transmitted from the underground. Then the demonic cloud covered up the moon. Endless amount of black fog soared into the sky in an instant. It completely blocked the moonlight that spilled through the branches and leaves of the tall ancient trees. A huge monster appeared from the swamp. Its 10-meter-tall body emitted a baleful aura. Although he was a little far away, and the black fog was lingering around, Xiao Chen could still see the rotten body of the undead emperor, as well as that pair of huge rotten wings. The negative vibe spread far and wide. The terrifying black power assailed the deathly swamp, and the mournful screech sent a chill down people's spine. He was unable to see the head and face. It was hard to guess his emotional state. However, the pressure emitted by him and his power could be felt vividly. This undead emperor might really be capable of defeating the demon, but would they fight? Could he be an angel in his previous life? Xiao Chen thought of something like this. Otherwise how would it have a pair of wings? But the body was really too huge. Maybe before the Dragon Island was sealed, a big battle took place on this island and the undead emperor might have fallen in that time period. Two ice-cold rays of light shot towards Xiao Chen like sharp swords. It seemed like the undead emperor wanted to get rid of him. Old friend, relax. Don't lower yourself to his level. It was I who wanted to see you. The demon calmly stood in front of the undead emperor. Its ice-cold gaze shifted direction. The undead emperor and demon walked over to a distant place. It seemed like they really were old friends. Xiao Chen's final hope had been dispelled. However, just after they left for a short period of time, an explosive sound suddenly echoed from the distant swamp. That was the sound of forest tree getting crushed. Inexhaustible cloudy fog spread far and wide. A violent energy fluctuation rolled over and over. The undead emperor and demon exchanged blows. Xiao Chen chose to get away from the swamp immediately. His speed was extremely fast. It was seriously like the wind and lightning. He got away the swamp in almost a moment. That pair of undead brothers actually fought against each other. There's no news better than this. Xiao Chen went to a highland and jumped onto the crown of a 10-meter-tall huge tree to survey the deathly swamp from an elevated position. The inexhaustible cloudy fog rolled over and over, it actually submerged that entire area where the fight took place. It was impossible to see the battle progress, one could tell the intensity of the battle only because of the violent energy fluctuation. When the dense deathly underworld fog rolled westward unceasingly, the original battlefield became visible to naked eyes. It seemed like a meteor had fallen within that 100-meter radius. The ground had sunk down for who knows how many meter, it already turned into a huge hole. It was pitch black and God knows how many meter deep. One could imagine just how powerful was the undead emperor and demon. Not only did they destroy every tangible thing on the ground, even the area itself caved in. There were figures of humans swaying in the distant place. There were still some practitioners at the outer region of the island. This intense battle startled them, but those people retreated at lightning speed after sensing the thick deathly aura. One could tell that they were very careful. The intense battle lasted for a quarter of an hour. Xiao Chen was looking forward to the death of the demon. However, he guessed wrong again. When the underworld fog dissipated, a 300-meter-wide hole appeared on the spot. The undead emperor and demon were actually sitting beside the hole as they talked about something. Although he couldn't see clearly, he was still able to feel that kind of atmosphere. They don't seem to be mortal enemy, he could occasionally hear that eerie laughter. The two evil spirits seemed to be hitting it off. How could that be? Xiao Chen remained puzzled even after thinking it over 100 times. The two evil spirits were having a life and death bout just a moment ago, and now they were actually on a friendly term in the blink of an eye. This change of atmosphere was really too fast. Ha ha. I will definitely not forget about you when I break free, we are the closest friend. The demon's hearty laugh transmitted from a distant place. Soon after, the demonic cloud rolled over and over. The undead emperor returned to the underground. A chilly wind brushed past, green leaves fell and withered, the demon appeared on the crown of a huge tree. He was not far away from Xiao Chen. The demon sat on the branch and said, "Have you thought about it carefully? I am already at the limit of my patience. If you can convince the little critter to willingly lend me the sacred tree for 1 year, he too will get a generous reward." Xiao Chen maintained his calm. Would they really be able to get the sacred tree back after giving it to the demon? It seemed like Kiki and the sacred tree were inseparable. Do they really have to make a compromise in order to survive? Other than the dragons and those primal beasts on this dragon island, nobody can threaten me. However, the dragons will not do anything to me. And you have seen it yourself, the undead emperor and I are on friendly term. Every time I rebirth, I will come here to swap pointers with him. He is my greatest ally. Who is he? What kind of person was he? Hearing these, the demon raised his head to look at the bright moon in the sky. He let out an indistinct sigh and said, "I don't even know who am I. How would I know about him? I only know I escaped from the ghost town. And he is a corpse that rotted countless years ago." Speaking until here, the demon actually revealed a distressed expression. It seemed like he was really not an evil spirit, but a pitiful youth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Encounter. The moonlight was like water, the treetops was quiet, the demon was actually daydreaming. He looked at the bright moon and seemed to be recalling an old memory. He actually shed tears from his pair of eyes unconsciously. The weeping demon seemed so pitiful, he once killing people like scything flax, and yet he had such a weak side. If these were to spread out, nobody would believe it. The demon could be considered handsome, and since he was the only evil spirit capable of escaping from the ghost town, that means there must be something uncommon about him. He probably had a really glorious past, but everything about him had been washed away by the flow of time. Even he himself had no idea who he was. My heart aches when I look at the bright moon in the sky. It feels like I have lost something very precious on a night like this countless years ago. The crystal clear teardrop rolled down the demon's pale cheeks. After a really long time later, he finally wiped the tears. The demon's face spread into a smile and said, "I actually shed tears. I am becoming more and more like a human. Perhaps I am already a human." Soon after, under the moonlight, Xiao Chen and the demon on the treetop sunk into a moment of silence again. After a long time later, the demon said with an ice-cold voice, "I will give you 7 more days." He disappeared from the treetop after saying these. A breeze brushed past lightly, Xiao Chen's long hair danced along with the wind. At this kind of night, he also thought of many things. Looking at the bright moon, he recalled his parents and relatives. He had been at the world of Immortals for a few months already, and yet he was trapped on a desolate dragon island. He spent most of his time striving for survival. How is father and mother doing? Losing this son of theirs, they must have been really sad. He really wanted to return to the human world and made his aged parents grin from ear to ear. He didn't want them to be sad. 1. There was also that girl in his heart. After many years later, would she still remember him? Farewell, my beloved. Let's hope our dreams still exist after many years later. Let's hope that beautiful memory will stay with us forever. 2. Xiao Chen bid farewell to his past. Glistening teardrop actually flashed in his pair of eyes unconsciously. His state of mind was very chaotic. Without any people around, he didn't have to hide his true feeling. He was a flesh and blood human. He also possessed every kind of emotions like the common people. However, he could only bury these feelings deep down in his heart. In the eyes of the practitioners on this dragon island, he was a cold-blooded youth, but who would have known he had this side to him? I really want to return to the human world, Xiao Chen muttered this to himself. A few teardrops finally rolled down on his cheeks, but he suddenly shook his head in that instant to shake off the feeling. He buried that emotion deep down in his heart again. That is impossible at present. The only thing I can do is to make sure I stay alive. He steeled himself and forcefully shook off the sentimental feeling. He began to meditate on the treetop until he fell into a deep sleep. Early morning, the lively birdsong roused Xiao Chen from a deep sleep. Attracted by his secret technique, the worldly essence gathered at surrounding of the treetop. It made the spiritual influence at this place really dense. The multicolored light flickered, even the dazzling morning sun seemed to be comparatively dimmer. Many birds were attracted over, they were flying around him and chirping unceasingly. Xiao Chen began to stretch his muscle. Flutter! 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 The birds were startled and scattered in all directions. Looking at Kiki, who was drooling while sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but smile. The little critter was really too cute. It actually slept as peacefully as a little baby, but it would let out a squeak every now and then. It was already pointless to stay at the outer region of the Dragon Island. Xiao Chen brought Kiki and returned to the depths of the island. After 2 days, he actually met up with Lawrence, Buddhistesian, and the others. The Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King was accompanying them. As for Yen Chang, her power was sealed and was supervised by the extraordinarily beautiful Rowena. Moreover, there were 20+ people behind them. It seemed like they were following the small group blindly. Xiao Chen! Buddhistesian and Lawrence cried out in surprise. They quickly rushed over. The 2 young Dragon King also flickered with divine light and rushed over like lightning. They revolved around Xiao Chen and fixed their gaze on Kiki like a tiger watching the prey. Are you okay? Lawrence was very concerned and asked. His handsome yet somewhat sickly face made this Void Master possess a unique trait. I am fine. What is going on? Why are you guys here? Xiao Chen looked at him doubtfully. Buddhistesian said in a low voice, we are looking for Syndicate Dragon King. Right now, all the practitioners on the Dragon Island already know it was you who were stalling the legendary demon. Everyone is really grateful to you. All the people who we can get in touch with on the Dragon Island already moved out. We wanted to find a few more Dragon Kings, summon the divine ship, and leave this island as soon as possible. After a lovely laughter that would hook one's soul, Rowena twisted her snake-like waist and walked over gracefully. At the same time, she pulled the beautiful Yen Chang over. She casted a glance at Xiao Chen shyly and said, seriously, why do you have to be such a show-off? Don't regret it if you can't enjoy this devastatingly beautiful female slave when the time comes. Oh. Yen Chang secretly clenched her silver teeth, but she didn't have any other choice. If her power was not sealed, she really wanted to finish off this extraordinarily beautiful Rowena at once. I have been working hard these past few days. Oh, I have been strictly drilling how to be a woman and qualified slave into her every day. Rowena giggled. It was really like the ripples of the spring water. She was lovely yet enchanting. With a few swishing sound, the 3 skeletons at the back of the crowd rushed over. Xingguang Wang, Yan Luo Wang, and Luanhui Wang were also with this group of people. They got in front of Xiao Chen at high speed and used their skeleton-specific language to greet Xiao Chen. Their jaw kept generating the clack. Clack. Sound. Xiao Chen found out what happened recently from these people. It really seemed like every group of people had been mobilized. Lawrence and Buddhistesian was found by that woman who was always shrouded in colorful mist. She persuaded them to take the young Dragon Kings to lead the people in search for other Dragon Kings. Because only a Dragon King could understand a Dragon King, with the Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King at their side, there will surely be a gain. According to majority vote, they originally wanted Lawrence and Buddhistesian to separate and lead one group of people respectively. However, after many contradictions, everyone finally agreed to have them stick together. Moreover, they were allowed to bring Rowena and Yen Chang along. In fact, a Dragon King seriously understood the other Dragon Kings. They already found the traces of another Dragon King in this region. They had been planning how to subdue it these past 2 days. I found 2 dragon kings at the vicinity of the dragon sacred mountain, but that place is really too dangerous. There are many dragons and primal beasts, ordinary people won't be able to approach. Xiao Chen passed this information to Lawrence and the others. If they wanted to find 9 dragon kings, they eventually had to venture that region after all. Are you talking about the savage red dragon king and the bold gold dragon king? The red dragon king had already been subdued, but Buddhist Asian's words made Xiao Chen felt a bit flabbergasted. Someone went there and successfully subdued the red syndicate dragon king? That's right. Buddhist Asian explained, that mysterious woman led Solitary Sword Demon and other experts to enter that region. Under the guidance of the Amethyst Dragon King, they found the Red Dragon King. With the sacrifice of nearly 20 people, the Solitary Sword Demon finally subdued the Red Dragon King. How did he subdue it? Originally many practitioners wanted to subdue it by force, but they were unable to encircle the Red Dragon King. On the contrary, a few people were injured by it. Moreover, they angered the brutal monarch lion dragon, saber dragon, and other vicious dragons. As a result, we lost 7 to 8 people. Only a minority were able to come back, Buddhist Asian explained briefly. Xiao Chen couldn't help but heave a sigh after hearing these. The most formidable and terrifying creature in this world was still human after all. On the second attempt, the Solitary Sword Demon gathered more than 10 people. But the mysterious woman did not participate. First, they lured the Red Dragon King out of the dragon's holy land, and then they sent people to besiege it. The dozens of people were also seriously hurt under the counterattack of the Red Dragon King. In the end, never in their wildest dream had they thought the Solitary Sword Demon who didn't make a move until then would attack them. The dozens of people were killed by him with a single slash. Taking advantage of the situation, the Solitary Sword Demon built a relationship with the Red Dragon King as its savior. Soon after, he used all kinds of talent, and arranged a few more drama before he finally pulled the Red Dragon King to his side. 3. Although the young Dragon Kings were intelligent, and the seal on the Dragon Island had no influence on them, they were still too young after all. How could their intelligence be comparable to the scheming humans? Roar! The dragon roar shook the heavens at a distant place. After that, the Solitary Sword Demon's hearty laugh was transmitted over. One could see him dashing over from the distant with a Red Dragon King by his side. Why did you come here? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Lawrence explained, it's what we planned in advance. Not only him, the owner of the Black Dragon King and Amethyst Dragon King will come too. We plan to work together to surround the Syndicate Dragon King in this region. The Solitary Sword Demon rushed over very quickly. The Red Dragon King beside him had blazing red flame throbbing all over its body. It flickered with divine light. Relatively speaking, the Red Dragon King might be the most competitive among the few Dragon Kings. Its eyes immediately gave off an ominous glint the moment it laid eyes on the Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King that were only a little smaller than it. It threw itself at them very fiercely. A fierce battle would occur every time a Dragon King encountered one another. As for the reason why the Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King could interact with each other peacefully, it was all thanks to Lawrence and Buddhist Asian. They tried to dispel their enmity unceasingly. The Red Dragon King fiercely threw itself over. The Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King also did not want to be outdone. They faced the savage Red Dragon King that was a little bigger than them together. Lawrence and Buddhist Asian stopped them hastily. This was not the right time to have internal conflict between these Dragon Kings. It would not be beneficial for anyone. However, not only did the Solitary Sword Demon did not stop the Dragon King, he was laughing heartily on the contrary. He was happy to see his Red Dragon King keeping the smaller Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King under control. He was proud and aloof. Not only was he vying for supremacy among his peers, his Dragon King was also like him. Just at this time, the little critter who was sleeping soundly on Xiao Chen's shoulder was roused up by the noise. It rubbed its big eyes half-consciously like a child and looked at everyone before it looked at the 3 Dragon Kings that was about to fight. Squeak! The snow-white little critter's big eyes immediately lit up. It had seen the Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King before, so it naturally recognized them. And it had also caught a glimpse of that savage Red Dragon King on that night. It scuttled with a swish and landed on the Red Dragon King's head in a flash. It was hopping and skipping on top of its head. It seemed to be exerting its strength to stamp on the head. This unforeseen event made everyone stunned, and on the other side, the Red Dragon King was stamping with fury. It was seriously about to burst with rage. It was more savage than the other Dragon King. Its temper was naturally worse than the other Dragon Kings. How could it allow an unknown little critter to let loose on its head? A pair of crimson dragon horn emitted a red lightning with a snapping sound. It wanted to eradicate Kiki, but a ball of gentle light immediately wrapped Kiki's body within. It didn't receive any damage. The little critter nimbly jumped onto the Red Dragon King's back. It was still hopping and skipping, exerting its strength to stamp the Red Dragon King. Of course, Kiki was not really harming the Red Dragon King, it was just some kind of open provocation. Thinking about it carefully, the Amethyst Dragon King, Azure Dragon King, Jade Dragon King, and Black Dragon King had already been stepped by the snow-white little critter before. The Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King were just at the side. They were a little depressed, but they were more than happy to watch all of these unfold. They cheerfully watched the Red Dragon King being stamped by the weird little critter. 4. However, it seemed like Kiki was really overdoing it this time. It kept stamping the Red Dragon King wildly. The Red Dragon King's magic attack was ineffective against it. Although it only knew a single confinement technique, that dazzling radiance was able to resist every attack. It gave the furious Red Dragon King no other choice. Even if it was rolling on the ground violently to shake off the naughty Kiki, the little critter was able to get on its back again with absolute speed. Only Xiao Chen knew why Kiki was being this extreme. He guessed the little critter must be trying to uphold justice for the dying little dragon on that night. Kiki, that's enough. Come back here. In the end, it was still Xiao Chen who grabbed Kiki back. The solitary sword demon at the side was very dumbfounded. The haughty him seriously felt a bit depressed. A difficult-to-tame savage Red Dragon King actually lost to a snow-white little critter. It made him very upset. The other people were feeling very refreshed in their heart. Many people dared to get angry at him but didn't dare to show it on the surface, because his power was really too high. Only a few among his peers would be able to get on his level. 1. Silva, oh the drama. I almost shed a tear. 2. Silva, XX Xiao Chen had a girl. OMG. 3. Silva, how savage, the solitary sword demon. 4. Silva, haha, they are so cute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, 11 Dragon Kings. Just when everyone thought it was over, the Red Dragon King burst into a fit of rage. It rushed towards Kiki. A few crimson energy blades were released from its pair of horns. Even Xiao Chen had been targeted. In fact, when confronting this kind of 1 meter long young Dragon King, even 7th Celestial Layer experts like Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless, because Syndicate Dragon King would become an existence even the deities wouldn't dare to provoke once they grow up. Even though they were very young now, they were still as powerful as 6th to 8th Celestial Layer. This was their inherent gift. People couldn't help but be frightened and envious of them. However, before Xiao Chen even made a move, Kiki was already enraged. Although it was deliberately stamping the Red Dragon King before, it didn't really attack the Red Dragon King. But now the snow-white little critter waved its little paws seriously. 7-colored light screen was formed. Not only did it block the crimson energy blade, it also trapped the Red Dragon King with a whoosh dot. After that, the little critter waved its little paws again with no trace of politeness. With a swish, the Red Dragon King was tossed on top of a tall ancient tree. This outcome not only made the Red Dragon King bellowed in rage, it also made the Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King to look at each other. Many practitioners were also stupefied. Of course, those who had experienced the calamity of the ghost town were not too surprised, because they had seen Kiki using its divine power before. The Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King growled. They rushed in front of Kiki and let out a snarl unceasingly. It seemed like they were asking something. On the other side, Kiki proudly waved its little paws and jumped onto Luan Hui Wang's head. It was showing off by squeaking unceasingly. 1. It was a really astounding scene. A cute little critter became the focus of a few mystical Dragon Kings. Only Xiao Chen, Lawrence, Yin Chang, the solitary sword demon, etc. knew why the 2 Dragon Kings were surrounding Kiki and questioning it. From the mysterious woman and Amethyst Dragon King, everyone already knew Kiki's divine ability was in fact the Dragon's secret technique. A little critter that even knew about the Dragon's secret technique. How could those who knows the inside story not be surprised? In the end, even though the Red Dragon King was still angry, it didn't try to attack Kiki anymore. Finally, the little fatty oxman and that mysterious woman arrived in succession. The Amethyst Dragon King and Black Dragon King followed beside them. With the arrival of 2 more Dragon Kings, a fierce battle nearly broke out again between the few Dragon Kings. However, the Black Dragon King and Amethyst Dragon King had better self-restraint, and they were much more interested in Kiki than the other few Dragon Kings. Those who knew the inside story realized they wanted to fight over Kiki's sacred tree, but the little critter was not concerned in the least. Maybe the situation might not be as bad as we thought. The woman shrouded in colorful mist said to everyone, I have communicated with the Amethyst Dragon King. According to the legend of dragons, the ancestral dragon can undo the seal on this island, but it seemed like it must move away from the Dragon Island. That is to say, the ancestral dragon and dragon kings will eventually leave the dragon island. We don't need to force them, so long as we use an appropriate method, we might be able to reduce a lot of casualties. Lawrence, Buddhistesian, the solitary sword demon, and Oxman communicated with their own dragon king and validated the news. Everyone could finally see a sliver of hope, so it turned out the future kings of dragon had to leave this place eventually. Perhaps the ancestral dragon divine ship was made for them. They had already gathered 5 dragon kings, they were already very close to 9 dragon kings. And when everyone realized where did Lawrence and Buddhistesian's dragon kings came from, they couldn't help but feel like they were going to blow up. Their conjecture regarding Xiao Chen's dragon king cultivation plan at that time actually came true. It was pointless even if everyone felt jealous or envious, the dragons would go crazy and kill anyone who entered their territory if the grasses were so much as brushed by a little wind. It completely sealed their fancy to steal the dragon egg. In some kind of sense, it was much safer to surround and capture a young dragon king. After all, even if those dragons lost their divine ability, even if their brutality won over their divinity, they still had a godlike body. They were extremely fierce and terrifying. Everyone set off under the guidance of 5 dragon kings. On the other side, Xiao Chen did not follow them. Even though many people wanted to borrow Keek's power to capture the young dragon king, it was rejected by Xiao Chen. After all, when those dragon kings grow up, even deities wouldn't dare to provoke them. If he let Kiki deal with them now, it was equivalent to setting up powerful enemies for Kiki in the future. It was not because he failed to grasp the bigger picture, it was because with the participation of 5 dragon kings, dealing with one dragon king shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Of course, everyone did not really force him into it, a lot of people were scared that the demon that was following Xiao Chen would harm them. Everyone gradually distanced themselves. Xingguang Wang, Yan Lua Wang, and Luan Hui Wang stayed behind and followed Xiao Chen again. The demon appeared in the forest, he looked at everyone's figure from behind and said, I dare say they will fail this time, if it was a different dragon king, they might be able to catch it, but even 5 dragon kings won't be able to pin down the dragon king this time. Why? Don't tell me the legendary ancestral dragon finally appeared? Xiao Chen looked at him in shock. Although I have seen 11 dragon kings, I haven't seen the legendary ancestral dragon. Maybe it hadn't been born yet. What? There are actually as many as 11 dragon kings? Xiao Chen was very astonished. Of course, maybe there might be 1 or 2 more. However, to summon the divine ship, you guys only need 9 dragon kings. The demon's words confirmed the written records about the divine ship found by the old woman. Is that so? You still haven't answered my question, why 5 dragon kings wouldn't be able to pin down the dragon king they found this time? Xiao Chen looked at him in puzzlement, it was hard to imagine just what kind of dragon king would be able to deal with 5 syndicate dragon kings. Heh, it is not because this dragon king is very powerful, it is because the ability it possesses now is not something the other dragon king can compare. Because it is the only one that can fly now, the other dragon king might need a long time before they can manifest a similar divine ability. Why is it so special? Don't tell me there is also a big gap in strength even among the dragon king. The demon laughed and shook his head, then he said, no, this is the dragon king's innate ability, because this is a winged dragon king. Winged dragon king? Xiao Chen was very shocked. Because according to what he knows, the winged dragon was the only dragon that was not sealed. It seemed like there was only a single winged dragon on this dragon island that came from the outside. He still clearly remembered how the fallen angel defeated and dropped the sacred dragon onto the dragon island. Could that be a female dragon and gave birth not long after it was forced onto the dragon island? This speculation might be very possible. Is that so? This is really too unexpected? Xiao Chen heaved a sigh. Just at this time, the roar of dragons and the practitioner's yell were transmitted from a distant mountain woods. It was very obvious that they found the tracks of the winged dragon king. Actually, if you guys find 1 more dragon king, you would have assembled 9 dragon kings already. The demon laughed faintly. What do you mean? Don't tell me other people had already subdued the dragon kings. Xiao Chen felt very excited. Of course, the other 3 dragon kings had already been subdued a long time ago. It would be more appropriate to say those 3 dragon kings were the very first to be subdued. Hearing these, Xiao Chen quickly thought of those first group of people who entered the depths of the island. It must be those group of older generation experts. You must have guessed it already, the older the ginger, the more spicy they are. Although they only have 30+ people, they are much stronger compared to youth like you. If it was not because of their greed and wanted to enter the dragon's sacred mountain to find the legendary ancestral dragon, they might have subdued even more syndicate dragon kings. This piece of news from the demon was very shocking, so it turns out they had almost gathered 9 dragon kings in total without realizing it. It means that they can finally see the hope of leaving this dragon island now. Leaving this dragon island is no longer a dream, it is already on the verge of success now. The demon laughed grimly and said, "Have you thought about it carefully? If you haven't, you might regret it for the rest of your life. I also don't want to kill you, why don't you stay on the dragon island and accompany me?" Kiki, who was pretending to be asleep, jumped up angrily. It glared at the demon with its glittering big eyes. However, the little critter knew it didn't have an attack-type magic, it wouldn't be able to deal with the demon as it is now. Moreover, its confinement technique couldn't catch up to the demon's superb speed. On the other side, Xiao Chen sucked in a mouthful of fresh air. If everyone left, leaving him all alone on the dragon island, that would be very terrifying. These three skeletons. Their background is quite impressive. It seemed like the demon had only just noticed Qingguan Wang and the other two skeletons. His voice contained a hint of surprise. They must have just evolved recently, I have never seen them before. They actually evolved this quickly, how come they only awakened now after falling on the dragon island for so many years? To be praised by him like this, it was enough to tell how much potential the three of them possessed. He revolved around the three skeletons and said, "Don't tell me they have a bit of history in their past life? They can evolve into Sovereign King." Xiao Chen opened his mouth and said. He wanted to listen to the demon's commentary, so that he could understand more about the three skeletons' future potential. 2. Sovereign King? Ha. That's a little exaggerated. Even if the departed souls and undead creatures evolved to the peak stage, how many could actually break through to Sovereign King since ancient times? Sovereign King is an existence equivalent to the Dragon King. Don't look at the undead emperor in the Deathly Swamp, he is still 108,000 miles away from a genuine Sovereign King, but... The demon's words immediately gave Xiao Chen a whole new understanding of the Sovereign King's power, but he was a bit puzzled and asked, "When I was in the ghost town before, I saw the skull of a few Sovereign King. If they were that powerful, how did they die within the ghost town?" Impossible. The demon said with certainty, Sovereign King can only be sealed, it is impossible to kill them. Oh, now that you mentioned it, the dozen of you were only that powerful, and yet you were able to escape from the ghost town, it was indeed a miracle. They had a complete lotus flower insignia on their skull, don't tell me they were not Sovereign Kings? Far from it. The demon let out a cold snort and didn't say anything else. Just at this time, the dragon roar at the distant mountain woods gradually got further away. Xiao Chen wanted to witness the result with his own eyes. He turned around to take a quick look at the demon before he took large strides towards that mountain woods. This time the demon did not follow him. The mountain woods was filled with broken branches and withered leaves, it was very obvious that a big battle took place in this region. The majority of the people already left, only Lawrence and Yizhen's group were still searching in the vicinity. It was a winged dragon king, that little dragon was really too fast. It only exchanged a few blows with the other dragon kings before it soared into the sky. Lawrence felt a bit helpless and heaved a sigh, then he continued, "We felt it was very strange when we found its trail before, because it was really too fast in the thick forest. We only knew it was a silver-colored dragon king, we never thought it actually had a pair of wings. This outcome was really unexpected. After all, winged dragon couldn't be regarded as powerful among the various dragon races. But a dragon king just had to show up from this kind of race. This gave everyone no choice but to believe the legend, the dragon kings could rise from any dragon race, even the weakest dragon had the possibility of giving birth to the ancestral dragon. A weak growl transmitted from not far away, it sounded like a wounded beast. The instant Xiao Chen turned his head, he exposed a shocked expression. He actually saw that dark brown little dragon again, that tenacious, stubborn, and proud little dragon. Presently, it was surrounded by a pool of blood, the flowers and plants below its body were stained by the blood. It couldn't bear the sharp pain and let out a growl. Keek's big eyes also widened right away, it dashed over there with a swish. Xiao Chen felt it was a little unbelievable, the last time he saw the little dragon fought with two dragon kings, it was already on the verge of dying, because its chest was cut open, even the internal organs could be seen through the wound. It was hard to imagine how it could have survived that. Walking over there, he found that the wound the little dragon received last time was almost fully recovered, but it received another fatal wound. There was a huge bloody hole situated at its neck and the pair of ribs were almost pierced. According to common sense, this kind of injury means certain death. Such a weird little dragon, when we got over here it was actually fighting with the winged dragon king. Although it was defeated in the end, this little dragon was quite courageous. It actually has the guts to fight with the kings of dragons. Lawrence heaved a sigh at the side. 1. Silva, this line sounded so cute in Chinese, sorry if I'm unable to express Keek's cuteness to the English readers. 2. Silva, lol, Xiao Chen got a walking library with him. One that wanted to kill him and had forgotten his own identity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, The Power of God. Xiao Chen was momentarily lost in thought. This stubborn and proud little dragon was far from courageous, it was more appropriate to say it was too competitive. He could guess it was most likely this unremarkable little dragon who issued the challenge to the winged dragon. It was because this little dragon had challenged the other two dragon kings before. Moreover, the winged dragon wouldn't take the initiative to challenge a puny dragon like this. Such a weird little dragon. Xiao Chen squatted down to look at it quietly. After that, he attempted to give it a dose of snow lotus core. It turned out the same as last time. The little dragon twisted its head stubbornly. Just at this time, Buddhistesian and Rowena also gathered around. After seeing the little dragon's grave condition, everyone shook their head. They felt that it was impossible for it to survive. This island is called the Dragon Island. After we got here, we haven't tasted dragon meat yet. Why don't we roast it? It won't be able to live much longer anyway. One practitioner at the side suggested. As a result, the Jade Dragon King and Azure Dragon King nearby let out a sky-piercing roar. They could fight with their race, but they could not tolerate people eating dragon meat. That practitioner was shocked speechless immediately. The little dragon's expression was very proud and very fierce. It was not a face a loser on the verge of death would show. Despite how its pair of eyes were already lifeless, it still looked at everyone who pointed at it with disdain, so much so that it even tried to stand up. Only when it looked at Kiki and Xiao Chen did it show a somewhat different expression. Everyone gradually dispersed. Xiao Chen told Buddhistesian and Lawrence the news he received from the demon in a low voice. What, we actually only need one more Dragon King? We need to get in touch with those older generations soon. And just at this time, Xiao Chen felt the aura of the demon in the vicinity. At the same time, Lawrence's complexion changed abruptly. Don't worry, he will not harm anyone for the time being. Xiao Chen explained. You are saying that is the demon's aura? Lawrence was indefinitely bewildered as he asked. It caused Rowena and Yin Ching Chang at the side to turn pale simultaneously. It was not a good feeling to be spied by a demon. That's right. Something wrong? Xiao Chen asked in puzzlement. So it was him, he was the demon. Lawrence suddenly realized and said, remember what I told you before? After entering the depths of the Dragon Island, I always felt someone was spying on me. It was this kind of aura. Xiao Chen recalled Lawrence's words. When they decided to work together, Lawrence once said someone was spying on him in the dark. It made him felt restless. That was one of the reasons which resulted in Lawrence and Xiao Chen to work together. Who could have thought that was actually the demon? This riddle was actually broken just like this. This also indicated that the demon had already morphed from the snow mountain a long time ago. Everyone had already left. Only Xiao Chen, Kiki, and the three skeletons remained in front of the little dragon. Why are you so stubborn? I am trying to help you, why won't you accept it? Last time you were fortunate to be alive. Don't tell me you want to overexert yourself again? The little dragon twisted its head to the other side abruptly. It was also weird that the blood was no longer leaking from the wound. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubts. He felt that this little dragon did not survive because of luck. Maybe this little dragon had something uncommon that hadn't been discovered by others. This little dragon's warlike nature was very similar to the Dragon King's. It wanted to evolve and rise to a higher level through constant battle. However, this little dragon was really too weak. It didn't even have a single horn. It didn't have any resemblance with the Dragon King, and the disparity between the legendary ancestral dragon was even larger. If only it was a little stronger, Xiao Chen might mistake it as an unusual Dragon King. After all, this little dragon seemed very intelligent. It didn't succumb to brutality due to the seal on the Dragon Island. Maybe you might become the most powerful dragon just below the Dragon King. Xiao Chen said to himself softly. Such a warlike little dragon, if it could survive after each battle, it would certainly become more and more powerful. Dragon was a very competitive race. Who knows, it might really evolve from an ordinary dragon to an unusual dragon that was second only to the Dragon King. As for evolving to an ancestral dragon, that was not very realistic. After all, innate skill was also extremely important. Its inborn ability did not meet the requirement. In regards to Xiao Chen's evaluation, the little dragon did not have any response. It already closed its pair of eyes and ignored everything at the outside world. Kiki curiously ran around in circles nearby. It seemed to find the little dragon very interesting. It curiously touched the little dragon's head, and then looked over the dragon claws. For some reason, it squeaked a few times. In the end, Xiao Chen also left, but he turned back only after a few miles. Leaving this kind of wounded little dragon at the underbrush alone might attract the other beasts. After all, this was not the dragon's sacred mountain. Without the shelter of the dragon's territory, the other beasts would most likely enjoy the meal without a qualm. However, although there were a few beasts in the vicinity by the time he returned, when they got close to the dark brown little dragon, they ran away as if frightened by something. This was a strange and unusual phenomenon. Xiao Chen still couldn't understand what happened in the end, but knowing that the strange little dragon was in good health, he left while feeling relieved. There were only 2 days left before the 7 days limit. Xiao Chen aimlessly walked in the depths of the Dragon Island by himself. He didn't place his hope on finding a power that could suppress the demon anymore. It seemed like there was really nothing on the Dragon Island that could restrain the evil spirit. But just when he was about to give up, he encountered something unusual. There was a collapsed mountain range in the depths of the Dragon Island. That place was barren, not even a blade of grass grows. It was filled with endless chunks of crushed rocks. It seemed like a calamity had took place here. The entire Rocky Mountain seemed to be destroyed by a powerful force. Although the mountain range already collapsed, people could still feel it was once a lofty and majestic mountain. Just from these ruins before their eyes, they could already feel a majestic power. Many areas of the stony mountain range already collapsed and had been flattened, but there were still a lot of rocky peaks standing upright. However, those rocky mountains were already filled with cracks. It seemed like they would collapse at any given time. It gave people a weird and wondrous impression. It was at this unusual place that Xiao Chen found a lot of corpses. It was obvious that they were left behind since ancient times. Their bones already decayed a long time ago. The brittle bones would shatter into small pieces with just a light step. There were many bones like this among the shattered Rocky Mountain. It made people unable to understand clearly what happened at this place before. And Xiao Chen just entered this region. Walking into the mountain range for a short distance, he found a few more corpses among the rubble. It was obvious they hadn't died for long. Judging from their grizzled hair, they must be 50 to 60 years old elder. Without a doubt, they must be the older generation experts that secretly infiltrated the Dragon Island. How did they end up dead at this place? Xiao Chen secretly raised his guard. After a careful observation, he found that these few people seemed to have fled from ahead. It seemed like their body were unable to endure it anymore and fell at this place in the end. After a careful observation and conjecture, it seemed like ahead of them was filled with indescribable danger. Moreover, it didn't seem to be very close from here. Xiao Chen took a step forward. Kiki also sobered up and curiously sized up the Rocky Mountain. The 3 skeletons followed behind them closely. After advancing for 2 miles, they found a few more corpses. It seemed like they were the same group of people, but these few people died a little earlier. They didn't manage to run as far as the few people from before. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki didn't seem to be aware of the dangers in front. It excitedly ran and hopped between the Rocky Mountains. It seemed like there was a treasure ahead that was attracting it. How did this happen? It seemed like there was danger ahead, otherwise it was impossible for these older generation experts to die, and yet Kiki, who was brimming with spiritual nature, acted like this. Xiao Chen was very doubtful. Do you guys want to die? The demon appeared behind Xiao Chen's party. What kind of place is this? Xiao Chen turned around to ask. It is a place you must not set foot in. The demon's eyes were a little empty as he said, the Dragon Island is a desolate, mysterious island. There are a lot of places even I do not dare to rashly approach. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. However, if you want to try your luck, I will not stop you. If something happened to you guys, I can obtain my needs honorably. Kiki disregarded the demon and took the initiative to run forward. Xiao Chen also paid no more attention to him and followed Kiki to proceed onward. After advancing for 4 to 5 miles in this shattered rock vein, Xiao Chen and the rest finally felt something abnormal. A sacred aura fluctuated in this region like the water ripples. There was an awe-inspiring power at this place. It was the power of God. This kind of thought rose from Xiao Chen's heart. This was definitely not something that could be compared with an ordinary power, but how could the Dragon Island permit the power of God to exist? It ought to be sealed. Specks of golden light emitted from between the Rocky Mountain ahead. The power of God originated from there. It was obvious that they were already close to their target. Kiki let out a cheer and dashed over there joyfully. Xiao Chen felt uneasy to let it be, so he also followed closely. The 3 skeletons even transformed into 3 streaks of light and followed after them. They finally entered that collapsed Rocky Mountain. The dazzling golden light projected into Xiao Chen's eyes. At the same time, it made people felt the power of God was even denser at this place. It seemed as if there was a blazing sun in front. Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter finally stopped its footstep. It jumped on top of a huge mountain rock to look forward. And Xiao Chen finally saw the object clearly. It was a golden divine halberd that seemed like it was completely made out of glaring golden light. It was so sacred and out of ordinary. The halberd was quietly stuck between the rocks. It emitted a golden divine power that was like a surge of sea wave. 1. 1. Silva, they're at ISSSSSS. There's the divine Halalalbird. Shanae, calm down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Sealed Ancient Artifact. Divine radiance lingered on the golden halberd. It was emitting a pressure as heavy as a mountain. At the same time, it was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. It possessed an incomparable ancient aura and heavy pressure. And the sharp edge of the huge halberd was flickering with chilly radiance like that of the ice. This was definitely a divine weapon, an ancient artifact that couldn't be completely sealed. Even the Dragon Island's power couldn't seal its divine power completely. It was enough to show how outstanding was this weapon. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled, on that day when the ghost town appeared in the Sea of Bones, the Buddha's eternal wheel, ancestral dragon's horn, jet black metal engraving, brass trigrams, and other ancient artifacts were bombarding the divine monolith. And this golden halberd was one of the artifacts among them. This was a divine artifact that was on par with Buddha's eternal wheel and ancestral dragon's horn. It dared to bombard the divine monolith that sealed the Dragon Island. Such a coincidence, he actually found this divine golden halberd. Xiao Chen felt very excited. If he could control this divine halberd, he might be able to borrow its power to completely suppress the demon. However, Xiao Chen quickly calmed down after a short period of excitement. Few older generation experts lost their life at this place, and yet they were unable to obtain the divine weapon. Would a younger generation expert like him be able to do it? I advise you to keep away from here one last time. The voice of the demon transmitted from not far away, and continued, don't even think about it, it was buried under the mountain before. If you accidentally stirred up its murderous aura, you will only be courting death. It reappeared in this generation after the ghost town's calamity. If you guys take another 10 steps forward, you will be considered lucky if you can escape narrowly. The few corpses from before are the best example. The golden murderous aura will follow you as closely as the shadow follows the body. It will keep following you until you are dead. Xiao Chen had a sliver of fear. He didn't doubt the demon's words. If it was really that easy to get the divine artifact, perhaps the demon would already take it for himself. Just when he wanted to call Kiki to fall back, that little critter was already completely infatuated. When it looked at the golden halberd with glorious divine radiance, its glittering big eyes were already filled with stars. It was even dancing and gesticulating for joy. Goodness gracious! This little critter was actually that fond of this huge killing tool. Kiki, come back here. Xiao Chen called out a little too late. Kiki already made its move. It actually transformed into a streak of white light and dashed forward. It wanted to carry the divine halberd away. A cloudy fog rushed forth for an instant and the demon disappeared along with the black fog, because he knew what was about to happen. Xiao Chen and the three skeletons were getting anxious, but there was nothing they could do. The glaring golden light soared into the sky, then it swept over to Kiki and Xiao Chen's direction. The approaching murderous aura made people's soul tremble. The little critter seemed to come to itself at this time. It knew it caused a huge disaster. Using its most powerful confinement technique, it rushed back at lightning speed. Xiao Chen and the three skeletons were wrapped up in the light screen. At the same time, that unstoppable golden light blade slashed down from the heaven like a huge lightning. Xiao Chen turned completely pale and shut his eyes. And Kiki seemed to know that it had caused a life-threatening disaster. It growled a few times in distress. At the same time, it spared no effort to strengthen its confinement technique until the strongest state. The golden divine halberd was an ancient artifact, so much so that it was on equal terms with Buddha's eternal wheel. One could imagine just how incredible was the power released by this kind of weapon. Although the dragon's divine ability controlled by the snow-white little critter was second to none, it was still a cub in the end. It was unable to resist. The glaring golden light destroyed that layer of light screen in an instant, then it swooped towards the little critter and Xiao Chen. At this final moment, the little critter innocently blinked its big eyes. It was a little dejected as it looked at Xiao Chen. It seemed to be saying this had nothing to do with it. Xiao Chen was speechless. He absolutely never thought it would end up like this. At the most critical moment, the approaching golden light blade did not hit them. The little critter's treasured tree hat blossomed with multicolored light. All the golden light blade transformed into ripple-like energy flow and gathered at the tiny sacred tree like rivers meet the sea. Squeak! The snow-white little critter wiped that dejected look from its face and embraced the treasured tree excitedly. It was shouting and jumping like a naughty child. All the approaching golden light blade were absorbed by the sacred tree. 1. Xiao Chen and the three skeletons were startled for a moment. At a distant mountain peak, the demon was at a loss for words. He looked at this direction while feeling bewildered. Kiki, what are you doing? Stop it now. Xiao Chen, who just calmed down, became nervous again. The snow-white little critter was really too unrestrained, it actually wanted to approach the golden divine halberd again after putting on the treasured tree hat. This made the three quiet skeletons jumped up. Oh, how they wished they could stop the little critter. Squeak! Squeak! The little critter mumbled to itself uncaringly. It walked over there unsteadily. Xiao Chen felt like his heart would jump out from his throat. Would the sacred tree be able to stop the golden divine halberd's attack this time? After all, the distance was much closer compared to last time. However, it was unexpectedly smooth. The ancient golden halberd actually emitted a gentle divine radiance. There was no hint of murderous aura. It allowed the little critter to approach slowly. Kiki happily turned its head around and waved its little paw at Xiao Chen a few times. This made Xiao Chen and the three skeletons a little speechless. In the vicinity of the golden divine halberd, the golden light wave was as thick as the liquid. The little critter felt like it was caught up in a swamp. It was difficult to walk and the little critter had to exert its strength to move forward. 7 steps, 6 steps, 5 steps. Up till the last steps, the snow-white little critter finally got in front of the divine halberd. It happily grabbed the golden divine halberd. Who knows just why was the little critter so fond of this huge killing tool? When Kiki grabbed the divine halberd that was much bigger than itself, a violent trembling noise resounded. The entire collapsed mountain range shook violently. It felt like a huge earthquake had broken out. Since it had came to this, Xiao Chen also tried to press his luck. He brought the three skeletons and dashed forward at high speed. Since it was impossible to run away anymore, they might as well rush forward. They quickly joined up with Kiki. Within the glaring radiance, the sky of this rocky mountain range was reeling and the earth was quaking. The dazzling rays of light soared into the heavens. There were even more huge rocks flying into the sky. Even the practitioners very far away from this region had noticed this kind of bizarre event. They looked at the glaring golden radiance in the sky of this region. The demon who was at a distant place heaved a sigh and said to himself, if only the sacred tree remains in good condition. Kiki, look at what you caused this time. We might really not make it this time. Looking at Kiki's innocent look, Xiao Chen felt very helpless. Among the rumbling sound, they felt as if they were walking on clouds. It seemed like they were lifted up from the ground. However, Kiki's confinement technique was still very effective. It wrapped them within, and the sacred tree on Kiki's head was flourishing with multicolored radiance. It seemed to be gobbling up the fierce energy flow. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki looked at Xiao Chen innocently. It seemed to be saying we are very safe. The golden divine halberd was actually in its embrace. The snow-white little critter excitedly waved the halberd with all its strength. The blazing divine radiance swept across the entire rocky mountain, rumbling sound transmitted from the earth unceasingly. Xiao Chen found the right opportunity to hit the little critter's head with all his might to make it well behaved. In the end, with an ear-splitting explosive sound, the light screen that was enveloping Xiao Chen's party was sent flying far away from this region. Kiki firmly held onto the golden divine halberd. It didn't want to let go no matter what. With a bang, the group fell in between the rubble a few hundred meters away. With the light screen protecting them, none of them were hurt, but Kiki called out anxiously, because the golden divine halberd in its embrace actually turned dimmer over time. After that, it actually disappeared in thin air. The demon at a distant mountain peak opened his mouth widely in shock. He didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Those few extremely daring guys were actually safe and sound. They didn't die. After the blazing golden divine radiance in this region completely dissipated, the demon rushed over as fast as lightning. He looked at Xiao Chen's party dumbfoundedly. This was really too shocking for him. All of them were actually still alive. Xiao Chen and the three skeletons already calmed down. Only Kiki was calling out anxiously. It was especially dejected. The golden divine halberd actually disappeared. 2. The demon was not able to utter a single word for a while. Only until a long time of silence later did he doubtfully say, "You guys actually pulled that ancient artifact out." Kiki fiercely revolved around the demon. The snow-white little critter suspected it was the demon who stole the divine halberd. "Where is the golden divine halberd? How come I cannot feel its aura anymore?" the demon asked with bewildered look. Xiao Chen also couldn't feel the slightest hint of the divine halberd's aura. That divine artifact seemed like it just disappeared in thin air. How is this possible? It seemed to have completely disappeared from the Dragon Island. The demon was about to be driven mad. Just what did the few guys in front of him did? A legendary ancient artifact actually went missing just like this. Even with his unfathomable ability, he was unable to feel the golden divine halberd's whereabouts anymore. It was enough to explain that the divine artifact had really disappeared. In the end, Kiki almost flipped. It pointed at the demon fiercely, asking him to return the divine halberd. The demon was completely speechless. It had no other choice but to get away without making any sound. They searched in this rocky mountain for more than half of the day. Only then did the snow-white little critter left with Xiao Chen while feeling vexed. However, Xiao Chen felt that the golden halberd did not really disappear. He could vaguely feel the aura of the divine halberd, but he was unable to pinpoint the location. 3. Even after they were 10 miles away from that place, Xiao Chen still had that feeling. It indicated that the divine halberd was with them all along. When he told the little critter about this to appease it, Keek's big eyes immediately lit up. It looked up and down, left and right, but it was unable to find anything. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. Only 1 day was left of the 7 days limit, and just at this day, Xiao Chen received news that the Winged Dragon King had been subdued. That also signified that they had already gathered 9 Dragon Kings, if they could get in touch with the older generations. This was undoubtedly a shocking news to Xiao Chen. Although the majority of the people did not know they had already subdued 9 Dragon Kings, the truth was unable to be covered up for long. Xiao Chen couldn't help but start to come up with some countermeasures. Maybe his only choice was to give the treasured tree to the demon. Otherwise, he could only helplessly see other people leave and stay on the Dragon Island all by his lonesome self. He saw Lawrence and Buddhist Asian again. Xiao Chen discussed with them for a really long time. That was because he will need to go make a deal with the demon not long later. How did the Winged Dragon King get subdued? You might find it hard to believe even if I tell you. After roasting the tasty deer breast, Lawrence passed it to Xiao Chen and said, it was a huge sacred dragon that gave the little Dragon King as present to a practitioner called Lanyu. But what? The sacred dragon gave its own child as a present to Lanyu? Xiao Chen thought of many possibilities, but he never thought it would be like this. It seemed like the winged dragon that fell on the Dragon Island was able to maintain a trace of divinity. It didn't get completely sealed by the power of the Dragon Island. It was making plans for its child's future. It seemed to know that humans' wisdom couldn't be underestimated. In the end, Lanyu's potential seemed to have caught its attention. Actually, in regards to that female practitioner called Lanyu, Xiao Chen had a pretty deep impression of her. She also tried to pull Xiao Chen into the Blue Rain Alliance before. She had a sweet-tempered nature which left an extremely good impression in Xiao Chen. In reality, Lanyu was a true expert. According to what Buddhist Asian said, most of those who had enmity with the solitary sword demon on this Dragon Island had been killed by him. Especially after the Ghost Town's calamity, a few practitioners who were almost on his level perished in the Ghost Town. Among the youth generation, there were only a few people left on this island that could contend against the solitary sword demon. And the founder of the Radiance Alliance, Schroeder, as well as the founder of Blue Rain Alliance, Lanyu, were among the few that could withstand 9/ from the solitary sword demon. Of course, Asian and Xiao Chen were among the few. However, withstanding 9/ and defeating him was two different things. According to Buddhist Asian speculation, the solitary sword demon was at least 8 celestial layer. Except for that woman who controlled the law of time, no one else could really be his opponent. Xiao Chen said, 9 dragons had already been gathered, we should promptly get in touch with those older generations. Perhaps, the little fatty oxmen and the villagers had already got in touch with those older generation people. It is about time to leave this desolate island. But you. I will go and completely settle this with the demon. 1. Silva, phew, glad that they haven't give the sacred tree to the demon. 2. Silva, I am also dejected, where did the halberd go with sad face? 3. Silva, could it have been absorbed by the sacred tree? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Compromise. Xiao Chen did not hide anything. He had already told Lawrence and Asian everything. You have to come back as soon as possible. Otherwise, when everyone knew that we have already gathered 9 Dragon Kings, they might summon the divine ship immediately. That's right. Xiao Chen, you must not forget, I had already trained this kind of peerless beauty into a wonderful slave one. If you don't come back at once, you will regret it in the future. The extraordinarily beautiful Rowena laughed softly. Yen Cheng Chang was a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts. Her appearance could even hide the moon and shame the flowers. She just turned her head to the other side. Her beautiful face didn't have a trace of emotion. Since her power had been sealed, she didn't want to say any useless words. It doesn't matter, even if Xiao Chen didn't want to give the sacred tree to me, I won't mistreat him either. How about letting this woman stay behind to accompany him? The demon showed up in the mountain woods along with the cloudy fog. This was the first time Lawrence and the others saw the demon. Rowena's complexion changed on the spot and she quickly retreated. The other people's face also changed abruptly. It's the last day already, have you not come to a decision yet? The demon looked at Xiao Chen. And on the other side, Xiao Chen looked at Kiki who was fast asleep. Looking at its peaceful appearance, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh. This was the snow-white little critter's ration, and he was about to leave the Dragon Island. If they borrowed the sacred tree to the demon, then how about Kiki? Should he take it with him? Xiao Chen was really in a difficult position. Seems like you still have a hard time making a decision. The demon retreated. Everyone got through this night peacefully, but just when the first glimmer of light shone upon the horizon, a chilly wind blew past violently. The demon paid a visit at the crack of dawn. Without making any sound, he wrapped Xiao Chen and the three skeletons, as well as Yin Cheng in the cloudy fog. All of them disappeared in a moment. It was impossible for Lawrence and Buddhistesian to stop it. The gaps between them were too big. They believed the demon was not simply at the demigod level. He couldn't have spent these countless years in vain. But the frosty wind was biting cold. Xiao Chen's party had been brought to the snowy mountain by the demon. The sun had already rose at this moment. The brilliant white snow covered the entire mountain peak. The morning sun made this place more beautiful in contrast to the surroundings. Kiki, the snow-white little critter, had already woke up from the daze. It took off the treasured tree hat sadly and passed it to Xiao Chen while feeling a bit sorrowful. He could tell the little critter was very disappointed. Xiao Chen really did not have the heart to do it, but he really did not want to spend the rest of his life on this island. You made Kiki really sad. Xiao Chen said these as he looked at the demon calmly. The underlying meaning was that you have already offended the snow-white little critter. It might come and take revenge on you in the future. I just want to borrow it for 1 year at most. It has a very long life ahead. I will definitely repay you with a generous reward. It will inevitably be more lavish than this favor. But the 9 dragon kings already gathered together. The divine ship will be summoned soon. We will leave this island. How will you give it back to us? That is indeed problematic. It is definitely impossible for me to board the divine ship and leave the dragon island as I am now. The demon contemplated for a moment and said, then I will have everyone stay behind. I will make them unable to leave until 1 year later. Do you want me and Kiki to make an enemy out of everyone on the island? Once they know the truth, they will definitely resent us. How about I just kill everyone else? The demon said very cruelly. This made Yin Cheng at the side felt a little ice cold. She didn't say a word since coming to this snowy mountain, but she still felt a bit of fear in her heart. After all, this is the legendary demon that had lived for countless years. Didn't you promise to be a good guy? Why must you continue to slaughter? Xiao Chen really didn't want the demon to go crazy like this. Let me think. The demon became quiet for a moment, then he said, how about I give you some present for now? Speaking until here, he waved his hand with sudden force. The cloudy fog wrapped them and brought them to the foot of a snowy mountain. The demon opened a hole in ice. There was actually an imposing ice castle within. It was hidden in the core of the snowy mountain. The ice castle halls in the core of the snowy mountain were embedded with many jewels, which made this place as bright as daytime. After passing through 7 ice castle halls, they arrived at the main hall filled with weapons. The demon faced Xiao Chen's party and said, take any weapons of your liking. Although I can't guarantee that they are rare treasures, there might be some weapons used by ancient immortals among them. I gathered these from the ancient battlefield on the Dragon Island. The radiance in the ice castle hall was bright. Every weapon seemed to be uncommon, but there was a common ground. All of them were damaged. They were just some defective goods. Kiki casted a few glances listlessly. It didn't have the mood to pick any. It was not really interested in weapons. It only cared about that golden divine halberd from before because it liked the aura emitted by that divine artifact. The 3 skeletons did not hold back. They quickly picked a long sword respectively. It seemed like an antique that had been through the vicissitudes of time, but there was still a dazzling radiance circulating on the weapons. Although it was lacking of sharp end, if they could repolish the swords, they might become exceptionally good weapons. And if what the demon said was true, they were weapons used by ancient immortals, then there was no need to polish them again. They were already rare killing tools by themselves. Yin Cheng also did not hold back. She carefully picked a pair of daggers. One was as red as blood, the other was as green as jadeite. They were forged with unknown materials. The divine radiance was resplendent, and they were extremely sharp. The 2 daggers seemed like they were originally a pair. They were very compatible when put together. Everything was fine except for one small defect. The sharp end was also missing. A tiny section was missing. Xiao Chen also selected a weapon in the end, even though he believed the body was the best weapon, but since the demon was so generous, he might as well take some. What he chose was a black short sword. The jet black sword did not have any sharp edge. There was also no radiance circulating on the sword. It looked very old and simple. It felt very heavy after he lifted the sword. It was only half a meter long, and yet it weighed several hundred kilograms. It was obviously not a common object. Since it was a broken sword, it seemed more like an ape now. Whether he used it as a blade to slash or brandish it like a sword, it was fine either way. Good eyesight. You guys had chosen the best among these weapons. Especially that black broken sword I am particularly interested in. Frankly, I feel that it is not as ordinary as it looks. If it was not for repaying you, I definitely won't give this broken sword to anyone no matter what. 3. They could tell the demon was being serious. In regards to the jet black sword in Xiao Chen's hand, they could see the demon was a bit reluctant to part with it. Seeing Keek's listless expression, the demon said, I have a special gift for you. After saying these, the demon brought the few people to the next ice castle hall. The temperature rapidly decreased the moment they entered the castle hall. Even practitioners on the level of Xiao Chen felt a little unbearable. And Yin Ching Chung, who had her power sealed, immediately retreated. She was unable to bear the temperature in the ice castle hall. This ice castle hall was very spacious and empty. On the ice platform at the center of this hall, only a single divine object was there. It was flickering with multicolored radiance. That was a crystal clear milky white divine jade about the size of a human head. The ice-cold aura was precisely emitted by it. After the listless Kiki looked at it, its glittering big eyes immediately lit up. It flew over there with a swish and hugged that divine jade tightly. It wasn't afraid of the coldness at all. The demon explained, this is the legendary ice divine jade. It was formed naturally by condensing the essence of the ice vein. It is a rarely seen spiritual item. Compared to that snow lotus core you guys obtained before, this is much stronger. However, it is unfortunate that average people won't be able to enjoy it. After all, it is too cold. Before he could finish his sentence, Kiki already took the treasure tree from Xiao Chen and placed it on top of the ice divine jade. With a cracking sound, the small sacred tree had rooted itself on the ice divine jade, causing it to crack at high speed. The demon felt his heart ache. In his imagination, no matter how mystical was Kiki, it also wouldn't be able to completely digest such a huge ice divine jade. He thought there would still be at least more than half of it left. After he shook off the breath of death from his body, he could slowly absorb the essence of the ice divine jade. That's what he thought. But Kiki had given it to the sacred tree instead. The demon knew just one ice divine jade was not enough. Even a few more wouldn't be enough for the sacred tree to absorb. Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter was muttering to the sacred tree unceasingly. It seemed to be bidding farewell the sacred tree. This made Xiao Chen felt even more ashamed. Multicolored light flickered, white mist drifted, the cracking noise resounded unceasingly, the brilliance of the ice divine jade flowed towards the small sacred tree like ripples of water. Leaving Kiki to look after the small sacred tree, the demon brought Xiao Chen to another ice castle hall to discuss with him. I originally didn't want to say it, but since you guys mentioned the divine ship will take off soon, I can tell you this secret. There is another ship, the Sovereign King ship. It can steer away from the Dragon Island and break through the taboo ocean. I will board the Sovereign King ship in the future and leave the Dragon Island. I will go to the Immortals mainland to return the sacred tree to you. I swear in the name of the ancient Sovereign King, if I do not return the sacred tree, my body and soul shall perish. Sovereign King ship. Xiao Chen heard this secret for the first time, but he was not fully convinced. I am not trying to deceive you, think about it carefully. How could I willingly stay here? The power of God is suppressed at this place. If I am to stay here, I wouldn't be able to make the most important breakthrough. I can ignore the ancestral dragon divine ship from leaving, only because I know of another method to leave this place. Otherwise, how would I be willing to cut off my way out? As long as the sacred tree can help me transform the breath of death within my body into the breath of life, I can definitely find a way to summon the Sovereign King ship to leave this place. Thinking about it carefully, the demon does have a reasonable argument. It had already been 10 days since the sacred tree was given to the demon. From then on, the demon never shown itself again. He shut himself in the snowy mountain's core. And during these 10 days, the snow-white little critter was unlike itself. It appeared listless all day long. This made Xiao Chen felt extremely ashamed. How he wished he could go back to the snowy mountain to take the sacred tree back by force, but he didn't have that kind of ability. On that day, Kiki seriously caused a havoc at the snowy mountain, but the strength displayed by the demon was really too deep. It seemed like he was far beyond the demigod level. He didn't return a single attack. He allowed Kiki to attack him from start to finish, and yet he was able to dodge every attack with absolute speed. The confinement technique was unable to envelop him. Xiao Chen was trying hard to think of a way. He felt that Kiki couldn't move on without the sacred tree. Squeak! Kiki looked at the direction of the dragon's sacred mountain. It had a very sad expression. It seemed to be because it lost the sacred tree its parents left for it. Kiki, why don't we go take a look at your little beast nest? We will leave this place in a few more days, and go to an even bigger world. Seeing the little critter like this, Xiao Chen tried to lighten it up as much as possible. He wanted to make the little critter happy. Kiki nodded its head strongly. It was originally a lively little beast, and yet it was so quiet now. This sense of loss might stick around for very long. At present, all the young practitioners already knew 9 Dragon Kings had been subdued. They were trying to get in touch with those older generation experts. The little fatty oxman's elder had already got in touch with those people. If it was not because they were keeping the ancestral dragon in their mind constantly, they might have already summoned the divine ship. However, the date of departure was getting closer. Those people decided to try one more time. If they still couldn't find any trace of the ancestral dragon within half a month, they will leave this dragon island. Many young practitioners cursed them for being greedy, but there were also a lot that joined the search. After all, that was the legendary ancestral dragon. It was the genuine king of dragons. The little ancestral dragon's strength would probably be unimaginable once it grew up. 9 dragon kings were required to summon the divine ship, and yet it was able to summon divine ship by itself. Just looking from this point of view, it was enough to explain its position as the king of dragons. And in order to find the ancestral dragon, the older generations had paid a great price. Almost half of them were killed because they accidentally intruded the dragon's territory. However, everyone also discovered an astonishing fact: the dragons didn't seem to be against the idea of the young syndicate dragon king accompanying the humans. It seemed like they knew the dragon kings would eventually leave the dragon island. All kind of signs had verified this. In order to break free from the seal of the dragon island, it seemed like they really needed the ancestral dragon and syndicate dragon kings to leave this place. Xiao Chen bid farewell to Lawrence and Buddhistesian. He didn't even let the 3 skeletons to follow them. He arrived at the vicinity of the dragon's sacred mountain again and paid a visit to the heavenly tree's stump. The snow-white little critter seemed especially sad. It was dithering at the place it was born unceasingly. It was poles apart from its mischievous self in the past. 1. Shanae, ha 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 ha. I like Yin Chung Chang. 2. http://www.thefreedictionary.com/apay. 3. Shanae, I don't think so. You can hide it before they come here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Dragon, Dragon, Dragon. The pitiful little critter's appearance made Xiao Chen felt very unpleasant. The snow-white little critter was weeping with a boohoo sound, then it raised its head to look at the sky. Its glittering big eyes were brimming with tears. It seemed to be calling out to its parents. Kiki, don't be sad, you will definitely see your parents one of these days, and I will come up with something to help you seize back the little sacred tree. When Xiao Chen and Kiki left this place, they finally ran into few of the rumored older generation experts at the surrounding of the dragon's sacred mountain. Although they still hadn't found the tracks of the ancestral dragon, they finally subdued the offspring of the monarch lion dragon roaming in this area. The golden little dragon king was very bold and powerful. Glorious light flickered all over its body, as if it was made out of gold. Just by considering the physique, it should be comparatively outstanding among the little dragon kings. Xiao Chen did not show himself, he only watched from a distance. And what made him most amazed was that a huge monarch lion dragon was concealing its brass-like body in between the forest trees not far away. It was quietly watching the little dragon king as it was taken away. It didn't try to stop them. However, it had a hint of reluctance in its eyes. It was an expression similar to when parents were sending their child to a faraway land. It appeared very humane as it was brimming with sadness. This made Xiao Chen very shocked. The monarch lion dragon was voluntarily sending the little dragon king off. Who said their brutality won over their divinity? They were clearly very clear-headed. Perhaps, after the ghost town's calamity, their muddle-headed brain had already sobered up. Obviously, the dragons knew the only way to break free from the Dragon Island's seal was to let the little dragon kings depart smoothly. They had no other choice but to borrow the human strength. He had seen how the dragons prevented the practitioners from capturing the little dragon kings before. Many practitioners were massacred mercilessly. Maybe they were just angry and unwilling at that time. They didn't want their offsprings, especially the legendary dragon kings, to be ordered and enslaved by humans. However, it seemed like they had come to a compromise now. They seemed to be aware that the little dragon kings would eventually leave this place and enter the Immortals' mainland, which was mostly ruled by humanity. Perhaps, having a human to rely on was more dependable. In order to let the little dragon kings live a peaceful life in the future, these dragons who served as father or mother came to a compromise. Another syndicate dragon king was subdued. There were already 10 dragon kings on this island following the practitioners. However, there was still no traces of the legendary ancestral dragon. The roar of young dragons transmitted from a distant place. Xiao Chen brought Kiki along and found them by relying on the sound. They only saw a golden little dragon king fighting with a dark brown little dragon. This was not an evenly matched battle at all. The dark brown little dragon was already riddled with scars. It already received a few life-threatening attacks. Few older generation experts calmly watched the little dragon king's battle. Then a gray-haired old man among them said, "Let's be on our way. This kind of battle is meaningless. The little dragon king need a more powerful opponent." He waved his right hand. A wave of spiritual power cuts through the space. That dark brown little dragon was sent flying by the attack in a flash. After that, the few people brought the gold dragon king along and distanced themselves. It was that dark brown little dragon again. It was that competitive, unyielding, and proud little dragon that always issued challenge to the dragon kings all over the place. Xiao Chen started to have doubts. Although this little dragon looked ordinary from the outside, it really seemed to be a little special. How did it survive every time it received a fatal wound like this? Moreover, it kept challenging the dragon kings over and over again. It was not fearful of the pressure from the kings of dragons at all. Its characteristic was truly fitting for the king of dragons, but its inborn condition was really a little too inferior. Just when Xiao Chen was about to make his move, he felt a baleful aura just at this time. That was a distinctive aura possessed by individuals that had slaughtered myriad of living creatures. The figure of a huge green tyrannical dragon flashed from the mountain woods at the opposite side. It was walking over to the heavily injured little dragon one step at a time. Xiao Chen prevented Kiki from rushing over there and continued to observe quietly in the dark. It was very obvious that the tyrannical dragon was concealing itself in the vicinity all along, and yet it didn't make a move. This proved once again that the dragons had already came to a compromise. It didn't prevent the older generation experts from taking the young gold dragon king away. Maybe it was like the monarch lion dragon, they wanted to rely on the humans to allow the dragon kings to grow up safely on the Immortals mainland. The tyrannical dragon was the most powerful among the dragon species, its entire body flickered with divine radiance. It arrived in front of the weak little dragon one step at a time. Xiao Chen didn't know what it was going to do, he held his breath and watched quietly. Roar! A low dragon roar was transmitted. The tyrannical dragon hanged its head downwards, and then it actually extended its dragon tongue to lick the little dragon's scarred body. The tyrannical dragon didn't possess any malice. On the contrary, it was a little doting. Could the little dragon be his offspring? Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubts. One couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The powerful tyrannical dragon that could cause even the gods to shudder had saliva with healing properties. After getting licked by it, those wounds on the little dragon were all healed without exception. Moreover, there was a crystal clear radiance circulating next to the wound. The unconscious dark brown little dragon let out a few growls involuntarily. It seemed to have felt its body condition recovering. The tyrannical dragon retreated one step at a time, then it left with large strides. The ground let out a rumbling sound with each step it took as it left this region. Xiao Chen was very confused with this situation. According to the little dragon's shape, it was impossible for it to be the tyrannical dragon's offspring. Could it be that the dragons had a really peaceful relations, so much so that the grown-up dragons would even take care of other dragons' offspring? When Xiao Chen walked in front of the stubborn little dragon, it was already awake. This time, it didn't reject Xiao Chen anymore, it just looked at him calmly. However, it was still a little proud and aloof. Kiki seemed to find this little dragon's situation very amusing. It temporarily shook off its disappointed mood that had prevailed for many days. It was a little funny as it tapped the little dragon's head. It looked like it was checking for the ripeness of the melon. This made the weak little dragon very dissatisfied. It glared at the snow-white little critter angrily. However, Kiki was not aware of it at all. It still continued to feel about on its head. Don't try to find it anymore, it originally didn't have any horn to begin with. Squeak! Kiki replied to Xiao Chen, and pointed at a faintly discernible speck of light. After a careful examination, Xiao Chen was gobsmacked. A dragon horn about the size of a grain already grew on its head, but it was seriously too small, and the surrounding also didn't have any bulge. It was very hard to imagine it was about to grow a horn. It is really about to grow a horn, this is really a little strange. Xiao Chen thought out loud. This doesn't seem like a dragon with two horns. It only had one horn, because it was growing from the center of the little dragon's forehead. Xiao Chen gave the stubborn little dragon a small piece of snow lotus core. He originally didn't expect the little dragon to accept, but because he felt the tyrannical dragon was returning, he wanted to show that he didn't want to harm the little dragon. Out of his expectation, the little dragon didn't refuse it this time. It expended great deal of effort to move its body and swallowed the crystal clear snow lotus core from the underbrush. It was very obvious that this proud and aloof little dragon was not rejecting him anymore. Xiao Chen obtained Kiki's consent to set aside a snow lotus core that was a little bigger for the little dragon. After that, he got up and be on his way again. Only until he covered a huge distance did he turn around to take a look. He found that area was flickering with golden radiance. It was actually that monarch lion dragon. Half a month had passed, there was still no traces of the little ancestral dragon. Why was it that the most powerful existence in legend still not making an appearance on the Dragon Island? The older generation experts were very dejected. The actual number of older generation experts who entered the Dragon Island was close to 100. In the end, only about 20 plus people remaining. As for the youth generation that entered the Dragon Island, there were 1,000 plus practitioners, but only 80 plus people remaining. It could be said to be a disastrous loss. The youth generation that entered the Dragon Island could be considered unrivaled experts among their peers. Almost everyone had already stepped into the Exuvia realm. Although it appeared as if they were nothing special, since Exuvia-level youth could be seen all over the Dragon Island, Exuvia seemed like nothing more than a few words. But one must know that these people were selected very carefully, otherwise how would there be so many Exuvia-level youth gathered on this island? Strictly speaking, the youth who entered the Dragon Island couldn't be considered the strongest among their peers on the Immortals mainland, but they were definitely the top 10 among their own sect. Every powerful forces definitely wouldn't dispatch their number one youth expert. That was their future hope. It was impossible for them to send promising young experts like those to such a dangerous place. Of course, there were still some exceptions. Some of the weaker forces would dispatch their most powerful youth expert, but it was just a minority in the end. After a few months of tribulation of the Dragon Island, these group of young experts had experienced an unforgettable fortification. In only a short few months, almost everyone had made a breakthrough. That was their survival instinct kicking in, which forced them to train painstakingly. If these survivors were to return to the Immortals mainland, they would definitely become the top 5 among the peers in their own sect. More importantly, after these experiences, they would put even more effort into their training. They would definitely make great accomplishments in the future. These painful experience and tribulation would definitely become their most valuable assets. Just a few more days before they depart, the 11th Dragon King was subdued by Spellmaster Schroeder. This young Dragon King was actually found at the beach. It was the offspring of the Eight-Clawed Tyrant Dragon. It had the head of the ancestral dragon and a draconic body with 8 claws. Silver light flickered all over its body. It was called the Tyrant Dragon King by everyone. Originally Schroeder wanted to call it the Silver Dragon King. After all, Tyrant Dragon King was not very elegant, but since everyone had already called it as such, he could only follow suit and called it the Tyrant Dragon King. Xiao Chen was very surprised when he got this news. He had refined a tyrant dragon's egg before. He never thought the other dragon egg would actually turn into a young Dragon King. There were still no traces of the ancestral dragon until now. Xiao Chen had a bit of a guilty conscience. Could the little ancestral dragon be among one of the dragon eggs he refined? However, he negated this kind of thoughts in the end. The probability of that happening was way too low. 1. The burning sun was high up in the sky. The heat waves mixed together with the salty smell of the sea breeze. The vast golden sandy shore connected with the ocean. It was entirely the color of gold. After the Dragon Island was sealed, the originally green-colored ocean had changed into a golden ocean a few months later. The wind and waves were still present. The waves were still surging up violently as usual. However, it was deathly still. There were no fishes roaming in between, and no seabirds were gliding in the sky. That verdant coconut grove provided a shade at the coastal area. Plenty of completely ripe light brown coconut fruits were piled together. They seemed especially alluring under the green leaves. Xiao Chen, Lawrence, Yijin, Rowena, Yancheng Chang, and the others had gathered at the coconut grove. The majority of the practitioners on the island had also rushed over, because tomorrow is the day they will request the young Dragon Kings to summon the legendary divine ship. Xiao Chen, you really made it. The little fatty oxman chuckled foolishly and walked over with the Black Dragon King. He was a beastman descendant with 3 beast souls at the moment. Even though he was only at Exuvia 5th celestial layer, he couldn't be underestimated. Xiao Chen, Yijin, and the others chatted with him happily. The little fatty and 20 plus of his clansmen had already drank the blood of 9 Dragon Kings and completely lifted the curse. Their mood was especially great. They finally had the opportunity to escape from this island. At last, everyone could finally relax. There was no need to struggle now. All the practitioners took a rest at the seaside coconut grove, and waiting for the day they depart from this island quietly. Buddhist Yijin leaned on the coconut tree's trunk. He petted the Azure Dragon King beside him and said, "I must train harder when I get back. I must surpass the solitary sword demon." Rowena smiled charmingly and said, "Great master must not be too hard on yourself. Since wine and meat can enter your stomach anyway, let me introduce some good sisters to you when we get back." Lawrence nodded seriously when he heard what was said. That's not a bad idea. Even though Brother Yijin looked as if nothing was wrong, he must be feeling really depressed deep down. We should really help him as much as possible. Hee, Lawrence, need me to introduce one to you too? We are from the same family. Oh. As the elder sister, I will pick one for you carefully. Forget it, I cannot accept those sisters of yours. Lawrence shook his head repeatedly. Can you introduce one to me too? The little fatty oxman laughed foolishly. I am not picky, just find me one that is about the same as you. Everyone laughed out loud at the same time. Why you? Rowena punched him in the face and said, not picky? Just find someone about the same as I? Are you saying I am very ordinary? Very average? Then do you fancy these kind of beauty? The extraordinarily beautiful Rowena pointed at Yin Chang at the side. You mean her? Forget about it. Grandma said this kind of woman is not fit to be a wife. The little fatty said that with a straight face. Everyone smiled ear to ear again. And Rowena already laughed until her beautiful face turned into a mess, her sexy red lips opened slightly as she said, if it's her, she really is not fitting as a wife. At best, she can only be a lover. Do you dare to take her? How would I not dare? The little fatty said uncaringly. You guys, Yin Chang glared at Rowena and the little fatty furiously. It's out of the question even if you dare, hee. Rowena casted a glance at the little fatty and said, have you never heard you can't cheat on your brother's wife? Ha! You can cheat with your brother's wife? 2. Since they were about to leave the Dragon Island, almost all of them already had a relaxed mind, the seaside was filled with many cheerful talk. 3. 1. Silva, is this a flag? Shanae, we can't verify if it is a flag or not. Silva, eh? Why? Now I'm more curious than ever. What or who is the ancestral dragon? 2. TLN, they had about the same pronunciation in Chinese, thus the misunderstanding. 3. Silva, let's hope nothing unexpected happens now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, The Identity of the Mysterious Woman. All of a sudden, a beautiful blonde-haired man that was as blazing as the sun entered Xiao Chen's line of sight. He passed through the dense coconut grove and arrived at this region. It was actually Spellmaster Land. Xiao Chen restrained his smile, he just sat there and looked at him before he opened his mouth, and said, you really have the guts to actually appear in front of me, do you want to challenge me? Lawrence, Oxman, Ijin, and Rowena were still joking together, they did not become tense due to Lan's arrival. That was because they were confident in their strength. With these few people sitting together, even solitary sword demon wouldn't come to openly provoke them. Alright, I will apologize for my frivolous behavior before, but I actually don't need to apologize, because you already gave me the deepest and most painful lesson. You must know that you were very ruthless during that battle, you broke at least 30 bones of mine. The blonde-haired beautiful man, Land, did not seem very embarrassed when he said these. He sat opposite of Xiao Chen unhurriedly, his pair of sapphire eyes appeared very sincere as he said, a few days ago, I still wanted to find you to take revenge, but now I finally thought it through. The hatred between us was really not worth it. We are about to leave the Dragon Island soon, there is nothing more exciting and joyous than leaving here alive. Let us forget about all the unpleasant things between us after we leave the Dragon Island. It was only because I was too arrogant and conceited, I have already suffered enough as a result, I don't want to keep making more mistake. I came here today to dissolve our past resentment. 1. Xiao Chen said, if it was not because I had no other choice, who would want to face you in a life and death battle? If you are sincere, then I will accept your proposal and dissolve our grudges. Lawrence's somewhat sickly face revealed a smile and said, Land, I have heard of you before, but I never regarded you as anyone important until now. I can easily take your life within 20 moves. However, seeing your action today, I couldn't help but see you in a new light. It is easy to take but hard to let go, it proved that you have made a mental breakthrough to some extent. That means I have the opportunity to befriend such a beautiful man, and not as an enemy anymore? Rowena smiled charmingly. Lan nodded his head with a smile, I was desperate before, thinking that we will be trapped on the Dragon Island forever. But to my surprise, I unexpectedly found that we can leave this island, it really had a big impact on my mental state, I can finally look at things from different perspective, and be more open-minded. 2. Lawrence, you might need to get your eyes checked, Lan did not only make a mental breakthrough, his ability might advance by leaps and bounds over the next few years, he's a demigod that is gradually awakening, a descendant of God. Seems like my little secret had been exposed by you. It was impossible for Lan to deny. A natural-born demigod? Land, I adore you so much. Rowena discharged electricity 3 from her eyes, trying to hook his soul. Really? Let's forget about our rivalry, I will definitely go and swap pointers with you frequently. Buddhistesian also opened his mouth in shock. Ha! Let me take a good long look at the face of a demigod. The little fatty walked in front and sized up Land very seriously. It made everyone unable to restrain a smile. It must be mentioned that Oxman was very good at setting the atmosphere. In this course of events, the beautiful Yin Chang remained silent. For she didn't say a single word nor did she cast a glance at Land. Brother Xiao, I have a presumptuous request. Can you set my junior sister, Yin Chang, free? We are about to leave the Dragon Island soon, let us forget about all the unhappy things in the past. Land looked at Xiao Chen earnestly. I also did not plan to make an enemy out of her before, but since it has already become like this, it is impossible for me to release her now. Xiao Chen refused by saying, do you believe our enmity can be resolved now? Do you think she will let it go like this? In fact, Xiao Chen was a little troubled regarding how to deal with Yin Cheng. A lot of people on Dragon Island knew Xiao Chen had taken Yin Cheng as captive. It was fine since everyone was trapped on the Dragon Island. However, everyone was about to enter the Immortals' mainland. The Undying Alliance could even be said to be a powerful force. In the event that the news of Yin Cheng being held captive were to spread out once they enter the Immortals' mainland, it might bring a lot of trouble to him. How about killing her now? That would only be inviting more trouble than necessary. This was the reason why he didn't act blindly without thinking until now. These few days, Rowena, Lawrence, and the rest had come up with a plan for Xiao Chen that was to leave them with no option but to accept it. He will tie a knot with Yin Cheng and become a married couple for real. This way, they could avoid any dangers in the future. According to what they said, Xiao Chen, you will become the son-in-law of the Undying faction, and not treating Yin Cheng as a slave. How will the Undying faction find any reason to come and cause trouble for you? Of course, the prerequisite was for Yin Cheng to act lovey-dovey on the outside. However, to make Yin Cheng cooperate? That was impossible. Of course, there was another fatal part. Xiao Chen had killed Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu, the two experts from the Undying Alliance. Although the word did not spread out, there was a key person who knew the inside story. That was precisely Zhao Lin. At that time, it was her who passed the news to Yin Cheng. If they don't seal her mouth, things will definitely turn for the worst. Just when Xiao Chen thought of Zhao Lin, she really appeared. She actually entered the coconut grove, and that snow-white unicorn was following far behind her. It was unwilling to approach the crowd, it looked over a little timidly. Xiao Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. The peerless Imperial angel actually appeared in front of him. It was way too unusual. The grudges between them could only be settled with life and death. At that time, they were really at each other's neck. Xiao Chen jumped up immediately. If it was not for Zhao Lin, he definitely wouldn't end up in this world. He couldn't remain calm and said coldly, "You actually dare to show up here?" The devastatingly beautiful Imperial angel had a really cold expression as she said, "I came here to dissolve our grudges." 5. Not only was Xiao Chen dumbstruck, even the few people beside him were at a loss for words. What was happening today? Why did everyone come to dissolve the grudges? Land was still pardonable, since it was originally caused by his arrogance. But Zhao Lin and Xiao Chen were always at each other's neck. How could this kind of enmity be dissolved? And it seemed like the person herself was unwilling to let it go. Even Land felt a bit inconceivable. Even though he was the first to come, their temper was completely different. You want to resolve our grudges? Xiao Chen wanted to laugh, but he didn't. Please come with me to meet someone. After saying these, Zhao Lin no longer paid attention to Xiao Chen and walked over to the beach. A graceful figure was standing over there calmly. The figure seemed proud and aloof, and yet it was out of this world. There was a purple young dragon beside her. She was looking at the golden ocean. It was that woman who could control the law of time, but the colorful mist was not lingering on her body at the moment. Only because she was facing the coconut grove with her back, everyone was still unable to see her face. It was not a trap, everyone did not follow him. Xiao Chen took large strides towards the beach. Just at this time Kiki rubbed its hazy big eyes. It finally woke up. When it looked at the young unicorn that was as bright as jade in front, its glittering big eyes immediately lit up. It flew over there with a swish and landed on the back of the young unicorn. The young unicorn was startled like a little rabbit. It wanted to run away, but it realized it wouldn't be able to throw off Kiki, who was already on its back. It felt anguished as it turned its head, but when it saw Kiki's appearance, its fear dissipated. It looked at the naughty little critter curiously. The two cute little things looked at each other face to face. They had a very amusing expression. Xiao Chen followed Zhao Lin one step at a time and arrived in front of the golden ocean. He finally saw the face of the mysterious woman clearly. He became dumbfounded in that very instant. How could this be possible? How could it be her? She had a beauty that was hard to describe with words. It was impossible to describe how good-looking was her appearance. She was a stunning beauty that couldn't be described with mere words. She was a goblet of spiritual energy. Her entire person looked like a mist and far away. She was obviously in front of him, yet it felt like she was high in the clouds. This was a genuine transcendental aura. In reality, the appearance of Zhao Lin and Yin Cheng could already be considered the most stunning under the heaven. It was impossible for the person in front of him to be more beautiful, but her distinctive traits made her surpass the former two by leaps and bounds. This was a charm the ordinary people could never hope to achieve. It seemed like she was already not a living person with blood and flesh, but rather the most outstanding masterpiece in heaven. She was actually the extremely gifted goddess Lan Nua. It was precisely because she caused a distortion in space that Xiao Chen and Zhao Lin wound up in this world. Are you surprised? Lan Nua smiled faintly, like a beautiful rainbow that was let off from the ice and snow. She was very dazzling. Really? Surprised? Xiao Chen replied as such. When I distorted the space on that day, I saw the both of you rushing in when I took a step forward. I originally wanted to stop the both of you, but I realized it was already impossible to turn back. I could only bring the two of you with me. Unexpectedly, you guys became enemy. We all came from the human world. I don't want to see you guys facing each other in a life and death battle. I want to let the both of you make up. Xiao Chen highly respected this extremely gifted goddess. This was the only expert that could create a spatial distortion with martial arts in the human world after many long years of silence. Moreover, it was this kind of peerless and lovely young lady. He admired and respected her deeply. Xiao Chen started by saying, I originally was unwilling to make an enemy out of her. The result today could be said to be caused by her. I am not trying to push the blame, this is the fact. Humph. If it was not because you killed my maid that was as close to me as my blood sister, why would I even care? Zhao Lin's beautiful face was brimming with anger. If it was not because your subordinates were relying on force to bully others, if they didn't besiege me, why would I even make a move? It was a righteous self-defense. How could I care about my enemy's situation? Xiao Chen opposed with equal harshness. Alright, the both of you don't bring up the things from the past anymore. The proud goddess Lan Nua smiled faintly and said, I just wanted to ask the both of you, I intend to help the both of you reconcile, are you willing to make up? After a period of silence, the both of them nodded. They revered Lan Nua very much. Good, since the both of you are willing, then please forget about all the unhappy events in the past. The both of you are prohibited to fight from now on. Will you promise me this? 6. Lan Nua sincerely tried to help them. The two vowed not to fight anymore in the end. This outcome made the both of them very regretful. It was not something they could have imagined in the past. However, not fighting anymore doesn't mean they will become close friends. It is impossible for them to get intimate with each other. In regards to Lan Nua's ability, Xiao Chen was full of doubts. One must know that she was a goddess that was able to create a spatial distortion. And someone with her ability was only able to suppress the solitary sword demon. However, he quickly understood after listening to Lan Nua's brief story. When Lan Nua distorted the space, she had already reached the legendary Nirvana realm. One who reached this realm would become neither dead or alive, their body and mind would be trapped in the brink of death. They would linger around the boundary of life and death to comprehend the profound meaning between life and death. If one thoroughly comprehended the secrets of life and death, they would become an immortal with one more step. However, if they failed, they might be consigned to eternal damnation, their body and soul would be entirely wiped out. At the same time, the practitioners who are on this level, their ability are neither strong or weak. Their power are very unstable. When they are strong, they can unleash powers equivalent to Immortalis. When they are weak, their divine ability was even weaker than practitioners of Historia realm. The realm of Nirvana was regarded by the practitioners as the greatest opportunity, but also the most ruthless one. Those who solved the riddles of life and death would break out of their cocoons and transform into butterflies. They would attain immortality and live on forever. Those who couldn't comprehend the secrets would be annihilated at this point. It was a cruel reality. After Lan Nua, who was at the Nirvana realm, created a spatial distortion and entered the Dragon Island, she found that her power was still very unstable. She didn't know the secrets of the Dragon Island. This place sealed every god-level power. When the boundless sealing power rushed towards her, she originally tried to resist, which almost caused this proud goddess to die on this barren island. Lan Nua suffered an enormous loss on this Dragon Island. The ability that she cultivated all her life was narrowly overthrown. However, she was innately gifted after all. While she was caught between life and death, she quickly discovered the nature of the problem and voluntarily sealed her power by herself. Only then did the boundless sealing power have less influence on her. But even so, that sealing power still suppressed her power to Nirvana's lowest fluctuation range. One must know that Nirvana-level practitioners could become as strong as the Immortals, but they could also get as weak as Historia-level expert. The lowest fluctuation range of Nirvana was close to the Historia realm. And the heavy damage she suffered for now was also hard to recover from. 1. Silva, wow, that was one long paragraph. He sure talks a lot of nonsense. 2. Silva, yes, the majority of the readers should learn from this guy and change your narrow point of view. 3. Silva, if you don't get what this means, it means she's being flirtatious. Shanae, I think ogle is the better word. For Shanae, just Yen Chung Chung remains silent is okay. Why do Chendong always use some words describing the beauty in front of Yen Ching Chang? We all know she is a beauty. Add #Yuan. 5. Silva, what did you say? The grudges of stealing the unicorn from RMC is unforgivable. Because of you, so many readers had dropped this novel. Do you think you can be forgiven now? Rar. Okay, take a chill pill, me. Shanae, it seems Xiao Chen will be a harem king and Zhao Lin is his queen. XD. Dropped the novel? You didn't translate Chen Dong's explanation? He said only Virgin could get the unicorn and the MC would get a better partner. Silva, I did translate that part but some readers didn't read it. Whatever the case, the act of stealing the cute little unicorn from the MC should be a crime. 6. Silva, why, for some reason, this feels like marriage ceremony. Shanae, when I first read this chapter, I thought Zhao Lin is the heroine. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Summoning Divine Ship. So it was like this, Xiao Chen was very worried for Lan Nuo. Don't need to worry about me, once we leave this place, I believe I will smoothly enter the realm of Immortal not long later. Lan Nuo smiled confidently, it was like the spring wind brushing the willow tree, it gave people a warm feeling. The grudges between Zhao Lin was actually dissolved like this, it was not something Xiao Chen could have expected. But they were rather unwilling in the bottom of their heart, they only didn't want to waste Lan Nuo's good intention. Xiao Chen headed back to the coconut grove, but his mind was still filled with Lan Nuo's figure. He admired this kind of proud goddess very much, if only he could take this kind of girl as his wife. Sweet-tempered, kind-hearted, and intelligent, anyone would fall for her. But he quickly shook this thought off, how could he think about something like this? However, he quickly changed his line of thought, how could he not have this kind of thought, perhaps everyone would have yearned for this kind of wonderful woman. Xiao Chen couldn't help but recall all kinds of legend regarding Lan Nuo. She was the legendary figure of Yanhuang dynasty, her name had already circulated to every corners of the world for many years. She was exceptionally charming, a natural-born genius. At the age of 20, she traveled around the world with a sword, none were able to fight her on equal term. But it was also during that year, Lan Nuo practiced the legendary divine dominion and caused her power to become half-crippled. Her body gradually became weaker. Soon after, Lan Nuo was resolved to freeze herself in a bottomless ice valley. A miracle happened to Lan Nuo. 13 years later, she came out of the ice cave full of life, her complexion was as devastatingly beautiful as in the past. Her peerless beauty didn't undergo any changes of time, the 13 years of time passed just like a snap of a finger to her. She was frozen for 13 years, the time goes by, yet her rosy cheeks remained youthful, but... Returning to the coconut grove, he turned back to watch unconsciously. Xiao Chen saw Lan Nuo, Zhou Lin and Psychic Lan Yu walking together. At the same time, he also saw a green-haired youth not far from them. Xiao Chen was surprised, wasn't that the old Treant from the Trance Valley that evolved into blood and flesh human? Could it be that he planned to leave the Dragon Island too? That was definitely an expert close to the level of demigod. The sunset dyed the horizon red, the boundless gold ocean moved up and down. There were many practitioners in the vicinity of the beach, almost everyone had rushed over. 1. Kiki was sitting at the back of the little unicorn which galloped left and right on the golden beach. It was fearless in the face of those young syndicate Dragon King, with the support of Kiki's miraculous confinement technique, the little unicorn had a huge boost of confidence. It kept galloping and jumping in the vicinity of the Tyrant Dragon King and Winged Dragon King. Kiki even left a few footprints on the body of a few Dragon Kings. Zhao Lin was very annoyed, seeing her beloved little unicorn being rode by that person's spoiled little critter, it made her a little unhappy. But looking at that adorable little thing, she was unable to really flare up. Roar! The sky-piercing dragon roar caused the gold ocean to become restless, a golden little dragon ran over to the seaside. There were another 3 young Dragon Kings behind it. Everyone at the seaside knew the older generation experts had arrived, these were the syndicate Dragon King they had subdued. Along with the gold Dragon King's roar, the other Dragon Kings also became restless, all of them ran towards the beach. Those Dragon Kings gathered in one place, an astonishing battle intent broke out immediately, they actually wanted to fight. This was not a good event, the master of each Dragon King rushed over to separate them by force. Otherwise there would inevitably be a tragedy. In the end, those 11 Dragon Kings seemed to have come to a compromise, they didn't attack each other and walked all over the place at the sandy shore. This was a rarely seen scenario, after all, there were more than 10 syndicate Dragon Kings. To be able to see just one of these legendary dragon was already not bad, but now so many had gathered in one place. Maybe it didn't seem like a big deal now, but after 10 years or 100 years later, the later generations would definitely gasp in surprise. That was because, these little Dragon King would have grown into a powerful existence that even deities were scared of. And these powerful Dragon Kings once gathered on a certain beach. Everyone at this place might not have these kind of thoughts now, but their offsprings would certainly use this as the topic of a conversation. Their ancestor had once witnessed this scenario. Of course, they would certainly also talk about a certain little critter. Kiki played happily on the beach. Xiao Chen just let it be. It was very hard to break the snow-white little critter away from its disappointed mood. He didn't want to break its happy mood. However, after the 4 little dragon kings of the older generation experts arrived, Kiki began to cause some trouble again. It actually transformed into a streak of light and stepped on the body of the 4 dragon kings one by one. It seemed like it wanted to make it clear to the people that it had left its footprint on the body of the 11 dragon kings once, as if it wanted to leave a legend of the little critter for the later generations. The 4 newcomers burst into rage, and the other 7 dragon kings at a distant place were taking delight in their misfortune. They had experienced this before. They had been provoked by that hateful little critter once. Even that winged dragon king that could fly was not an exception. The night descended, many stars decorated the blue dome of heaven. The night breeze was so gentle, but nobody was able to fall asleep, because they will finally leave the Dragon Island tomorrow. Xiao Chen laid in the coconut grove on his back, then he said to himself, "Let's hope everything goes smoothly." 2. The little fatty oxman said, "Just relax, those group of old fellows are already here. It is unlikely for them to stall for time again." As a matter of fact, they are a little scared now, because in the vicinity of the snow mountain the demon lived in seclusion. The cloudy fog had become denser these past few days. They are also scared that some unforeseen event will occur. The demon. Sigh, Xiao Chen let out a breath. He always felt a little sorry for Kiki. This was a suffocating night, and also a night filled with expectation. Early morning, when the first ray of light spilled on the beach, almost everyone opened their eyes. Everyone started to gather on the golden beach and moved away from the coconut grove. Many people were using net made out of vines to carry a huge bag of coconut fruits to keep as drinking water while on the sea. There were 100+ people altogether, and in front of everyone was 11 young dragon kings. Each of them was mystical and out of ordinary. Amethyst Dragon King, Black Dragon King, Azure Dragon King, Jade Dragon King, Red Dragon King, Winged Dragon King, Tyrant Dragon King and so on stood in a straight line. They faced upwards and let out a long roar. The ear-splitting roar took shape as a bizarre power and reverberated in the sky fiercely. The roar was transmitted to the distant ocean. Every practitioners had no choice but to temporarily seal off their sense of hearing. Otherwise none of them would be able to bear the terrifying sound waves emitted by 11 dragon kings simultaneously, despite them being so young. It sounded like 9 heavenly thunder were rumbling over the gold ocean, and 9 volcanoes were piercing through the surface of the earth. The oppressive dragon king's roar transmitted far and wide. It made this gold ocean rage violently. The bizarre energy fluctuation wavered in between the heaven and earth. It made everyone believe that the legend of 9 dragon kings summoning the divine ship was real. Otherwise it wouldn't be this miraculous. The heaven and earth seemed to possess an incomparably vast and ancient aura. It seemed like an unknown mysterious power was transmitting some kind of message to a distant location. Roar. The Dragon King's roar lasted for a long time. The entire Dragon Island was trembling slightly. The Dragon King's roar seemed to pierce through the spacetime and transmitted their willpower along. Among the ear-splitting Dragon King's roar, a sound that couldn't be regarded as harmonious suddenly emerged. Squeak. Squeak. Nobody knew when it happened, but the snow-white little critter had already ran in front of the line and became the leading cast of the 11 Dragon Kings unknowingly. It was actually trying to imitate them and devoted all of its being to face upwards and let out a long squeak. But its voice was really too soft and immature. It sounded like an infant that was learning how to talk. However, what made everyone most shocked was that the snow-white little critter's voice clearly resounded in between the heaven and earth. It did not get pressed down by the 11 Dragon Kings' voice at all. The squeaking sound could be heard clearly. It was like a naive child singing the folk song sincerely. Everyone wanted to stop it, but just at this time, from the vast golden ocean, a loud dragon roar resounded. It was like a great heavenly tone that transmitted from ancient times. It made one's soul tremble. A huge imperial boat that was blossoming with 7-colored radiance braved the wind and billows. It appeared on the surface of the gold ocean from thin air, as if it really pierced through the spacetime and came from the ancient era. Many people were moved to tears. That huge divine ship was similar to an imposing small mountain. It seemed like a real ancestral dragon. It was currently crossing the taboo ocean and approaching this place. It was indeed a huge divine ship that shaped like the ancestral dragon. The ship glinted with 7-colored radiance and illuminated the entire taboo ocean. 1,000 miles of sea area fluctuated violently due to its appearance, but the divine ship was still sailing smoothly. It didn't sway in the slightest. The legend was true. With 9 kings gathered together, they could summon the divine ship built from the ancestral dragon's bone and heavenly tree. It could bring everyone through the terrifying taboo ocean and depart from the Dragon Island. 11 young syndicate dragon kings already stopped their roars, and Kiki ran to Xiao Chen's side. But just at this time, even more world-shaking dragon roars transmitted from their back. There were countless huge dragons in the coconut grove: the green tyrannical dragon, the gold monarch lion dragon, the bluish-green saber dragon, the purple thunder dragon. Numerous wild dragons gathered at this place. The baleful aura soared into the sky. Huge dragon shadows occupied the entire seaside coconut grove. 3. Everyone became pale. What did these dragons want? Why did they gather at this place? Could it be that they wanted to kill everyone? However, what made everyone felt a bit relieved was that all the seemingly terrifying dragons did not approach. They only let out a roar in that coconut grove and observed the situation. The 11 young dragon kings also let out a roar immediately afterwards and ran towards the coconut grove at high speed. They seemed a bit reluctant to part. At this moment, everyone finally understood. Those huge dragons seemed to have come to see the young dragon kings off. The 11 young dragon kings rushed into the pack of dragons and let out a sad growl. They seemed reluctant to part from the dragons. The adult dragons' roars were also filled with sadness and reluctance. It's getting closer, much closer. The legendary ancestral dragon divine ship finally reached the shore. A 7-colored divine light transformed into a rainbow bridge. It extended from the divine ship to the shore. 4. 1. Silva, why do I keep having a bad feeling that this is just a calm before the storm? It's too peaceful, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. 2. Silva, this is a flag, I tell ya. A flag. 3. Silva, gulp. 4. A Silva, OMG 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 OMG. It's finally hurry. Oh, but wait, look at the title of the next chapter, Unforeseen Event. Oh sheet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Unforeseen Event. Oxman's grandma shouted loudly, "Everyone follow the rainbow bridge to get on the boat. You must not attempt to fly onto the boat, because regardless of the sea or the sky, they are brimming with the sealing divine power. Without the protection of the divine ship's 7-colored radiance, your body and bones will definitely be crushed." Nobody dared to play with their life. Everyone stepped onto the divine ship by following the regulation. And just at this time, the 11 young dragon kings and the dragons finally finished bidding their farewell. All of them rushed onto the divine ship while uttering sad calls. After the young dragon kings ascended onto the divine ship, the 7-colored radiance of the divine ship glinted. It immediately started to tremble. The ship was actually going to set sail soon. "Stop wasting time, everyone, hurry it up." The people on the divine ship shouted loudly. Xiao Chen said to Lawrence, Ijin, and the others, "Let's go, we should also get on the boat." Just at this time, Xiao Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. He felt as if a huge bottomless cave was going to swallow him up. He tried to dodge hastily. But it was already too late. He didn't even see the enemy clearly, because there was already no one behind them, and yet a huge scroll had already unfolded. It enveloped him, Yen Cheng Chang, and the 3 skeletons. A huge crack split open in the sky and engulfed them. God damn it! Xiao Chen couldn't resist from cursing. He fell for someone's scheme, and yet he didn't know who the enemy was. There was nobody behind him, and in front was a chaotic group of people boarding the ship. An indescribably huge power pulled Xiao Chen and Yen Cheng Chang. Who knows just where was it taking them to? That huge crack was about to close. Xiao Chen spared no effort to run back, but he found that it was hard to succeed. Kiki was also beside him. The snow-white little critter let out a few angry growls. It waved its 2 paws violently and sent out a few light screen. It seemed to have rolled up a few human figures within with a few swishing sound. After the light flashed, they had completely sunk into the darkness. In this deathly still space, the time seemed to be at a standstill. Xiao Chen knew this seemed to be passing through the space. On the beach, Lawrence and the others let out a cry of surprise, and then they got furious. If my guess is not wrong, someone schemed against them with a spacetime scroll. This is really too detestable. Sending them somewhere else at this crucial moment, it clearly shows that the schemer wants to trap them on the Dragon Island forever. Time wouldn't wait for people. Even if Lawrence and Ijin was incomparably furious, they still couldn't find any traces of Xiao Chen even after they searched the entire beach. And just at this time, the divine ship was going to set sail soon. They had no choice but to board the ship. After experiencing another fantastic spacetime travel, Xiao Chen felt the space in front of him suddenly brightened up. They passed through this deathly still space and reappeared in the real world. Before their eyes were the endless primal forest. What entered their ears were the bellow of beasts. Xiao Chen found that aside from himself, Yen Cheng Chang, and the 3 skeletons, there were still 3 white-haired old men, and Kiki was pointing at them with its little paw angrily. "Kiki, was it them that plotted against us?" Xiao Chen asked. Kiki nodded its head strongly. Xiao Chen almost went berserk. He didn't even know the few people, and yet they wanted to set him up. He was beyond angry. The 3 old men were also incomparably furious. One of them shouted loudly, "How did this happen? How did we also get here? It was a 10 miles transportation. This place is at least 10 miles from the beach. There's not enough time for us to board the ship. Martial uncle, why do you want to kill me? This Yin Chang also shouted angrily. The old man who was called as Martial Uncle by Yin Chang shouted angrily, if the news regarding you and that youngster were to spread out, how are we to keep our face? Trapping the both of you on this dragon island is already being lenient. However, I never thought something so simple, we would also get caught up in it. They originally thought it was a simple mission, they thought they could easily get rid of the undying faction's disgrace, but the elderly man absolutely never thought it would turn out like this. He furiously shouted at the other two men, the both of you are spellmaster, don't tell me you don't even know how to use the scroll? What kind of lousy scroll was that? Let's stop wasting time, we might be able to catch up if we hurry it up. Those two already flew into the sky, they wanted to head towards the direction of the beach. Yin Chang's martial uncle also rushed onward like a monster, he didn't even care about killing Xiao Chen and Yin Chang anymore. Squeak! Kiki angrily waved its little paw, a dazzling light screen instantly rushed forth and enveloped them, then it pulled them back. Kiki, just leave them alone, we should make haste. After Xiao Chen shouted these, he quickly rushed towards the beach. Yin Chang and the three skeletons also followed closely, the three old men shouted furiously and looking at them leave. They never thought it was that little critter that made them suffer the consequences they brought upon themselves. Only until Kiki and their figures completely disappeared did the three old men regain their freedom. They also rushed towards the beach immediately afterwards. Xiao Chen still missed the divine ship in the end, the distance of 10 miles was nothing to experts on his level, even if the path was blocked by forest trees, he still got back to the beach rather quickly. After bypassing those dragons, he was just in time to see the divine ship slowly setting sail and departed from the coast. It only departed for 7 to 8 meters, but that 7-colored rainbow bridge on the shore was already gone, he missed the ship just like this. That was because it was impossible for him to pass through that terrifying restricted domain. Kiki seemed to have felt Xiao Chen's despair, the snow-white little critter spared no effort to exhibit the most powerful confinement technique. It wanted to confine itself and cross this domain together with Xiao Chen. However, it was stopped by Xiao Chen, he knew the little critter's capability, it currently don't have that kind of power. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! From the divine ship that was enveloped by 7-colored radiance came the voice of Lawrence and Asian. Goddess Lan Nua, Rowena, the little fatty oxman, and the others also had a regretful expression. How did it become like this? Who were the bastards that did this? Lawrence shouted furiously. Brother Xiao, I will never forget you. The little fatty oxman also shouted. Xiao Chen, in this kind of situation, Buddhist Asian also had no idea what to do. When the 11 Dragon Kings boarded the ship, the ancestral divine ship sailed automatically, it was impossible to turn back. You must live on, if I have the what it takes in the future, I will definitely come and save you. Lan Nua waved her hand lightly. This kind of promise, in other people's ears, it might sound like an empty promise, but Xiao Chen knew Lan Nua had that qualifications. He shouted loudly towards the divine ship, goodbye, see you again later, I will never forget all of you, but... There were also some who called out Yin Chang's name, but what else could they do? She only waved her hand silently. A lot of people were standing at the back end of the ship and waving their hand towards the coast, among them were many acquaintances and some people they didn't know, including Lawrence, Asian, Rowena, Lan Nua, Oxman, Land, even Zhao Linaire and the genius illusion master Carlos. Just at this time, Yin Chang's martial uncle and the two spellmasters also rushed to the beach, they faced upward and shouted furiously, how did it become like this? Just how did this happen? Martial Uncle Wang Hao, this is the consequences you brought upon yourself. It was impossible for Yin Chang not to be angry. The only opportunity to leave the Dragon Island was actually wasted like this. Wang Hao only wanted to dispose the two of them without trouble, he never thought it would end up like this, he was very regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted rashly. The two aged spellmasters beside him were even stamping their feet. In the end, they looked at Xiao Chen and Yin Chang with an ominous glint. The huge ship was gradually sailing away, but everyone was still able to see everything at this place. The voice of Lawrence and the others transmitted over, they were worried about Xiao Chen and reprimanding the three old men. The solitary sword demon's voice that was transmitted over was brimming with regret, Xiao Chen. It is such a pity. I thought in a few more years, you could become a worthy rival, it is such a pity. Xiao Chen said to Kiki, confine them. The snow-white little critter was already panting with rage a long time ago, it didn't hold back and confined the three with 7-colored light screen, it didn't even give them a chance to move. Although the three were experts on the level of Historia, they were still unable to break free from Kiki's confinement technique. Kiki, can you let my power enter the light screen and kill them? Xiao Chen asked hopefully, if he couldn't kill the three of them with his own hands, he wouldn't be able to quell his anger. The snow-white little critter nodded its head to indicate that it was possible. Xiao Chen shouted towards the divine ship that gradually distanced itself, "Solitary Sword Demon. There is no need for you to lament, I will let you see my secret technique now." He held the jet-black broken sword in his hand, and then he slashed it diagonally upwards. Even though there was only a single slash, it seemed as if there were hundreds and thousands of swordchi soaring into the sky. And Kiki let all of it enter the light screen. Ah! Miserable shrieks resounded, the flesh of Wang Hao and the two spellmasters' right arm were scraped from the bones cleanly, only the bones remained. The solitary sword demon could see it clearly, that attack was not simply using the swordchi to burn the flesh, it was a complicated move, the flesh was cut apart by using hundreds and thousands of dazzling knife. He was emotionally moved and shouted loudly, "Nice move! What is that sword technique called?" "God Slayer." Xiao Chen shouted loudly. The divine ship gradually distanced itself, he was unable to hear the voice nor see the figure of the people on the ship clearly anymore. The seven-colored divine ship gradually faded away at the gold ocean. Wang Hao and the other two were thrown into the taboo ocean in the end, even Keek's light screen was unable to resist that kind of destructive force. The three of them were crushed in an instant. For things to actually end up like this, it was a really shocking conclusion. Xiao Chen looked at Yin Chang, the two of them remained silent. The most terrifying thing on a desolate island is not having an enemy, but to be left all alone. "Yin Chang, do you still want to kill me now?" Xiao Chen looked at this undying disciple. "It was precisely because only the two of us left, I felt all the more scared." Yin Chang spoke bluntly. Xiao Chen was speechless, their line of thoughts were really too different. He laughed mischievously and said, "It seems like I was being too lenient before, if I treated you as a slave at an earlier time, perhaps you might not find me that scary now." Alright, I am only a man, and you are only a woman, let us have a talk between man and woman." "You? Don't mess with me. Or I'll commit suicide immediately." Yin Chang's voice was a little shaky. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, "If you want to commit suicide, go ahead and do it. I won't stop you." Yin Chang's frail and elegant body backed away unceasingly. Being forced to stay on the Dragon Island, Xiao Chen was indeed very depressed in the beginning, but now he already adjusted his mood, because he knew there was still the Sovereign King ship that could take him away from this place. As a result, he still had the mood to tease Yin Chang and said, "Woman, just what are you thinking? Am I that scary?" The three skeletons looked at each other in dismay, they followed Xiao Chen closely. Knowing that Xiao Chen was teasing her, Yin Chang angrily turned her head to one side. And on the other side, Xiao Chen carried Kiki and walked forward, then he said, "Little monster, it seems like we will be staying on the Dragon Island for a while, at least until you get your little sacred tree back, but..." When Kiki heard the little sacred tree, it immediately became spirited and ignored the little monster. It cheerfully ran all over the place and then followed Xiao Chen towards the snowy mountain. Yin Chang followed closely behind. "Hey, woman, why are you following me? Aren't you afraid that something will happen? You better keep far away from me, the sooner the better. Otherwise, you will be in great danger. You sealed more than half of my power, if I don't follow you, then what? Waiting for the monster to eat me?" Yin Chang replied unhappily. "You want to kill me, and I am not such a cruel person, I am unwilling to kill you, so I can only seal your power. How about this, why don't you just commit suicide? We don't need to make things difficult for both of us." Yin Chang was speechless, she felt that the man before her eyes was too hateful. This was a clear indication that he was using her to modulate his emotions and stave off depression. Presently, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to kill Yin Chang, the demon said he needed at least 1 year to shake off the breath of death. In other words, he had to stay on this Dragon Island for 1 year if they wanted to get Keek's sacred tree back. If it was only him, he would be bored to death, leaving Yin Chang alive. Even as an enemy, he wouldn't feel so lonely at the very least. "Xiao Chen, I warn you, don't you dare try to do anything to me." Xiao Chen sneered at her and said, "You are warning me?" "Oh please, rather than warning, it's more like enticing me. Just relax, after a long period of misery and oppression on the isolated island, we will have something to talk about, you will not be disappointed." This kind of reply was misleading, it made Yin Chang worried and fearful, but she felt even more humiliated and angry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Shocking. 3 days later, they arrived at the depths of the island again. The cloudy fog pervaded the boundless snowy mountain, one could very well imagine just how deep was the demon's power, but Kiki was hardly fearful, it panted with rage and let out a loud squeak in front of the snowy mountain with Ice Castle within. At the same time, it used the confinement technique to move the snowy mountain's door. The chilly wind swept past violently, waves of underworld fog rushed forth. It was especially frightening at the frigid snowy mountain. Yan Changchang had an ugly look. She never thought Xiao Chen would actually come to provoke the demon of his own accord. He was really a lunatic. Until the underworld fog was totally dispersed, the demon walked out. His pale face actually looked a little more lively compared to before. He asked in astonishment, "I heard the roar of the Dragon Kings, why are you guys still here?" "We missed the divine ship. We wanted to learn more about the Sovereign King ship from you." Xiao Chen explained their purpose for coming. And on the other side, Kiki was panting with rage. It seemed like it really wanted to pounce on the demon. "So it was like that." He didn't answer Xiao Chen, but rather showed a smile to Kiki and explained to it first, "Everything is very smooth. If I am fast, it will only take up to 2 months, it won't take more than a year. I will return the sacred tree to you soon, it is much faster than my expectation. I will keep my promise, and definitely return the favor in the future." Kiki nodded its head while panting with rage. After he finished greeting Kiki, the demon turned his body to face Xiao Chen and said, "I can find methods to summon the Sovereign King ship, but I'm afraid you might not be able to bear the ghost invasion on the holy ship." 1. Is it that serious? Relying on his instinct, Xiao Chen knew in order to ride the Sovereign King ship, they have to face great dangers. It is not as safe as boarding the ancestral dragon divine ship. That's right, because it was originally not made for humans. The Sovereign King ship is also called the Devil ship. A portion of the Sovereign King's soul was sealed on the ship. Any living person riding it will end up throwing their life if they don't have a corresponding divine artifact. Yan Changchang already started to understand what was going on. She felt excited and fearful at the same time. It seemed like the Sovereign King ship might be a very bizarre and terrifying ship. Is it impossible even with Kik's sacred tree? Most likely not. Moreover, they might even clash. It is better for you to find a Yin-type divine artifact rather than one brimming with life force. Where will we find something like this? Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. The ghost town, when the demon mentioned this name, he also felt uncomfortable. It seemed like he was a little apprehensive. 2. Xiao Chen immediately shook his head. With his current ability, it was already a miracle to be able to make it out last time. How could he go and seek his own death again? The demon looked at Xiao Chen and said, "How about this? If you can wait another 3 or 5 years, I can bring you along when I leave the Dragon Island. I can guarantee your safety on the Sovereign King ship." 3 or 5 years? That's too long. Didn't you say you need a few more months to shake off the breath of death? Xiao Chen asked in puzzlement. Shaking off the breath of death only meant I don't need to use the sacred tree anymore. It didn't mean my ability will be perfected. You guys need to wait for very long, but... Xiao Chen didn't know what to say. Did he really have to stay on this Dragon Island for a few more years? He wanted to help Kiki get back to Sacred Tree immediately and leave this place. He really didn't want to stay on this barren island anymore. Is there really no other way? Like I said, you just need to find Yin-type divine artifact. This kind of thing can only be found in the ghost town. If I had known earlier, I should have brought the burial cloth from the ghost town along. Xiao Chen couldn't help but recall the bloodstained demonic cloth they obtained in the ghost town after killing an evil spirit. Burial cloth. The demon's eyes immediately lit up and asked, "What's going on, Adut?" Xiao Chen recounted the event on that day in details. The demon laughed grimly and said, "That kind of burial cloth can also be considered divine artifact? At most, it is only a cloth stained by the blood of a powerful deity. How can that be considered divine artifact? However, after hearing your story, I recalled something. There are some stone inscription on the island. It seems like there really is such a Yin-type divine artifact at the base of the divine monolith that sealed the island." What kind of divine artifact? Yan Shengchang asked. She really wanted to leave this place immediately. Burial cloth. The demon answered. Burial cloth again? What's the differences? Xiao Chen asked. That is an item that was referred by the gods as a crazy Yin-type divine artifact, because its background is really too big. The demon explained slowly. This made Yan Shengcheng even more curious. She was no longer afraid of the demon and asked, just how big could its background be? Legend says it is Shuairenqi's burial cloth. As soon as these words left the demon's mouth, Xiao Chen was agape and tongue-tied. Only until a long time later did he say, "How is that possible? The ancestor god Shuairenqi had passed away." Yan Shengcheng also shook her head and said, "That is certainly impossible. Rumor says ancestor god Shuairenqi stayed in the south desolate region of the Immortals mainland. Although he already disappeared countless years ago, it was impossible for him to die. Nobody had the ability to kill him." The demon shook his head and said, "I don't know the full story. This is only the legends and records of the Dragon Island. However, even if Shuairenqi's burial cloth is at the base of the divine monolith, you guys also wouldn't be able to get it, because even I am unable to approach that place." Unless you have the Buddha's eternal wheel, golden halberd, or other such divine artifacts to clear the way. When it heard about the golden halberd, Keek's pair of big eyes widened. It helplessly and spiritlessly let out 2 squeaks. The golden halberd was originally acquired by it already, but it disappeared mysteriously in the end. Leaving the snowy mountain, Xiao Chen, Xiao, as well as the 3 skeletons came to the Sea of Bones again. They looked at the lofty divine monolith helplessly, because they were unable to approach the divine monolith's base at all. That place was filled with baleful aura that would crush everything that approached. Chang, maybe we really have to spend the rest of our life on this island. We can't completely trust the demon's words, who knows if he will really take us with him. I also don't believe the demon's words. Chang replied. If we are really trapped on this dragon island for eternity, the wedding can be done, but it's way too lonely. Xiao Chen sighed with sorrow. Just die. Chang ignored Xiao Chen and left with graceful steps. There were only the 2 of them left on the dragon island now. Chang was no longer afraid of getting killed, she was more worried that Xiao Chen would do something to her. In reality, Xiao Chen was a very ordinary man, he also had worldly desires, but now his mind was filled with how to escape from the dragon island. He was not as bad as Chang had thought. It might be a different story if he was no longer worrying about survival. Qingguang Wang, Yan Luo Wang, and Luanhui Wang, these 3 skeletons felt at home wherever they ended up. They trained in the vicinity of the Sea of Bones quietly. Xiao Chen brought Kiki to survey the vicinity on a daily basis to find a way. And Chang also spent most of her time in this way. Half a month passed in a flash. When Xiao Chen went to hunt for food in the mountain woods on this day, he actually encountered that stubborn and proud little dragon again. It was in the same situation as the last time he saw it, bruised from head to toe. However, there was no mortal wound this time, and that horn already grew a little. It was flickering with a milky white radiance, very mystical. To his amazement, Xiao Chen found that this little dragon seemed to be much stronger compared to before. It seemed like this little dragon could really become more powerful with each battle. Maybe it could slowly transform and become stronger. Maybe it could really become the most powerful dragon second only to the Dragon Kings. You tough little dragon, we meet again. You didn't look as pitiful as the last time we met. Xiao Chen fished out a snow lotus core and gave it a piece. Kiki was a bit dissatisfied this time and squeaked a few times. Because the little dragon did not have a fatal wound this time, there was no need to waste the delicacy it hadn't been able to enjoy. The dark brown little dragon quietly swallowed the snow lotus core. It didn't leave immediately after that, it just looked at the kind-hearted human and beast before its eyes curiously. After all, it had been saved by Xiao Chen a few times, even though it was not really necessary. You foolish little dragon, why must you fight with others until you are in this sorry state every time? I wonder why are you so competitive? Sigh, how great would it be if you are a dragon king? You can go to the dragon's sacred mountain and help me steal the ancestral dragon horn. Oh, forget about it, even a dragon king might not necessarily be able to touch that thing. When the dark brown little dragon heard Xiao Chen said he wanted to steal the ancestral dragon horn, it immediately became vigilant. It looked at him as if he was a scumbag. Xiao Chen was amused by this little guy's expression. This little dragon seemed to be very intelligent, it was able to understand his words. And just at this time, what made Xiao Chen baffled was that Kiki and the little dragon seemed to be squeaking and mumbling among themselves. It seemed as if they were having a conversation. What made Xiao Chen more surprised was that the dark brown little dragon also squeaked a few times. Its voice was very young and tender, almost the same as Kiki. It seemed to be replying to Kiki. Goodness gracious! The 2 little guy could communicate? Xiao Chen found it somewhat inconceivable. Not long later, the dark brown little dragon turned around and left. It seemed to be very fast. It was indeed much stronger compared to before. Kiki, what did you say to it just now? Squeak. Squeak. Kiki pointed at the direction of the Sea of Bones. You told the little dragon about the difficult situation we are facing? Squeak. The snow-white little critter nodded its head strongly. During the sunset, Xiao Chen was roasting the meat in the vicinity of the Sea of Bones. Keek's plump little belly finally shrank a little after so many days. It could finally enjoy the delicious food happily. Just at this time, the shadow of a little dragon appeared in the deathly still forest. The dark brown little dragon actually found them at this place and quickly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Come, you tough little dragon, I will treat you to some delicious food. Xiao Chen called out to the little dragon, but he became dumbfounded in a short while later. The tough little dragon was holding something in its mouth. It was only 1 meter long, and that thing extended far behind the little dragon's body. What? This is impossible! Xiao Chen shouted in surprise. 1. Silva, oh shit. Ghost invasion? 2. Silva, oh crap, they probably should have collected that burial cloth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, 9 Underworld Formation. Because what the little dragon held with its mouth was actually a cloth, it was those dark red cloths stained by blood. 1. Don't tell me that is Swirenchi's burial cloth? Xiao Chen looked at the little dragon with amazement. This was indeed an unimaginable event. Even if that was not ancestor god Swirenchi's burial cloth, it was already miraculous for the little dragon to find this kind of burial cloth. Kiki and the little dragon were chatting and enjoying the meal. Xiao Chen carefully examined the black cloth in his hands. This really seemed like an antique that had been through the vicissitudes of time. It possessed an unbounded ancient aura. It was clearly different from the one they found in the ghost town last time. This piece of cloth didn't have any sinister and gloomy aura. It felt like it was nothing more than an antique. There was nothing special about it. Yan Shangchang walked over when she heard Xiao Chen's shout. Her jaw also dropped after she saw this piece of burial cloth. The two little guys were currently enjoying the roasted meat. The tough little dragon seemed to have never eaten cooked food before. It was no longer being stubborn and ate with relish. At the same time, it kept replying to Kiki with squeaking sound. Finally, Kiki faced Xiao Chen and pointed at the divine monolith, then it pointed at the burial cloth before it pointed at the direction of the dragon's sacred mountain. You are saying this burial cloth was originally from the divine monolith and was taken by the dragons to the sacred mountain? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Kiki nodded its head, and then pointed at the stubborn and proud little dragon. It means that everything was told by that tough little dragon. Xiao Chen and Yan Shangchang looked at each other in shock. After that they shouted loudly at the same time. This was a truly unexpected event. This also made the two little monsters look at each other in shock. After that they engrossed in eating. Hey, the both of you, leave some for me, I haven't eaten any yet. While Xiao Chen was examining at the burial cloth carefully, he reminded the two monsters. As a result, the two little monsters ignored him and ate even more vigorously. When Xiao Chen appeared at the snowy mountain again, the demon practically couldn't believe his own eyes when he looked at the burial cloth. He said excitedly, it seems like the real deal. I can feel the aura of sacred blood. Even if this is not Swirenchi's burial cloth, it might be Laozi or Buddha's burial cloth, but can these even be compared? Xiao Chen was speechless. The demon said, alright, anyone who wants to leave the Dragon Island, focus your mind on refining this burial cloth every day. When the time comes to ride the sovereign kingship, you don't need to worry about losing your soul anymore. How do we refine it? Yan Shengcheng asked seriously. With Xiao Chen and her current ability, they had never refined a magic weapon or divine artifact before. They didn't understand the basic. That is by sending your spiritual awareness to probe the burial cloth while you are meditating. Your goal is to become one with the burial cloth. You guys should go now. I won't need the sacred tree in 2 more months. I will return it to you at that time and help you summon the sovereign kingship. If you really help us summon the sovereign kingship, then what will you do in the future? How will you leave? The demon smiled and said, no matter if it was the ancestral dragon divine ship or the sovereign kingship, they will return to the taboo ocean once the mission is completed. The most important thing is to have the ability to summon them. 2 months passed very quickly. Xiao Chen and Yan Shangcheng concentrated on refining the ancestor god's burial cloth every day. They didn't let anything distract them. Kiki and the 3 skeletons were also forced by Xiao Chen to stare blankly at the burial cloth every day. The day the demon came out from the closed-door training finally arrived. The eerie aura from the demon was indeed no more. It seemed like he had really turned into an ordinary human, but his complexion was still as pale as before. No one could be happier than Kiki. After losing and regained the little sacred tree, the little critter was so happy that it rolled all over the snowy mountain excitedly. I will definitely repay you several-fold in the future. The demon smiled as he said to Kiki. After that, he brought Xiao Chen and the others to the beach as fast as lightning. Summoning the sovereign kingship is more troublesome. It requires at least 7 days. You guys need to be patient. After saying these, the demon started to draw a diagram on the beach unceasingly. One after another mysterious diagrams were carved on the sandy beach. After that, he took out a dozen of broken ancient flags and set it at the crucial points of those diagrams. Just at this instance, waves of chilly wind suddenly blew from the heaven to earth. The black clouds covered the sky. The thunder was ear-splitting. There were even more bloody billows rushing forth in the sky. Words failed to describe how bizarre and scary the scene was, and this was just the beginning. But Xiao Chen absent-mindedly thought of the scene when the ghost town emerged on that day. The world was filled with negative aura. The black clouds rolled over and over. It seemed like it wanted to overwhelm the earth. There were even more bloody light that glinted constantly. The baleful aura flooded the world. It was just like the end of the world. Is the demon really as powerful as the demigod only? Xiao Chen was filled with doubt. He was not very convinced. The demon already broke the bound countless years ago. Could he really be just a single step away? Even if the ghost town had been sealed, he might have already found some kind of methods to increase his strength, otherwise how could the demon bring about such a terrifying scene? Yen Changchang also had doubts. She was even more fearful of the demon's strength now. It was impossible to see anything clearly within a few meters in the demonic cloud. She was filled with reverence as she looked at the demon chanting all alone at the golden beach. The three skeletons were very calm, but the spiritual light that flickered in their skulls occasionally made it clear that they were feeling apprehensive and looking around carefully. Kiki had an inquisitive look, its big eyes blinked a few times. It was unable to understand where did the demon retrieve those broken flags. It was just like a conjuring trick that made it very puzzled. The snow-white little critter was fearless, it ran over there without any qualms. The little critter revolved around the demon and squeaked a few times to inquire. It appeared to be taking everything that happened at this place very lightly. It is a very simple matter, you will naturally understand when you grow bigger. This is only a very simple divine ability. You can open up a domain that belongs only to yourself and store the items there. 2. Squeak. Kiki still did not understand, it shouted a few times resentfully. The demon stopped the work he was doing, and with a snap, a void door with dense negative aura appeared in front of him. Kiki backed away in shock hastily. At the back, Xiao Chen and Yen Changchang vaguely saw a few terrifying objects in that sinister void door. They could vaguely see a few huge skeletal remains, and some flowing black liquid. The demon quickly sealed the void door. He smiled and said to Kiki, "Did you see it? It was that kind of space, it was but a simple divine ability for you in the future. When the time comes, you will naturally learn it by yourself." Kiki looked at the demon drawing the ancient diagram with interest. From time to time, it would also run around Xiao Chen cheerfully. It was easy to tell the little critter was in good mood. Half a day later, the demon had already completed a part of the ancient diagram. The negative aura in the sky became even denser, so much so that they were almost liquefied. The baleful aura made Xiao Chen and Yin Chengcheng unable to stay at this place anymore. If they continued to stay, their soul might be devoured by the underworld fog. They hastily spread out the ancestral god Suirenchu's burial cloth and used it to block the underworld fog in front. This made Yin Chengcheng feel rather embarrassed. She actually had to wrap herself in the same cloth as Xiao Chen. The result was very obvious. Without emitting any fluctuation, the seemingly very ordinary and common dark red cloth actually repelled all the negative aura, making them unable to get close. Woo woo! The chilly wind roared furiously, and ghost screech suddenly resounded in the sky. It was transmitted through the dense dark cloud. Words failed to describe how terrifying and frightening it was. The demon raised his head to look at the black sky with no sunlight. He spoke to himself, "Is it here? What is coming?" Yen Chengcheng stuttered in fright. She was feeling restless. She had never trusted this demon completely since the beginning. "They are coming." The demon did not say who it was. This made Yen Chengcheng unable to find a peace of mind. Even if Xiao Chen knew the demon wouldn't do anything to them, he still felt a bit uneasy. After all, everything was too bizarre and terrifying. In the dark sky, the black clouds rolled, bloody light glinted, the mournful ghost screech became even more desperate. It seemed like it was just in the sky above their head. "Don't be scared, you guys have the ancestor god's burial cloth, they will not do anything to you." The demon turned around to face the two of them and said, "These are the lost souls that were drifting around in the world. Only by gathering these lost souls together will we be able to summon the sovereign kingship." The scalp-numbing mournful screech got closer and closer. It seemed like they were just shouting beside their ears. This kind of situation made one unable to calm down. Even the snow-white little Kiki also yelped unceasingly, as if it was trying to resist those sounds. Only the three skeletons were unaffected. The ghost screech didn't have much influence on them. Rumble. Along with the thunderous roar, the dark sky seemed to be cut open. One after another bloody rays of light appeared. Xiao Chen and Yen Chengcheng could vaguely see a huge shadow standing tall and upright in the sky. It was just above them as it let out a screech. This was simply inconceivable. 7 days. Do we really need to wait 7 days? Yen Chengcheng were stuttering with fright. If they had to keep watch at this place for 7 days, that would be too agonizing. The demon turned around to look at them and said, "Oh, I need 7 days indeed, but you guys don't need to wait here. You just need to come back and complete the summoning ceremony on the last day. However, you guys don't go too far, maybe there will come a time when I need some help from you. This 9 underworld formation is powerful and unpredictable, I cannot master it completely." 3. 9 underworld formation? Yen Chengcheng cried out in alarm and said, "I had heard of this ancient formation before, it seemed to be one of the most mysterious ancient formation in legends. However, I can't remember the specifics." The young lady is quite knowledgeable. This is passed down by a sovereign king once upon a time. It was the holy formation of a dark clan. Although what I obtained was only an incomplete formation, I can have such an accomplishment today is greatly linked to it. I just hope it can help me retrieve my past memories. Xiao Chen and the others quickly retreated from the seaside area. They looked at that lingering demonic cloud from a distant place. From the sky all the way to the ground was filled with darkness. They could vaguely see the shadow of the ghosts roaming about, and even hear the mournful screech of the ghost. Many frightened beasts at the coastal area of the island flee in all directions, getting further away from that area. In the next few days, Xiao Chen and the others prepared to depart from the island by gathering a large quantity of coconut fruits. Traveling on the ocean, fresh water was essential. Even though with their current ability, they would be able to endure for a long time without food and drinks, but since they had time to prepare, why should they suffer hardship? These past few days, the dark underworld fog became denser at the coastal area. If Xiao Chen's party did not have ancestor god Swirenchi's burial cloth, it was absolutely impossible for them to enter that place. The black fog were almost liquefied. It felt incomparably heavy to be walking within. Yen Changcheng had an experiment before. She tried to force a wolf to enter that area. As a result, it scattered and dispersed like a puff of smoke in split second. One could very well imagine just how terrifying this place was. Even Kiki and the three skeletons had no choice but to take shelter in the burial cloth. Fortunately, this cloth was long enough. The thunderous roar resounded at the seaside constantly. Even the gold ocean seemed to be shaking up. The vicinity of the beach had already turned into a forbidden area. In these few days, gigantic and vigorous illusions appeared constantly. It seemed as if this place had turned into a nation of death. Despite knowing that it was far from comparable to the ghost town, Xiao Chen and Yin Changcheng still felt great dangers. The seventh day was finally here. The demon's formation was also completed. He had gathered enough negative aura over the past few days, and a lot of lost souls wandering at the Dragon Island also gathered at this place. It had satisfied the requirement to summon the sovereign kingship. The Dragon Island seemed so peaceful, but who knows just how many powerful experts lost their life on this island in the distant past. The lost souls were sufficiently powerful. I need the blood from either one of you to begin the real summoning ceremony. The demon looked at them from within the underworld fog. His face was a little pale. Drawing the ancient formation, gathering the negative aura and lost souls, it was extremely tiring. It seemed like he had almost exhausted his strength over the past few days. Wait a moment, Kiki is not here yet. Xiao Chen turned around to look behind. These few days the little critter appeared and disappeared unpredictably. It always went into the depths of the Dragon Island by itself. Who knows just what it was doing? Xiao Chen also didn't stop it from causing mischief, as long as it didn't cause some disaster. I told it to come back earlier today. How come it's still not here? Xiao Chen looked at the direction to the depths of the Dragon Island doubtfully. Just at this time, the noise of something collapsing suddenly resounded from the depths of the island. It sounded like a mountain had crumbled. Rumble. The coastal area trembled violently, as if an earthquake had just occurred. One could very well imagine just how powerful was the fluctuation that transmitted from a distant place. 4. 1. Silva, yeah. I bet we all thought it was the ancestral dragon horn, angry face. 2. Silva, ooh. That must be where the divine halberd is. 3. Shanae, hard to explain, the 9 underworld, indicates the lowest point of hell, the complete opposite of heaven. The heaven has 9 layers, the underground also has 9. 9 underworld is a numeral classifier compound. The underworld possessed the meaning of isolated and gloomy. As for the 9 in the 9 underworld, only because 9 is the greatest single-digit number, it is highly esteemed. Therefore, it possessed the meaning of extreme boundary. 9 underworld indicates the deepest depths of the underground. It is used to describe the highest and the lowest point. 4. Silva, oh. What did that little critter do now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Sovereign Kingship. At the surrounding zone of the underworld fog, the demon was startled and immediately soared into the sky to look at the depths of the island. How did this happen? What is it doing? He seemed to be very astonished. What's going on? Take me up there. Xiao Chen called out from below. Relying on his instinct, he could tell it was most likely caused by Kiki. The demon waved his hand and swept Xiao Chen up into the sky with the black fog. Xiao Chen stood along with the demon at a high place. After that, the demon brought him to the depths of the island. They stopped at the region filled with smoke and dust. At this place, they could clearly see the scene in front. A mountain peak had actually been destroyed. The snow-white little Kiki was fleeing in disarray among the range of hills. Its speed was extremely fast. It was just like a streak of white light flying past. And behind it was a jet-black metal engraving. It was carrying an overflowing magic aura and chased after the little critter like a little mountain. The forest trees behind it were destroyed, the mountain rocks were split apart, a wide avenue was opened up by the little critter and the jet-black metal engraving. Xiao Chen felt a burst of headache. This snow-white little critter was really too undisciplined. Just a few days and it already caused such a huge disturbance. This legendary jet black metal engraving was actually found by it. The little critter was messing around too much. Xiao Chen clearly remembered the scene at the ghost town on that day. The divine artifacts that bombarded the ghost town at that time included the Buddha's eternal wheel, ancestral dragon horn, golden halberd, and also this metal engraving that is emitting black fog. How did Kiki find it? The demon also furrowed his brows and said to himself, "It is too reckless, how did this happen?" The metal engraving is not as easy to find as the golden halberd. As for where to find it, I also haven't a clue after all these years, and it is actually found by this little critter. But how can the metal engraving be touched so carelessly? It really is too reckless. At the distant place, Kiki's cries of fear could be heard from time to time. The little critter had obviously received a fright. It knew it had caused a disaster and wanted to break away at all cost, but it was an impossible wish. If it was not for the protection of the seven-colored sacred tree on its head, the snow-white little critter might already be in danger a long time ago. Quickly think of something to save Kiki. Xiao Chen was very anxious. He unconsciously used a commanding tone to talk to the demon. I also have no means of saving the little critter. My power is not enough to stop the metal engraving's attack. That is one of the very few divine artifacts in this world. Although its power is sealed at this dragon island, it is still not something that can be stopped by anyone. The demon heaved a sigh. He was feeling powerless. Then what do we do? Xiao Chen revealed an anxious expression. The demon furrowed his brows, but it only lasted for a moment before he said, "I think it will certainly be unharmed." What makes you say that? Xiao Chen also gradually calmed down, because he knew getting anxious wouldn't solve anything. At that time the golden halberd was unable to do anything to the both of you, and this metal engraving ought to be almost the same as the golden halberd. Surely that little critter will be able to get away smoothly. The demon speculated as such. Rumble. A rumbling sound transmitted from a distant place. A cliff was destroyed by the metal engraving, and Kiki escaped into the mountain range in a hair's breadth. It disappeared from Xiao Chen and the demon's line of sight. The rumbling sound echoed in the depths of the mountain range in unbroken succession. It caused tens of thousands of beasts to flee and yelp. The mountains trembled unceasingly, the smoke and dust filled the whole sky, and the dragon roars transmitted from even further away. It seemed to be their response to everything that happened at this place. Only until a quarter of an hour later, everything finally calmed down. The explosive and rumbling sound could no longer be heard. That mountain range was extremely quiet. Even all the vicious beasts had already escaped from this region. Everything was just that quiet. Xiao Chen felt his heart sunk. The demon also had a bad premonition. He brought Xiao Chen and hastily rushed over there. They only saw a complete mess in the depths of the mountain range. The broken forest trees and the range of the caved-in zone was too wide. It seemed like a calamity had just taken place in this region. That powerful metal engraving disappeared, as if it had never appeared to begin with. "Kiki," Xiao Chen called out loudly, "little monster." A rustling sound transmitted from the destroyed woodland. A white light flashed from among the disordered leaves. A snow-white little critter sneakily poked its head out. It patted all over its body with its little paws out of lingering fear. It was really humane. After that, it let out a long breath and squeaked a few times. It seemed to be confused at the disappearance of the metal engraving. Xiao Chen was in a good mood and found it laughable. This little critter actually knew how to be afraid. The demon brought Xiao Chen and landed over there. Kiki raised its head to look at them, then it kept squeaking unceasingly, as if it was telling Xiao Chen what happened just now. "You sure know how to invite disaster, you little devil." "Kiki, you are seriously too undisciplined. I am really a little scared now. If I bring you with me away from this dragon island, I really have no idea what kind of disturbance you will cause in the future." Xiao Chen felt a bit dejected. It seemed like he could already see some of the bad things that might happen in the future. The snow-white little critter turned its head to the other side. It seemed to be unable to accept this. "Where did the metal engraving go?" Xiao Chen asked. Kiki blinked its big eyes and shook its head in puzzlement to express that it didn't know. That was a genuine divine artifact. It couldn't have disappeared like that golden halberd, right? Xiao Chen felt something was not right. Kiki felt a little upset, then it exposed an innocent look. Its pair of eyes were filled with sincerity. It seemed to be saying it really had nothing to do with it. Xiao Chen was completely speechless. He really didn't know what to say anymore. The demon searched every nook and corner of this region for about half an hour. In the end, he faced upwards and let out a long sigh. He really couldn't understand what was going on anymore. Just what did this snow-white little critter do? It actually made not one, but two divine artifacts disappear. It was really a little unbelievable. "You really had no idea how it disappeared?" The demon looked at this young little critter doubtfully. He wanted to confirm it one more time, but once he saw that sincere and innocent look, he completely relinquished the idea to go on searching. He felt really helpless in front of this little critter. 1. The demon controlled the underworld fog, sweeping Xiao Chen and Kiki into the sky, then they left this place and flew towards the beach. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and said somewhat unnaturally to the demon, "You should know, Luanhui Wang and the other two are skeletons. If we rashly enter the Immortals' mainland like this, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. I want to borrow something from you." 2. The demon was not someone stupid either. He guessed what Xiao Chen was saying in but a split second. He couldn't help but remain silent. Only after a long while did he finally say, "You have the nerve. You actually plan to take advantage of me. But fine, it does not matter, those casted-off skin no longer served any purpose for me anyway." Speaking until here, he changed direction and quickly rushed towards the depths of the Dragon Island. This distance was practically nothing for a practitioner of his level. They quickly arrived at the peak of the snowy mountain. After digging out the ice coffin and folded the skin properly, he gave it to Xiao Chen as a present. Although he felt a bit disgusted at the demon's skin, Xiao Chen still received it. After all, these will be the 3 skeletons' clothing from hereafter. They quickly set off after that, flying towards the coastal area of the island. The demonic cloud rolled at the seaside, the baleful aura soared into the sky. This place could even be said to be the underworld. One after another ghost shadows were struggling and screeching within the dark fog. The negative aura bubbled up frantically. A few especially huge shadows stood in there like small mountains. The baleful aura released by them was the thickest. After landing on the golden beach, the demon brought Xiao Chen, Yen Changchang and the others into the dark fog. He opened his mouth and said, "We will begin to summon the Sovereign King's ship now." Xiao Chen bit his middle finger and let the blood flow along the finger, dripping a few drops of blood on the diagram drawn by the demon. Although there were only a few dozen drops, it was already very effective. It was as if the drop of blood had divinized. It emitted a glaring red light, and then it actually started to move at high speed, moving along the diagram like a crimson divine snake. The glaring red light moved on this gold beach at lightning speed. In the end, the dim blood light actually spread all over the entire diagram. The black fog in the sky became thicker, the ghost screech was deafening, those huge shadows standing tall in the sky faced upward and let out a thunderous roar, which shook the heaven and earth. The chilly wind spread far and wide, it swept towards the depths of the gold ocean. A vast and terrifying aura seemed to have crossed space-time, transmitting some kind of information there. The wail of the ghosts and howl of the wolves made this place extremely noisy. The gloomy aura filled the entire world. It caused all the vicious beasts at the outer region of the island to tremble. It seemed as if this place had already become a true underworld. Xiao Chen and the rest could see one after another ghost shadows swaying in their surroundings. They could vaguely see countless bones of the dead floating in the sky. The watery blood filled the whole sky. It was a genuine land of death. Xiao Chen and the rest could barely stand even with the protection of ancestor god Swirenchi's burial cloth. There were ghost shadows all around them. The baleful aura caused their hair to stand on end, their scalp to feel numb. Woo-woo from the distant gold ocean, a mournful screech transmitted over as a response to the ghost screech of the 9 underworld formation. It seemed like a huge monster was rushing over at high speed from the ocean. Woo-woo, the mournful ghost screech became louder and louder. The dark fog at the lower altitude of the beach gradually raised. It allowed them to see the scene in the taboo ocean clearly. A mountain-like black ancient ship drifted over like a ghost. It was overflowing with baleful aura. The boundless gold taboo ocean began to roil violently. Sovereign King ship. Xiao Chen and Yen Changchang were incomparably shocked. The legend was really true. There was really this kind of ancient ship that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. It was drifting all year round at the taboo ocean. Woo-woo. The Sovereign King ship's entire body was shiny black. Just looking at it made one feel terrified. It seemed as if that place was connected to the underworld, connected to the gates of hell. It really made one scared witless. Compared to that divine ship flickering with 7-colored radiance, it was as different as the night and day. 1. Silva, Kiki used charm, it was super effective. 2. Silva, I bet I know what it is, how about you? XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Ancestral Dragon? 2 ancient ships with completely opposite aura, the difference was really too big. Yen Changchang clenched her teeth secretly. If not because she didn't have any other way, she definitely wouldn't board this ancient ship. This was not made for human, it was practically a ghost ship. It's getting closer, much closer. The Sovereign King ship was about to reach the shore. Its appearance was clearly reflected in Xiao Chen and the others' eyes. The pitch-black body of the ship was carved with diagrams of ominous ghost, and the dark fog lingering around the ink-like ancient ship was raging. A huge underworld lamp was hanging on the ship. It emitted a dim white light which made the ancient ship appear even more eerie and terrifying. After observing carefully, Xiao Chen and Yen Xingcheng took a deep breath at the same time. They originally couldn't see it very clearly before, only now did they realize that the Sovereign King ship's entire body was that of a skull opening its mouth. But the way it opened was really a little exaggerated. Its arc bent like a crescent moon, and its mouth that was precisely shaped like a moon was facing the sky, forming the upper part of the hull. The other parts of the skull was submerged in the gold ocean. 1. It was very easy for people to associate it with something bad. Could this really be an ancient ship made out of refined giant skull? A gloomy black light launched towards the shore from the ancient ship. It formed a deathly bridge which allowed people from the shore to board the ship. Get on the ship, let us meet again when the opportunity arises. The demon smiled towards Xiao Chen. Many thanks. Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude to the demon. Don't mention it, this is what I ought to do. I did promise I will certainly repay the favor to Kiki several folds. The demon smiled faintly. Squeak. Kiki didn't seem to feel grateful to the demon. It was panting with rage as it ran towards a not-so-distant location. The little critter waved its little beast paw lightly. A 7-colored radiance appeared and enveloped a big pile of fruits at the beach, which included the coconuts, pineapples, oranges, amethyst pears, sweet dates, and so on. After that, it cheerfully ran back and delivered the small mountain of fruits to the sovereign kingship via the ghost bridge. Now, the little critter's plump little belly had already shrank. As far as food was concerned, it could even be said to be anything goes. There were many peculiar fruits that it liked. It specially requested Xiao Chen to gather those. Seeing such a big pile of fruits being delivered to the ancient ship smoothly, Kiki had a sense of accomplishment. It revealed an extremely satisfied expression. Just when Xiao Chen and the others were about to board the ship, one after another dragon roars transmitted from their back. It was as ear-splitting as the heavenly thunder. Just when the ghost screech stopped, the dragon roars resounded. The scene was somewhat astonishing. Xiao Chen turned around to watch. He only saw the figure of 10 huge dragons showing up at the coast. They faced this place directly and let out a thunderous roar. It was actually the 10 kings of dragons, which included the tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, eight-clawed tyrant dragon, saber dragon, and so on. There were exactly 10 dragons. They were the 10 true kings of dragon race. This is, Yin Chang was feeling very apprehensive. Her beautiful face had a hint of fear. The dragon race was so strong that even the demon wouldn't dare to provoke. If these dragons were to attack now, the consequences would be unthinkable. Woo, a faintly discernible sad calls resounded. An unremarkable little dragon was reluctant to part with the 10 kings of dragon. It was actually the dark brown tough little dragon, that incomparably proud and aloof little dragon that always went around challenging others to a fight. It was reluctant to part as it paced back and forth in front of the 10 most powerful dragonkind. It was unwilling to leave. The 10 greater dragons that was second only to the Dragon King also took a step forward and encircled the little dragon. The green tyrannical dragon, the gold monarch lion dragon, the silver eight-clawed tyrant dragon, all of them lowered their heads and licked the little dragon's body lovingly. One after another multicolored radiance rushed into the little dragon's body. They were also reluctant to part with it. Xiao Chen and Yin Chang felt relieved. The 10 kings of dragons will not attack them. They are only sending the tough little dragon off. The demon revealed an astonished expression. He looked at the dragons in front with blank expression. Then he muttered, "Don't tell me. How is this possible? This is impossible, but..." At the same time, Xiao Chen and Yin Chang also thought of the same possibility. All of them revealed an unfathomable expression. No, I must be wrong. After staring blankly for a while, the demon woke up from the daze. He pushed his speculation just now to the back of his head. Xiao Chen and Yin Chang also shook off that very idea at the same time. They opened their mouth and said simultaneously, "It cannot be the little ancestral dragon." The demon shook his head strongly. Then he faced Xiao Chen and said, "I remember you saved this little dragon once. It seems like your kindness have paid off. Although it is impossible for this little dragon to be the ancestral dragon, it shouldn't be weaker than the ancient Dragon King. Since it is leaving with you, it will certainly follow you when you arrive at the Immortals' mainland. Take good care of it." I recalled a legend regarding the dragons. This little one have unlimited potential. Yin Chang looked at Xiao Chen with envy and jealousy. Anyone could tell the little dragon was a little different from its peers now. It was not the clumsy little dragon as it was before. Although it was a little different from when the 11 Dragon Kings were sent off by numerous dragons on the Dragon Island. There were only 10 dragons this time, but each of them represented the strongest species among the dragon race. It was easy to tell that the little dragon's identity was only known to a limited group of dragons. This little dragon was filled with mysteries. Just what is that little dragon? What kind of legends regarding the dragons did you recall? Yin Chang looked at the demon. She really wanted to know the answer. I am also not too clear. I only saw the written records on a broken monolith found at the Dragon Island. It says that one dragon will not leave the Dragon Island along with the Dragon Kings. It will leave by itself. Could that be the little ancestral dragon? Yin Chang asked urgently. I don't think so. That broken monolith had the terms Dragon King. It is impossible for them to refer to the ancestral dragon as a certain dragon. Speaking until here, the demon was also not too convinced. But once he felt the power of the tough little dragon, he reaffirmed himself and said, "It is still much too weak compared to the little dragon king. How can that be the little ancestral dragon? I am sure." Kiki blinked its big eyes and curiously sized up those dragons. It already knew the tough little dragon will be going with them, so it cheerfully let out a squeak and ran over there. It was not afraid of those 10 powerful dragons at all. Xiao Chen wanted to stop the little critter, but it was already too late, and the demon just smiled meaningfully. He wanted to see these dragons' reaction towards the little critter. He wanted to find out just how deep was its background. The fearless little critter that was as cute as Snow White Pom-Pom ran beside the black little dragon with high speed. It squeaked excitedly and jumped onto the little dragon's back. After that, it ran around the little dragon, completely ignoring the 10 kings of dragon that was second only to the dragon kings. 2. The tough little dragon was very dissatisfied. It let out a few growls toward Kiki, but there was little to no hint of enmity. After all, they could also be considered old acquaintances by now. It seemed to know that this naughty little critter was naturally mischievous. However, the 10 dragons fixed their eyes on the Snow White little critter's treasure tree hat firmly. After that, they faced upwards and let out a long roar which shook the vast sky. They looked like humans that had just found the new world. Their gaze were glued on the Snow White little critter. The 10 dragons did not attack Kiki for the time being. They had a strange expression when they looked at the little critter. It seemed to be filled with doubt, anger, astonishment, and all kinds of emotion. In the end, the Eight-Clawed Tyrant Dragon was the first to make a move. It stretched its huge claw towards the Snow White little critter's treasure tree hat, wanting to take it off. At the distant place, Xiao Chen was extremely nervous. He feared that the dragons will kill this Snow White little critter. The little critter Kiki was not scared at all. When it saw a huge dragon claw approaching itself, it just stared at the Eight-Clawed Tyrant Dragon while panting with rage. It shouted with dissatisfaction, as if it was questioning the dragon furiously. What made everyone baffled was that the Eight-Clawed Tyrant Dragon seemed to have understood everything. It hesitated slightly and the huge dragon claw slowed down. It didn't drop the claw immediately, but it was very reluctant. Its claw was swaying back and forth on top of Kiki's head. The other kings of dragons also had a hint of hesitation. In the end, the somewhat violent monarch lion dragon extended its huge dragon claw that was flickering with gold radiance. The claw pressed towards Kiki all of a sudden. It seems determined to seize back the dragon's sacred tree. Squeak! Squeak! The Snow White little critter seemed to be extremely furious. Its glittering big eyes were filled with anger. Waving its little beast paw with all its strength, a 7-colored divine radiance enveloped the monarch lion dragon. It wanted to stop the monarch lion dragon with the confinement technique. However, the monarch lion dragon was a highborn species that was only second to the dragon kings. Although its powerful divine ability had been sealed, its physical body was still powerful enough to make the deities tremble in fear. Although the mysterious confinement technique enveloped its huge dragon claw, the 7-colored radiance shattered into pieces in a flash. It was easily destroyed by that monarch lion dragon. At a distant place, the demon let out a sigh and said, "The dragons really are the most terrifying ones. Their innate power is not something other race could hope to match." And on the other side, Xiao Chen was extremely anxious. He was scared that Kiki would die at this point. Although the confinement technique did not stop the monarch lion dragon's huge golden claw, this dragon stopped the claw by itself. The confinement technique exhibited by the 7-colored radiance was the dragon's divine ability. If it was a little stronger, it would no longer be as simple as confining. It could destroy and annihilate everything in its path. If the 10 dragons were not sealed, they could also use this kind of powerful dragon technique. This was a divine ability that belonged to the kings of dragons. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki looked at them without a hint of fear. It was panting with rage as it used its tiny beast paw to point at them one by one. It seemed to be questioning them something. This made Xiao Chen and the demon at a distant place look at each other in dismay. They were unable to guess nor imagine the reason for the little critter to act like this. 1. Silva, from what I imagined, the entire ship was made out of a giant skull with the deck in its mouth. 2. Silva, maybe the dark brown dragon evolved and turned completely black? The author did not use brown in this chapter anymore. Straight face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Current Situation. Xiao Chen was filled with doubts. Kiki was an abandoned child. It didn't even know its own parents, and somehow it seemed to be quarreling with the kings of dragons now? And it seemed to be contending on strong grounds. Could it be that it actually knew more things than he originally thought? This was seriously too strange. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen recalled Kiki was already able to use the confinement technique the moment it was born. Maybe all of these were innate intelligent. It must be because of this that the little critter knew so many things, which resulted in its current behavior. 10 huge dragon claws were swaying back and forth on top of the Snow White little critter's head, the green tyrannical dragon's claw, the gold monarch lion dragon's claw, the silver 8-clawed tyrant dragon's claw. They seemed to be hesitating. When the demon looked at all of these, he felt very unnatural. If he was besieged by 10 dragons, it was impossible for him to remain as fearless as Kiki. In the end, the killing intent of the 10 dragons seemed to have vanished. They pulled their destructive claws back. It was a very unbelievable scene. Their attitude was also substantially different. When they looked at the snow-white little critter, they actually had a hint of loving gaze. 1. This change of event was really too fast. It made Xiao Chen and company feel a little inconceivable. Even the 3 skeleton dropped their jaws silently. The snow-white little critter was not the least grateful to them. It was panting with rage as it turned its plump little body, completely ignoring them. And then it actually waved its little beast paw at the tough little dragon. It seemed to be urging it to hurry up. This scene made everyone speechless. Finally, the tough little dragon that was covered in black dragon scales reluctantly bid farewell to the 10 dragons. It turned its head back 3 times with each steps it took and followed the snow-white little critter along to the beach. Its pair of big eyes actually flashed with glistening teardrops. It was another little beast with intelligence. The demon stared at the snow-white little critter for a while, and then he turned his full attention to the jet-black little dragon. It seemed like he was trying to see through its true nature, but the little dragon was very proud. It didn't pay any attention to him at all. You guys get on the ship now. I pray for a pleasant journey ahead. The demon patted Xiao Chen's shoulders and said, I dare say we will definitely meet again. The dark fog already scattered. Xiao Chen raised the ancestor god Swirenchi's burial cloth and took the lead, taking a step on the jet-black ghost bridge. Although in that instant, he could vaguely hear the ghost screech, Xiao Chen did not feel agitated and took large strides forward. All the negative aura disappeared, the breath of ghost was retreating, their party smoothly boarded the Sovereign King's ship. The demon yelled, once the person who offered their blood to summon the Sovereign King's ship boarded, the ship will set sail immediately. You guys must not randomly explore the ship. It is best if you all stay at a fixed place and set the ancestor god Swirenchi's burial cloth beside you as a banner. You can guarantee your safety that way. Remember, you must not enter the depths of the cabin secretly by all means. It's best to just stay on the deck. These words made Yen Qingcheng feel a bit uneasy. She looked at Xiao Chen and said in a low voice, there won't be any problem, right? It should be fine if we listen to what he said. Xiao Chen waved his hand at the demon and said, many thanks, see you again later. Yen Qingcheng also waved her hand with a complicated expression. She was bidding farewell to this unforgettable dragon island. The 3 skeletons also extended their bony palm to wave a few times at the demon. Kiki jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder and let out a few squeaks toward the dragon island. It seemed to be bidding farewell to its homeland too. As for the tough little dragon, it was already gleaming with tears. It faced the 10 dragons and let out a roar unceasingly. It seemed completely different from its usually proud and competitive nature. 10 dragons faced upward and let out a long roar. They looked at Xiao Chen's party as they boarded the ghost ship and following them with their eyes as they distanced themselves from the island. Have a pleasant journey, the demon yelled in a loud voice. See you again later. Goodbye, farewell the Dragon Island. The ancient ship gradually proceeded in getting further away. They were already unable to see the Dragon Island clearly and it finally disappeared in the end. Only now did Xiao Chen turn his back towards the Dragon Island. No matter if it was Xiao Chen or Yen Qingcheng, they were all deeply moved. Even the 3 skeletons were no exception. They had been looking at the direction of the Dragon Island all along silently. That was where they were born after all. Their past was somewhere in that place. These 3 skeletons were very uncommon. The spiritual light in their eye sockets throbbed unceasingly. If they reached the ultimate realm sometime in the future, maybe they might come back to the Dragon Island to search for their dream. They will come back to find out their real identity. Perhaps only the snow-white little critter was the most detached among the party. It didn't seem to be feeling sentimental and was already engrossed in drinking the coconut juice. As long as the little sacred tree was by its side, it didn't care where it ended up. The little critter was not feeling depressed at all. The proud and aloof tough little dragon also gradually calmed down. It was sizing up the sovereign kingship like Xiao Chen. The negative aura pervaded on the ship. If it was not because of the burial cloth that was fluttering beside them, they might not be able to stay at this place for long. The ancient ship was very big. Cloudy fog was lingering on the cabin. A huge underworld lamp was hanging there, emitting a dim white light which gave people a really bad feeling. Xiao Chen remembered what the demon had told them. He didn't want to cause too much trouble by exploring the cabin, otherwise he might endanger his life. He believed Yen Qingcheng also wouldn't act recklessly. The 3 skeletons were also very obedient. The only thing he worried about was the snow-white little critter. Kiki, you must not play around by all means. This time we are putting our life at risk to pass through the taboo ocean. You absolutely cannot act recklessly. You must not go to the direction of the cabin. Xiao Chen couldn't help but give it a serious warning. This little critter did not know what's good for it since birth. It was necessary to give it a heads up in advance. Hearing these words, Kiki lifted its head to look at the direction of the cabin. Its big eyes immediately lit up. 2. Stop right there, don't try to do anything funny. Xiao Chen had a bad feeling, so he inadvertently reminded this troublemaker. Squeak. Kiki felt wronged and nodded its head. It seemed a little dispirited. Tough little dragon, you must look after it very carefully. Xiao Chen gave this task to the black little dragon. When the ancient ship passed through the gold ocean, the golden spindrift rose up and down. It was incomparably beautiful. It was like a masterpiece sketched out by a divine pen. Yen Changcheng attempted to throw a coconut fruit into the ocean. As a result, as soon as the coconut fruit was outside of the black light's range, it disintegrated in an instant. It disappeared without a trace, not even the dusts remained. This was a very terrifying scene. If a flesh and blood human fell into the ocean, the result would certainly be the same. Xiao Chen secretly rejoiced. Although they missed the ancestral dragon divine ship, there was still the sovereign king ship in the end. Otherwise, this kind of taboo ocean, even deities would find it hard to get through. The gold ocean was not as calm as it looked from the seashore. The deeper they go, the more violent it became. The taboo ocean was all around them as far as the eyes could see. It was a glorious yellow. If they didn't take the dangers into consideration, it was seriously grand and beautiful, enough to bewitch a man. Gradually, Xiao Chen discovered a problem. The sovereign king ship seemed to have slowed down, as if it had encountered a great resistance. Yen Qingchang also discovered this problem. At first, they were very worried that something might have happened to the hull, but that shouldn't be the case. It seemed like a bizarre power was trying to prevent the ancient ship from leaving this sea area. Its speed was much slower compared to when the sovereign king ship was first summoned. It seemed like there was a force directing all of these from within the darkness. It seemed to know the ancient ship was carrying someone or something from the Dragon Island, so it exerted more power to stop it. Although the speed decreased, it was not stopped completely. The ancient sovereign king ship was still advancing slowly. It was still a little faster compared to the normal walking speed of ordinary people. Yen Chengcheng frowned and said, I originally thought we could leave the taboo ocean very quickly, but at this rate, it might take many days. After all, legend says the taboo ocean had a perimeter of at least 1,000 miles. Don't be impatient, there's no need to hurry. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, you don't need to think about those, you should think of the problem between you and me. You? What are you doing? Don't come over here. Yen Shengchang seemed to have thought of something. She backed away with lingering fear, but she didn't dare to get too far away from the burial cloth. What are you thinking of? Don't tell me you want me to put on a good show in front of the 3 skeletons and 2 little monsters? Even if you have that kind of mood, I don't have that kind of desire. These kind of things need to set up the mood. It depends on the surroundings. Yen Xingchang was so angry that she became speechless. The other party was clearly teasing her, and using her to regulate his state of mind. What do you want? I was thinking if it is about time I destroyed the flower. Speaking until here, Xiao Chen's expression gradually became cold. He was not joking around. And Yen Xingchang clearly felt the other party's killing intent. She didn't want to die. Her heart immediately filled with fear. All the more when she was just about to break away from the Dragon Island. If her dream was to be shattered at this time, it was seriously too cruel. It seemed like there is no leeway between you and me. If I don't kill you now, it will only cause more trouble for me. Yen Changchang knew he was not just threatening her. Since they had left the Dragon Island, he wouldn't need to worry about being alone anymore. He no longer had to spend a lifetime on a barren island by himself. He had no qualms of killing her now. It could also be said that she had no value now. Yen Qingcheng quickly thought of something and calmed down. Then she said, you cannot kill me. You already know, I don't really have any attachment to Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu. What I did last time was only to defend the honor of our faction. In other words, we don't really have any enmity between us. At that time we really don't have enmity, but this is the reality. It is already too late to turn back. Xiao Chen looked at her very calmly. The more he pressed on, the more Yen Qingcheng felt unease. She opened her mouth and said, I promise I will not tell anyone you had once killed the people of the Undying faction. Let's resolve all our grudges like this. There is no reason for us to fight anymore. This is not a reason, it's just an excuse to let me spare you. Listen to me until the end. Yen Changcheng continued, as a matter of fact, the matter regarding Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu is already a thing of the past. However, you killed my martial uncle Wang Hao. Everyone on the divine ship had seen it. If you kill me now and enter the world of immortals, you will encounter a great lot of trouble. Only by leaving me alive will you be safe. Oh? Speak. Xiao Chen kept looking at her with a calm expression. In fact, the reason he didn't make a move was because of this. Keep me alive, and I will help you clear your name. Yen Changcheng already calmed down. How will you clear my name? How can I believe anything you said? Xiao Chen had the upper hand, because he was in control of Yen Changcheng's life or death. A lot of people had seen my martial uncle attacking us, and he was killed by you in the end. Regardless of the outsider's opinions or the truth, it showed that we are on the same side. We either sink or swim together. Only by working together will we be able to break away from the undying faction's desire to kill. We will push all the blame to my martial uncle, say he was jealous of the younger generation and wanted to kill me, which dragged you into it as a result. In fact, his action was very dishonorable on that day. We have many witnesses. The situation is very favorable for us. Many people also knew I caught you as a female slave. What good would our cooperation do? Hearing the two words, female slave, Yan Cheng's face turned red and then turned pale. She was very annoyed, but she couldn't show it on the surface. Yan Cheng clenched her teeth and said, everything can be cleared, say we are in fact an alliance. At that time we were just putting on a play, it was all for surviving on the dangerous Dragon Island. We did that in order to provide misconception to outsiders, so that when it was necessary, we could take them by surprise. We can go find Buddhist Asian, Rowena, Lawrence, and the others to testify. Especially if I, the victim, says so, it is more unlikely for the outsiders to doubt us. Xiao Chen smiled and said, what you said is very pleasant to hear, but who knows if you will really keep your word once we enter the world of immortals, and put me in a dangerous situation immediately. Rather than that, killing you here might be a better choice. You are looking down on the undying faction too much. If you really killed me, in addition to Martial Uncle Wang Hao's death, you will definitely meet a tragic end if they find your whereabouts. Don't try to press your luck. I believe many people already know about your secret technique. It will inevitably spread to the undying faction. Unless you stop practicing martial arts from hereafter, you will eventually expose yourself. Can I really break away from dangers completely if I keep you alive? Xiao Chen was calm and cool, but his killing intent did not diminish. That's right, I guarantee it will be profitable to both sides, I promise you this much. Yan Cheng vividly felt Xiao Chen's killing intent. It forced her to come to a decision quickly. If she could keep her life, she was even willing to forget her experience as the prisoner of war. But I cannot trust anything you said. This is the biggest problem. If only you have a method that can convince me. 1. Silva, yup. I know, the little critter is just too cute. No one can resist its cuteness, not even the demon in Dragon XD. 2. Silva, don't do it, please don't do it, you little beast. We just want a little peace of mind for now. Please. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Taboo Ocean. This, Yan Cheng really had nothing else to say. As a matter of fact, if their position was reversed, she would find it even harder to trust Xiao Chen. She knew there was one possibility, and that was to offer herself. Maybe she could only gain the other party's trust by connecting to him with marriage. The other side ought to know a woman as proud as her would rather die than lose her virginity. Maybe she could only gain Xiao Chen's trust with this. However, how would she be willing to resign herself? Especially to this man who was once her enemy? Although she had to accept a compromise now, she still wouldn't be able to stand that kind of outcome. However, if she don't do this, how will she gain the other party's trust? With Xiao Chen's personality, he will eliminate everything that is dangerous. He won't allow her to live. The Sovereign King ship advanced slowly. It gave rise to light waves in the Gold Ocean. The jet-black ancient ship seemed especially eye-catching among the glorious divine radiance of the Taboo Ocean. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a huge upside-down black skull drifting on the sea, flickering with black light, sinister and bizarre. This was a very unusual scene. It was a very eye-catching scene, but there's not a lot of spectators at the moment. The deck of the ancient ship had sunk into silence. Xiao Chen was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. He seemed to be very relaxed and unconcerned, as if he had forgotten what happened just now. He was currently watching the Gold Ocean, admiring the extraordinarily beautiful and majestic Gold Taboo Ocean. However, Yan Cheng knew the other party's killing intent had yet to diminish. It was only because he had the upper hand and could kill her, who had her power sealed, at any time. She was having an intense internal conflict. She didn't want to die. She was still young. She had unlimited future prospects. Her future was filled with hope. But how could she survive this? Did she really have to pay a great price? Yan Cheng was an ambitious, and at the same time, an outstanding woman. She didn't want to live an ordinary life. She wanted to surpass her predecessor. She wanted to explore the entire world, but she didn't know how to get through the current crisis. Did she really have to go beyond her bottom line? After leaving the Dragon Island, everything had changed. The two who originally had a subtle relationship had a lot to think about. It was not as simple as thinking about how to survive on the barren island. They had to think about the future, about everything that might happen from now on. Everything was very tranquil. Only the sound of two little monsters swallowing their food could be heard. Kiki did not have much to think about. It just indulged itself in eating all kinds of strange fruits. The proud and aloof little dragon had clearly been influenced by Kiki's way of life gradually. It was no longer resisting the delicious food and enjoyed them delightfully like the snow-white little critter. On the side of Qing Wang and the other two skeletons, they were sitting beside the burial cloth very quietly. They were as motionless as three fossils. It seemed like they were already in a deathly still state. They meditated like that quietly, the spiritual light in their eye sockets would flicker a few times occasionally, and the lotus insignia on their foreheads would brighten up. Who knows just how much time had passed, the color of the sky gradually became darker. Xiao Chen also broke several unknown nuts into pieces and began to enjoy his dinner. This was a really strange feeling, at this taboo ocean that even demigod wouldn't be able to set foot in. They were enjoying sweet wild fruits and drinking coconut juice while watching the sunset dye the gold ocean with its color. It was an unusual feeling. Nightfall, the sky was filled with specks of stars, the starry sky was filled with the breath of freedom. Xiao Chen felt his mood lightened up very much. They finally departed from the Dragon Island. And just at this time, Kiki suddenly cried out in fear. Xiao Chen, who was currently looking up at the sky, was startled. He hastily turned around, only to see Kiki taking off its treasured tree hat and calling out with a few squeaks. At the side, the tough little dragon curiously looked at it. The proud and aloof little dragon didn't seem to be lusting after the sacred tree like those young syndicate dragon kings. Kiki, what happened? Xiao Chen asked it doubtfully. The snow-white little critter was still pointing at the treasured tree hat and squeaking incessantly. It seemed to be very surprised. Something must have happened to the little sacred tree. Xiao Chen walked in front of it. When he squatted down to lightly touch the sapling, he immediately felt a little warmed up. It seemed like there was a ripple of energy fluctuation. Xiao Chen was also filled with doubt. Yan Chang was also very astonished. She turned her head to look over. There was indeed a weak fluctuation that was almost undetectable, but neither Kiki or Xiao Chen had ever took notice of it before. The little sacred tree seemed to be absorbing the external energy. Under the dim light of night, Xiao Chen's keen spiritual sense was at its peak. He finally saw it clearly. Specks of faintly discernible golden light actually gathered from all directions and slowly floated towards the little sacred tree. This was the energy from the gold ocean. Xiao Chen was gobsmacked. The little sacred tree was really too mystical. It was actually capable of absorbing the taboo ocean's divine power. Because the fluctuation was too weak before, no one had noticed, but now regardless of Xiao Chen, Yan Chang, the two little monsters, or the three skeletons, all of them knew what just happened. The snow-white little critter shouted excitedly with a few squeaks. It wanted to put the little sacred tree in the gold ocean, but it stopped its action midway while feeling vexed, because it remembered how terrifying the gold ocean was. After completely understanding the situation, Xiao Chen felt very excited. The taboo ocean seemed to possess unlimited divine power. If the little sacred tree was able to absorb a little, it might be able to grow a bit. Let me give it a try. Xiao Chen raised the sapling and gradually got closer to the side of the ship. Just at this time, the sacred tree emitted a fairly bright radiance. The gold specks of light it gathered had clearly increased drastically. Xiao Chen did not dare to recklessly expose the sapling to the outside of sovereign kingship. After all, they had seen it with their own eyes. Everything that broke away from the protection of the black light emitted by the ancient ship would disintegrate into nothingness. Even though this was the legendary sacred tree, it was hard to say it would be able to withstand that kind of divine power. Xiao Chen's arm was already at the side of the ship. The golden specks of light it gathered kept increasing in numbers. The little sacred tree absorbed these divine power at high speed. Taking his chances, he moved it forward some more. It was already a little beyond the side of the ship, but it was still within the range of the black light. The golden energy gathered at an even faster rate. It was like countless of tiny fireflies flying over from all direction and pouncing at the sapling. This was a really joyous occasion. Looking at the sapling absorbing the divine power, it gave people a strong sense of satisfaction. Kiki blinked its big eyes and ran all over the place. It was extremely excited. However, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to raise the sapling like this forever. In the end, he used the burial cloth to bind the little sacred tree and hanged it at the side of the ship. This was a really joyous night. The speck of stars decorated the blue dome of heaven. The sovereign kingship sailed slowly. The little sacred tree flickered with gold radiance at the back of the ship. It was already surrounded by even more specks of light. The night breeze brushed past lightly. The depths of the taboo ocean was not as deathly still as they originally thought. It was windy and there was the sound of ocean wave too. Although the cabin area was filled with skyrocketing baleful aura, which made Xiao Chen and company feel their blood run cold, it was still quite peaceful at the back of the ship, under the shelter of ancestor god Swirenchi's burial cloth. Under the gentle moonlight, the two little monsters were already sleeping soundly. The three skeletons also remained completely still. Xiao Chen looked at Yan Chang. He wasn't worried about being ambushed by her at all, so he fell asleep while feeling relieved. With his current spiritual sense, he would wake up the moment there was any anomaly, and the other party had her power sealed by him. She wouldn't be able to harm him even if she wanted to. Who knows just how long later, Xiao Chen was roused from a deep sleep. He could hear a faint shriek. It seemed like the ghost screech was fluttering in the wind. At the direction of that cabin, a huge underworld lamp was emitting dim white light, but it was unable to really illuminate that area. The deathly pale light was only limited to that narrow place. Even further away was a dark door that seemed to be connected to the underworld. It was extremely eerie and intimidating. They couldn't see anything beyond the door, and that gloomy ghost screech was precisely transmitted from that place. At the same time, it seemed like there was movements within the cabin. This was an atmosphere that made one's hair stand on end. They couldn't see anything, yet they could hear it, which made it even more terrifying. All of a sudden, the huge sovereign king ship shook violently. It seemed like within the cabin, there was a huge monster who was flipping its body over while having a sweet dream. That kind of rolling sound and the ghost's sleep talk could be heard clearly. The baleful aura surged up and covered the starlight in the sky. The black underworld fog was drifting and lingering on the surroundings of the ancient ship. The gold seawater in the vicinity had been dyed black. Xiao Chen was not the only one who had woken up. Yen Cheng also sat up nervously, and the two little beasts looked at the cabin without batting an eye. The three skeletons' spiritual divine light throbbed unceasingly. This was really a ghost ship. It was actually this bizarre and terrifying. Without a doubt, there was a really terrifying existence on this ship. They could clearly see the underworld fog drifting on the entire ancient ship. If it was not because of the protection from ancestor god Swirenchi's burial cloth, the back of the ship might already sunk into darkness. The gloomy ghost screech resounded in a low voice. The frightening walking sound transmitted outwards unceasingly. The sovereign kingship finally revealed its true face. However, it was already at the crack of dawn. The dark sky gradually regained a little vitality, and those bizarre sounds slowly settled down. Xiao Chen and the others finally let out a long breath. If that terrifying existence in the ancient ship's cabin really came out, they might be in a really dangerous situation. Even with the shelter of the burial cloth, it was hard to guarantee they would still be safe. Just at this time, Kiki jumped onto the edge of the ancient ship. The little critter was looking for the little sacred tree. Xiao Chen was also shocked when he turned around to take a look. Who knows when it happened, but about half of the burial cloth was already hanging outside of the ship. The little sacred tree fell down and was no longer in their line of sight. It was already outside the range of the black light. This made Xiao Chen's heart sunk. He quickly ran over there, but he loosened up soon after. Although half of the burial cloth and little sacred tree was outside the range of the black light, they didn't disintegrate. On the contrary, the gold radiance at the side of the ship was resplendent. The divine radiance was flickering. It proved itself as a burial cloth encroached by the blood of ancestor god. It still looked like any ordinary burial cloth. There was no luster whatsoever, but it was not destroyed by the power of the taboo ocean. This was really such a rare occurrence. And the little sacred tree was even more miraculous. Due to the sheer size of the sovereign king ship, it was impossible for it to touch the gold ocean while hanging in the sky by half of the burial cloth. However, the gold radiance that rose from the taboo ocean was like water ripples which connected the sapling to the sea. It seemed as if both sides were already interlinked. Although the energy fluctuation was not very violent, it could be seen clearly with naked eyes. There was a tiny stream of energy flowing steadily towards the sapling. The golden energy was precisely absorbed by it. Although the divine power was not as boundless as they originally thought, the little sacred tree would still have absorbed endless amount of energy at this rate. Gathering a little and absorb it slowly, as long as there was enough time, the little sacred tree would definitely grow a little. The sun rose from the east, the morning radiance spilled on the surface of the sea. A new day had begun. The huge ship still sailed as slowly as before. The rising sun seemed to be dispersing unlimited vitality. It made the sinister sovereign king ship retract its baleful aura. The ocean was rippling with specks of gold radiance. Everything seemed that auspicious and peaceful. Those who didn't know the truth might find it hard to believe every inch of this space could crush a demigod, or even a deity. It seemed like this kind of trip didn't fit the snow-white little critter and the tough little dragon, because they had an active nature. The two cubs tried to cross the shelter of the burial cloth several times and looked at the direction of the cabin, but they were reprimanded by Xiao Chen every time. Yen Chang was feeling very disorganized. She was unable to make a decision. She couldn't make a choice, because the price was really too great. Xiao Chen didn't know what this stunning beauty was thinking, but he did not feel anxious. He had more than enough time. Maybe the other party could really help him work out a safe and dependable plan. Sunrise and sundown, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Another night had arrived. Over the past few days, the ancient ship was very restless every night. There would inevitably be a terrifying sound transmitting over. So much so that Xiao Chen could even feel the baleful aura entering the range of the burial cloth a few times. And a few times he was even roused from a deep sleep, only to see a few terrifying shadows fixing their eyes on them from not far away. On the fourth night, the starlight was somewhat dim. With the sound of the rising and falling wave, the ancient ship felt a little constrained. It was unusually calm. It was already very late at night, but the ghost screech did not arise as it used to. However, Xiao Chen was unable to really fall asleep. He felt that the atmosphere was unusual. In the end, he fell into a half-asleep state. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Shinshio. Finally, Kiki was unable to restrain its active nature anymore. It still crossed the boundary of the burial cloth in the end and ran over to the cabin. The snow-white little critter could even be said to be extremely daring. It actually jumped onto the inextinguishable underworld lamp with a thunk and curiously surveyed from above. Woo-woo! Although the mournful screech was not very loud, it still resounded clearly in Xiao Chen and company's ears. The chilly wind brushed past with a whoosh. In that instant, the long fur on the little critter's snow-white body stood on end. It was frightened by the sudden sound and jumped down hastily. And on the other side, that tough little dragon was still as competitive as ever. It already poked half of its body into the cabin. Its black dragon scales flickered with specks of light. It seemed to thirst for a good fight, regardless if it was a ghost, a beast, or a human. Xiao Chen woke with a start. He was feeling helpless. These two cubs were uncommon beasts. Hoping that they would stay in one place without moving was impossible, but to audaciously explore the ship like this was really inappropriate. Roar. A huge roar resounded. It was a terrifying sound wave filled with the breath of death. The competitive tough little dragon was pushed back from the cabin by a mysterious power. At the same time the faint ghost screech resounded. It was as if there were hundreds and thousands of people muttering and weeping simultaneously. It was exceptionally intimidating. The snow-white little critter and tough little dragon hesitated. They were feeling demoralized from an opponent that they could not see and backed away unconsciously. 1. Meanwhile, waves of black underworld fog gushed out from the cabin. They were rumbling like the black clouds. They could vaguely see dozens of malevolent shadows swaying in the fog, seemingly wanting to charge toward the two cubs. Swish! Divine light flickered. Keeks used its divine ability, the confinement technique, to envelop the dozens of shadows ahead in the seven-colored radiance, then it fiercely threw them into the depths of the cabin. As if some kind of balance had been broken, a furious chilly wind roared past the originally tranquil gold ocean in an instant. The dark fog overflowed and filled the sky. The Sovereign King's ship trembled violently. A soul-wrenching howl transmitted from within the cabin. The baleful aura enveloped the space in the vicinity in a flash. The sinister and terrifying vibe made this entire region seem like the netherworld. The starlight in the sky was covered up entirely. The roar was ear-splitting. That was a genuine ghost screech. The huge ship was swaying violently. It was swaying as it forged ahead. Come back here at once. Xiao Chen really started to get a little angry. The two little beasts slowly fell back, their gaze still fixed in front nervously. Didn't I tell the both of you not to go over there? Seeing Xiao Chen admonish it like this for the first time, the snow-white little critter felt wronged and pointed at the cabin, then it made a threatening gesture. After listening carefully, Xiao Chen finally understood what it was trying to say. There was actually a terrifying ghost peeking at them from the cabin. It was precisely because the two little beasts had discovered the ominous object did they get over there. Mythological beasts' intuition is as amazing as expected. Xiao Chen couldn't help but heave a sigh. His spiritual sense that didn't require sight nor smell actually lose its effectiveness on the ancient ship. He was unable to find anything abnormal. He was unable to understand what kind of monstrosity lies in the depths of the cabin, and yet these two cubs could sense it clearly. It seems like I was wrong. Let me give you some reward. Xiao Chen broke the snow lotus core in half with one hand and distributed it to them. Squeak! Kiki shouted with dissatisfaction. It seemed to be saying that was its property to begin with. After a careful observation, Xiao Chen and Yen Cheng also detected it. There really was an unknown demonic beast peeking at from the direction of the cabin. This was a very bad signal. With the speed the ancient ship was traveling at, they will need a really long time to get past the taboo ocean. God knows what would happen if the situation became worse than this. Boom! The giant ship swayed violently again. It made Xiao Chen and the rest very startled. The ship was actually slanting just now, as if it was about to capsize at the taboo ocean. A gloomy and yet extremely terrifying sighing sound echoed from within the ancient ship. It sounded like an extremely powerful evil spirit had roused from a deep sleep. This was some kind of silent constraint. It made people feel very strenuous just gasping for breath. It was as if they were choking. This kind of atmosphere made Xiao Chen and company feel endlessly frightened. The situation at the moment was really too worrying. Even that fearless Kiki had become as quiet as a mouse. Only the tough little dragon had a blazing radiance in its pair of eyes. Its battle intent was actually so high, it seemed like it was about to rush over there at any given time. It was as unyielding as the time it faced the syndicate dragon kings on the Dragon Island. Xiao Chen hastily restrained it. Don't joke around. This is not the situation where outside forces can go and infuriate that unknown, yet exceptionally terrifying existence in the cabin. They could only hope for the sun to rise. However, after that terrifying baleful aura persisted for 1.5 hours, it slowly dissipated again. Nothing happened at all during those intervals. The black underworld fog gradually pulled back. The starlight in the sky became visible again, as if nothing had happened at all. Occasionally, they could hear the ghost screech from the cabin, but Xiao Chen and the others preferred the situation to stay like this forever, because this kind of ghost screech was much better compared to that constraining atmosphere just a moment ago. Comparatively speaking, these ghost screech could already be considered a gentle symphony. After all, they could clearly feel these wouldn't be able to threaten their life, and the terrifying atmosphere that accompanied that sigh earlier was the most dangerous. The morning sun finally rose at the horizon in the east, and the red sun jumped out from the surface of the sea. A new day had begun. The terrifying atmosphere from the previous night disappeared without a trace. During the noon, Xiao Chen found to his joy, the radiance emitted by little sacred tree below the ship's railing was getting more intense. The seven-colored sapling was enveloped by a gold radiance. Pulling it back onto the ship, he saw that the fourth leaf had actually budded. Maybe it might be better to call it a sprout. A few golden leaf blades were already growing. This made people feel satisfied and joyous. They could see the little sacred tree's growth very clearly. This was a gain that could be seen with naked eyes. The palm-sized sapling did not grow taller at all. Its tree trunk was strong and vigorous. It coiled around just like a young eastern dragon. It seemed like there was a little more breath of vicissitudes. From bottom to up, there was the inky jade leaf, the milky jade leaf, the jasper leaf, and the golden bud in succession. It was very possible that the gold jade leaf will become fully developed at the Taboo Ocean. Of course, no one could be happier than the snow-white little critter. Xiao Chen put the sapling outside of the ship again. He was also looking forward to the growth of the little sacred tree. He wanted to know how it would end up in its final stage. They moved forward in the boundless Taboo Ocean slowly. Although something terrifying did happen on the ancient ship in the next few days, no dangers fell unto them thus far. The time went by quickly. 10 days had passed under this kind of dangerous and nervous atmosphere. The little sacred tree's golden jade leaf was almost fully grown. The gold radiance was glorious, and it was crystal clear at the same time, as if it was a jade artifact. Boundless divine power circulated on top of the leaf. The power it absorbed from the Taboo Ocean was not really a lot on a daily basis, but the power it accumulated over a long time was enough to let it grow. And after traveling for so long, the huge ship also seemed to have become much faster, and the color of the Taboo Ocean also changed gradually, from gold to dull gold over time. Xiao Chen knew they were about to enter the outer region of the Taboo Ocean. It was extremely possible that they will break away from this terrifying sea area soon. Yan Cheng was terrified and joyful at the same time. The glimmer of hope was finally before her eyes, but she knew she didn't have much time left. She must make a decision soon. They were really about to break away from the Taboo Ocean. The color of the seawater gradually changed into dull gold. The Sovereign King's ship already traveled at speed faster than ordinary people's jogging speed. It was very obvious the divine power declined at outer region of the Taboo Ocean. The resistance had decreased greatly. And on the 14th day, something exceptionally miraculous happened. A long drawn-out Buddha chant transmitted from far away. This was really too strange. This was the Taboo Ocean. Although it was located at the edge, it was impossible for someone to enter safely, and there was actually a gentle Buddha chant transmitting over. My body is the tree of wisdom, my heart the bright mirror's altar, too. The voice gradually became more distinct. It was a melodious and beautiful sound. It was the voice of a young man who seemed to be filled with endless Buddhist power. With the sound transmitting over and over, it resounded in Xiao Chen and company's ears like a gold trumpet. It seemed to be enlightening them with perfect wisdom. It made them feel as if they had received enlightenment, as if they had come to realize something. They only saw a transcendental figure. His white clothing was far whiter than snow. He stepped on the gold Taboo Ocean and came over. Words failed to describe his otherworldly elegance. He was just like a deity descending to earth. Closer, he was getting much closer. His figure gradually became clearer. He was wearing a monk cloth. His entire person was extremely ethereal, without being polluted by the inelegance of the mundane world. His upper body was enveloped by a dim white fog, so they were unable to see his face clearly. My body is the tree of wisdom, my heart the bright mirror's altar. Always wipe them to make them not be contaminated by dust. Xiao Chen and Yan Cheng were very shocked. Someone was actually able to ride on the waves of the Taboo Ocean. This was a little unbelievable. This person must have an incomprehensible amount of magic power. In the next instant, when they sucked in a mouthful of cold air, the breeze swept past lightly, which dispersed the fog at the upper body of the white-clothed monk. It made his entire body visible to the naked eyes, and that was actually a headless corpse. That was a transcendental headless Buddhist monk. The fog fluttered lightly and enveloped his upper body again in a split second, but Xiao Chen and Yan Cheng had seen the scene just now, although it was just a quick glance. Graceful, out of the world, and extremely divine, but he was actually a headless corpse. This was really too strange. Although he was overflowing with the vibe of an immortal Buddha, it made people feel a little frightened instead. The white-clothed headless monk was as quick and agile as the deity. He went past Xiao Chen and company while riding on the wave. However, only after a short while, he turned back and returned, overtaking the ancient ship once more. After that, he kept going back and forth like this, always drifting in the surrounding of the ancient ship. At this moment, although he gave off the vibe of a transcendence, the feeling he gave people was that of a specter. It was hard for people to think of anything positive. Don't tell me. Is this the genius from the legend of Zen Buddhism? Yan Cheng had a really ugly expression. Xiao Chen had already realized a long time ago, this headless Buddhist monk might very possibly be that legendary Buddhist Shinshio III, who was both handsome and scholarly. My body is the tree of wisdom, my heart the bright mirror's altar, always wipe them to make them not be contaminated by dust. This phrase could even be said to be famous throughout all ages, it was well known even among non-Buddhism. However, scholarly Buddhist Shinshio during that time was actually a tragic figure. When this phrase of his just came into being, it had turned into a supporting role to enhance other people's brilliance. The mind and spirit are in the void, there's nothing there in the first place, so the temptations of the world can't blemish it. This phrase came out from Huaining IV, the sixth patriarch of Chan Buddhism, at almost the same time, which made people slap the table and shout with praise. It completely covered up the brilliance of Buddhist Shinshio. Fifth patriarch Hongren V originally wanted to pass the position to Buddhist Shinshio, but precisely because of the phrase that was born later, he completely changed his mind, because he knew the other person might be more fitting for this position. If Huaining was not born, Shinshio might have walked a completely different path. Shinshio brought about Huaining's accomplishment that had been passed down for all eternity, but if it was not because of Shinshio, this phrase of Huaining wouldn't exist either. He was a scholarly great sage from the Buddhism clan, and yet his brilliance had been completely covered up. Those who were familiar with the details would never forget about this genius that had been neglected in the Buddhism clan. The legendary great sage from the Buddhism clan, Shinshio, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, he felt it was unbelievable, that was a figure from the human world a millennium ago. He never thought he'd have the chance to see him in the world of immortals, although his head was missing, although he was no longer in a normal state. Xiao Chen still felt a great wave in his heart, maybe he might be able to see more of the legendary figures in the future. The headless monk followed them for a few dozen miles, and then gradually vanished within the taboo ocean. He didn't continue to chase after them. What's going on? How did this happen? Yen Chengcheng also felt flustered. It was hard to calm down. She spoke to herself, the Dragon Island is really terrifying, for this kind of figure to actually be at the outer region of the taboo ocean. 2 days later, the bluish-green waves rolled over and over in front, the color of the dull gold ocean completely changed, they had left the taboo ocean. They finally broke away from that cursed region. Xiao Chen and Yen Chengcheng were very excited. Even the 2 little beasts were also jumping in joy, only the 3 skeletons remained as still as the ancient well, they were very calm. But just at this time, an ear-splitting dragon roar seemed to have came from the 9th heaven. The roar was raging in the sky above the bluish-green ocean, it caused the seawater to turn over violently. At the distant place, a 7-colored huge ship flickered the multicolored radiance, braving the wind and billows as it came over. It was like a huge dragon, that was actually the divine ship. The ship that once carried Yijin, Lawrence, and the others away from the Dragon Island. Xiao Chen never thought he would encounter it again at this place, he had a bad premonition. As expected, the divine ship came from outside of the taboo ocean and directly charged towards their direction. It caused a huge tsunami, as if trying to capsize the sovereign king ship. Shriek, an extremely oppressive ghost screech transmitted from the sovereign king ship. The jet-black ghost ship wouldn't take it lying down, it seemed to possess wisdom and let out a screech in response. 6. 1. Silva, that's right, come back here you 2 troublemaker. 2. Silva, great help from some in this chapter in regards to the Buddhist chant. 3. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/yuquan_Shinshio. 4. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/huinam. 5. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/damon_hongren. 6. Silva, next chapter, a battle between 2 kaiju, aka monster ship? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Obliterate Demon Absolute God. Brace for it. Xiao Chen warned the men and beasts on the ship with a loud voice. The snow-white little Kiki quickly rushed to the side of the ship to pull the little sacred tree back and embraced it tightly. 7-colored radiance soared into the sky, the divine ship seemed like it had cut open the spacetime and approached at high speed. The ghost ship also picked up speed in that instant, it gave rise to endless wind and waves, the demonic chi soared into the sky, and the ship proceeded high speed forward. The bluish-green ocean surged up violently, it seemed as if the 2 huge ancient ships had an indescribable attractive force when they ran into each other, they transformed into 2 light beams and collided. Boom! Along with the thunderous noise, as if the sky and earth had turned upside down, endless bluish-green waves surged high into the sky and covered the sun. The torrents of seawater flooded the sky, bluish-green droplets sprinkled all over the place. Although the 2 ships didn't really collide, it was as if they had really crashed. They were separated by 10 feet, the 7-colored radiance and dark demonic chi were clashing in a frenzy. To some degree, they could hear a burst of dragon cry and ghost screech, the multicolored radiance lingered on heaven and earth momentarily, and the chilly wind roared furiously the next instant. This kind of indescribable changes in the heaven and earth was incomparably astonishing, it was as if the sky and earth had turned upside down. The boundless bluish-green ocean was full of catastrophic vibe, a powerful fluctuation that made one tremble spread far and wide. It felt as if the galaxy had fallen from the ninth heaven. It weighted down on them like thousands of mountains. Just at this moment, the tough little dragon had the most peculiar behavior. When Xiao Chen and the others were striving to balance themselves, during the time when they were crouching on the ship, it stood upright and unafraid. It let out a long roar towards the divine ship ahead unceasingly. Its little body actually emitted such an ear-splitting sound wave, even its pair of eyes were glinting with glorious divine radiance. The vast and mighty destructive power ahead caused the entire sea water to boil, that was completely caused by pure power. The white ocean waves hid the sky and covered the earth, as if the end of the world had arrived. The tough little dragon was not fearful, it confronted all of these firmly. Just when Xiao Chen and the others thought an even more terrifying clash was coming up next, the two ancient ships suddenly split up. Divine light flickered, demonic chi rolled over and over, two ancient ships slipped past one another, but a seven-colored ray of light launched from the divine ship in that very instant. It dispersed the black light surrounding the sovereign king ship and swept towards the tough little dragon in a perfectly straight line. "Get down!" Xiao Chen shouted loudly, because he could feel how dangerous that divine light was. However, the tough little dragon turned a deaf ear. It was standing there like a stone statue. The glorious divine radiance did not harm it at all, but rather enveloping it like the water ripples. Next, another divine light launched over. This time it was not launched towards the tough little dragon, but the little sacred tree hugged tightly in the snow-white little critter's bosom. Even Kiki was wrapped up within as a result. The dragon ship charged into the taboo ocean. The sovereign king ship proceeded to the bluish-green ocean on the other side. They actually avoided a destructive clash that was about to break out like this. And the two little beasts were at a loss, as their body had been restrained by two divine light. Although they were already far away from that region just now, the rays of light still didn't dissipate. Only until a little while later did they begin to struggle. They looked very much like a vigilant human when they were inspecting their current state. However, nothing abnormal happened to the two little beasts. It seemed like the seven-colored radiance did not do any harm to them. The bluish-green wave rolled over and over. The sovereign king ship was getting faster and faster. Its speed kept increasing after leaving the taboo ocean, until it transformed into a streak of black light and headed towards the Immortals' mainland. They passed by a few islands in the vast ocean from time to time. The sovereign king ship braved the wind and billows, as if it was soaring. Without anything to stop it, the ship let out waves of gloomy moan. A few days passed like this and they already covered tens of thousands of miles. It must be mentioned that this plane was too vast and boundless. It was far bigger than the mortal world. Many days passed like this. They had already covered countless miles of sea area. The sovereign king ship began to slow down. It felt like there was a vast and ancient vibe ahead of them. Xiao Chen knew they were most likely getting close to the Immortals' mainland. This kind of indistinct vibe belonged to the Immortals' mainland. He was secretly shocked. This world was really not ordinary. "Yan Xingchang, do you have any way to earn my trust?" Hearing Xiao Chen asking like this, Yan Xingchang felt a little apprehensive. She knew if she don't make her decision soon, Xiao Chen will not be lenient. She wanted to make her move, but she felt powerless, and yet, she was still unwilling to make a compromise. Yan Xingchang remained silent for a good while, then she suddenly laughed out loud in the end, as if she had been freed of worldly worries. This was out of Xiao Chen's expectation by a large margin. "What are you laughing at? Let's make a deal." "Making a deal with me? Do you even have any resources?" Yan Xingchang hesitated for a really long time, then she steeled herself and said, "Have you ever heard of Obliterate Demon Absolute God?" "Obliterate Demon Absolute God?" Xiao Chen was quite shocked. He looked at Yan Xingchang without blinking his eyes and said, "I have heard of this kind of martial arts in Mortal World. It was reputed as the best technique in legend. The martial arts passed down in the mortal world is imperfect. It is only the Obliterate Demon, and the one circulating in the world of Immortals is the Absolute God. The two of them are quite different. Obliterate Demon Absolute God can also be regarded as a supreme martial arts in the world of Immortals. Why don't we make a deal with this? I will pass this technique to you, and you will set me free." "Ha ha. What makes you think this will work?" Xiao Chen laughed heartily and said, "The so-called path to immortality, no matter how marvelous is the Obliterate Demon Absolute God, it is not appealing to me in the slightest. You must know that the best martial arts in this world of Immortals is not only the Obliterate Demon Absolute God." Yan Xingchang heaved a sigh. She made her decision and said, "Alright, since this deal is off, let's go with a different method. Since you have heard of this martial arts, you should be aware of its demonic nature and divine nature, but..." "That's right, I know of it. Although this martial art is extremely formidable once it is perfected, it is also extremely demonic. In the course of training, it requires a human as vessel one. It is very dangerous. You are right, to train this Obliterate Demon Absolute God, you need a vessel to entrust to portion your soul. This is the most difficult method in every kind of martial arts. It is extremely dangerous. Moreover, in the course of training, if your skill is lower than the vessel's, you will inevitably be controlled by the vessel, unable to resist, unable to struggle. You should know what that means. For hundreds and thousands of years, only 3 or 4 people were able to really master this technique. What are you trying to say? Xiao Chen asked. I want to let you be my vessel. You should know what this means. Those who practiced in Obliterate Demon Absolute God must choose someone far weaker than them, and those who practiced in this martial art like me, the probability of success is too uncertain. In other words, a portion of my soul will be sent to your body. It means our fate will be interlinked. It is impossible for me to harm you, because I won't be able to live the moment you die. Moreover, I am weaker than you, so you will not be in any danger. The one being controlled is me. Xiao Chen laughed, and on the other side, Yan Qingcheng clenched her teeth. This was tantamount to making a compromise. To be controlled by Xiao Chen like this, anything could happen. Xiao Chen, now you should be able to believe I won't cause any trouble for you after we enter the world of immortals, right? However, I have a condition. After I entrusted a portion of my soul to your body, you may not meet up with me. We will not see each other for 3 years. Xiao Chen laughed and shook his head. How can I let this happen? Within 3 years, you will have achieved many accomplishments. When that time comes, wouldn't I have become your vessel for real, and get controlled by you at that time? I will turn into your prisoner. Since ancient times, there were only 2 or 3 people who truly mastered this martial art. You overestimate me too much, and lack too much self-confidence in yourself. Don't tell me you thought I can overtake your training progress? Alright, since you lack self-confidence, we can cancel the 3 years agreement. Yan Qingcheng looked at Xiao Chen with a provocative glance. Her peerless beauty possessed an alluring charm. As far as I know, once you started practicing the Obliterate Demon Absolute God, it will take at least 1 year for the restraint to take effect. Xiao Chen wanted to give it a try. No matter how much time passed, the two would be bound by this kind of connection. As long as Yan Qingcheng didn't make a breakthrough, she would certainly die if he was to die. And if Yan Qingcheng die, he would not be affected. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yan Qingcheng will not surpass him, or fully master this martial art that none had perfected for the past hundreds and thousands of years. If he end up being controlled by Yan Qingcheng under such an advantageous position, he'd rather bump into a bean curd and drop dead. Correct, it requires 1 year as you said, but since my soul is in your body, what are you afraid of? If something happened to you, I will meet the same fate too. Yan Qingcheng was betting with her own fate. She wanted to try her luck. She originally didn't want to practice this martial arts, but she had no other alternative. Perhaps she might be controlled by Xiao Chen now, but if she can somehow master it sometime in the future, then their situation will be reversed. Fine, since that is the case, I have nothing else to say. However, I am a little doubtful. This martial art don't seem like something just anyone can get that hands on. Indeed, not just anyone can get their hands on this. Only a few old masters in the Undying faction know of this peculiar martial arts. Other people are unaware of it. There is a profound reason why I can get my hands on it. Yan Qingcheng didn't say what it was. Xiao Chen also didn't press for an answer. It might be a little troublesome later, but Xiao Chen broke the seal on Yan Qingcheng, allowing her power to recover. With his current ability, he was not at all worried that she would rebel and run away. After going through what seemed like a mirage, within that multicolored radiance, surrounded by all kinds of divine illusion, a divine light emitted from Yan Qingcheng's pair of eyes and entered Xiao Chen's body. A connection was formed between the two of them in that instant. At the same time, a vast continent appeared before their eyes. The primal aura directly blew past their face. 2. 1. Silva, literal translation for this vessel would be cauldron. 2. Silva, the prologue is finally over, now let the real story begins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Encounter. The Sovereign King's ship slowed down quickly. It seemed like the ship really had intelligence. After getting close to the Immortals' mainland, a black light appeared and rushed towards the shore. It was just like a demonic bridge. Xiao Chen's party were flung towards the bridge and slid down the demonic bridge. When they stood on the shore and felt the aura of the Mother Earth, Xiao Chen and Yan Qingcheng felt like it was a thing from the distant past. They finally arrived at the Immortals' mainland safely. Woo-woo, a gloomy and indistinct sound came from the Sovereign King's ship. It was bursting out with demonic rays of light, and then caused endless bluish-green waves to rise. It distanced itself without even turning back. The ocean was cleaved in two by the ship's wake. The 3 skeletons followed Xiao Chen's instruction and put on the demon's casted-off skin, then they wore clothes made out of hide. They walked over to the continent all together. But only after marching for a few steps, dozens of human figures crowded around them from the woodland near the beach. Xiao Chen noticed this area had previously been through a fierce battle. There were a lot of huge cracks on the shore, and many places were stained by blood. The people that crowded around them were young men and women. Each and every one of them was uncommon. The men were handsome and confident, the women were as pretty as flower. It was clearly unusual for this kind of group to appear at the seaside. It was easy to tell that they were practitioners, and each of them were not weak. Junior sister. Junior sister, you actually came back safe and sound. A cry of surprise could be heard from the front. Some people were delighted, some were shocked, they had all sorts of expression. Oh, at you and %. Xiao Chen felt a little speechless. He never thought they'd actually encounter the people from the Undying faction the moment they get on shore. However, he was not frenetic. Yen Changchang rushed over there quickly and excitedly exchanged a few words with them. Right now, Xiao Chen and Yen Changchang's fate were interlinked. It was impossible for Yen Changchang to have a change of mind. On the contrary, she would do her utmost to deny everything that happened on the Dragon Island. Yen Changchang appeared very breathtaking when she stood there. Although those youth could be regarded as outstanding, they still couldn't be compared to her. A few very unfriendly gaze came from the opposite side. Those came from a few young men. Although those women did not have any hostility, they still looked at Xiao Chen and company vigilantly. Xiao Chen looked at those men fawning on Yen Changchang, listening to their pickup lines calmly. Junior sister, how did you ride on that kind of monster ship and come back alive? It is also fortunate that you came back several months later, otherwise you would be in danger. Not long ago, when that divine ship returned, all the sects that were providing support at the vicinity of the Dragon Island had a fierce battle on this beach. There were countless casualties. That's right, in order to fight over those syndicate dragon kings, so much blood had been spilled, even the demigods were dispatched. The shore was stained by the color of blood at that time. It was too terrifying. The demigod, fallen angel, and even the crimson dragon appeared on that day. Although their explanations were lacking in details, Xiao Chen already knew what happened clearly. He lightly furrowed his brows. This couldn't be considered as good news. Whether Lawrence and the others were alive was still unknown. But it could still be considered lucky for him since he actually avoided a massacre. Junior sister, you are awesome as expected. Not only did you manage to avoid that bloody battle and return safely, you actually subdued a dragon king too, but I believe the patriarch will certainly elevate your position in the sect. Yen Changchang felt a little embarrassed. She did not know how to break the news that the tough little dragon was not hers. She glared at Xiao Chen ferociously. Junior sister, what is this dragon called? What kind of name did you give it? A young man from the Undying faction walked towards the tough little dragon and said, the names of the 11 dragon kings could even be said to have shaken the entire world. Amethyst Dragon King, Azure Dragon King, Winged Dragon King, and so on had spread across the entire continent. What is our Undying faction's Dragon King called? Just imagine, when it grows up dozens of years later, even deities won't dare to provoke it. At this moment, not only those young men who were fawning on Yen Changchang, even those women were a little excited. They all walked towards the tough little dragon. Roar! When a man tried to pet the tough little dragon, it let out an ear-splitting roar which caused his body to shiver uncontrollably. The thunderous dragon roar made him feel a bit dazed. What a powerful dragon king! All of them sighed in succession. It didn't belong to you. Xiao Chen finally opened his mouth at this time. At the same time, the tough little dragon paid no attention to them, and proudly got beside Xiao Chen. Who are you? A few men had actually noticed Xiao Chen a long time ago. They deliberately ignored him before, however, they had no choice but to open their mouth to ask now. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen answered calmly. Which sect did you come from? Junior sister, it was not you who brought this dragon king back? Very clearly, a few people had an ugly expression. Yen Changchang faced Xiao Chen. She seemed embarrassed and resentful. After letting out a cold snort, she answered the Undying faction's people, this little dragon is not subdued by me. Are you the one who subdued this little dragon? One person casted a provocative glance at Xiao Chen. That's right. I don't believe it. I only believe this is subdued by my junior sister. The man sneered and closed in, wanting to get in between Xiao Chen and the little dragon. You better not stay too close to me. Xiao Chen did not want to waste his time on this kind of person. Rather than speaking nonsense, he'd rather take action. As for explaining, he believed Yen Changchang would come up with something. How insolent, so what if I don't keep away from you? This was clearly a provocation. Then I will invite you to take a bath. Xiao Chen didn't say much. He grabbed that man's collar as fast as lightning and tossed him into the ocean. With a splash, the spindrift surged and that person fell into the seawater. Swish! 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 The men at the side moved quickly and surrounded Xiao Chen. What are you guys doing? Xiao Chen was not frenetic, although the few of them were pretty good. There were only 2 or 3 Exuvia second celestial layer experts among them. The rest had not even breakthrough to Exuvia realm yet. Junior sister, just who is this guy? While those men surrounded Xiao Chen, they also looked at 3 similar-looking old men. Their body stature were as thin as a match, and they had a deep set of eye sockets. Junior sister, did he take the Dragon King away from you by force? These words could even be said to be false accusation, because the Undying faction was pretty close from this place. They wanted to take the tough little dragon by force. Just at this time the snow-white little Kiki widened its big eyes and cast an angry look at these people. It quickly drew their attention. Is this a puppy? It looked quite adorable. It must be the pet junior sister found on the Dragon Island. It should be a little lion. It is very intelligent as expected. Squeak! 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 Kiki shouted angrily, as if it was saying, "Go die! Go die! Go die!" It waved its little beast paw without holding back. The seven-colored radiance enveloped all those who pointed at it in an instant, and were tossed towards the ocean, the splashing sound repeated without an end in sight. The few women who didn't participate in this literally dropped their jaws in shock. And those people who were tossed into the ocean got back on shore with high speed. They were getting really furious due to humiliation, and about to rush over one more time. Alright, stop making a fuss. That little dragon was subdued by Xiao Chen. It is unrelated to us. Yen Changcheng finally opened her mouth to talk. Junior sister, one man called out awkwardly and resentfully. It was very obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the fact that their sect was nearby to take away the little dragon by force. Even if they were no match for him, they could send someone to invite an expert. You guys can stop plotting behind my back now. The little dragon is not a dragon king, but it is certainly my partner. I will not let you guys take it away. While saying these, Xiao Chen laughed softly, then he said without holding back, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am actually part of the family. Yen Cheng is my wife." 1. This was a quick and heavy blow to few of the men. They shouted in succession. What? Nonsense are you spouting? This is blasphemy. Yen Chang was also very resentful. She said to Xiao Chen coldly, "Please conduct yourself with dignity, don't speak nonsense." Are you saying I am wrong? Our fates are interlinked together. Xiao Chen was not the least bit concerned, but this only made people feel even more annoyed. However, no one else dared to approach them. They had seen what Kiki was capable of. At the same time, that tough little dragon had explosive battle intent. If it was really a dragon king, its power would be very astonishing. In addition to the three identical old men not far away, it made them lose their guts to act blindly. Xiao Chen, don't force me. Otherwise, Yen Cheng was so angry that she became a little speechless. Just at this time, a powerful energy fluctuation rushed forth from a distant place. The figure of a man arrived at the beach without any sound. Second senior brother. Second senior brother has arrived. Xiao Chen felt threatened. He gazed at that figure that suddenly appeared. That was a middle-aged man around the age of 40. He had a middle-sized body stature. Appearance-wise, he was very average, but his pair of eyes were very sharp. That person was without a doubt very powerful. He gave people a deep and immeasurable feeling. Xiao Chen felt quite shocked. Although this person was of the same generation as Yen Cheng and the others, his age and ability were already comparable to the previous generation experts. Junior sister, you have returned. The patriarch knew you were safe and sound all along because of the Undying altar. That's why we left some disciples to stand guard at the seaside to receive you. Hearing these, Xiao Chen was even more shocked. The Undying faction was truly profound and mysterious. That patriarch's power was unfathomable. He was actually able to confirm Yen Cheng, who was tens of thousands of miles away, was still alive by means of the sacrifice altar. It was really inconceivable. Greetings, second senior brother. Yen Cheng hastily saluted respectfully. The Undying faction's second senior brother permitted Yen Cheng to stand up, then he faced Xiao Chen and said, "This friend, you seem to have some relationship with my junior sister, please come with me to the Undying faction." Very well. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and responded immediately, there was nothing to be afraid of. Then let us depart quickly. The Undying faction's second senior brother looked at the tough little dragon profoundly, then he said to everyone else, "This is not a peaceful place, many practitioners are still scattered all over the place. If we keep staying at the coastal area, it will turn really ugly if they see us." Walking on the coastal area with flourishing forest, the Immortals' mainland seemed like a piece of desolate land. The Undying faction was at the south shore. It was only 10 miles away from their original location. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that there were really a lot of practitioners pacing back and forth in this region. When they were passing through the mountain woods, the Undying faction's second senior brother cautiously made everyone conceal themselves. A fallen angel flew past at lightning speed in the sky. It was lucky that they haven't been discovered. And not long later, Xiao Chen found to his surprise, a black-winged dragon was spiraling over the sea area not far away. Fortunately it did not discover them. 1. Silva, cough cough hack hack. I see nothing, I hear nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, The Undying Patriarch. Traversing for more than 10 miles in the dense woodland, they avoided a lot of practitioners along the way, and finally arrived at the Undying faction's strategic location. They only saw the mist lingering ahead of them. The hazy luxuriant mountain was indeed a goblet of spiritual energy. Moving on, the place was filled with fragrance of flowers and birdsong. The waterfall was surging and plunging down the mountain. It was as if they had entered the Immortals' paradise. Xiao Chen was very excited. This was definitely a holy land. The Undying faction's ancestor, the Demon King, had left an epic legend behind in the mortal world. He was a really glorious and world-shattering figure. While he was still in the mortal world, he had never thought he would be able to associate with the Demon King ever. After all, that was a figure from a legend hundreds and thousands of years ago. It was too far away for him to even think about it, but now he had actually arrived at the Undying faction's strategic location. Was the outstanding Demon King really living in this place? Is the Demon King here? Do you guys see him often? Xiao Chen asked one of the disciples beside him, which immediately made the disciple's face turn dark and looked at him a few times strangely, but he didn't answer his question. Are you still holding a grudge? It was not me who tossed you into the ocean, it was this snow-white little critter. Such unperturbed words made that disciple even more irritated. He ignored Xiao Chen and immediately pulled 3 meters apart after turning his body around. Walking into the mountain of immortals with beautiful scenery, there were white apes hopping around happily, a herd of aged deer holding fruits in their mouth, and there were even transcendental cranes gliding through the sky. The clear spring tinkled and the halls were standing in between the mountains and rivers. And lastly, the hazy magic breath. This place was really a pure land of ultimate bliss. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen saw 2 huge monsters flying in circle in the sky of this pure land. It was actually 2 black-winged dragons. Their body length was about 17 to 18 meters. The dragon wings could stretch up to 30 meters long. Their dragon scales all over their body were flickering with glorious radiance. Their pair of wings gave rise to a strong wind that blew the milky white mist away. Buddy, why do you guys have winged dragons here? Xiao Chen was quite shocked. One of the Undying disciple looked at him happily and said, these black dragons are the gatekeeper our 7th patriarch subdued. What an imposing sect, to actually subdue this kind of ferocious winged dragons as gatekeeper, this is too amazing. These are demigods. At the main gate, Xiao Chen even saw a 3-headed huge monster. Its body was about 10 meters long, adorned with black armor from head to toe. Its shape was similar to that of a tiger. The beast just crouched over there quietly. It looked really ferocious. Without a doubt, this vicious beast must be a gatekeeper. Alas, junior sister, you finally come back safe and sound. I was so worried about you all these time. A rather handsome young man brought a group of people to receive them at the main gate. It looked like he was an important figure. When that man swept his glance past Xiao Chen by chance, his eyes lit up. Qing Chang greets senior brother Qini. Why is junior sister treating me like an outsider? Hee, come with me to go and see the patriarch. That old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Later senior brother will hold a welcoming dinner for you to celebrate your safe return. Qini said these with a smile, then he turned his head to look at the black tough little dragon and continued, is this a dragon king subdued by junior sister? No, that dragon was subdued by Xiao Chen. Oh, we should have a good talk later with brother Xiao. Only now did Qini formally turned around to face Xiao Chen. Very well. Xiao Chen responded casually. Not long after walking into this heavenly paradise, Yin Shangchan went to see the Undying faction's patriarch. Other than the second senior brother, the rest of the disciples seemed to be fearful of Qini. Xiao Chen was arranged to stay at a guest house close to a green bamboo forest. After waiting for almost an hour, someone came to invite Xiao Chen. The patriarch from the Undying faction wanted to see him. The 3 skeletons and 2 little beasts did not follow him. Xiao Chen made them stay at this place quietly. He saw Qini again on the way. Although the other side was greeting him with a smile, Xiao Chen's intuition told him this Qini didn't seem like a very friendly guy. Brother Xiao has become my junior sister's vessel for practicing Obliterate Demon Absolute God? Qini asked while on the move. That's right, Miss Qing Chang and I just happened to get caught up in this situation. Oh, that's very strange. I see that brother Xiao seems to be much stronger than my junior sister. Why would she make this kind of decision? Speaking until here, Qini revealed a smile to Xiao Chen and continued, generally speaking, most people would choose their antagonist as a vessel for Obliterate Demon Absolute God, this way they can make a breakthrough from their former realm as quickly as possible. Is there a discord between brother Xiao and my junior sister? Although his speech was very calm, it contained a hint of concern. But there was a deeper meaning behind those words. The provoking words just now also possessed a warning behind it. Is that so? Was there always such a weird tradition to practice this Obliterate Demon Absolute God? Xiao Chen smiled and continued, but Miss Qing Chang and I are best friend that had been through many trials and tribulations. We were only able to survive on the Dragon Island because we helped each other out. She said she chose me as the vessel because she believes in me, because even if she failed, she wouldn't have to worry about being controlled by me. That is because she knows I won't do harm to her." Qini maintained his smile and said, "Many thanks to Brother Xiao for taking care of my junior sister. Otherwise the Patriarch will be very broken-hearted if something happened to my junior sister. The Patriarch is especially fond of her. The reason we dispatched her this time was so that she could sharpen her skills. She will be entrusted with heavy responsibility in the future. She might even become the next Patriarch, but..." "Is that so? I didn't know your faction's Patriarch is that fond of Miss Qing Chang." The two conversed as they walked. It could even be said to be talking nonsense. "What is Brother Zhao's plan for the future?" Qini smiled as he asked. "I didn't have anything planned. If your Patriarch don't mind, I am thinking of troubling you for a while longer and spend more time with Miss Qing Chang." Xiao Chen replied without a shred of shame. Qini's face twitched involuntarily, but he quickly recovered. Xiao Chen snickered, "Keep acting, youngster, keep acting. Let's see how long will you be able to keep your composure." Because Xiao Chen's power far surpassed Yin Qing Chang, by the time Yin Qing Chang begin to formally practice Obliterate Demon Absolute God, her relationship with Xiao Chen will inevitably be inseparably close. It could be said that unless a miracle occurred, she will be completely under Xiao Chen's control. Qini calmed down a little. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao shouldn't think too much. The Patriarch is very fond of junior sister. She might take over a high position in the future. Anyone who want to become the Undying Faction's Patriarch must not get too close with foreign practitioners. This is such a bad news. I really admire Miss Qing Chang. The both of us have mutual feeling, but I don't wish Qing Chang renouncing her position as the Patriarch because of me." Xiao Chen was really shameless. He said this so naturally and seriously. Qini was burning up after hearing these. He really wanted to have a few rounds with Xiao Chen, but as the young expert of the Undying Faction, he must not be rude to the guest. Xiao Chen did not know the disciples at the side were taking note of his words and the gossips would reach Yin Qing Chang's ears so quickly. Not long later they arrived in front of a grand hall. Qini stopped and let the other female disciple lead Xiao Chen into the hall. The interior grand hall was very quiet. The smoke from burning incense rose in spirals. A white-haired old man was sitting in the grand hall. His face was full of wrinkles. He seemed to be around 70 to 80 years old. The feeling he gave people was very bizarre. The old man was obviously sitting there, and yet Xiao Chen was unable to detect him. As if he was just a thin air, the old man sitting there didn't seem to exist in the same space. An expert, he was definitely an expert. As the Undying Faction's Patriarch, he must be at least a demigod. "So, you are Xiao Chen?" "Yes, greetings to Senior." Although Xiao Chen was not interested in some of the Undying Faction's disciple, he still possessed a bit of reverence for this old man. "It was you who killed junior brother Wang Hao?" The Undying Faction's Patriarch got straight to the point and directly asked this question. Xiao Chen suddenly blanked out. This matter couldn't be avoided. Everyone on the divine ship had seen him put an end to Wang Hao's life with the Godslayer at that time. Although it was only possible because Wang Hao's movements had been sealed by Qi, Xiao Chen clearly felt how powerful Wang Hao was. Despite how he was of the same generation as the old man before Xiao Chen's eyes, the differences between them were as different as sky and earth. It was absolutely impossible to compare them. Xiao Chen immediately began to talk about the event on Dragon Island. He had already discussed these with Yin Qing Chang on the Sovereign Kingship. Their reports must be identical. When Xiao Chen and the Undying Faction's Patriarch were chatting, Yin Qing Chang ran over to the Grand Hall while feeling bashful and angry at the same time. She already learned about the thing Xiao Chen and Qini were discussing. Many of the other disciples also heard about it. They were whispering that Xiao Chen might become the Undying Faction's son-in-law. "Junior sister, he is lying, right?" "Very well, since he was making irresponsible remarks, we will take care of him for you." "Too hateful, he actually dared to ruin junior sister's reputation. We will teach him a lesson." Some male disciples were feeling upset. Qini's face was also very ugly. It was obvious that he had a pretty high status among the younger generation of the sect. Nobody dared to make any noise near him. On the other hand, many female disciples were watching the show from the sidelines. Not only did Yin Qing Chang get pampered by the older generation experts on usual days, she was also surrounded by many male disciples. It was a rare sight to see her get bullied. Within the Grand Hall, the Patriarch asked Xiao Chen many questions. After that, the castle hall became very quiet. It remained like that for a very long time. After at least a quarter of an hour later, the Undying Faction's Patriarch finally opened his mouth and asked, "A lot of people returned from the Dragon Island in one piece. I got a secret report not long ago. You had treated Qing Chang as a slave on the Dragon Island once. Was there really such a thing?" Speaking until here, the old man was no longer illusory, as if he had passed through the space and emerged, as if his real body had just arrived at the main hall. A completely overwhelming pressure pressed down on Xiao Chen momentarily. it almost caused him to have a nervous breakdown. They only know the first, but not know the second. For the sake of survival, Miss Qing Chang and I were compelled to put on a show to give the others the misconception that we were enemies. We wanted to let them think Miss Qing Chang had lost her power. The patriarch of the Undying faction gazed at Xiao Chen tenaciously for a really long time. The radiance in his eyes almost materialized, as if they were two swords that penetrated Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen already broke out in sweat all over in a brief moment and almost collapsed from dehydration. However, he still resisted the urge to collapse in the end. He'd rather break down than confessing the truth. Otherwise he might suffer a tragic death. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen profoundly felt that having a powerful patriarch behind the faction was really too important. When that pressure faded away, Xiao Chen almost fell down. What made him surprised was that he saw the Undying faction's patriarch as if he really entered another space and made his own body situated in an illusory state. His entire person was like a specter. "Let's go, I will go and see just what kind of creature was that snow-white little critter." But hearing the Undying faction's patriarch said these, Xiao Chen suddenly blanked out. Kiki had actually attracted this incomprehensible elder's attention. Who knows if it was a good thing or a bad thing? It seemed like he had noticed Xiao Chen's concern. The old man said softly, "I don't have any malice, I only received the secret report not long ago. That little critter of yours is not a Dragon King, and yet it was not second after the Dragon King. I want to see what kind of creature it really is." When Xiao Chen walked out of the Grand Hall, he saw a lot of Undying disciples already surrounded the place. The majority of them had a smile, and some male disciple were glaring at him. Yan Shangcheng even stopped him with a rather ugly expression. "Xiao Chen, you," Yan Shangcheng quickly retracted her words. The other disciples also retreated to both sides respectfully without delay. That was because they saw the patriarch was coming out from behind. He was faintly discernible like the clouds and mist. The Undying patriarch casted a few glances at everyone indifferently, and then he walked forward. Xiao Chen followed closely behind later, but first he said to Yan Chang, "Miss Qing Chang, I will go find you later." Then he said to everyone, "I will see everybody a while later." Everyone was stunned, some people even clenched their fists, but they didn't dare to say much in the presence of the patriarch. Xiao Chen and the Undying faction's patriarch quickly arrived at the bamboo residence. The tough little dragon and Kiki rushed over. The Undying patriarch's eyes immediately emitted two rays of divine light as soon as he saw the two little beasts. He stared at them without batting an eye. The two little beasts seemed to have felt a powerful pressure. They immediately stood at the opposite side of the Undying faction's patriarch. "These two little beasts are rather strange," the Undying faction's patriarch muttered to himself. Roar, it seemed to have felt how formidable was the patriarch of the Undying faction. The tough little dragon let out a bellow towards him. It seemed like it wanted to have a decisive battle, which caused the old man to smile faintly and said, "Although it is not a Dragon King, it has the quality of one." On the other hand, Kiki moved its big eyes and revolved around the old man. It seemed to be very curious as to why the old man was looking at them like that. "This snow-white little critter is really strange. I need to check some ancient text to be able to verify its identity." Just at this time, the three skeletons walked out. They were wearing the demon's casted-off skin and looked monstrously thin, but when the Undying patriarch looked at their appearance clearly, his face turned pale with fright. He was more excited compared to when he saw the two little beasts. He muttered, How is this possible? 1. Silva, oh the cliff. Oh double the cliff." Next chapter's title. The Demon's Identity, Angry Face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, The Demon's Identity. The Undying patriarch's shocked expression. This kind of expression made Xiao Chen extremely shocked. Could it be that he had seen the demon before? That was an expression one would make only when they were startled, but how could this be? The Undying patriarch was only about 70 to 80 years old, and the demon was already on the Dragon Island for countless years. It was impossible for him to leave that place. How did the Undying patriarch come into contact with the demon before? In that instant, Xiao Chen had a really brazen idea. Could the demon actually be the Undying faction's ancestor, or maybe even the Demon King himself? And for the Undying patriarch to be this shocked, it must be because he had seen a statue or portrait of the demon before. However, he quickly pushed the idea that the demon was the Undying faction's ancestor to the back of his head. One must know that this faction's ancestor, the Demon King, had not existed for as long as the demon. The Demon King was a figure from 1 to 2,000 years ago, and that demon had peeled off his skin on the Dragon Island more than a few dozen times. Each time he peeled off his skin, 100 years would have passed. Oxman's village had a clear written record of it. "Elder, why art thou so excited? Don't tell me thou had seen this face before." Xiao Chen opened his mouth to ask. With the Undying patriarch's profound ability, how could he not tell they were only 3 skeletons covered by peeled-off skin? He slowly calmed his exhilarated mood and said, I have seen it, I have really seen it before, but this is really too unbelievable. This must be a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. The three skeletons watched all of this calmly, they had a very indifferent expression. You guys follow me. The Undying Patriarch was an unfathomable expert after all. He quickly recovered and became as calm as an ancient well without a ripple. He took Xiao Chen's party towards the mountain woods. Walking along the sides of the waterfall, they passed through an area filled with the fragrance of flowers and birdsong. The halls were decreasing in number as they moved on, until they arrived at the back of the mountain, which was unusually quiet. This place was definitely the Undying faction's most important location. Although the buildings were scarce, all of them were ancient buildings. It seemed like they had been through the vicissitudes of time. The two-winged dragon's nest was right at this place. A young winged dragon was playing by itself on a rocky mountain beside a huge cave. The smoke from burning incense rose in spirals. There was a huge copper cauldron in front of a few stone pagodas, and thick incense sticks were stuck in the cauldron. Although he couldn't see any trace of humans, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense informed him that there were definitely some powerful experts keeping guard at this place. He could feel some pressure in the silence. It seemed to be warning them not to act recklessly. Pushing open a vermilion door, they entered the ancient building. After passing through a few halls, they stopped at a grand hall. The ancient hall was very spacious and empty. It didn't have any unnecessary decorative items. There was only an ancient painting enshrined in the center. What made Xiao Chen the most surprised was that the figure in the ancient painting was actually of an old man with an auspicious appearance. It looked exactly the same as the demon in his aged state. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. Could it be that there was an error with his speculated time? Could the demon really be the Undying faction's founder? The Undying Patriarch first paid his respect, then he watched the ancient painting very seriously and made a minute comparison with the three skeletons. This is too unbelievable, they are actually exactly the same. The Undying Patriarch cried out like this. The red mole on the right eyebrow was completely identical, and the birthmark on the left wrist was also sketched out in the portrait very clearly. All of these were completely identical to the demon skins that the three skeletons were wearing. Did you find these three peeled off skins on the Dragon Island? The Undying Patriarch inquired Xiao Chen. That's right. How did you guys find it? We unearthed it by chance when we were digging the icy ground. That is to say that this person went to the Dragon Island before, and disappeared from this world as a result. The Undying Patriarch seemed a little rueful. Who is that person? Is he very strong? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, because the Undying Patriarch had unfathomable strength. His entire person seemed as if he had split the space and hid in a different world. It gave people a really unrealistic feeling, and this kind of person was stirred up by the demon's skin. It was obvious that the demon must have possessed an unbelievable status. Very strong, extraordinarily strong, so strong that people are unable to lift their face to look at him directly. Xiao Chen knew the demon must have an outstanding background, otherwise how could he be the only evil spirit that managed to escape from the ghost town? He must have been a distinguished figure during his lifetime. But after hearing the Undying Patriarch's evaluation, he was still shocked. With such a high evaluation, he might be as powerful as the Undying faction's founder, the Demon King. Just who is he? Don't ask who he is first, tell me everything you know in details before that. Alright, Xiao Chen told him everything he could. When the Undying Patriarch heard this, he frowned for a moment, and was amazed the next moment. He was actually the only one who managed to escape from the ghost town. The Undying Patriarch thought out loud. He was able to steadily exceed the demigod level on the sealed Dragon Island. This is really universally shocking. One must know that the sealing force on the Dragon Island could even kill a god. The Undying Patriarch seemed to be recollecting his memories and spoke to himself. He came from the human world by opening a spatial rift, created an otherworldly technique in the mortal world, defeated the unparalleled experts all over the world, and even after entering the world of immortals, he was still just as invincible. All the deities who came seeking for trouble were wiped off the face of earth. His actions give the later generations like us huge confidence. A man shouldn't be afraid of God, because a man can surpass the god. Xiao Chen was also very excited when he heard these. All of these indicators made it clear that this person seemed to be the founder of the Undying faction, the Demon King. Is he the Demon King? Xiao Chen couldn't help but have this kind of speculation, because the Demon King's martial art was self-taught. He was the most powerful man since times immemorial, almost none was able to catch up to him. Is not. What? This made Xiao Chen feel a bit inconceivable. The portrait enshrined in this hall was drawn by the Demon King personally. That person's identity was far older than the founder, the Demon King. These words from the Undying Patriarch made Xiao Chen turn pale with fright. His status was much higher than that of the Demon King. Wasn't the Demon King the founder of the Undying faction? It was already beyond his capability to speculate that person's real identity. "Young man, you came from the human world, you should have heard of some rumors. There was a huge sect that was reputed as number one under the heaven, although it has already fallen apart a really long time ago. I assume there should still be some legends. Our founder Demon King was a part of that huge sect." "A huge sect reputed as the number one under the heaven, you mean the demon sect? Not bad. The founder Demon King's martial art was originally inherited from the demon sect. Only until later did he come up with the undying technique, which was claimed to be the equal of obliterate demon absolute god. Although the founder had established the undying faction in the world of immortals, he was still grateful and never forgot about his instructor. Although that sect already fell apart a long time ago, the founder still personally drew the portrait of the demon sect's founder and enshrined it in this hall." "The demon was the founder of demon sect?" Xiao Chen felt his lips dried up, his voice was a little shaky. All of these were too inconceivable. The founder of demon sect was an unparalleled existence that once swept through the whole world. He was precisely the founder of the demon sect who once created the obliterate demon absolute god, demonic art, and other series of unrivaled martial arts. Although the demon sect has fallen apart a long time ago, the remaining branches are still large sects in the world of immortals, and among the later generation disciples, the Demon King was the only one who could be on par with the founder of the demon sect. Although he had already entered the world of immortals, the Demon King was still unable to meet the founder of the demon sect, because the differences between their age was too great. The founder of demon sect had already disappeared in the world of immortals a long time ago. This was also the main reason why the demon sect fell apart. The portrait in the Grand Hall was a way for the Demon King to convey his respect. He specially went to the ruins of the demon sect to search for his statue and picture to draw this portrait personally and enshrined it at this place. It had never occurred to me, who could have thought that the founder of demon sect actually died on the Dragon Island. No wonder there were no news about him for the past many years. The undying patriarch heaved a sigh. But knowing that the demon was still alive, he was still very excited. This meant that the founder of demon sect might return to the world of immortals several years later. If this was to spread out, it would definitely be earth-shattering news. Even the undying Demon King would reborn from the dead after hearing this news. 1. The founder of demon sect had potential that only a few in the whole world could hope to match. Once he reincarnated from the dead, his power would inevitably make a few breakthroughs consecutively once he left the Dragon Island, in which the power of God was sealed. Recovering his divine power back in those days wouldn't take too much time. Xiao Chen took advantage of the situation to ask the undying patriarch the current situation of the Demon King. The founder Demon King has yet to return to the sect after 800 years, no one knows his current situation. If the sect is not facing a calamity, the founder will most likely not return for eternity. He has already set everything aside a long time ago. Next, the three skeletons took off the demon's skin. These were the remains of the founder of the demon sect. No matter what they said to the patriarch of the sect's branch, it was impossible to continue wearing them anymore. The three skins were enshrined beside the portrait as sacred treasures. After knowing the connection between the demon and Xiao Chen, the relationship between the undying patriarch and him naturally had an obvious change. Although he was still as calm as an ancient well, his attitude was clearly different from before. "I know you and Qing Chang did not speak the truth, but it doesn't matter. In that kind of vile environment, anything could happen. I know that Wang Hao is not satisfied with my master, as well as Qing Chang's, so it comes as no surprise if he wants to get rid of Qing Chang. On the face of the founder of the demon sect, I will stop looking into this matter. However, if you dare to harm the undying faction later on, I will not hold back. The situation out there is very chaotic at present. The dispute concerning the Dragon Kings has yet to settle down. You can temporarily stay at my sect. You can leave whenever you see please." Saying these to Xiao Chen could already be considered to be extremely benevolent. Even if someone suspected that the tough little dragon was a Dragon King, nobody would dare to come and cause trouble. He could set his mind at ease and train at this place undisturbed. Soon after, the undying patriarch entered another ancient hall to search for the ancient texts. He looked through the texts seriously, but he shook his head in the end and said, "That's strange, just where did this snow-white little critter come from? This ancient text has records of numerous celestial beasts, but there is no record of this little critter." Xiao Chen rummaged through the knapsack to retrieve the 7-colored jade shell, but after the undying patriarch looked at it for a long time, he was still just as clueless. In the end, he said, "There is no one in this world who has more ancient records than the Buddhist sect. If you get the chance in the future, you should go to the Buddhist sect and get to the bottom of this matter." Xiao Chen had settled down in the undying faction. He meditated in silence within the bamboo house every day. Strength represented everything in the world of immortals. If he wanted to live a good life, he must continue to make breakthroughs. These past few days, the undying faction was bustling with noise. Many disciples were discussing that Xiao Chen might become the son-in-law of the undying faction, saying that Yin Qing Chang would marry him. This was obviously not the doings of a certain male disciple, it was the scheme of a few female disciples whose strength was second only to Yin Chang. As long as there were humans, there were rivers and lakes. As long as there were rivers and lakes, there were wars. Everything was this simple, it was the nature of human. This made Yin Chang very humiliated and angry. At the same time, it also drove many male disciples in the Undying faction mad. Some disciples had already came to provoke him a few times already, but all of them were tossed aside by Kiki without a trace of politeness. Xiao Chen also didn't stop the snow-white little critter from showing off its might, because he knew those who rashly came to provoke him were just some insignificant people. A real important figure wouldn't behave like this, even if they wanted to make their move, they would come up with a scheme first. A week went past like this, and some important figure from the Undying faction finally showed up. It was Qini's father, Cheng Zhengfeng. Just like Wang Hao and the others, he was the junior brother of the patriarch, but his age fell short of a single generation, he was only 50 years old. Qin Zhengfeng caused a huge disturbance as soon as he arrived, claiming he wanted to punish Xiao Chen and Yin Chang for their crime. He already knew about the death of Wang Hao from the secret reports. For a moment, a torrential storm was raised in the Undying sect, but with the Undying patriarch suppressing the situation, it didn't cause too much of a ruckus. In the end, Yin Chang was even forbidden from entering the back mountain, and as an outsider, Xiao Chen was also penalized, he would be under house arrest at the Undying faction for a year. But, rather than saying Xiao Chen was under house arrest, it was more like they were forcibly requesting Xiao Chen to train. The Undying patriarch could still be regarded as lenient towards him, he was able to move freely in between the mountains, and the scenery was very beautiful to boot. Xiao Chen cheerfully found a peaceful place to meditate. But when the trees longed for peace, the wind would never cease. Nighttime, in a certain courtyard, Qini passed a bag of drug to a person beside him and said, "This much should be enough." After receiving the bag of drug, that person swallowed the saliva and said, "This is a really strong aphrodisiac, wouldn't this much be fatal?" Qini laughed and said, "Don't worry, that guy's power is very high, it will not be a problem." And just at this time, Xiao Chen was roused from his quiet meditation by the snow-white little Kiki. These days Kiki would always appear and disappear unpredictably, and it happened very frequently, who knew what it was doing so busily. 2. The snow-white little critter was holding a crystal-clear red fruit in its mouth, it was emitting a refreshing aroma, and its little beast paw was grabbing an ancient text. It had a very excited expression as it blinked its big eyes. The little critter passed the crystal-clear red fruit and ancient text to Xiao Chen at the same time. Xiao Chen looked at it strangely, and he was stunned the moment he took the ancient text, because of the few characters on the cover, Undying Demon Technique. It was actually the Undying faction secret technique, it was actually stolen by the snow-white little critter. Xiao Chen could feel his heart thumping wildly. Where did you find these? Xiao Chen felt his lips a little parched, this was not a trivial problem, this little critter was really too thoughtless. 1. Silva, that's a bit exaggerated. 2. Silva, I smell trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Underground Cave. The snow-white little critter had stolen the Undying sect's scripture. Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. This little critter was really born with an exceeding spiritual sense, which was specialized to look for treasures. Xiao Chen already knew this when they were on the Dragon Island, the rare treasures were unable to escape the hollow of its palm, even this kind of heavenly technique was unable to do so. This made people a little speechless. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki blinked its big eyes innocently, seemingly saying that this was an insignificant matter. After that, it passed the crystal-clear fruit that was emitting an alluring scent to Xiao Chen. Could this be the cloudfire fruit? According to legend, it takes 10 years to bloom, 10 years to bear fruit, and 10 years to ripen. After a careful examination, Xiao Chen had confirmed that this was indeed a cloudfire fruit. However, he had a kind of bad premonition. There were about 30 of this cloudfire fruits altogether, they were like a bunch of crystal-clear red grapes. Just where did this little critter manage to find it? Did it steal the fruits from an important place of the Undying sect? If that was the case, the little critter had certainly caused a huge disaster, because since it had already retrieved a bunch of it, it must have already eaten to its fill a long time ago with its personality. Even if they returned the cloudfire fruits now, it was already too late. Xiao Chen was holding the Undying sect's scripture in this bunch of cloudfire fruits, he was really speechless. This matter would not be easy to deal with. Didn't I warn you before? We must not stir up any trouble at the moment, you. Why did you steal other people's most valuable scripture? It was only natural for him to reprimand this snow-white little critter, it was unavoidable. Since this matter had already escalated to this point, the most important thing now was to find a remedy to pacify the situation. However, since they had already stolen the goods, might as well take a look at it. While Xiao Chen was reprimanding Kiki, he began to read the legendary scripture. However, Kiki was getting dissatisfied. It took the Cloudfire fruits back and began to enjoy the fruits by itself while panting with rage. "Hey, don't start throwing a tantrum. Was it wrong for me to point out your mistake?" The snow-white little critter didn't try to justify itself. Only after it ate all the Cloudfire fruits in one breath did it pull the hem of Xiao Chen's cloth unhurriedly, hinting him to follow it. Xiao Chen's heart was racing. Taking the undying sex scripture with him, he followed Kiki out of the residence. After they climbed over the back mountain, they kept going northward. They only arrived at their destination after going forward for more than 20 miles. Xiao Chen didn't expect the snow-white little critter would actually bring him to a precipitous rocky mountain. Soon after, its figure flashed and brought Xiao Chen to an ancient cave. This mountain that couldn't be considered very tall was completely made out of rock. The ancient cave was very deep and winded around complicatedly. There were many forks in the road. It was very easy to get lost. After they walked into the cave for a really long time, Xiao Chen felt a heat wave assaulting him. There was actually a stream of hot springs in the cave. They kept forging ahead for a while longer. The front was flickering with brilliant rays. He followed the snow-white little critter into a wide and spacious cave. Many night pearls were embedded on the rock walls, which made this place as bright as daytime in contrast. After entering this place, Xiao Chen was startled at first, then he laughed. He saw plenty of crystal-clear Cloudfire fruits on the walls not far away from the hot spring. It was like a bunch of rubies that emitted an alluring fragrance. And that tough little dragon was half submerged in the hot spring while letting out a hiccup. This little guy was always playing it cool. This kind of appearance was really too rare. Xiao Chen already knew he had treated the snow-white little critter unjustly, but he was still very shocked. It seemed like calling the little critter a treasure-hunting beast was more than appropriate. The Cloudfire fruits were hidden so deep in the mountain and yet it was able to find it. It seriously made people speechless. Humph. Kiki actually let out a hum like that of a human, seemingly trying to convey its dissatisfaction. "Alright, I know I blamed you wrongly. I feel that I have given you the wrong name. It shouldn't be Kiki. Tongchi would be a better name. I see that no treasures will be able to escape from the hollow of your palm." After carefully examining the cave dwelling, Xiao Chen found that there was a man-made room. The table, the chair, the bed, they were all made out of rocks. And the undying sex scripture in his hand was actually found in this place by the little critter. He was only able to confirm it because there was a clear dust imprint left on the stone bed. Xiao Chen suddenly laughed out loud. He knew that the undying sex divine arts was not lost, and he actually obtained a similar scripture at this place. He could very much feel at ease while using this as a practice reference. The martial arts he practiced in was originated from the Yellow River's ancient monolith, as well as the Dragon Island's mysterious monolith. Although it seemed to have improved one step further, it was still unknown if it had been perfected yet. However, the power was still tremendous. If the other martial arts were not especially well known, he wouldn't have any interest in them either, but the martial arts left behind by the Demon King was still pretty attractive to him. He wanted to see what kind of unworldly divine arts did this legendary genius pass down. Perhaps he could comprehend new things by using it as an analogy, and understand some profound mysteries. While eating the Cloudfire fruits that could replenish the three energies, Xiao Chen studied the undying sex scripture attentively. Just by skimming through the text, he was already deeply invested. The Demon King was indeed an outstanding individual. The martial arts he created displayed originality. It was essentially different from the other sex martial arts. While studying the undying demon technique attentively, Xiao Chen felt as if the Demon King had passed these martial arts to him. He was deeply indulged in reading the scripture. However, this sect's strange arts were too mysterious and unpredictable. It was still not that bad in the beginning, but the more Xiao Chen read, the more difficult it was to understand. Not long later, he even started to see illusions, so much so that he almost threw up blood. It seemed as if there were countless demonic shrieks in the surroundings. It made people's minds sway, and the soul about to break down. Xiao Chen took a huge breath, then he started to operate his martial arts in silence. Only after a long time did it slowly start to calm down. He sighed inwardly. This sect's strange arts were really worthy of the undying sex scripture. It proved itself to be the heroic Demon King's creation. It was really too bizarre. An average person would most likely collapse after reading a small chunk of the text. He recalled a certain legend. In Immortal World, when the Demon King had just created the undying demon technique, countless people had once fought for that imperfect technique, and every single one who had seen that martial arts almost had their soul broken into pieces. The Demon King's nefarious name became even more infamous due to this. Scripture, divine arts. Xiao Chen sighed. This scripture really had originality. The glorious immortal demonic seal explained how to use the smallest power to bring out the greatest might. Thus, allowing the weak to fight against the strong, the small to kill the big, it gave people no choice but to exclaim in admiration. This was the main reason the Undying Demon technique became world-renowned. It was an art that brought out the full potential of every power. What Xiao Chen was most interested in was the records of the undying wings. By condensing the energy, one was able to produce a pair of undying wings. It allowed martial artist of Exuvia 5th celestial layer to fly in the sky. This was much too attractive to Xiao Chen. To be able to fly freely in the sky was the divine ability he yearned for even in his dreams. And the answer was within this undying sex scripture. The immortal demonic seal and undying wings were the undying sex scripture's most important part. It was also because of these two essential factors that this sex strange art was world-renowned and how it came to be the most famous divine art. Xiao Chen only skimmed through a part of it. It was impossible for him to grasp it so quickly. However, he already had a plan. It was impossible for him to stop practicing the divine monolith's secret arts, but he could effectively assimilate some skills. For example, the immortal demonic seal, which was capable of bringing out the full potential of every power. This kind of skill could be assimilated with ingenuity. As for the undying wings, it was only a matter of finding out how it works, then he could make the energy pass through his back and form divine wings capable of flight. It was fairly possible to combine them. Xiao Chen was unable to calm down. By fusing the world-shattering arts with the martial arts he practiced in, it would undoubtedly bring it up to a whole new level. In the end, his mind was submerged in a fantastic state. He read without thoroughly understanding the undying sex scripture and mechanically embedded it into his mind. He didn't dare to trifle with it, because it was impossible to comprehend all the profound mysteries in a short amount of time. If he tried to do it forcefully, his soul might even end up dissipated like the majority of the people. After embedding it deep into his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen let out a long breath. It was impossible for him to bring the scripture with him all the time. It was also impossible to come to this place every day. The safest method was to memorize it. After plucking a few bunches of cloudfire fruits, Xiao Chen let the snow-white little critter let him out of this underground labyrinth, and returned to the residence. By the time they returned, Xiao Chen could vaguely see a figure swaying a few times in the front. That place seemed like the kitchen. That was a small kitchen that primarily served the people at the back mountain. The back mountain was an important place for the Undying sect. It seemed like the super-powerful experts were staying there. And Xiao Chen was currently staying in between the front mountain and back mountain, thus his food and drink were usually provided from that place. He felt a little baffled to see a dubious figure this late at night, so he approached without making a sound. Arriving at a place illuminated by the lighting, his prophet-like spiritual sense caught everything. Every night, someone would come to ask Xiao Chen what he wanted to eat the next day, and the people in the kitchen would prepare the ingredients for breakfast the night before the next day. That person actually sprinkled a lot of drug powder on the foodstuff prepared for him. That guy seemed to be the person who was always beside Qini. Xiao Chen understood everything clearly in a flash. Qini wanted to deal with him. Waiting until that person retreated, Xiao Chen walked into the kitchen calmly. Unless it was a special drug, even if practitioners on his level were to be poisoned, they could remove it from their body at high speed. He left after taking a little foodstuff. He caught a hare and forcefully fed it. As a result, this rabbit's eyes immediately turned green and went on a rampage. After observing for a long time, Xiao Chen finally understood this drug powder's function. The green-eyed male rabbit was chasing female rabbits all over the mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Disturbance. Xiao Chen was dumbstruck. This was such a strong aphrodisiac. Suppose if he had mistakenly taken a dose of it, even if there wouldn't be a big problem, he would definitely be humiliated. This fellow Qini was seriously not a good person, but at least he was not cold-hearted. He didn't use a strong poison. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. If he wanted to play, so can play alone. Using his secret arts to cautiously absorb fine powder on the foodstuff into his palm, he threw the majority of it into the water jar without any hesitation. Equal opportunity. Since everyone in the back mountain was some super powerful experts anyway, it probably wouldn't cause some huge disturbance. At most, the uncle and aunt would only jump up and down for a while. If they want to have a thorough investigation, they will have to get even with Qini. Of course, Xiao Chen also didn't want to let Qini off this easily. He arrived at Qini's residence without making any sound. This lateral court couldn't be regarded as small. There was actually a specialized waiter. He didn't hold back and mixed the remaining fine powder with the tea leaves. The next day was lively as expected. A few angry roars could be heard from the back mountain, but it quickly calmed down. However, this matter had definitely not ended yet. The kitchen would definitely be investigated thoroughly. What Xiao Chen didn't expect was that, although the uncle and aunt at the back mountain acted like nothing had happened, there was another person he didn't expect. It was precisely Yen Changcheng who was under house arrest at the back mountain. She kept shouting in the woodland of the back mountain. "Get over here, Xiao Chen! I know it was you who set me up. Ah, that damn Xiao Chen. In the end, Yan Changcheng stubbornly stormed Xiao Chen's residence. Her cheeks were flushed, and her entire body was shuddering. The drug was obviously very intense, but with her ability, it didn't pose to be much of a problem. After this had happened, Qini was very nervous. And Qing Zhangfeng, who knew his own son very well, seemed to have realized something. As a result, after entering Qini's residence for a short while, a bellow of rage resounded after they drank the tea. The old man did not get affected, but Qini began to run in the courtyard naked. This matter was left unsettled in the end, but it was rumored that Qini was ruthlessly admonished by the patriarch. If it was not for giving Qin Zhangfeng face, Qini might have been punished severely. But the matter regarding how Yan Changcheng was dancing in Xiao Chen's courtyard with flushed cheeks, when she was in fact flipping out, was spread by a few women in the Undying sect. They made it seem so vivid and naturally made it seem more erotic. Time passed very quickly. Xiao Chen had already spent 3 months in the Undying sect. He spent every day meditating quietly. Among the 4 killing moves, God Slayer, Chaotic Patterns, Demon Suppression, and Death Blow, he was already able to control the God Slayer. As for the Chaotic Patterns, he already comprehended it to some extent. As far as Demon Suppression and Death Blow were concerned, he could only put them to simple application. Of course, it was not because he didn't have enough talent. The main reason was that he was studying the Undying Sect's scripture meticulously. He was researching the Immortal Demonic Seal very carefully. He wanted to try and extract this technique into a single killing move. A demonic seal that allowed the weak to fight the strong. Without a doubt, the Undying Sect's scripture was broad and deep, but he didn't want to dip into it completely. So long as he could draw out the most important part, it was more than enough. If he could really assimilate it into his martial arts effectively, it would inevitably allow his martial arts to level up. This way of thinking was not bad, but it was really too hard to carry it out. He tried to force it a few times during these 3 months. As a result, his coughed up blood incessantly for 5 times, his body nearly collapsed, and his soul was also wounded several times. One could imagine just how profound and complicated was this martial arts. And this was only from extracting the most essential part. If he really completely practiced this technique from the beginning, it might even be more strenuous. No wonder the Undying Sect was able to flourish for so long. Their future was all but guaranteed with this kind of abnormal arts to comprehend. During the 4th month of training, Xiao Chen finally had a little accomplishment. The demonic seal was finally taking shape. At the same time, he could control the chaotic patterns of the 4 major killing moves at long last. And during these 4 months, Xiao Chen also strenuously comprehended this undying wings. To be able to fly freely in the sky was something he longed for day and night. Even if he was unable to cultivate the demonic seal, he must absolutely cultivate this divine wing. This was something he spent the most attention on the past 4 months. Apparently, the Undying Wings was much harder to practice than the demonic seal. He thought hard and long about it every single day, but the progress was very slow. He was only able to form 2 hazy purple mist behind his back. It was far from materializing the divine wings. During these past few months, the 3 skeletons spent every day meditating in silence. They almost never left the residence. For them, all they needed was a quiet place to train. They need not anything else. The snow-white little Kiki always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Who knew just what was it doing so busily? Fortunately, it was still obedient and didn't enter those forbidden area of the Undying Sect. As for that tough little dragon, it was still as competitive as before. It went back and forth to the underground labyrinth every day. It seemed to be challenging the little winged dragon at the back mountain to close-quarter combat almost every day. Although that winged dragon could be considered a little dragon, it was already 3 to 4 meters long. It was much bigger than the tough little dragon. The tough little dragon could be said to keep on fighting despite continual setbacks. Every day it crawled back to the underground labyrinth while dripping with blood. It recovered its physical strength by devouring the cloud fire fruit. In the end, even the little winged dragon was getting scared of the tough little dragon's desperate struggle. It was not that the winged dragon didn't want to kill the tough little dragon to settle this once and for all. It was that the tough little dragon seemed to be immortal. No matter how severe it was wounded, it would still live on to see another day, as if it had an undying body. And every time they fought, it became stronger. Everyone in the Undying Sect was already used to the dragon roars on a daily basis. And some people, including the Undying Patriarch, gradually started to look at the tough little dragon in a different light. They had finally realized the tough little dragon was not ordinary. Time always passed by without one noticing. Xiao Chen had already stayed in the Undying Sect for half a year. He finally mastered the demonic seal. Of course, the so-called mastered was the same as how he could control the 3 major killing moves, the God Slayer, Chaotic Pattern, and Demon Suppression. It was not on the level where he could exhibit its full potential. After adding the demonic seal to the 4 major killing moves, it could now be known as the 5 major killing moves. And in regards to practicing the undying wings, Xiao Chen could be said to be unfaltering and kept on fighting despite continual setbacks. He was enlightened when he looked at how the tough little dragon was challenging the little winged dragon every day. It was yet another early morning, the sunlight spilled on the back mountain. The hazy mist flickered with multicolored radiance, it was lingering on the woodland, and among the flowers and plants, enhancing their beauty. This beautiful pure land was just like the fairyland. Xiao Chen, how dare you? The patriarch didn't allow you to break into the back mountain, he only allowed you to train quietly in the front. You actually had the impertinence to run into my sect's important location. Yan Cheng was currently facing the morning sun to take in and send out the multicolored sunlight. One after another fantasy-like luster were lingering on her body. It made her seem extraordinary in contrast, her beauty was capable of causing the downfall of a city. It made people unable to look at her directly. Heh, why don't you just go and complain to the patriarch? Xiao Chen chuckled. He came to this back mountain almost every day, since those older generation figures of the undying sect who lived at this place did not say anything. How could Yan Cheng do anything to him? Seeing Xiao Chen's unperturbed smile, Yan Cheng hated him to the point the root of her teeth started to itch. She had been enduring this anger for so many days. There were many rumors regarding the relationship between Xiao Chen and herself in the sect. Although she knew that it was her junior and senior sisters who were adding fuel to the fire, it wasn't without reasons. The disturbance caused by the Dragon King War in the outside world had gradually calmed down. Many events that happened on the Dragon Island at that time had already spread out. The entanglements between Xiao Chen and herself had already been known to everyone in the Undying sect. It made her eyes turn black the moment she saw Xiao Chen. One especially when she thought about practicing the Obliterate Demon Absolute God, the consequences might turn even more serious in the future. She couldn't help but vent on Xiao Chen by biting back twice. Mr. Xiao, don't be so complacent. I will pay back everything you've done to me sooner or later. That's good, I will look forward to it. In half a year later, I assume your undying demon technique will have completely changed into Obliterate Demon Absolute God. At that time, it seems like I will be able to give you any orders. Oh, let me think about it. I am an ordinary man, I have all the needs an ordinary man requires. It seems like it is about time to stop this monk-like practice, it is uninteresting. We should have a good talk, and discuss about our future. Drop dead. Know your place, I am far above and beyond where you are. There's nothing to discuss between us. I am a man, you are a woman, discussing the matter between us is simply discussing the matter between a man and a woman. Speaking until here, Xiao Chen turned around and left, because he knew if he kept going, Yan Cheng would completely flip out. At the same time, it was because he felt some uncles were looking at him in the dark. Yan Cheng's beautiful face was gloomy, her graceful body was shaking slightly. She really wanted to rush over there to kick Xiao Chen onto the ground and ruthlessly stamp on his hateful smiling face. Not long later the tough little dragon had arrived. It let out a long roar towards the dragon cave below the cliff. It was provoking the young winged dragon in the cave. The 3-meter-long little winged dragon always passively accepted the challenge recently. It was feeling furious and depressed in its heart. Just because it didn't have anything better to do, this strange little dragon always came to look for a fight. The winged dragon was furious at how it was unable to kill the tough little dragon no matter what. It flew out of the cave once its wings were unfolded, then it suddenly swooped down. It seemed like the winged dragon wanted to end the battle today as early as possible. It fought with full strength at the beginning. The pair of sharp dragon claws resembled the divine hook. It gave rise to a strong wind as it swept towards the tough little dragon's back. Swish! 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 The dragon's shadow swayed. The tough little dragon left a few afterimages in its original place. Its speed was unbelievable as it dodged the attack. As a result, the rock in its original place was shattered by the winged dragon's claw. Xiao Chen was secretly apprehensive when he saw it. The tough little dragon's improvement was really too fast. Just now it was using substitution technique consecutively. It was just like when human experts were using the profound movement arts. Nobody taught this tough little dragon the human's martial arts. Could it be that this tough little dragon was the same as Kiki, that they were born with the knowledge of some profound secret arts to begin with? But wasn't that the privilege of the Dragon King? He didn't pay attention to it for a long time, but the tough little dragon's single horn had already sprouted completely. It was flickering with glorious radiance. It seemed unusually mystical. The tough little dragon's physique seemed to have gone through a huge transformation. Its power was much greater than before. The speed was also much faster. Roar! The two dragons had an intense battle. Although the tough little dragon was still not the winged dragon's opponent, it was unafraid of death and was exceptionally fierce. That tough little dragon was really a little reckless. It made the winged dragon feel helpless. In the end, the tough little dragon ran away in defeat with blood flowing all over. And just at this time, Xiao Chen made his move. He used the sealed god light screen to envelop the little winged dragon that was about to fly back into the dragon cave. It made this little winged dragon very furious. It was struggling unceasingly. "Don't panic, little guy, I just wanted to see how you operate the dragon force and the pair of wings. I will release you in a while." Xiao Chen spared no effort to constrain the little winged dragon and probed around unceasingly. Using both hands to feel the fragment of scales, sensing the surge of dragon force within, he observed how those power was circulating on the winged dragon's pair of wings. Linking it with the undying wings technique, Xiao Chen sent the secret arts to the blood vessels at his back while in deep thoughts. After half an hour later, Xiao Chen finally had some insight, but it was also at this time he felt something was fishy. The little winged dragon was no longer struggling, and at the same time, he found that there were huge shadows on the ground. Raising his head, he saw two huge monsters descending from the sky while giving rise to strong wind. Goodness gracious! Xiao Chen released the little winged dragon and ran away immediately. The two fully grown winged dragons that were on patrol had returned, just in time to see these events unfolding. How was it possible to get away? Those huge dragon claws swept towards Xiao Chen in but a moment. However, the claws did not tear him apart. Two adult winged dragons landed in front and behind Xiao Chen. The rays of light flickered, and the huge draconic body disappeared without a trace. A pair of male and female youth blocked his way. The man was tall and soldierly, the woman was tender and beautiful. Although he knew the adult winged dragons had power equivalent to demigod realm, and was capable of transforming into humans, Xiao Chen still felt a little shocked to see it with his own eyes. And the main reason was that he was caught bullying their child red-handed earlier. How could he not feel apprehensive? That was, I didn't have any evil intention. Xiao Chen was caught red-handed. He really didn't know what to say anymore. These were two demigods for crying out loud. He only wanted to study the undying heavenly wings. How did he end up enraging the little winged dragon's parents? Woo-woo, he was bullying me. And he wanted to steal our treasure. That little winged dragon was flying over from nearby while weeping, then it began to accuse Xiao Chen while whining like a baby. That at #%Yuan. Xiao Chen was a little speechless. That little winged dragon actually knew how to speak human tongue, and it was very fluent. It was obviously accusing him. One must know that the winged dragons were obsessed with treasures. Almost all the adult winged dragons had fortune that were not too big nor too small. Was it trying to frame him? But thinking about it meticulously, it couldn't really be considered framing him either. This was the best way to deal with him. With a swish, the rays of light glinted and Xiao Chen was brought into the dragon cave by these couple. If you want us to forgive you, think of a way to make that little dragon that came from the Dragon Island to pass the legendary dragon martial skill to our child. 1. Emotional state effects pupil dilation. When we get really angry, our pupils can open wide and make the eyes look black. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Level Up, Success. The dragon cave was built on the cliff. It was about 10 meters from the ground. That huge dragon cave was very wide. Even if these jade-like dragon couples transformed into huge winged dragons, there was enough space for them to stretch their body. The rock walls within the dragon cave were polished until they were smooth and shiny. It was wide and deep, but the interior was not dusky at all. On the contrary, the depths of the dragon cave was as bright as daytime. The roof of the cave was embedded with many jewels, which provided enough light source. And what made Xiao Chen believe that the winged dragons had a hobby of collecting treasures was that he saw a pile of gold coins and jewels in front. The glorious radiance was so brilliant that made people unable to open their eyes. Xiao Chen was dumbstruck. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. So much jewels all in one place was really too astonishing. No wonder Lawrence and the others always said there would inevitably be someone who was determined to become the legendary dragon slayer. One dragon cave was precisely a treasure in itself. If they could massacre the winged dragon, they would have obtained treasures that could last them a few lifetimes. See, look at this greedy bastard's eyes. I didn't lie. Not only did he bully me, he wanted to steal our treasure. The little winged dragon had a very puerile voice when it was speaking. Obviously, it was still very young. Looking at that little beast who accused him, Xiao Chen was really a little speechless. Could this be the so-called early maturing? Regardless if it was Kiki, those little dragon kings, or this little winged dragon, they all possessed an out-of-ordinary wisdom. Little guy, you shouldn't lie. Otherwise you will become fat and turn as round as a ball. Who are you calling small? You are not as tall as me. The 3-meter-long little winged dragon walked over and stood gallantly to look down at Xiao Chen. Then it said, "You are a bad guy, you bully me." Here it goes again. Seeing how it was able to speak human tongue, Xiao Chen felt that it was a little funny, but he was unable to laugh in a situation like this. What of our proposal from earlier? The little winged dragon's parents opened their mouth to ask again. Although it was very solemn, it was fortunate that they didn't have killing intent. What legendary dragon martial skill? I never heard of it before. Besides, that tough little dragon was always playing it cool, even if it know the secret arts. It is hard to say if it will listen to me and pass the skill to your child. Although the relationship between us is friendly, you guys should know that it is a very proud little dragon. But while he was saying these, Xiao Chen began to change his mindset. His astonished mentality from seeing so much treasures in the dragon cave slowly calmed down. He started to think of the matter regarding the tough little dragon. It was actually able to arouse these winged dragon couple's attention. The tough little dragon was getting all the more uncommon. It doesn't matter if you succeed or not, what matters is that you tried your best. Otherwise you will have offended us for bullying our child and wanting to steal our treasures. It doesn't matter to us whether you are the Undying Sect's guest or not, we can dispose of you any time we want. You must know that the reason we continue to stand guard here at the Undying Sect is because of their ancestor. There won't be a big problem even if we slaughter a few people once in a while. The little winged dragon's mother opened her mouth to speak. Although they were very serious, Xiao Chen could catch a slight smile on their face. They obviously didn't have the slightest amount of killing intent. On the contrary, it was as if their scheme had succeeded. Goodness gracious. Xiao Chen felt a bit helpless. It seems that even if this had not happened today, these two winged dragon might go to find him sooner or later. Apparently, they had already planned for this a long time ago. Alright, I will try my best. It's not my problem anymore no matter how it ended. Then we'll give you our thanks in advance. Oh, we knew that you are attempting to learn the undying heavenly wings, we can give you some pointers. The little winged dragon's father said with a smile on his face. How did you guys find out? A person who had returned from the Dragon Island, how can we ignore someone like that? You will help me cultivate the undying divine wings? We can give you a pointer or two, we did study the Undying Sect's scripture before. The little winged dragon's mother had a very amiable smile. It made people feel as if they were cleansed by spring breeze. You guys also practiced it before? Xiao Chen was very shocked. The dragons were able to practice the humans' heavenly arts. This was a really shocking fact. Due to the differences in physique, we only studied it for a while. Without a few years of hard work, you won't be able to master the undying divine wings. This is a step-by-step process. You can't rely on your power to make a breakthrough. You need to slowly open access the acupuncture point for the divine wings. After listening to the dragon couple's stories, Xiao Chen gained more insight regarding the undying divine wings. The human body had numerous acupuncture points, but people didn't understand everything about the acupuncture points. Generally speaking, all they knew about were the major acupuncture points in the human body. Such as the dozens of flight acupoints that the undying divine wings required, they were acupuncture points that had never been heard of before. What was written in the Undying Sect's scripture were very brief. It only mentioned to open up those mysterious flight acupoints at the back to generate the undying divine wings, but it didn't mention in detail how many of those acupuncture points were there. In accordance with what Xiao Chen had known before, he thought there were only 40 to 50 acupuncture points involved, but now he finally knew there were actually 81 acupuncture points. They were collectively known as the flight acupoints. 1. Having someone to guide him was more effective than learning by himself, especially when it came to this kind of scripture. Just knowing the method was far from enough. The predecessor's experience was also very important. These dragon couple had stayed at the Undying Sect for nearly 1,000 years. They knew a lot of secrets. After listening to their explanation, Xiao Chen finally realized how he should go about with his training. He didn't need to observe how the little winged dragon operated its dragon force to fly anymore. Because he had enough power, he had already opened nearly half of the flight acupoints. Maybe he would be able to master it in half a year later. Only until that time would he be able to generate the genuine undying divine wings, because even if one acupuncture point was missed, it would be hard to control the divine wings. After Xiao Chen left the dragon cave, the dragon couple had a very solemn expression as they said to Xiao Chen, "The matter regarding that little dragon, you must not tell anyone, otherwise you will be in for a great disaster." But Xiao Chen nodded his head doubtfully. It seemed like the tough little dragon had many secrets. This was not the first time he had thought of it. The proud little black dragon might be the ancestral dragon, but he kept overthrowing that idea. Legend says the ancestral dragon was extraordinarily gifted the moment it was born. Even the dragon kings were not its opponent. As far as the tough little dragon was concerned, all of these requirements were not met. Xiao Chen could only think of the tough little dragon as a competitive dragon. Maybe it might become as good as the dragon king one of these days. No way, I don't like that little rascal. It came to disturb me all day long. I don't want to learn any legendary whatever martial skill from it. When he left the dragon cave, Xiao Chen heard a few exchange of words between the dragon couple and the little winged dragon. They seemed to have touched upon the topic of Dragon King. The time passed day after day, but Xiao Chen gained little benefits every day. It had already been 10 days since he received the advice from the dragon couple. Xiao Chen spent most of his time immersed in a mysterious meditation realm. He was currently training his personal secret arts. That was his route after all. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if he was floating high in the clouds, his entire body felt as light as feather. Moreover, it seemed as if his soul was about to materialize and flew out from his body. And musky fragrance was emitted from his body. Shortly afterwards, there was a loud rumbling sound. It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had resounded in his sea of consciousness. He actually made a breakthrough in this kind of quiet meditation, rising to 8th celestial layer from the 7th celestial layer. He leveled up again. His entire body flickered like a gem, as if his body had become sage-like. A fragrant breath was lingering in the room. His eyes were as sharp as the blade at this moment. His 3 energies had reached a new level which he couldn't touch upon in the past. A powerful energy was circulating in his body that was flickering with radiance. It was like a surging river. Maybe it might be more accurate to say it was like a torrential river. It made him feel as if he possessed endless energy. Everything did not come to an end at this point. The energy surged through hundreds of blood vessels in his body unceasingly. It didn't stop for the following 3 days and 3 nights. It seemed like his body was being refined. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. In the end, every inch of his skin was as crystal clear, the bronze-colored divine jade. It was brimming with explosive power. His physique was much too powerful compared to before. When everything had finally calmed down, Xiao Chen found to his surprise that he had actually promoted to the peak of 8th celestial layer. There was only a fine line separating him from the 9th celestial layer. It felt as if he might make a breakthrough at any time. He almost broke through 2 levels at once. This was truly an unexpected surprise. One must know that it would get all the more challenging the more one advanced. Making a leap like this was very rarely seen. Xiao Chen clearly understood all of this was because the martial arts he learned from the Dragon Island had been perfected one step further. That was the reason he was able to make a breakthrough like this. This made him all the more convinced that he would only practice the secret arts. If he wanted to learn other martial arts, it should be like the demonic seal, extracting the essence, turning it into a killing move, and not learn the original arts. As for the undying divine wings, it was more like a skill. He didn't need to change his main secret arts. There was another nice surprise in store for Xiao Chen's transformation this time. When the powerful energy that grew and multiplied without end finally stabilized, he felt a burning hot aura coming from his back. The purple radiance was flickering, and the entire house was covered by the purple mist. It was misty and brilliant. The 8th celestial layer peak energy that finally stabilized and calmed down started to revolt again, all of them charged into all the flight acupoints at his back. While the bones were making grinding noise, Xiao Chen's body trembled again and again. Concentrated beads of sweat emerged on the surface of his body. As if his body had been moistened by water, he was dripping with sweat from head to toe. With the final ringing sound produced by the joints, Xiao Chen's body trembled repeatedly, and then a rumbling sound transmitted from his sea of consciousness. In that instant, he felt as if he was soaring high in the clouds. He knew that he must have mastered the undying divine wings this time. 1. Silva, oh god, that will take a long time. Just think of how much effort he put in just to get 5 of them working. 2. Silva, sometimes I too had this feeling when I was taking a nap. I immediately roused from my sleep shortly afterwards though. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Too Luxurious. Purple radiance burst out in an instant. The undying divine wings extended from Xiao Chen's back. The purple divine wings were as clear as the jade. They were almost transparent, and yet, they contained a powerful force. These were not merely divine wings capable of flight, but also a terrifying weapon. They were far from comparable to Yen Cheng's 5th celestial layer undying divine wings at that time. The undying divine wings at the peak of 8th celestial layer had already become a very terrifying and powerful weapons. They were comparable to the sharp blade of a divine weapon. Of course, these wings were completely materialized with his energy. He could control them however he wished. Swish! Lightly spreading out the divine wings, Xiao Chen arrived at the courtyard like a purple lightning. After that, he transformed into a purple light again and entered the mountain woods in front for a test flight. Everything was so perfect. After mastering the undying divine wings, Xiao Chen's speed had increased to an unfathomable level. He could extend his sphere of activities to the sea and the sky hereafter. He didn't need to limit himself to the ground anymore when engaging in a fierce battle. It could be said that with the divine wings in his possession, those spellmaster and psychic that could fly will no longer hold any advantage over him. He will inevitably become those people's bane. Standing beside the water well, Xiao Chen lifted the cask over and over to wash his body. His mood was undoubtedly joyful. The food in the room had cooled off a long time ago. Xiao Chen was in closed-door training for 3 days already. The kitchen staff come and go several times but didn't disturb him. He only set the food down quietly. Perhaps this was some kind of unwritten rule in this sect. Although he was eating cold food, Xiao Chen felt as though he was enjoying a luxurious meal. This was because he was spiritually satisfied. Half a year of bitter training finally paid off. This period of training could be said to be a huge success. The 3 skeletons also seemed to have felt his joyous occasion. They walked in from another room and moved their jaws to generate the clacking sound, as if they were congratulating him. He hadn't seen the snow-white little critter and tough little dragon for a while now. Xiao Chen strode across the road with agile steps and headed towards the back mountain. Yan Chang was currently sitting quietly among the fragrant turf. A hazy radiance enveloped her surroundings. The pleasant birdsong lingered in the flower trees nearby. It was very peaceful. A beauty blending into the picturesque nature, it was indeed a vivid and harmonious scene. Xiao Chen quietly watched from the sidelines for a moment. He didn't break this beautiful scene and continued forging ahead after passing through this area. Only until he distanced himself did Yin Qingcheng open her beautiful eyes to take a quick look before she shut it again. After passing through the waterfall area, the sound of a fierce battle could be heard coming from the front. As expected, the tough little dragon was having yet another fierce battle in the vicinity of the dragon cave. Xiao Chen was shocked to find that its speed seemed to have somewhat increased, and its battle skill seemed more refined than ever, but it appeared to be relying on brute force for the most part. He finally understood after a long time. Xiao Chen already knew, it was not that the tough little dragon was being impulsive. More like, it was intentionally challenging the strong, seemingly trying to toughen its physical body at all costs. It did not hesitate to get serious injury every time, as if it was trying to arouse the potential hidden in the dragon's body. As far as the battle technique was concerned, it seemed to possess an outstanding gift. Even though it wasn't used frequently, it was already getting more adept. It was just as the winged dragon couple had said, it had grasped some legendary dragon martial skill. That was because its battle style every time was so profound and brilliant. At this moment, the one fighting the tough little dragon was the little winged dragon's father. He transformed into human and personally practiced with it. Of course, he was holding back and used just enough power to strike every inch of the tough little dragon's body. The dragon force penetrated it unceasingly. The black little dragon's scales were already stained by blood. Although it was seriously hurt, it was not to the point of life-threatening. The tough little dragon seemed to be very pleased with this kind of battle. It displayed a series of movements Xiao Chen had never seen before. It left one after another after images on the battleground. Its battle style was very eccentric and extremely effective. Although it was impossible to injure the little winged dragon's father, it still displayed an out-of-ordinary battle skill. Xiao Chen could see some gateway. It was truly suitable to be named the dragon's battle skill. The tough little dragon seemed to be repaying the winged dragon couple for personally training it since the past few days. Although this little guy was uncommunicative, it was level-headed. It knows what should be done and what not to be done. Although the little winged dragon who watched the battle at sidelines had a dark expression, its somewhat excited eyes had already betrayed its gradually changing mood. After the battle was over, the tough little dragon dragged its injured body towards the little winged dragon. It actually extended a dragon claw and pointed it towards the little winged dragon's forehead. The little winged dragon was so young and yet it was able to speak human tongue. It was clearly out of the ordinary. The little winged dragon stared blankly for a moment, but it still lowered its head in the end, otherwise the tough little dragon couldn't reach due to the difference in height. A speck of light emitted from the tough little dragon's claw. It rushed forth like water ripples and actually blended into the little winged dragon's forehead. Only until the tough little dragon departed for quite some time did the little winged dragon regain its consciousness. Then it mumbled to itself, "Actually, if this little rascal did not come to disturb me every day, it is quite cute." Just now it passed yet another battle skill to me. The winged dragon's parent smiled towards Xiao Chen and said, "We are extremely grateful." "Don't mention it, the tough little dragon has its own point of view. I don't have the ability to sway its way of thinking. I think the reason why it taught your child the dragon martial skill is because it also feels bad to come and bother you every day." That's right. I was almost driven crazy by it." The little winged dragon whispered to itself. Xiao Chen went after the tough little dragon. By the time he left, he seemed to have heard the little winged dragon's father muttered the few words, "Dragon King." Could they be talking about the tough little dragon? Unlikely. Could it be that he wanted his child to evolve into a dragon king? That was an audacious way of thinking. However, that seemed to be very possible. That little winged dragon didn't look like any ordinary dragon no matter how he looked at it. It already knew how to speak human tongue at such young age. He quickly caught up to the seriously hurt tough little dragon. The little guy just coolly nodded towards Xiao Chen as usual and continued forging ahead without changing its expression. Returning to that underground cave, the tough little dragon silently washed the bloodstain in the hot spring. While enduring those throbbing pain all over the body, it began to gobble up the cloudfire fruits to restore its three energies. Despite how the caves were filled to the brim with this kind of cornelian-like fruits, after a few months, the cloudfire fruits were almost exhausted by the tough little dragon and Snow White. Little critter. There were only a few stalks remaining on the wall. Maybe the rate of the tough little dragon's improvement had to do with these. Every time after it was seriously hurt, it would use this kind of spiritual fruits to replenish its physical body at high speed, which helped it to unleash the body's potential one step further. At the same time, Xiao Chen also noticed there were some other fruits in the cave. After a careful examination, it actually looked very much like an amethyst pear. He knew it was impossible for this tough little dragon to go and search by itself, because this little guy only know how to fight and train all day long. He was sure that it wouldn't go out its way to find food to satisfy its desire. Xiao Chen immediately thought of Kiki. That little thing was indeed the bane of all spiritual item. Most of the good thing in the vicinity couldn't escape from the hollow of its palm. At the corner, Xiao Chen even discovered more than half of the amethyst ratio mushroom missing. That's such a waste, it's really too wasteful. This kind of rare treasures were actually wasted like this. Kiki always appeared and disappeared unpredictably recently. Xiao Chen hadn't seen the little critter for a really long time already. But now it seems like the little critter was exploring this mountain of immortals like a fish back in water. Xiao Chen waited here for roughly 3 days before the snow-white little critter showed up. The little critter was carrying a super big ginseng that looked like radish as it returned. However, it threw the ginseng to the tough little dragon uncaringly, as if it was throwing a Chinese cabbage. Kiki's fur was brighter than ever, it was as clear as a finely crafted divine jade. Its pair of glittering big eyes seemed to be brimming with more intelligence, it could even be said to be covered with spiritual energy from head to toe. Of course, it was also a little fatter. It was easy to imagine how it treated these kind of spiritual items as food on a daily basis. This made Xiao Chen stare at it blankly, it was really too extravagant. Seeing that Xiao Chen had come, the snow-white little critter's expression changed slightly. It looked fishy no matter how he looked at it. Are you hiding something from me? It shook its head strongly, then the snow-white little critter threw the radish-like ginseng over. That means it wanted to let Xiao Chen enjoy it, there was some implication of winning his favor by fawning on him. You have a guilty conscience. Talk, did you cause some trouble again? It was rare for the snow-white little critter to expose this kind of apologetic expression. It pointed at the big ginseng and used its little paw to gesture continuously. Although it was well coordinated, it still spent a long time in order for Xiao Chen to understand what it was saying. The ginseng was actually pulled up from someone's medicinal garden. 1. Xiao Chen became speechless immediately. He knew without asking, according to its personality, it must have went to other people's medicinal garden and treated their precious land as its own vegetable garden. This kind of giant ginseng, how many have you pulled up? The snow-white little critter thought about it seriously, then it extended one little beast paw. 5. The snow-white little critter turned its little paw over, with the hollow of the palm facing downward. 10. The little paw flipped over again. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. The little paw flipped over one more time. Xiao Chen could feel his face turning pale too. Seeing how it still wanted to flip the little paw, he hastily stopped it. Stop flipping, I already know, you really treated that place as nothing more than a radish field. In your eyes, those giant ginseng are no different from a giant radish. The snow-white little critter blinked its glittering big eyes, it then scratched its head embarrassedly. Other than the giant ginseng, did you touch any other medicinal herb? Dilly-dally, Kiki searched the corner of the cave to find some leftover stolons and seeds. One couldn't help but sigh, there were a complete variety of spiritual item, ranging from ratio mushroom to amethyst pear to daybreak dates and pure gold lotus. Xiao Chen felt an intense headache. Did you really think what you are eating is Chinese cabbage? Wreaking havoc at an important location of the undying faction, the medicinal garden. This is a pretty big disaster. However, the snow-white little critter was hardly fearful, it was gesticulating a little proudly. After communicating with it attentively, Xiao Chen finally understood what it meant. Kiki told him it didn't left any clue behind, and that the medicinal garden was really big. It pulled one over here and another one over there. As for the fruits, it picked one from this tree, two from that tree, harvesting them evenly. You sure are crafty, but did you know? People are tending to these spiritual items with care. They might neglect it if it is only for a short time, but they will eventually notice something is wrong after a long time. You are stirring up trouble for me again. The snow-white little critter was no longer feeling pleased with itself, it hanged its head dejectedly to express that it had understood. Then it pointed at the tough little dragon without any code of brotherhood. The haughty and cool tough little dragon also felt apologetic, it was indeed enjoying much of these spiritual items. Xiao Chen felt completely helpless. After a further inquiry, Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or to get angry. He found out the reason why Kiki went missing frequently, always appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It had taken residence in the medicinal garden and treated that place as its comfortable recess. Looks like we have no choice but to leave the undying faction now. In fact, even if this had not happened, Xiao Chen had also thought about leaving this place soon. He had been at this place for half a year already, the disputes between the Dragon King should have ceased already, and he already got enough benefits at this place. It was about time to change the training environment. Before leaving this place, he thought it might be a good idea to pass the scripture found in this cave to the Undying Patriarch. After all, he will definitely put the Undying Divine Wings to full use in the future. It wouldn't be good if people thought he went to the Undying faction to steal their techniques. If he passed this book over openly, it may be assumed that the Undying Patriarch wouldn't go as far as taking back the Undying Divine Wings he mastered. After all, he had a certain friendship with the so-called founder of the demon sect. Like this, there wouldn't be much problem if he used the Undying Divine Wings. Out of Xiao Chen's expectation, when he was having an audience with the Undying Patriarch, he actually already knew about Xiao Chen practicing the Undying Divine Wings. This made Xiao Chen quite shocked. Looking at that illusory old man who seemed like he was in another dimension, he felt deep in the heart that it was unfathomable. The Undying Patriarch did not reproach him. He took a look after receiving the scripture and said, "This is the Ancestor Demon King's original records, it is not any different from the scripture in the sect." So the Ancestor had once secluded himself in that cave. It may be assumed that he was afraid the scripture will be lost to the vicissitudes of time, so he intentionally left another book in that cave. Next, Xiao Chen expressed his desire to leave. He wanted to temper himself by exploring every corners of the Immortals' mainland. "I once said you are free to leave whenever you please. Although according to reason, you are still under house arrest, but since you have found the Demon King's original scripture, I can liberate you in advance. In addition, since you have already mastered the Undying Divine Wings and understand some of our sect's secret technique, I will confer you as the Vindex 3 of Undying Sect. You won't get any privilege, but if the Undying Sect is in trouble, you must come and help. Will you agree to that?" Xiao Chen thought inwardly, since Elder already said it like this, how can I refuse? However, it was as it should be. After all, he had practiced other people's scripture. But he may assume that he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to help the Undying Sect during this lifetime. Just who would be capable of exterminating the Undying Sect? Even deities had to think twice before provoking them. 4. In the end, just when Xiao Chen was thinking how should he take his leave, the Undying Patriarch's words made him blank out immediately. He spit out the tea he just drank a moment ago. "Are you willing to take Ching Chang as your wife?" 5. 1. Silva, oh crap. 2. Silva, something like this I suppose. http://biki.soso.com/p/201001255/bki-2010015/16408406111.jpg. Shanae, agree. 3. Also known as Protector. 4. Silva, this is definitely flag material. 5. Silva, pft. Even I would spit out the tea or whatever in my mouth if anyone dropped this bomb on me. XD. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Bastard Fatty. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaping expression, the Undying Patriarch didn't wait for him to say anything and immediately said, "Oh? I guess we'll let nature take its course." Xiao Chen wanted to explain why he spit out the water just now, but recalling this the old man before him was too mysterious. How could he not have realized already with his worldly wisdom that comes with old age? He was clearly stirring him up on purpose. Before he left, Xiao Chen drank a cup of wine together with the younger generation of the Undying Sect. All of these were arranged by the Undying Patriarch. It was impossible for the older generation to show up. That was because even if he was the Vindex of their sect, he clearly didn't have any rank. They toasted one after another. Although Xiao Chen was surrounded by some beautiful ladies, he felt like a fish back in water. It must be mentioned that the female disciples of the Undying Sect were all very good-looking. "Brother Xiao, when will you marry off junior sister Yan? It's a pity this older sister has resolved herself not to marry, otherwise I will definitely fight over you with junior sister Yan. I hear Brother Xiao had successfully mastered Undying Divine Wings, it must be junior sister Yan's contribution." This group of women could even be said to be telling one lies after another. The Undying Sect was, as the rumor says, the relationship between the disciples are thin, they are always fighting and scheming against each other. Right now, Yan Chengcheng is their most powerful rival in the competition for the Patriarch's position. They'd rather have her marry off immediately. As for those male disciples, none of them were being courteous towards Xiao Chen, each and every one of them had an ugly look on their face. They were forcing him to down the alcohol and forbid him from using the secret technique to diffuse the wine. Xiao Chen was seriously drunk and his steps were unsteady. Damn, these bastards. He had no choice but to keep toasting with those most vicious guy. Fortunately, he had enough alcohol tolerance and downed 2 of the noisiest guy. When it was finally his turn, Shini drank till he dropped. He grabbed Xiao Chen's neck and said while he was drunk, "You little guy, because of you, I was running around naked." Xiao Chen looked at him in such a drunken state. For him to actually bring up such a topic, he immediately thought that this guy might not be that hateful. Thinking about it carefully, this guy did not try to harm him, all he wanted was to humiliate him. And after that, he didn't take any other action. Who asks you to set me up first? This is getting revenge by playing somebody back at his own game, heh. You sneaky little bastard. Wait till I go out to train, I will definitely settle this score. Come and drink. Drink. This guy obviously drank a little too much, even his tongue is getting loose. After drinking a few cupful, he continued, our strongest people have already gone out to train, otherwise you are far from their opponent, I am saying. Those who are about the same age as us. Not someone on the level of second senior brother. Xiao Chen naturally knew who was the second senior brother he was talking about. He once received them at the beach. That was a 40-odd years man. His power was incomprehensible. When they were about to leave, the little winged dragon saw the tough little dragon came to the back mountain. It immediately shouted as if it was wronged. Are you kidding me? I already fought with you today. Why did you come here? Woo woo. But when it saw the tough little dragon hinting it to come over, the little winged dragon immediately thought it was a little strange. Finally, the tough little dragon placed its little claw on the forehead of the little winged dragon. A burst of ripple-like hazy radiance faded away on top of its head unceasingly. Only until the tough little dragon and Xiao Chen gained some distance did the little winged dragon rouse up. It was just like the voice of a baby, but it earnestly shouted, I will fight with you again in the future, but I might become a dragon king already at that time, make sure you don't fall behind. After leaving, they waited for the snow-white little critter for a really long time. It ran over at lightning speed like a jade arrow. The little critter was actually carrying a really big backpack. After that, it made Luanhui Wang carry the backpack and passed it to the skeleton very carefully. The people who were sending them off felt very baffled. This snow-white little critter is so interesting. Could it be that this little critter has packed some items for traveling? Xiao Chen's face twitched. He was truly putting on a fake smile. He covered up for the snow-white little critter and said, sorry for the inconvenience. This little thing is such a glutton. I reckon it may have cleared out your kitchen. Please overlook it this once. He took the lead and left with large strides as soon as he finished. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed a little like he was running away. After 1 hour had passed, there were miserable shouts transmitted from the undying sect. Damn it, the medicinal garden had been plundered. It must be that white little critter. On the road, Xiao Chen was scolding the perpetrator. How can you do this? Do you really need to pack these up before departure? Let's return these to them stealthily. The snow-white little critter jumped onto Luanhui Wang's body and hugged the backpack firmly. That means it will not return it even if he beat it to death. Even that tough little dragon had abandoned its doctrine and stood in front of Luanhui Wang to guard the backpack. That was because it knew Kiki was loyal to its friends. Half of these should be his. Oh God, these two. Xiao Chen didn't say anything else and walked forward with large strides. It must be mentioned that the Immortals' mainland was seriously too vast. Who knows just how bigger it was compared to the human world. Despite the numerous population, they had only developed 10% of this boundless earth. The other 90% was covered by primitive forest. Every cities and towns were separated by an endless sea of trees. The towns resided by mankind were like thinly spread flowers that decorated the vast sea of greenness. Describing it as a red dot was not at all an exaggeration. Close to the ocean was the undying sect which located at the southernmost of the continent. If Xiao Chen wanted to enter the interior, he had to head north. Walking on the quiet yet overgrown path, he strictly followed the path indicated by everyone in the undying sect, because it would be inconvenient if he get lost in the boundless primitive forest, as he might need to spend a lot of effort in order to find a way out. Despite there being a desolate ancient path, most people wouldn't dare to travel alone, because ferocious beasts would jump out from the forest at both sides from time to time. However, this didn't have much influence on Xiao Chen and company. The tough little dragon welcomed all. It would occasionally charge into the primitive forest voluntarily to fight at close quarters. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't dare to let it go too deep. Who knows if there were some exotic beasts. 6 days later, Xiao Chen finally arrived at a big town. The population count was around 50,000 people. It was almost comparable to a small country one. This was the scale of the cities and towns in the world of Immortals, because the land was too vast, the primitive forest was too concentrated, and with many vicious beasts roaming around, a lot of people decided to gather together as a result. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen a town in the world of Immortals. Looking at the humans gathering together gave him a really wonderful feeling. Although he saw plenty of people on the Dragon Island, and at the Undying Sect, he always felt it was lacking this kind of genuine life activities. In this big town, Xiao Chen felt as if he had returned to the human world. Looking at the crowds come and go on the main street, he felt everything was so familiar. Candied fruits. Dog meat steamed bun, 2. Rice cake, 3. Lamb kebab. Tender and crispy chicken wrap. Fresh and delicate mushroom soup. Xiao Chen was pushed into the refreshment street by the crowds. Listening to these familiar sound, he felt truly wonderful. Boss, give me dog meat bun, rice cake, lamb kebab, and other snacks. Xiao Chen wanted to experience that kind of feeling from the human world again. Little brother, I only sell dog meat bun here. Xiao Chen gave him a gold coin and said, please help me take care of it, you can keep the remaining money. It was easy to get things done as long as one had money. After that, Xiao Chen began to eat heartily. Although it might not be that tasty, the feeling he gets from eating was a different story. When Xiao Chen was enjoying the food, in the Undying sect, Yan Changchang was forced to leave the mountain. The words the Undying Patriarch said to her still resounded in her ears. Since you chose to practice the obliterate demon absolute God, you have no choice but to roam around the world. This law attaches importance to cultivating your mind. Moreover, you must not be too far apart from your vessel, otherwise what's the point of sending a portion of your soul to the vessel? Your senior sisters and brothers will also leave the mountain not long later. It is about time to let you go and learn through experience. Xiao Chen was completely unaware of these. In the end, he simply left the dog meat stall, and while walking on this lively refreshment street, he was buying and eating all kind of snacks. He felt even more energetic than ever. This made the tough little dragon and snow-white little critter exceptionally curious. As a result, they also ate until their mouth became shiny due to greasiness. All of Theseus' snacks were really fresh for them. Nobody found these two animals strange, because they had already seen all kind of big and unusual beasts. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts in that endless primitive forest. As for Luanhui Wang and the other two skeletons, they were following the party not too close nor too far. The three skeletons already looked very much like a human now. The Undying sect had enough materials, they even put pearls into the eye sockets that barely passed off as genuine one. If one didn't examine closely, they wouldn't be able to find anything strange. Hey, isn't it time-consuming walking a dog or a cat? Little brother, you sure are carefree. A fatty with a dishonest look called out to Xiao Chen. He pointed at Kiki behind him and said, is this a cat or a dog? It's beautiful. It is actually grabbing the food with its paw and eat like a human. What kind of breed is it? Could it be the legendary Chaos Cat? 4. Xiao Chen was somewhat speechless. And Kiki's face turned dark at once. It was so annoyed that it directly threw more than half of the sticky cake 5 in its little paw to the fatty's face with a smack. This bastard fatty immediately shouted out loud, an intellectual species. It really is too intelligent, it actually knows how to get angry. This guy was not angered at all. On the contrary, he was excited as he said, how much? Sell it to me, brother. I guarantee to give you a good price. Plop. Kiki threw the rice cake in its other paw to the bastard fatty's face. 1 Silva, Raw said small town, but isn't that a downgrade from big town? XD. 2 Silva, yeah, Chinese people eat dog meat, don't frame. I don't eat though. 3 I suppose it's something like this. 4 Silva, oh? Could the bastard fatty refer to this guy? I thought it meant Kiki XD. 5 Nian Gao, New Year cake, typically a sweet, steamed cake made with glutinous rice flour. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Legend of Warbeast. Plop. Kiki threw the rice cake in its other paw to the bastard fatty's face. Hey, not only is it intelligent, it even has an air of arrogance. I like this little pup very much. Air, or is it a kitten? The bastard fatty was not angry at all, he continued to ask excitedly. This is an incomparably fierce little lion. Hearing Xiao Chen say these, the snow-white little critter rolled its eyes. If Xiao Chen was not related to it, a sticky cake would surely fly towards his face. How can that be? There's no lion like this, snow-white like jade. It doesn't even have a mane. The snow-white little critter no longer paid any attention to them, it jumped onto Qingguang Wang's shoulder with a thud and continued to finish off the delicacies. Don't tell me it's the legendary jade lion. Hey, it actually climbed up a tree? What kind of eyes did the bastard fatty have? Was that a tree? Even Qingguang Wang wanted to throw a piece of sticky cake at him. Unfortunately, it didn't have any. 1. This bastard fatty really seemed like a profiteer, his eyes were already glinting like a gold coin. He excitedly ran around in circles with Kiki as the center. As a result, he accidentally bumped into the tough little dragon at the side. This proud and aloof little dragon frequently ate the spiritual items found by Kiki. It could even be said to be repaying the little critter. With a little bit of strength, it sent the fatty flying away. Ouch! Who bumped into me? The fatty complained as he got up. At the same time, a disturbance broke out not far away. A few dozen people rushed over and surrounded Xiao Chen quickly. 2 were accompanied by cherished cats, some were pulling huge hounds, and 2 of them even took along 4 to 5 meters long yellow earth dragons. Of course, those couldn't be considered as genuine dragons, they were merely from a lesser dragon species that looked like giant lizard. Young master, are you okay? Those people quickly surrounded him. Those few hounds that were as big as a calf already charged towards the tough little dragon. Stop! What are you guys trying to do? This fatty didn't seem that wicked, he hastily stopped them. But it was already too late. With the tough little dragon's arrogance, it was always the one doing the provocation. How could it let others offend it? However, towards these kinds of common beasts, it wasn't even worth killing. It just waved its tail 3 times beautifully. Pow! 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 The 3 giant hounds were sent flying 7 to 8 meters away. They became listless as soon as they hit the ground. They faintly felt a frightening dragon chi when their bodies made contact. The bastard fatty's eyes immediately lit up. The 2 yellow earth dragons at the side charged over, but he didn't stop them this time. On the contrary, he looked on without blinking an eye. Bang! Bang! With 2 banging noises, 2 huge yellow earth dragons were also sent flying by the tough little dragon. Good! This is too wonderful! It was as if the bastard fatty had taken an aphrodisiac. His eyes emitted green light. The way he looked at the tough little dragon was more passionate than when he looked at Kiki. He said excitedly, "This is a top-notch war beast. It seemed to be a lesser dragon, but I estimate that it has at least 1/5 of pure dragon blood in its body. I'm going to be rich, ha ha, too." Xiao Chen looked at this bastard fatty dumbfoundedly. After that, he just took the tough little dragon and company to go on their way. "Brother, don't go." The fatty chased after them, then he promptly explained with overenthusiasm, "Just blame me for being so pleased as to lose my sense of measure." But I really am too happy. It seems like this single-horned little beast hasn't cast off its baby teeth yet. If that is the case, then this is really too rare. I am saying the both of us will get rich, seriously. You must believe in my insight. If you let me carry out the activities, this little beast can bring us a great amount of gold coins. 3. Xiao Chen didn't say much to him. This guy was obviously a profiteer. One must not make a deal with them. "Brother, don't go. You must believe me." The fatty intimately followed beside Xiao Chen. He kept going on and on. "Brother, do you know who I am? I am reputed as the war beast master with great strategic insight." Ignoring him, Xiao Chen continued onward. "You must know that our family has even established the war beast castle in Celestial City, the biggest city in the southern part of the continent. We definitely have enough power." "War beast castle?" Xiao Chen felt a little baffled and asked, "Is it common practice to have a war beast in the mainland?" This time was the fatty's turn to look at Xiao Chen with eyes that one normally used to look at an idiot. The surrounding people also revealed peculiar expressions. This made Xiao Chen feel a little uneasy. "I say, brother, did you just came out from a forest cave? Mother F." Xiao Chen was really speechless. This guy actually used sarcastic remarks to say he was a prehistoric person. Who doesn't know that war beasts are the most thriving industry in the Immortals mainland? The bastard fatty spoke like a specialist. Not only do the wealthy and powerful ones like to watch the war beasts, even the commoners actively participate. Many people try to catch an unusual beast to make a living. Let's not even talk about the practitioners. They could even stake 1,000 pieces of gold on one throw just to get an intellectual beast with super fighting strength. After listening to the fatty's very patient explanation, Xiao Chen finally understood that it was common practice to have a war beast. The owner of every big war beast stadium had inseparably close connections with the practitioners, because they were in control of many powerful and exotic creatures. This was very attractive for the practitioners. Some sects frequently spent a huge amount just to buy some intellectual beasts. Many practitioners on the mainland were raising intellectual beasts. Those were their loyal partners in battle after all. In order to establish the war beast castle, the owner would require a huge power. Most of the factions were unwilling to provoke them, because they were capable of providing top-notch intellectual beasts. According to rumors, anyone who dared to establish the war beast castle were certain to have a super vicious beast not inferior to dragons, so much so that rumors said they even had a sacred beast. Let me tell you a little secret of this industry. The bastard fatty whispered mysteriously, those who dared to establish a war beast castle did not only have sacred beasts on the same level as dragons, they are certain to have a genuine dragon. This really made Xiao Chen very astonished. Seeing that he was already emotionally affected, the fatty struck while the iron was hot. Brother, the moment I laid my eyes on you, I felt like we could hit it off. It could even be said to be familiarity at first sight. How about this? Why don't we go find a place to drink a few cups and chat? Very well, how should I address this plump brother? Xiao Chen was not piqued by the wealth, it was to make a future plan for this tough little dragon. If it was as the bastard fatty said, that it was a common practice to keep a war beast around, then the Immortals mainland was too suitable for this proud little dragon. Even after leaving the Dragon Island, it didn't have to worry about finding a rival. With a little bit of effort, the two had already become close brothers. The fatty had a name that would cause people to spit out blood, he was called Zhuge Liang. 4. It was rare for him to reveal a bashful expression like this. He said, my parents wanted me to become a little clever, so they gave me this name. After talking for a bit, he found that the reason why Zhuge Liang was also well known in the world of Immortals was very simple. A certain practitioner who broke the bounds of spacetime and arrived at the world of Immortals had published the Romance of the Three Kingdoms from the human world. It soon became a very influential masterpiece. Xiao Chen and the fatty Zhuge Liang chatted while they ate. At last, they finally touched upon the topic he was most concerned about. Wasn't the Dragon Island sealed? How was it possible for the War Beast Castle to possess any dragons? Could they be winged dragons? But a single word from the fatty made him completely speechless. All the insiders know about our family's trump card, there is an unparalleled tyrannical dragon within the War Beast Castle. How can that be? Xiao Chen didn't believe it and asked, how can a tyrannical dragon appear on the mainland? Didn't they get sealed on the Dragon Island? Brother, did you really just come out from a forest cave? Mother F. Using this kind of phrase again, Xiao Chen really wanted to kick him once or twice. Oh, my bad, I had forgotten, bastard fatty Zhuge Liang muttered under his breath, most people don't know of this, only those who established the War Beast Castle know of this information. Stop leaving me in suspense, why don't you tell me what is going on? Brother, you should have heard of the disturbance on the Dragon Island not long ago, right? Of course. This was not the first time the seal on the Dragon Island had been lifted. The seal has been lifted several times every few hundred years. Although no dragon kings were born in the past, there were still many ordinary young dragons. Do you understand what I mean now? The fatty narrowed his eyes and smiled, he sipped the drink with a slurp. You are saying the predecessor once brought the young dragons out of the Dragon Island? Clever. It is exactly as you said, not only did they grow up in the mainland, they even had offsprings. But most of them are in the hands of some influential factions, ordinary people have never even heard of them. Then doesn't that mean there's no shortage of dragons on the Immortals mainland now? Of course, but there's not that many to be honest. Moreover, other than the winged dragons, even if the other dragons keep far away from the Dragon Island, they are still under the power of the seal and unable to display the divine abilities they once had. But just by relying on their physical body and strength, even a top-notch sacred beast is not their match. But of course, it also depends on the dragon species. The tyrannical dragon I am talking about is not fully grown yet, and not even demigod can destroy its corporeal body. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, it seemed like he had underestimated the dragon's power. He asked, what kind of major powers are in possession of dragons? Those who have authority, those who have money, and those powerful factions. And of course, the War Beast Castle has the monopoly. This is also the reason why the War Beast industry has that much influence. The bastard fatty stressed the statement again. Those capable of establishing the War Beast Castle inevitably possessed formidable strength and inside information. While drinking and chatting, Xiao Chen finally understood the position of the War Beast industry on the Immortals mainland. They could be considered one of the most powerful industries on the mainland. So much so that, even some of the powerful factions would engage in business with them, or even serve under a certain War Beast Castle. This bastard fatty was very talkative, he spoke about many fantastic stories regarding the War Beast industry, but the more he listened, the more he felt like the fatty was just shooting off his mouth. A few examples, this guy boasted how there was once a War Beast master who dominated a phoenix from their family's War Beast castle and destroyed a city for revenge. There's another one, it was about how a War Beast master who once raised an unknown beast. As a result, when the little beast was fully grown during the War Beast master's later years, it was actually capable of standing up to a tyrannical dragon. He talked about how they defeated the tyrannical dragon in the stadium of their hated enemy. The bastard fatty talked about many similar legends, although Xiao Chen did not really believe what he said, he could tell that the War Beast industry had great influence. To sum it all up, the water of the War Beast industry was very deep. Xiao Chen really looked forward to it. It seemed like the tough little dragon had an abundance of opponents now. The existence of the war beast industry was really too suitable for the tough little dragon. It could even be said to be a blessing. How about it, brother Xiao? Why don't you sell that single-horned little beast to me? I will give you a fair price. Xiao Chen stared blankly and said, why should I sell it to you, but... Ayo, hey, I talked for half of the day, my saliva almost dried up, and you still don't understand? The war beast industry has deep connections. You wouldn't be able to cross the river by yourself. You will save a lot of trouble by selling it to me. I guarantee you will have no shortage of money to spend during your lifetime. This bastard fatty was really a profiteer. Xiao Chen cursed inwardly and then he said, I am not selling. At the same time, he raised his guard. This bastard fatty must have realized this tough little dragon was not ordinary. That's why he was willing to spend a great deal of effort to sweet-talk him. Could it be that this guy already realized this was a genuine dragon? However, there were many dragon subspecies on the mainland. The tough little dragon's appearance shouldn't be too eye-catching. After coaxing and pestering him for a while, the fatty also noticed that Xiao Chen wouldn't sell the tough little dragon no matter what. Then he finally said resentfully, alas, pity my saliva, you still can't get the point after talking so much, what a scatterbrain. You want me to kick you? Although Xiao Chen felt that this bastard fatty was very friendly, he was a bit annoying. Just kidding, heh. How about this, why don't we sign a contract? That single-horned little beast still belongs to you, but I will be responsible for it. Xiao Chen had already categorized him as a damned profiteer a long time ago. He definitely wouldn't sign a contract with him. He said, if you can offer an optimal condition, I can make a verbal agreement, and the tough little dragon will be in your care, but I will absolutely not sign a contract. So it is called the tough little dragon. Interesting, it indeed has a resemblance to a dragon. However, I say brother, aren't you a little too inauthentic? There's no such thing as a verbal agreement, only a written contract would be effective at. I always comply with the agreement. I like to make deals with honest people. If you have good faith, then you won't care about the contract. These words checkmated the fatty Zhuge Liang. He said embarrassedly, so brother, you really didn't just come out from a forest cave after all. You bastard, those words again, don't make me kick you, you damned fatty. Next, Xiao Chen and this profiteer Zhuge Liang began to talk. He came to understand more regarding the war beasts. The more he listened, the more he thought this industry was specially created for the tough little dragon. However, on the other side, the tough little dragon was grinding its teeth as it looked at the bastard fatty. Kiki was also looking at him with an ugly expression. 1. Silva, ha. Qingguan Wang, so cute XD. 2. Silva, okay, can we kill this fatty now? 3. Silva, can we seriously kill him now? 4. Zhuge Liang, 181-234, military leader and prime minister of Shuhan during the Three Kingdoms period / the main hero of the fictional romance of Three Kingdoms, where he is portrayed as a sage and military genius / mastermind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Beast Examination. They were currently situated in a private room. A long table was especially laid out for the two little beasts, with various kinds of delicacies not inferior to the ones the fatty and Xiao Chen were having. As for Luanhui Wang and the other two skeletons, they just stood there like a tree trunk, not touching the food or drinks. The fatty also did not pry much. The fatty clearly noticed the two little beasts' fluctuating mood. He asked Xiao Chen in a low voice, I say brother, do these two little beasts possess intelligence? Why do I feel that I could hear them grinding their teeth towards me? It is not your imagination, this is a fact. You treated a very terrifying little beast as a kitten, and another one as a source of money. How could they not want to bite you? In short, this was supposed to be a really pleasant party. The bastard fatty had expressed enough goodwill. He promised Xiao Chen that he could satisfy the tough little dragon's need by providing it with an opponent every day, but it did not require the tough little dragon to show up in the war beast stadium to perform. The fatty was born in a family with great influence over the war beasts. Although he was not from the main family, he had great talent on this war beast business. He possessed a sharp intuition. The instant he saw the tough little dragon, his blood boiled for some reason. He felt that he might have just found a treasure that hadn't been opened yet. If his intuition was accurate, and somehow unearthed a super powerful war beast, then his position in the family would inevitably rise many times over. He would inevitably attract the attention of the clan leader and elder. Although it was most likely impossible to claim the position of clan leader, his power and position would rise by a wide margin. In regards to the request raised by Xiao Chen, he was not worried at all. That was meant to be. The more powerful the war beast, the more potential the war beast possessed, the more they couldn't let it get onto the stage voluntarily. Only this way would they be able to entice more people. I say brother, we have said all there is that needs to be said. I have also accepted all your conditions. Why don't we go and see the tough little dragon's potential? The tough little dragon was a little unwilling. It didn't have a favorable impression of the bastard fatty. Don't worry too much, you tough little dragon, this is all for your own good. The only thing you are lacking to evolve into a dragon king is a worthy rival. They will keep making arrangements for you in the future. Xiao Chen lightly patted the tough little dragon's scales and softly whispered beside its ear. The tough little dragon blinked its eyes, then it nodded strongly and agreed happily. This battle maniac. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh. I am only representing the family and came to patrol. I didn't bring any especially powerful war beast with me. I'm not sure if there is any intellectual beast in this town that is worthy of taking the stage. Not long later they arrived at the war beast arena. From far away they could already hear the roars of the beasts, as well as the excited shouts and shrieks of people. It was really bursting with popularity. War beasts, they truly deserved to be called the most powerful industry on the mainland. This place was very big. It was divided into a few battle arenas. Each arena was filled with a multitude of people. All the spectators were cheering as if they were crazed. Fatty Zhuge Liang quickly found the person in charge of this arena and arranged a beast examination with him. The so-called beast examination was a language of the trade. It had the meaning of testing the potential of a new intellectual beast. After knowing the fatty was sent over to patrol by the main family, the person in charge of this place didn't dare to be negligent and hastily arranged the venue. Beast examination was not something an outsider was allowed to watch, so they got far away from the battle arena. Because the main target of a beast examination was normally a new intellectual beast on recommendation, their wild nature hadn't been eliminated yet, nobody could put them under control. Thus, the examination usually took place in a huge iron cage. But it was impossible for the tough little dragon to receive this kind of treatment. Let's not mention how the tough little dragon would create a big disturbance by itself. Even Xiao Chen wouldn't agree to it. In the end, they directly carried out the beast examination outdoors. The manager of the war beast arena saw that the tough little dragon was only about 1 meter long. It was so very small, so he made a big deal over a minor issue. As a result, he didn't send out any ferocious beasts in the beginning. He only released an ordinary leopard. Regarding this, the bastard fatty Zhuge Liang didn't say much. He only chuckled as he overlooked everything. He wanted to see the tough little dragon's true strength and was more than happy to see it fight a few more rounds. The result was very shocking. The tough little dragon only bared its teeth, and that leopard fell onto the ground, paralyzed. Everyone was extremely shocked. Only Xiao Chen knew what the tough little dragon did just now. It felt that it was looked down upon and was getting angry. The tough little dragon emitted an invisible dragon chi. How could this ordinary beast not be afraid? Its legs immediately gave up and collapsed. 1. The manager of the war beast arena wiped off the cold sweat. The second time he directly released 5 male lions. The result was as astonishing as ever. The tough little dragon swung its tail 5 times and sent all 5 of the male lions flying. Looking at this single-horned little beast with a panther-like body, the war beast arena manager was at a loss for words. A 1-meter-long little beast actually possessed this much power. It was simply inconceivable. The bastard fatty was so happy that his smile distorted. What kind of exotic creatures had he not seen before? He knew some exotic creatures couldn't be judged from their size alone, all the more when it came to a powerful war beast. Clearly, the tough little dragon's potential was beyond measure. The initial result of the beast examination made him very satisfied. The war beast arena manager was already dripping with sweat. This time, he did not try to estimate the tough little dragon's strength anymore. He directly sent out the most powerful war beast at this place. That was a giant wolf with white fur. Its body length was about 6 meters long. It was the tallest in the arena and looked down at everyone present. Its pair of wolf eyes were flickering with green light, exceptionally awe-inspiring. At the same time, its 4 limbs were very special. They were actually covered by scales. One could tell it was a fierce character in a single glance. The white wolf was clearly very intelligent. It seemed like it could feel that the tough little dragon was not any ordinary beast. It didn't look down on the tough little dragon because of its size. After a long howl, it transformed into a streak of white light and pounced over. Swish! The tough little dragon left an afterimage in its original position and dodged the attack. Xiao Chen, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. This was definitely the dragon martial skill as described by the winged dragon couple. The tough little dragon's movement just now was very special. It was using the substitution technique like a real human expert. The white wolf let out a long howl. It actually spouted flames from its mouth. It was a bizarre species as expected. It was capable of using magic spells. The tough little dragon dodged again with lightning speed. It didn't try to use brute force as it did in the past. The tough little dragon transformed into a streak of black light and moved as quick as the lightning. It got near the giant wolf several times and left behind a few terrifying wounds on its body. The white wolf faced the sky and let out a bellow of rage. The scales on its four limbs suddenly gave off glorious divine light at this time, then it actually took off from the ground. It was truly an exotic creature, it actually possessed this kind of ability. The white wolf was very strong without a doubt. The tough little dragon was caught up in a passive situation. It could only take a defensive stance and get thrashed around. It was unable to reach the giant wolf that was flying in the sky. The War Beast Arena manager gradually revealed a smile on his face. After all, if no war beast could suppress this 1-meter-long single-horned beast in this arena, he would have lost all his face. However, his smile didn't last for long. The giant wolf in the sky seemed like it wanted to deliver the last hit and put an end to this battle. It pounced towards the little dragon that was always in a defensive stance with its claw. Just at this time, the tough little dragon suddenly exploded. The scales all over its body were flickering with brilliant rays. It actually jumped into the sky to face the giant wolf that was pouncing at it. After running through the gaps of its paws, the tough little dragon ruthlessly sent an attack towards the giant wolf's chest. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. The giant wolf let out a snarl and fell onto the ground. "Bravo! Bravo!" The fatty clapped his hands and said, "Endure the attack and look for a chance to deliver the fatal strike. This is the skill only those war beasts that have experienced countless battles possess. The tough little dragon is really too talented. It was practically born to fight. Fighting is its way of life." Soon after, he waved his hand to hint the War Beast Arena manager to step down, then he looked at the tough little dragon with a passionate gaze and said, "I will turn you into a celebrity. I will make those upper-class ladies to squeal for you, and those men to go crazy for you." No matter how Xiao Chen looked at him, he could only see a guy that had gone crazy due to greed. "Ha ha. When we get to the Celestial City later, I will treat you to the best wine, and request the prettiest girl to look after you." It seemed like the snow-white little critter couldn't watch any longer. It directly jumped onto his head and used its paws to mess up his hair, then it jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. The fatty was not angry at all. He chuckled and said, "Oops, forgot my manners, but this little beast is really too promising." Although the trump card of this War Beast Arena is nothing compared to the one in the War Beast Castle, it was more than enough to verify the tough little dragon's potential. After all, it is still so young, it has a very long path ahead of it. It has unlimited potential. Ho! It has a panther-like body, a tyrannical dragon's tail, its head looks a little similar to the Dragon King, and yet, it only has one horn. This little guy couldn't be a real dragon, right? Profiteer Zhuge Liang looked at the tough little dragon doubtfully. It must be mentioned that this guy had a very keen insight in regards to beasts. He was naturally gifted in this field of work. You can just think of it as a dragon if you like. Hearing Xiao Chen say it like this, the fatty chuckled and dispelled his doubt. But he said confidently, "This little beast's potential is unlikely to be inferior to a dragon. I believe it might even grow into a legendary sacred beast. At that time, even fighting against a dragon will not be a big problem. Wahahaha, it is I who discovered this tough little dragon. At that time, even the blurry old man from the main house might send a few outstandingly beautiful female practitioners to protect me." He. The fatty just kept laughing at the corner by himself. When he suddenly heard the sound of grinding teeth again, he found that the tough little dragon was staring at him. He hurriedly shut his mouth. "Brother Xiao, why don't we become sworn brothers? We ask not the same day of birth, but we seek to die together." 2. This bastard, what a profiteer. After seeing the tough little dragon's potential, he wanted to strengthen their friendship in this way. Xiao Chen cursed silently. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not become sworn brothers with this guy, but it's not like Xiao Chen disliked this bastard fatty. After all, this guy was still pretty friendly. "Brother Xiao, when we get back to the Celestial City later, we must dig out the tough little dragon's potential." Let me think. The first match. Cullis, that scoundrel Cenarius Lion 3 should be a fitting opponent. That war beast is unparalleled among the smaller-sized war beasts. The tough little dragon is still young. After going through a rigorous training and becomes a little stronger, we can use it to deal with that little beast king. The Celestial City is, oh so big, the population exceed millions. It is equivalent to the biggest city in the southern part of Immortals mainland. There are quite a few war beast castles. We will have much to do at that time. The fatty was already starting to scheme. The fatty and Xiao Chen talked about many things. The fatty's last words were, "Brother Xiao, wait here for some time. It won't take more than 5 to 7 days. After that, we can go to the Celestial City together." Aside from coming to inspect the family business, Zhuge Liang also received orders to gather as much information of any exotic beasts in the southern desolate region of Immortals mainland. They intended to send some experts from Zhuge's family to come and look for exotic beasts in the future. If those exotic beasts really existed, and if they could catch one, it would be an unimaginably huge harvest for them. Actually, the fatty had already accomplished his mission, but because he was very eager, he wanted to personally go to the South Desolate region to explore. Xiao Chen originally planned to stay in this town for a few days anyway. Of course, he didn't have a problem after listening to the fatty's explanation. The time passed quickly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The fatty never showed up. It already exceeded the time limit he had set. As a result, Xiao Chen waited for another 5 days, but he didn't see a shadow of the fatty during this past month. During this period, Xiao Chen once went to the War Beast Arena to inquire, but he didn't get any news whatsoever. At that place he experienced the popularity of the War Beast industry again. He thought that if he failed to secure any source of income, he could bring the tough little dragon to the War Beast Arena to fight a few rounds, then they wouldn't need to worry about clothes and food. 20 days had passed, there was still no news regarding Zhuge Liang. Xiao Chen felt that it was pointless to keep on waiting. This bastard fatty had most likely gotten lost in the South Desolate region. Xiao Chen started his journey towards the Celestial City. The distance to that place was roughly 2,000 miles and a little. It seemed like there were only a few big towns on the way. That was because the rumors from the South Desolate region were ominous, so the population was especially sparse. Legend said the ancestor god Swirenshi was living in the South Desolate region, but Xiao Chen, who had just returned from the Dragon Island, had a hint of doubt. The burial cloth he had with him belonged to the person in question. If that was really true, then the ancestor god Swirenshi should have passed away already. The South Desolate region rarely got in touch with the outside world. The road was very worn out, some areas didn't even have a road. On the 3rd or 4th days since Xiao Chen and company left, they actually couldn't find the road anymore. But Kiki and the tough little dragon were like fishes back in the water. The spiritual items that were looted from the Undying sect had already been finished by them. Kiki could frequently find some unusual treasure in the South Desolate forest, and the tough little dragon would go and challenge vicious beasts every day. Fortunately, they hadn't ran into any especially powerful vicious beast. However, Xiao Chen was getting a little anxious and frightened. It was very likely for them to get lost in the South Desolate region if they didn't follow the road. The vicious beasts they encountered were getting more ferocious by the seconds. There were actually quite a few primal species. This showed that they had already entered the depths of the South Desolate region. During this time, the fatty Zhuge Liang finally returned to the town with 3 of his men. Their clothes were ragged without exception. A few of them managed to make it back after getting lost in the desolate jungle for almost 20 days. When he found out that Xiao Chen had already left, he felt a bit anxious. At the same time, he received a letter transmitted from the Celestial City via a flying pigeon. The content of the letter said someone brought a Dragon King and arrived at the Celestial City. It had already made an appearance in 3 war beast castles. It was as if the fatty had just taken a dose of aphrodisiac. He hurriedly went on his way. 1 was that he wanted to catch up to Xiao Chen, 2 was that he wanted to see the Dragon King immediately. 1. Silva, I wanted to use some Chinese proverbs here, but don't know what to use, something about turning as soft as tofu. 2. Some kind of poem from the 3 Kingdom. 3. Literal translation, the 6-eyed golden pupil Lion King. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Snooping Around the Phoenix Lair. After exploring the South Desolate region for another 2 days, Xiao Chen and company finally left the evil forest. They arrived at a mountain range with incomparably beautiful scenery. This kind of sophisticated zone was rarely seen. The long howl of the beasts couldn't be heard, nor was there any exotic creature roaming around. The mountains in this area were lush and verdant, the leaves were as green as jade, fine woods grew left and right. It was practically a place filled with treasures, such as ginseng and reishi mushrooms. This made the snow-white little critter so happy that it skipped a few times. Yanluo Wang and the other 2 skeletons were already carrying a few bags of good stuff for that little critter. In this area, they could see red-crowned cranes holding reishi mushrooms in their mouths, aged deers carrying spiritual grasses on their heads, and white apes holding peaches of immortality in both hands. It was practically the so-called paradise. At this auspicious and peaceful land, all they could see were some meek and docile animals. They didn't find any ferocious beasts. Xiao Chen even started to think there might be a celestial being living in seclusion at this place. The outcome was slightly disappointing. He couldn't find any cave dwelling nor traces of an immortal. Kiki and the tough little dragon called out at the same time, then they quickly rushed ahead. They only saw a group of tall trees ahead. Although they were thinly spread, each tree could reach up to 100 meters tall. The vines were folding over in layers, the fragrance of flowers and birdsong made this place seem especially peaceful. And on top of the tallest tree, there was actually an enormous bird nest. It was as big as 3 buildings put together. The most peculiar thing about the nest was not its sheer size, but rather the fact that it was glinting with multicolored light. After getting closer, they could finally see it clearly. The materials used to make the bird's nest were really too extravagant. It was actually made out of gold blaze lotus, silver thread grass, amethyst fairy orchid, and other such materials. There were even quite a few millennium fleeceflower roots, reishi mushrooms, ginsengs, and other pure spiritual items hanging on top of the nest. This gigantic bird nest was practically a gold mine. No wonder the 2 little beasts rushed ahead so urgently. Even Xiao Chen's heart was thumping non-stop. This was so extravagant that it made one speechless. Just what kind of mythical beast would build this kind of nest? Could it be a sacred bird? Whoosh! Whoosh! Dot! The little critter was really too fast. It already grabbed the king-sized sack it requested Xiao Chen to prepare previously and dashed to the top of the giant tree, mainly because it felt very regretful when they left the undying sect. It felt that the spiritual items the small sack was able to contain were really too few. What made Xiao Chen most surprised was that the tough little dragon also knew how to climb trees. It was already on top of the giant tree, at the vicinity of the bird's nest. "Get back here quickly, don't act recklessly," Xiao Chen shouted. However, how could the 2 little beasts care about such things now? They just grabbed anything they liked, such as the millennium fleeceflower root or ginseng king, and stuffed it into their mouths. All the while filling up the king-sized sack with all the items they could find. Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and flew into the sky, but the 2 little beasts had already filled up the king-sized sack at this time. Asking them to return those spiritual items to the respective owner would be even harder than reaching the sky. "The both of you," Xiao Chen felt a little helpless and continued, "only know how to stir up trouble. Since you are unwilling to return the items, then let's leave as quickly as possible." Whoosh! Whoosh! They were very obedient this time. After quickly getting down the tree, they ran ahead of Xiao Chen and the 3 skeletons. "This time you guys were really too rash. Did you know what kind of bird's nest was that?" Xiao Chen reprimanded them while running. "That place was full of parasol trees. If my guess is not wrong, that was definitely a phoenix nest. Do you guys know that it is in existence on equal footing with the dragons? If we get discovered, the consequences will be very grave. This is not the Dragon Island. The phoenixes are not sealed like the dragons. Each and every one of them is in existence comparable to gods, but..." The 2 little beasts seemed to know about the phoenixes. They nodded their heads strongly to express their understanding. After running for more than 30 miles, Xiao Chen felt something was not right. He could feel a weak life fluctuation among them. Turning back to look at the king-sized sack carried by Qing Guanguan, he could actually see a faintly discernible radiance emitting from the sack. 1. He stopped his footsteps doubtfully. He had a really bad premonition. He opened that king-sized sack quickly, and after spreading open the pile of spiritual items with both hands, he found a colorful egg about the size of a head. It was flickering with specks of multicolored radiance. The life fluctuation was precisely emitted by it. Xiao Chen immediately felt a pang of headache. He could overlook it if the 2 little beasts only stole some spiritual items, but damn, they were so thorough and even stole the phoenix egg. How could the phoenix not get angry when it returned? A phoenix capable of building that kind of nest, it was definitely not an ordinary phoenix. "The 2 of you," Xiao Chen was practically howling at them, "which one of you stole the phoenix egg?" The 2 little beasts seemed to be aware that they got into huge trouble. Their reaction was surprisingly quick. They pointed at each other simultaneously. 2, they didn't dare to admit it was their fault. This made Xiao Chen completely lose his will to be angry. He really didn't know what to say anymore. Both the snow-white little critter and the tough little dragon pointed at the path behind Xiao Chen. It seemed like they were asking him if they should go and return it, but... However, the cry of the phoenix already transmitted from that direction at this time. How were they supposed to return it now? Just make a run for it. Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings. He carried the 2 little guys with both hands, made Qing Guanguan held onto his waist, and the other 2 skeletons to hold onto his thigh. Then he flapped the divine wings and flew at lightning speed while sticking close to the ground. He didn't dare to fly into the sky. If they were to be discovered by the phoenix, it would certainly catch up to them. After flying for a few dozen miles, Xiao Chen was so incredibly tired that he felt as if his waist was about to snap. The undying divine wings were getting dimmer over time. However, the cry of the phoenix was getting closer by the seconds. It seemed like it had already locked onto them. Xiao Chen's undying divine wings already lost all of its radiance. If not because his skill was profound, he would be unable to endure it anymore. After all, he had just mastered the undying divine wings not too long ago, and flying with this much load was really a little strenuous. What made Xiao Chen most depressed was that the 2 little beasts felt that the experience of flying was very fresh and exciting. It seemed like they didn't realize they were currently running away from a phoenix that was said to be comparable to the dragons. The cry of the phoenix was getting much closer. It seemed like it had already discovered their trace. Xiao Chen rested for a while and struggled to refresh himself, then he executed the secret art once again. His entire body was flickering with rays of light, the purple undying divine wings extended from his back once more. Of course, the wings were materialized from energy, they were not a part of his body. While advancing at lightning speed in the dense jungle, the shadows of the forest trees went in reverse continuously. They were flying while hiding their presence. Xiao Chen had already increased the speed to the limit, but the cry of the phoenix kept resounding from behind. They were simply unable to break away from the phoenix. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and flew for more than 150 miles, he was already unable to go on much longer. He felt the three skeletons weighing down on him like three little mountains. He felt that even the two little beasts started to weigh 10,000 kilograms. After flying for another 10 miles, Xiao Chen helplessly landed on the ground, no longer trying to run. He could already tell, the phoenix had already locked onto him, it was completely capable of overtaking him. It seemed to be tormenting him on purpose, forcing him to flee in fear. If this kept up, he would either die from exhaustion or have a nervous breakdown. After a long time later, a presence with powerful pressure descended from the sky. The multicolored radiance was as intense as the glaring sun. It made one unable to look up and see the figure of the phoenix directly. The voice of a girl coldly resounded from the rays of light. "Why are you not running anymore? Go on, eh?" As if she had discovered something, a sound of astonishment came from the colorful radiance. Soon after, the multicolored radiance launched towards them. Although Xiao Chen did not resist, the tough little dragon and the snow-white little critter were struggling with all their might. But regardless of the tough little dragon's extreme speed or Keek's confinement technique, they were unable to fend off the colorful radiance. They were enveloped by countless rays of light. The sound of wind brushing past their ears resounded. Xiao Chen and company had already been lifted off the ground. They flew through the sky at extreme speed and seemed to have come to a stop in what felt like an instant. After that, they found themselves below that emerald green parasol tree. They found themselves back at the dwelling of the phoenix. The tallest parasol tree was glinting with green light, its entire body was emitting the breath of life. The multicolored radiance was lingering on the gigantic phoenix nest at the top of tree. "You guys have the impertinence to break into my sacred place, and even harm my niece, how dare you?" The multicolored radiance floated in the sky, a cold voice transmitted from within. The figure within seemed to be overlooking Xiao Chen in company. She's not the little phoenix's parent?" Xiao Chen was a little surprised. But he still felt a pang of headache, wondering how should he resolve this problem. The phoenix girl in the sky was an existence equivalent to God's. All these happened because of the snow-white little critter and the tough little dragon, but it was impossible for him to push the blame to them just to save his skin. Thinking for a while, Xiao Chen opened his mouth to explain. "Miss Phoenix, please allow me to explain, we didn't have any intention to harm anyone. All these happened because these two little things were a little too mischievous." He pointed at Kiki and the tough little dragon before he continued. "They originally only wanted to take some spiritual items to ease their hunger, but they unexpectedly collected the phoenix egg as well during the confusion." "Looking for something to ease their hunger? Then why must you come here to steal?" The girl's voice was as cold as before. "We got lost in the South Desolate region, we are already unable to find a way out. We only got here by chance. You can see these two are not some ordinary beasts, they must eat some spiritual items every day. Just when we found the phoenix nest, the two little beasts had already rushed over there, I wasn't able to stop them in time." The snow-white little critter at the side nodded its head strongly, it looked so very innocent, as if it was saying that was indeed the case. Soon after, it opened the king-sized sack and cautiously retrieved the phoenix egg that was not much smaller than it, then it lifted the egg to present it to the phoenix. The tough little dragon seemed to know it was in the wrong. Moreover, it seemed to be aware that the phoenix girl in the sky was an existence that couldn't be provoked. It was rare for the tough little dragon to stay in one place obediently. Its attitude was like day and night compared to before, where it would just go and challenge opponents stronger than itself. The phoenix in the sky did not seem to be worried that they would break the phoenix egg. She never demanded them to hand over the egg since she overtook them, only now did she send a multicolored radiance down from the sky to receive the egg. If it were not for the friendship between the sacred beasts of the same kind, I definitely wouldn't forgive you lot that easily. The glaring multicolored radiance in the sky gradually became dimmer. The phoenix girl finally revealed herself. Xiao Chen knew she was talking about the tough little dragon in Kiki. This was an incomparably beautiful multicolored phoenix, a dreamlike luster was circulating around the colorful divine feathers. The captivating holy aura enveloped her entire body, it gave one an auspicious and peaceful feeling. It was no longer as imposing as it was just moments ago. Many thanks to Miss Phoenix's magnanimity. Xiao Chen expressed his thanks, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Humph. I didn't say I will let you off. The multicolored divine phoenix was about 3 meters long. She was extremely graceful and looked like a peerless beauty while flying in the sky. Light waves circulated in the phoenix's eyes as she said, "You guys must pay a little price to make amends for your mistake." Whoosh! The king-sized sack on the ground flew high up into the sky, heading towards the phoenix nest. Those millennium fleeceflower roots, golden ginseng kings, and amethyst lotus seeds were all returned to the phoenix nest that flickered with colorful splendor. Kiki blinked its big eyes. That kind of reluctance in its eyes was plain to see. The tough little dragon was also feeling very regretful. It silently watched as all of this was happening, but it also had no other choice. Those were not their stuffs to begin with. But that was no all. The multicolored radiance flickered again. The 3 sacks carried by Qingguang Wang and the other 2 skeletons also flew towards the phoenix nest. The snow-white little Kiki became anxious right away. These were not plundered from the phoenix nest. It spent a lot of effort to look for these in the South Desolate Mountain during the past few days. Although it was far from comparable to the spiritual items found in the phoenix nest, these were still something it worked hard to acquire by itself. It immediately shouted with a squeak and waved its little paws repeatedly to use the confinement technique, in hope of taking those sacks back. At the same time, the tough little dragon also made its move. A resplendent ray of light actually emitted from its single horn and launched towards the sky. Xiao Chen had only seen the tough little dragon fight with brute strength before, occasionally using some dragon martial skill. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen the tough little dragon using a divine ability. But even if the 2 little beasts worked together, it was impossible for them to win against the sacred phoenix in the sky. Perhaps even an unsealed adult dragon wouldn't be a match for the phoenix. Those spiritual items continued to fly towards the sky without any resistance. Kiki was really heartbroken. It let out a few squeaks in anger, seemingly trying to say those belonged to it. The tough little dragon also had no other choice. Although its battle intent was high and did not hesitate to issue a challenge to the sacred phoenix in the sky, the unfathomable phoenix girl just ignored its challenge. On the contrary, she just smiled gently and said, "Wait till my niece is born, then you can go and challenge it." They felt so helpless. They failed to steal the phoenix egg and lost 3 sacks of spiritual items as compensation. Kiki was panting with rage. It silently waved its little paws at the phoenix girl a few times, then it turned around and wanted to leave. Although the tough little dragon's battle intent was high, the others simply paid no attention to it. The tough little dragon felt that it was unable to muster the strength. The 2 of them caused the phoenix girl smile due to anger. She said, "The 2 of you disturbed my niece, and yet you look as if you were wronged. Seriously, the both of you are asking to be spanked. 1. Silva, oh. Xiao Chen is gonna get a phoenix pet. 2. Silva, ha 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 ha, they are so cute XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 137, Tyranny. 2 multicolored rays of light shot down from the sky, the glittering light quickly engulfing Kiki and the tough little dragon. The 2 little beasts were tossed into the phoenix nest on top of the tree. I asked the sacred phoenix to forgive the 2 of them. Xiao Chen really didn't want to stay at this place for much longer. He wanted to leave with the 2 little beasts. However, the phoenix girl had some other plan. Her voice was no longer ice cold, it was as sweet sounding as heavenly music. "You wait here for some time. As another one of the same kind of sacred species, I will whip them into shape. Otherwise it will cost them dearly one of these days." 1. The so-called whipping them into shape made Xiao Chen dumbstruck. Kiki and the tough little dragon almost threw up blood. The 2 little things even rolled their eyes. The phoenix girl actually wanted them to incubate the phoenix egg with their power source. She made the 2 little guys incubate an egg. At that time, the 2 little beasts were angry at her. They were but individuals who even dared to oppose the heavens. They really wanted to smash the phoenix egg to bits at that time, but they found that a divine power was at work and were practically unable to damage even a fraction of the egg. On the contrary, their powers were absorbed by the phoenix egg, and they somehow ended up incubating the egg instead. The 2 little beasts were so angry that they couldn't bear it, so they shouted in a loud voice. Ethereal mist flickered, the sacred phoenix lightly waved her divine wings, and a floating isle appeared from thin air. There were many exotic flowers in full bloom on the isle, jade grass covered the land, red-crowned cranes were dancing in the breeze, and white apes were jumping from tree to tree. It was a world filled with the fragrance of flowers and pleasant birdsong. There were even some pavilions and kiosks, as well as a small bridge across running water. It was practically the very image of heaven itself. Specks of splendor were circulating around the floating sacred isle. It floated up and down just above the phoenix nest. The phoenix girl turned around and flew towards the isle. Before she ascended onto the isle, she had already transformed into a graceful young lady, but Xiao Chen and company were unable to see her real visage. They could only see her pretty back figure as she walked away gracefully. The two pitiful little guys suffered the consequences they had brought upon themselves for the first time, but they were also helpless in this situation. They were imprisoned by the sacred phoenix's power source. It was impossible to even get away from the phoenix nest. Moreover, they must constantly operate the power source hidden within their body to resist it, otherwise the halo of light around them would keep shrinking, squeezing them and making them suffer. And the multicolored radiance released by them, after circulating one loop in the phoenix nest, would all flow towards that phoenix egg. This was tantamount to incubating the phoenix egg indirectly. The two little beasts were incomparably depressed, and yet, it was impossible for anyone to take them away. Xiao Chen was incomparably astonished. The phoenix nest was actually not as simple as its outer appearance dictated. It was actually merged with a mysterious and unfathomable ancient spell. The reason it was made out of pure spiritual items was so that it could gather even more spiritual power. Just from a quick look, Xiao Chen could feel how marvelous it was. The golden ginseng kings, millennium fleeceflower roots and other such spiritual items on the phoenix nest hadn't even dried up yet, they were blending with the spiritual energy and glowed with life force. By absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the splendor of the stars, a steady flow of essence was delivered to the phoenix egg located in the nest. The phoenix nest was practically a treasure to amass spiritual energy. After observing for the whole day, Xiao Chen finally affirmed his speculations. Sunshine, moonlight, and the essence of the plants flowed continuously like water ripples, so much so that even the essence from Mother Earth had bubbled up. Naturally, the most eye-catching event was during the night. At that time he could clearly see starlight gathering at the phoenix nest from the sky one after another. It made this place incomparably bright, as if the bright moon was just right in front of him. 10 days passed in a flash as the three skeletons meditated quietly under the parasol tree. Xiao Chen trained painstakingly on top of the phoenix tree. The spiritual energy at this place was dense. It was an exceptionally good place to train. The two little beasts had already lost their will to be angry a long time ago, they were really scared of the phoenix girl now. Even incubating an egg could turn into some kind of torment. Although this was also tantamount to training, they only wished they could get away immediately. During this period of time, that floating owl was intermittently visible, and its position was not fixed either. It seemed to go from place to place like the clouds, always drifting within a radius of 10 miles. Xiao Chen was deeply shocked, the sacred phoenix's ability was really too terrifying. He couldn't estimate just how powerful she really was. On the 15th day, the sacred phoenix flew out of the isle. She transformed back into a phoenix while she was still quite some distance away. Then with a flash of light, she appeared in the phoenix nest. She smiled gently and asked, "Will you two little young uns yield?" Her voice was melodious and sweet. It was very pleasant to listen to, but it undoubtedly sounded like the sneers of a demon to the two little beasts. They quickly nodded their head in sync and didn't dare to throw a tantrum anymore. "Good boys, hee." A multicolored radiance flickered. Kiki and the tough little dragon were engulfed by the light and sent back to the ground. The phoenix girl found that the fluctuation of life inside the colorful egg was now stronger than ever. It surpassed her expectations. She looked at the two little beasts on the ground and said, "I almost made an error of judgment. Ho! You guys are more uncommon than I thought. Could it be?" The two little beasts did not pay attention to her as they were itching to leave this place immediately, but Xiao Chen was listening attentively. He wanted to know Kiki and the tough little dragon's origin. He only saw the phoenix girl pucker up her brows. It seemed she couldn't be sure, so there was no conclusion whatsoever. On the contrary, she had taken notice of the dim little tree on Kiki's head. Multicolored rays of light flickered, and the sapling flew towards the sky. The phoenix girl lightly waved her wings and a divine light was launched towards the sapling. A rainbow-colored radiance immediately soared into the sky from the sapling. The inky jade leaf, the white jade leaf, the jasper leaf, and the gold leaf were flourishing with brilliant rays. 2. Ah! The phoenix girl cried out in surprise for the first time, "This is... Did the sacred tree of legends reincarnate?" She was clearly very shocked. Just when Kiki was about to get anxious, she quickly sent the little sacred tree back. It seemed like she was feeling very apprehensive. It caused the little snow-white critter to feel very confused. It originally thought the phoenix girl would rob it of the treasured tree, never in its wildest dreams would it have imagined the phoenix girl to give it back just like this. "You guys may leave." It seemed like the phoenix girl didn't want them to stay for long. Xiao Chen opened his mouth to ask, "Can I ask the sacred phoenix to give us some directions? We wanted to go to the celestial city, but we lost our way in the south desolate region." "Very well, I will take you to the ancient road that leads to the celestial city." But just at this time, the sacred phoenix furrowed her brows again. She whispered to herself, "It seems like I really underestimated you guys too much." While speaking, she ignored the two little beasts on the ground. She turned towards Xiao Chen instead and said, "Let me take a look at the sacred burial cloth you are carrying." That burial cloth did not emit any fluctuations of life, but it was still perceived by the Phoenix girl, her power was truly godlike. Xiao Chen retrieved the item and lightly waved his hand. The burial cloth transformed into a light beam and soared into the sky. The Phoenix girl received it and looked at it over and over again, then she returned it back to Xiao Chen without saying anything more. Suddenly, countless strips of auspicious rays appeared between the heaven and earth. Xiao Chen and company were shrouded within the rays of light. They could hear the sound of the wind rustling beside their ears. They landed on a broken ancient road about half an hour later. A beautiful phoenix feather fell gently from the sky. It landed right in Xiao Chen's hand. The feather had a smooth surface, and there was an indistinct fragrance. "Sorry to have wasted your time. Take this feather as a present, you can think of it as compensation." A heavenly voice transmitted from the sky. The instant the Phoenix girl turned around, she transformed into a dreamlike girl. Her back figure was out of the world as she floated away gracefully. Kiki watched the back figure of the sacred phoenix impatiently. Seeing that she didn't return the spiritual items it collected by itself, it felt incomparably disappointed. In the end, it looked at the multicolored feather in Xiao Chen's hand and mumbled to itself, as if it was saying this is unfair. Xiao Chen looked pensive. 3 days later, Xiao Chen and company had already traveled several hundred miles. With their speed, this was not considered quick. The main reason was that they didn't make haste on their journey. On the way, the tough little dragon would occasionally go into the forest to fight with the vicious beasts. And then there's also little Kiki, who would go to look for spiritual grass from time to time. However, this kind of leisure journey didn't last for long. There were still 800 miles before they arrived at the celestial city. The tough little dragon let out an angry roar from the jungle ahead. It seemed like it had encountered great danger. Xiao Chen hastily rushed over there, guessing that it must have encountered a powerful creature. 3. But he quickly overthrew that very idea after getting close to the forest. He saw 5 young practitioners surrounding the tough little dragon. 4. They were definitely a group of experts. 3 of the girls among them were psychics. All 3 of them were floating in the sky and enveloped the tough little dragon within a barrier. They wanted to keep the tough little dragon in place. The tough little dragon's movement was very sluggish. And the other 2 on the ground did not hesitate to attack the tough little dragon, so it was riddled with scars. Exuvia's 2nd celestial layer. Exuvia's 6th celestial layer. Xiao Chen was alarmed. The weakest among these 5 youngsters was at the Exuvia 2nd celestial layer, and one of them had actually reached the Exuvia 6th celestial layer. They were undoubtedly experts among the youth. Otherwise, how was it possible for them to keep the tough little dragon in place and even injure its thick-skinned body? Xiao Chen rushed over like a streak of lightning, leaving an afterimage in the jungle. His palm blade swept through the forest like thunder. The forest trees collapsed under the glaring rays of light, and a gale rose abruptly. That was no doubt the power of the Exuvia 8th celestial layer, but he broke the barrier in an instant and saved 10x5, the tough little dragon, whose entire body was stained by blood, from a dangerous situation. Xiao Chen entered the fray to protect 10x, the tough little dragon. His towering figure remained motionless as he fixed his eyes on the few people. Looking at this uninvited guest who appeared like the wind and lightning, the few of them were gobsmacked. "Who are you? Mind your own business." One man among the group seemed very unhappy, and he stared at Xiao Chen resentfully. Xiao Chen also looked at him. Looking at the bearings of everyone present, this guy seemed to be the leader of the group, but he was definitely not the strongest. That was because his power was only at the Exuvia 3rd celestial layer, and the 6th celestial layer expert was right beside him. "I think there is a misunderstanding between us." Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a bit, then he said, "This war beast is my partner. It is not a wild beast in the uncultivated forest. I hope everyone can kindly overlook this." It was still that young man who was thought to be the leader who opened his mouth to talk. "Your partner? Humph. What a joke." He was very arrogant and didn't put Xiao Chen in his eyes. He said with a cold voice, "This is a war beast the great me laid my eyes on. It is an untamed beast found in the forest, it is mine." Xiao Chen didn't say anything immediately, but he was already calculating in his mind whether or not he could eliminate all of them if conflict was to break out. That was because these people were so very arrogant, and it seemed like they had quite a bit of background. They were a little too tyrannical, and it seemed like reconciliation was out of the question. 1. Silva, Wee. About time someone teach the little critter a lesson XD. 2. Silva, I got a really bad feeling about this. 3. Silva, I have a feeling it's a poacher. 4. Silva, looks like I was right. 5. Silva, it doesn't seem like Xiao Chen will give this tough little dragon any other name, so I will just call him Tenax for now. It is Latin word for tough and tenacious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, None Can Resist. A youth in his prime, with high status, was always the most arrogant guy. How could they not be? Kadiva was from a rather famous family in the Celestial City. He always did whatever he wanted to do. This time, he kept this a secret from his family and let his trusted aide to come and search for some legendary warbeast in the South Desolate region. Never did he expect most of his soldiers would perish after entering the South Desolate region for only a dozen of days. Only 5 of them remained, and when he saw the tough little dragon today, how could he not tell that Tenax was out of the ordinary? After secretly watching Tenax challenging a few vicious beasts and emerging victorious, Kadiva had already come to a conclusion: this must be the strongest type among the inferior dragons. It should have at least 1/3 of dragon blood flowing in its veins, or perhaps it might be a real dragon stranded in the South Desolate region. When he thought about the dragons in the South Desolate region, his blood started to boil. Legend said that in the ancient past, a few incomparably powerful dragons did not get sealed on the Dragon Island. They lived in seclusion at the South Desolate region. If this tough little dragon was their descendant. Kadiva was so excited that he couldn't stop his body from shaking. The descendant of the most powerful ancient dragon that escaped the fate of getting sealed on the Dragon Island, this was simply a blessing from the heavens. If he could subdue this tough little dragon, perhaps it might not even be inferior to those genuine dragon kings that departed from the Dragon Island. The descendant of the strongest dragon. After Kadiva had this deduction, he immediately led his trusted aide into action. They stealthily caught up to Tenax and surrounded it from every direction. What made him most happy was that the tough little dragon was very keen and discovered them in the first moments, and yet, it didn't run away. It provoked them and took the initiative to take up a challenge. With such an arrogant personality, it made Kadiva even more convinced. It might really be the descendant of those dragons. They must be decisive, they must not miss this chance and let it get away. The battle to subdue the descendant of the strongest dragon had thus began. However, just when it looked like everything went smoothly, an outsider like this unexpectedly appeared. Kadiva was in a really bad mood. The Celestial City was known as the biggest city in the South Desolate region, and he came from one of the largest and most influential families in the Celestial City. He was always the one making others yield to him. How could he tolerate other people meddling in his business? Despite seeing that Xiao Chen's ability was very profound, his superiority complex made him unable to think highly of any practitioners. I am telling the truth, look at how it is following me so familiarly. If this is a wild beast, how is it possible for it to acknowledge me so easily? Xiao Chen tried to explain one last time. He didn't want to get into a conflict if at all possible. But the blonde-haired youth at the opposite side did not buy it. He was still as arrogant as before and said impatiently, "Stop wasting my time, I found it first and you still want to vie for it? This is obviously a wild beast. I don't want to make things hard for you, the ancient road is over there, you can be on your way. Let's not get in each other's way." Kadiva's words were very obvious. "Scram, I have already laid my eyes on this warbeast, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to sow anymore." How could Xiao Chen not understand his underlying meaning? The other party clearly wanted to rely on his status and the experts beside him to forcefully take over 10x. This was the truth of the world, strength represented everything. If it was any ordinary young practitioner, they might have yielded already. That was because they could recognize the family crest on the left sleeve of the youngster. That was the emblem of a powerful family in the Celestial City, a super influential family that controlled a warbeast castle. It was an existence that many practitioners were unwilling to provoke. But Xiao Chen did not know of this, and even if he knew, it meant nothing to him. With his personality and the strength he currently possessed, he wouldn't hesitate to dispose of them, because it was impossible for him to hand over 10x to the other party. The more he came to understand the tough little beast, the more he became interested in 10x. He was expecting some kind of possibility to take place. Once he made his decision, he wouldn't continue to drag his feet in the mud. Knowing that it was unlikely for the other party to change their mind, Xiao Chen immediately assumed a battle stance. The glaring rays of light emitted from his body were throbbing like the blazing flame, and yet, they looked like a divine armor protecting him from harm. At this moment, they were unable to look at Xiao Chen from up close. Hey, this joker is so arrogant, he actually took the initiative. Kadiva was very angry. Nobody had ever provoked him before, it was always him doing the provocation. Especially this guy who looked like a hermit. No matter how he looked at him, this guy actually dared to offend him. Khedive was an expert at the level of Exuvia 3rd Celestial Layer. He could be considered an expert among the youth generation, especially among the nobility. However, this expert depended on who he was dealing with. He did not know how deep was Xiao Chen's power, but the man beside him had already felt it ever so faintly. That man was his shadow, a bodyguard who grew up along with him. He was a 6th Celestial Layer expert who specialized in protecting him. He was one of the bodyguards that were nurtured by their family since young age, and was very loyal to the family. "Young master," Khedive's bodyguard lightly pulled the lower hem of his shirt, then he said in a low voice, "This guy is more powerful than me and he has already revealed killing intent." Speaking intel here, the bodyguard faced Xiao Chen and said, "We are from the Reagan family. Will this friend be willing to sell us this war beast? We will not treat you unfairly." Obviously, he had already detected Xiao Chen's killing intent. He was fully aware of how very terrifying was this man before his eyes and didn't want to fight with Xiao Chen. Because the bodyguards grew up with their respective masters since childhood, they could speak on behalf of their masters sometimes. "That is impossible." Xiao Chen refused very bluntly. "Arrest him." Khedive of the Reagan family couldn't tolerate it any longer. He directly issued the order. The girls floating in the sky were psychics. They were very beautiful and seemed to be persons of mixed blood. They possessed the classical beauty of the East, and also the noble traits of the West, but even so, their charming appearances couldn't be concealed. Their pupils were bright and intelligent, and their light blue hair were fluttering like water ripples. They were the collateral relatives of the Reagan family. Their blood relationship with this influential family of Celestial City was already thinned out a long time ago. However, due to their strength and outstanding appearance, they were still appreciated by the family, and so they frequently mingled together with a few direct descendants of the Reagan family. As far as this chaotic relationship between man and woman was concerned, the elder of the Reagan family always turned a blind eye to it. 3 of the female psychics dropped 3 rays of green light. They launched spiritual attacks and took the initiative to attack Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Khedive already raised his sharp sword and rushed over personally. Xiao Chen quickly dodged to the side to avoid the attacks from the 3 psychics, then he rushed straight towards Khedive. His fingers emitted a glaring sword chi as if they were a double-edged sword. Xiao Chen attacked this youth from the Reagan family with a diagonal slash. The sword chi produced a sharp sound as it cut through the air. The face of the bodyguard at the side turned pale. He could clearly feel Xiao Chen's terrifying strength at this very moment. After a loud shout, he raised his speed to the limit. His speed already surpassed that of Khedive. After concentrating his power in the metal sword held in his hand, the sword became translucent and actually started to tremble. The sword chi was extremely rich and powerful. He faced Xiao Chen head-on with this strike. Swoosh! The sound of the sword chi slashing the air was exceptionally ear-piercing. However, the bodyguard's sword chi was simply unable to stop the sword chi emitted from Xiao Chen's adamantium-like fingers. The adamantium fingers smashed a few dozens of sword chi and then it made direct contact with the sharp sword held by the bodyguard. With a clear crisp sound, the sword in the bodyguard's hand exploded like the fireworks. The energy flow dispersed in all directions when the sword was destroyed. As if the bodyguard had been hit by a stormy sea, his body trembled violently. He could see a gold radiance rushing into his hand from that sword hilt. The bodyguard fell back at high speed. Although his right arm trembled incessantly, he used some kind of excellent martial art to neutralize the terrifying energy that entered his body. His will was completely crushed at this moment. He clearly felt that he was far from being Xiao Chen's opponent. He cried out in alarm, "Are you Wind Feathers or the solitary sword demon? Or perhaps Zhao Chongyang?" He continuously declared the names of a few first-rate youth experts of the southern region. He was truly a little apprehensive towards someone with such strength. But Xiao Chen did not stop there. He continued to forge ahead like a sharp blade. He suddenly clenched his fist and sent the punch directly towards Khedive. At this moment, Khedive also coincidentally got before his eyes. With an explosive sound, the long sword broke into pieces. Xiao Chen passed through the shattered light screen and bumped into Khedive's palm. Snap! Snap! The sound of bone snapping could be heard. It was especially ear-piercing in this occasion. A spiral energy directly flowed into Khedive's right arm. His arm already turned into twisted dough. Although the arm did not break into pieces, it was already deformed. That arm was completely useless now. Ah! Khedive screamed at the top of his lung, his face distorted in pain. This series of movements happened in only an instant. It was so quick that they could see nothing but a blur. Regardless of whether it was the bodyguard or the 3 female psychics in the sky, they could only launch a single attack. There was simply not enough time to offer support to Khedive. Run! Quick! The bodyguard pushed Kadiva, who was still screaming, to the side, then he rushed forward by himself. He knew this enemy was really too formidable, he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop him. The three psychics dived down from the sky. After securing Kadiva, they immediately flew towards the sky. 10X finally made its move. A divine radiance emitted from its single horn and shot down one female psychic from the sky with a swoosh. After that, it rushed over there fiercely. At the same time, a human figure jumped down from a tall tree at a distant place. The one who hid there was Luan Hui Wang. The sneak attack caused one female psychic to stagger, but she still didn't fall down in the end. Xiao Chen rushed forward like a demon, going straight for the bodyguard, who remained behind without any flashy movement. The palm blade was as sharp as a divine blade, the glaring rays of light directly collided with the bodyguard's fist. Another bone-snapping sound reverberated. Along with a gloomy snort, the bodyguard was sent flying away. My friend, anyone can make mistakes, you should forgive them when possible. The bodyguard was holding his already twisted arm. Xiao Chen was really calm and said, if people don't offend me, I will not make trouble for them. It's not like I didn't give you a chance, but you guys insisted on forcing my hand. You must know that the Reagan family is very powerful. Kadiva is the 7th grandson of the chief. The chief pampered him a lot. Exactly because I know you guys come from a powerful family that I cannot let a single one of you get away. The bodyguard immediately understood Xiao Chen's intention. Since they already made their moves, it was impossible to turn back anymore. The most effective method to silence them was to kill them all. Kill! The bodyguard rushed over again without a hint of fear. But that was clearly a futile effort. There was no chance for someone at the Exuvia 6th celestial layer to win against an expert at the peak of Exuvia 8th celestial layer. Xiao Chen was like flickering light and passing shadows. With the palm blade in front, his entire body almost seemed transparent. Transforming into an unstoppable divine blade, he dashed forward in a straight line. His speed was really too fast. What's more, with the bodyguard's own speed, it resulted with a PFFF as blood gushed forth. The bodyguard was actually chopped in half. His upper body and lower body fell at opposite sides. Xiao Chen directly bore through his body. With the divine radiance protecting his body, he did not get encroached by the blood. With such speed and power, if he was seen by his peers, they would certainly be shocked. With his speed not decreasing, Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and flew towards the sky. 2. It was a very funny scene. By the time he caught up, he found that the two female psychics were already trapped in the sky by a ball of light. It was actually Kiki who just returned after finding some spiritual items. It found them running away from the party, so it undertook the task to capture them. And Kadiva had actually used a scroll to fly high into the sky and flee towards the celestial city. Xiao Chen sneered. With the undying divine wing as his trump card, how could he let Kadiva escape? Increasing his speed to the limit, he quickly caught up to Kadiva. Where do you think you are going? Hearing the lofty sound behind him, Kadiva turned his head around to take a look. He was so scared that his soul had literally left his body. Xiao Chen spread out a pair of divine wing while emitting killing intent. He was already not more than 3 meters behind Kadiva. He never thought that Xiao Chen could actually fly. This kind of martial artist was really too terrifying. At this moment, he no longer had an arrogant look in his face. There was only fear. You? His terrified expression continued to spread. Kadiva detested himself very much at this moment. If he was not that arrogant just now, perhaps they could have avoided this terrifying situation. He recalled what the elders in the family had warned him: don't rashly make an enemy out of practitioners outside of Celestial City. The foundation of the family is only at Celestial City, the outside world is still not something we can control. Don't kill me. Give me a reason. Looking at Xiao Chen's ice-cold expression, Kadiva's body shuddered. Even the flying scroll that was carrying him started to sway. I come from the Reagan family. If you kill me, you will be in huge trouble. There will be more trouble if I don't kill you. Without any more superfluous words, Xiao Chen made his move. A chilly divine light flashed through and blood splashed everywhere. Kadiva's head flew out. 3. The scroll that was carrying the headless corpse fell towards the ground diagonally. Xiao Chen flew back the way he came. He hinted for Kiki to release one of the psychics. Xiao Chen wanted to try if he could catch up to a psychic with the undying divine wings. That charming girl let out a screech and made a run for it while sticking close to the forest. She witnessed everything just now. She was already extremely scared of Xiao Chen. Right now, she only wished she could return to the Celestial City as soon as possible. Xiao Chen obviously wouldn't give her such an opportunity. He unfolded the undying divine wings, increased his speed to the limit, and caught up to the female psychic in almost an instant. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not show any kindness. Blood splashed everywhere. The pretty female psychic was also chopped in half. Her corpse fell in the mountain woods. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the undying divine wings. This was practically the psychic's and spell master's nemesis. He believed this would definitely become their worst nightmare. A clean sweep, 3 female psychics, 1 bodyguard, and Khedive, all of them were exterminated. Xiao Chen had a mood swing. He didn't think he was ruthless, because it was justified self-defense, it was all for survival. Because he had killed these people, Xiao Chen did not feel anxious on his journey. Only until half a month later did they slow down their pace. After that, in another 5 more days, they finally left the South Desolate region. The Celestial City was already in sight. 1. Chennai, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/mahua_snack. 2. Silva, damn, that series of combo attack. 3. Silva, is this the first time a named character died in the same chapter he was introduced? Chennai, xddd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Celestial City. The South Desolate Mountain Woods, cutting across thousands of miles, it was vast without boundary. Xiao Chen and company passed through many mountains and a great number of ravines. Walking past the endless sea of greenery, they could finally see the Celestial City. The magnificent Celestial City, it was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. The city wall was tall and massive, it was about 30 meters tall, and more than 10 steeds could run side by side on top of it. The tall city gate was even more majestic, it was just like a watchtower that fell from the heaven dome, simple yet imposing. It was truly fitting for such a famous city. The moat was about 10 meters wide, and a few dozen meters deep. Although the moat was filled with water lilies, and a shoal of fish was moving about, if one examined carefully, they could actually see ferocious crocodiles and bloodthirsty fishes roaming about. Without a doubt, Celestial City was a grand and majestic ancient city. It was the most renowned city in the South Desolate region. There were all kinds of legends regarding this ancient city. It was possible to tell just from its name, Celestial City, that it had a connection to the Celestial Emperor. The ancient city was shrouded in a veil of mystery. We're finally here. While looking at the big city in front, Xiao Chen walked over there with 10x and company. Walking past the suspension bridge, they got through the moat and entered the city gate. Surprisingly, no one came to interrogate or block this lone man. Celestial City was a bustling and thriving ancient city. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, the main street was bustling with activities, a great number of stores stood at both sides of the avenue, and the sound of merchants touting their wares could be heard. High-quality lesser dragon skin, only for 100 gold coins. 1000-year ginseng, genuine old ginseng king. New restaurant open for business, big discount on the first day of opening. The strongest war beast. Candied fruits. It was truly a lively and bustling big city. People of all ages were crowded together on the streets. There were all kinds of people, it could even be said there were many different kinds of races. There were blondies with blue eyes, black-haired persons with tan skin, green hair, yellow hair, and even the tall and bulky beastmen. Xiao Chen and company pushed their way through the crowd. They were truly overwhelmed. He spent most of his recent days in the desolate forest, it felt so long since he entered this kind of big city. The Celestial City had a population close to 2 million people. It was a big city not just in name, but also in reality. Just imagine how much resources they had to spend on a daily basis. Apart from importing the resources from many cities and towns in the surroundings, the most important was still the Grand Canal that flowed from the north. The canal made it possible to import an endless stream of supplies. Let's go, we will be staying here for a long time. Xiao Chen was very fond of the flourishing Celestial City. He led Qingguang Wang and company to forge ahead. The crowd did not have any peculiar expression when they saw Kiki and 10x, because that was more than normal. There were quite a few warbeast castles in Celestial City, it was an extremely common practice to have a warbeast. In fact, there were so many people with exotic creatures on the main street. Xiao Chen and company took up residence in a big tavern. After freshening up, they prepared to go take a stroll and familiarize themselves with the big city. The 3 skeletons did not accompany them, they were not interested in the city. The 2 little beasts, on the other hand, were looking forward to explore this bustling city. All of these fresh experiences roused their curiosity. They followed Xiao Chen and set out together. They walked about randomly, and asked for the direction to the Warbeast Street. They inevitably had to pass through the Antique Street to get there. The majority of the people who came to this place were the middle-aged and elderly people. Only these people would like antiques. Xiao Chen conveniently bought a few pendants on the way. Ignoring Kiki and 10x's opposition, Xiao Chen put the pendants on them. There was a certain charm when the crystal-clear ancient jades were paired up with them. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen saw a familiar back figure at the corner of the street. How come she is also here? That was actually Yan Chengcheng. She obviously hadn't noticed Xiao Chen yet. Xiao Chen was in deep thought and observed at a distant place for a while. He found the imprint of the Undying Sect hidden in an antique store. That was obviously the Undying Sect's little communication point. Warbeast Street, one Warbeast arena after another lined up on both sides of the street. Loud beastly roars transmitted from the inside occasionally. Endless streams of people were coming and going on the main street. It was practically a boiling cauldron of voices. This place was clearly more bustling than the other areas of the city. The color of the sky already darkened, but this was the Warbeast Street. Everything had just begun. There were even more people participating in the Warbeast arena at night. Xiao Chen felt a little hungry. He brought the two little beasts and stepped into a restaurant. The restaurant was facing the street and business seemed very good. He did not choose a private room, instead Xiao Chen chose a seat by the window on the second floor. He listened to the others bragging while enjoying the meal. Hey, that was really too strange. That Lynx dragon was not really a dragon, and yet, no worthy adversary appeared even after it swept the entire arena. What's more, it is still in the growing stage. In my opinion, that Lynx dragon is still not a match for that gold-furred beast in the Hughes Warbeast arena. That one is really too savage. It is still just a cub, but it tore apart a lesser dragon king that was about 10 times its body weight. That frost dracolian that appeared in the morass Warbeast arena was also very terrifying. It was only 2 meters long, but it actually crushed a 15 meters long primal beast. A lot of intellectual beasts have appeared in the Warbeast arenas recently. All of them are of the rarely seen variety. I suppose if they are nurtured properly, they might grow up into a sacred beast later. Exactly. The monsters that appeared recently are very strong, and they are still in the infancy stage. I bet they could be sold for a sky-high price. I wonder if those owners will sell them or not. Although they are very powerful, they are only challenging some nameless Warbeast arenas. Only those who can come out alive after challenging those Warbeast castles can be regarded as out of ordinary. Don't you guys find it strange? How come all kinds of intellectual beasts appeared in Celestial City at the same time? And they all are of those rarely seen varieties. As far as I know, those might really be young sacred beasts. One that is capable of standing side by side the dragons and phoenixes. Hush, lower your voice. I have also heard the rumors that there might be a few young sacred beasts that came from those big cities in the north. I don't know whether it is true or not. I heard on the grapevine that it was because the young dragon kings had made an appearance in those Warbeast castles before. I suppose those people brought the sacred beasts here in hope of challenging the young dragon kings. Is that true? Those young dragon kings that came from the Dragon Island actually appeared here? How many have shown up? I don't know how many have showed up, but they definitely did make an appearance. Those people definitely brought the young sacred beasts here to challenge the little dragon kings. You should know that if they let the young sacred beasts fight with the little dragon kings, it will definitely allow the young sacred beasts to grow up faster. It really makes people look forward to it. You think it's possible for a sacred beast more powerful than the dragon kings to appear? Otherwise it is impossible for those people to take the risks. I can't wait. If that is really true, I dare say the Warbeast castles in other big cities will respawn instantly and rush towards Celestial City. When that time comes, there will definitely be a good show. Just think about it, the strongest Warbeasts from a few dozen big cities, Sacred Beast versus Sacred Beast, Dragon King versus Dragon King, Sacred Beast versus Dragon King. There's so much to look forward to. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing spiritedly. It was exactly the time for dinner. Every kind of news spread the fastest at this kind of occasion. Xiao Chen felt this meal was really worth it. He got to hear many useful information. The Dragon Kings had appeared at this place, but which ones could they be? When he was still on the Dragon Island, Xiao Chen had seen those 11 Dragon Kings. He even knew who those Dragon Kings were following. However, he heard that a chaotic warfare took place after the Divine Ship sent those people back to the Immortals' mainland. In order to fight over the Dragon Kings, even demigods had made their moves. Some Dragon Kings had probably changed owner a long time ago. It was still unknown whether Lawrence and Asian came out unscathed. Sitting by the window, everything on the main street could be seen clearly. Although the color of the sky had already darkened, the stream of people was still flowing without an end in sight. Many war beast arenas were already brightly lit. "Bastard fatty," Xiao Chen shouted. He actually saw the bastard fatty Zhuge Liang. That guy was currently holding a snow-white tomcat and taking a stroll. Behind him were a few bulky men leading a few lesser dragons. He looked like a self-indulgent guy. What the F, who dares insult me? Surely, not many people had called this bastard fatty like this before. That's why he started to look for the person immediately after hearing bastard fatty. He spotted Xiao Chen on the second floor of the restaurant just as he raised his head. Zhuge Liang's eyes immediately glinted with gold radiance, as if he had seen a big pile of gold coins laying right before his eyes. So it was Brother Xiao, ha ha ha. This is too good, I finally see you again. It was easy to tell the bastard fatty was very surprised. His two eyes emitted green light as he shouted, "Did you bring 10x with you?" When Xiao Chen and the bastard fatty left the restaurant together, they heard people talking behind their back. "Isn't that the fatty from Amber Warbeast Castle? That guy's eyesight is very keen. Don't tell me, those little beasts with the youngster just now are some rarely seen war beasts?" Ha, the bastard fatty was especially joyful. When he looked at 10x, it was as if he had been slapped by money and beautiful women. After that, he turned his head back to look at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother, I'm really too happy to be able to see you again. Last time was really too close. Damn it, we actually got lost in the uncultivated jungle and almost couldn't make it back anymore. Forget about it, we should have a good talk tonight. This night is on me, this fat brother will let you play until you drop." The fatty was carrying the snow-white tomcat and walked beside Xiao Chen. He introduced from time to time, "When it comes to the most flourishing district, look no further than this area of Celestial City. There's no place better than this. I'm not just talking about the Warbeast castles. The best restaurants, red light districts, and casinos can be found here. Hee, this fat brother will bring you to the best place to have fun." Looking at the bastard fatty's smile, Kiki really wanted to go up there and scratch him for a little while. It was stopped by Xiao Chen just in the nick of time. The tough little dragon was also grinding its teeth at the fatty constantly. Not long later, they arrived in front of a dazzling castle. Xiao Chen was a little dumbstruck. This seemed like a castle only the Imperial household would be permitted to build, if it was in the mortal world, that is. It was really too grand and magnificent. Hee, how about it? The fatty smiled, but was a lascivious smile no matter how they looked at it, before he continued, "This is the Moonflower Castle, we will let loose at this place tonight. After a few days, we will go to the Spellbind Castle to appreciate some flowers." Hee. Brother, I am indeed spending money in large amounts. You must know that even I am only willing to come to this kind of place once or twice a year. The standard here is the absolute best in the entire continent. 1. Silva, peeping chapter incoming? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Transcendental Beauty. The Moonflower Castle occupied too much space, it was practically a temple in heaven. Carvings of dragons and phoenixes lined up at both sides of the marble steps, all the way from that golden entrance to the main street. This was definitely not allowed in the mortal world. Only the Imperial household could make use of dragon and phoenix marble steps. The glazed roof tile and golden door were gleaming with luster. The magnificent castle was unusually imposing, but it didn't feel overwhelming. Outside of the golden door, 16 good-looking girls were standing on both sides of the marble steps. In each side were lined 8 girls. Their attitudes could even be said to have nothing in common. Some were passionate and busty, others were sweet and attractive, there were also some cute and charming ones. It was extremely alluring, each of them had their own merits. Hee. How about it? The fatty smiled complacently and said, "These are only the little ones used for entertaining the customer. The real beauties are in the castle." The marble passage and golden door made those lovely young ladies even more beautiful and seductive in contrast. It truly deserved to be called the highest quality brothel, as the fatty had said. Xiao Chen secretly clicked his tongue and followed the fatty into the castle. The inside could be said to be richly ornamented, the gold and jade were glorious in splendor. It was not something the red light districts on the mortal world could compare to. This was entirely built with the Imperial castle in mind. The fatty already passed the tomcat to his subordinates. And those subordinates automatically stopped outside of the main hall. They didn't follow them into the castle, it seemed like people of their status were not allowed to enter. Within the castle, huge flower vases were lined up in front of the screens. The surfaces of the flower vases were smooth and crystal clear. There were even some very rare pictures of celebrities hanging on the walls. The clients did not make any noise, the sound of moaning couldn't be heard, this didn't seem like a brothel at all. So it was actually Lord Zhuge who had graced us with your presence. A beautiful lady around the age of 25 or 26 came to greet them. She didn't have the bewitching smile commonly found on prostitutes. It was the kind of light smile that made one feel comfortable. Her red lips, white teeth, and glittering eyes were very pleasing. Even in the mortal world, Xiao Chen had never went to the red light district before. He could be said to have lived his life cleanly. However, he had also heard of a few things regarding the red light district. Was this the rumored brothel keeper? But she didn't look like one no matter how he looked at her. She didn't have that kind of seductive charm, her image was more like that of a sweet-tempered and talented girl. Shirley. Long time no see. You still remember me? Little brother missed you so much. Zhuge Liang's pair of eyes immediately lit up. How can I forget about Lord Zhuge, you are one of our esteemed clients. Her smile contained a hint of flattery. It caused the fatty's stout body to shudder. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. It seemed like he wanted to take one more step, but he still endured it in the end. He seemed somewhat apprehensive as he chuckled and said, Shirley, you sure know how to talk. With my social status, I can only come a few times annually. Every client here is from some renowned family or another, I do not deserve to be called an esteemed client. Lord Zhuge is too modest. Everyone knows about Zhuge Liang from the Amber Warbeast Castle, a pair of discerning eyes, the most capable huntsman. In a short few years, you have already found more than 10 extraordinary warbeasts. You are the star of Celestial City. The fatty started to chuckle, clearly feeling very cheerful. Lord Zhuge, you still haven't introduced this friend of yours to me. My bad. He is Xiao Chen, a practitioner with unlimited potential. He even has the financial backing of a rare warbeast. The fatty chuckled and introduced to Xiao Chen, this is one of the 8 most beautiful flowers in the Moonflower Castle, Lady Shirley. She is a famous person in Celestial City. Hearing the few words, rare warbeast, Lady Shirley was clearly excited, but that peculiar expression disappeared quickly. She smiled lightly and said, greetings to Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao seems like a character of strength, one look is all I need to see that you're a talented person. I'm sure your name will spread all over Celestial City in the future. Greetings to Miss Shirley. Xiao Chen was very calm, but he was secretly observing this girl. That was because when she just entered the room, her expression changed slightly when she looked at Xiao Chen. Could it be that she had heard of him before? Xiao Chen became wary of her. Shirley stared at 10x with her clear eyes. The astonishment in her eyes was hard to cover up, she seemed to be very amazed and said, this must be that rare war beast you were talking about. Although I don't understand too much about war beasts, I have heard of many things. Based on this basis, I have a feeling that if this little beast is nurtured properly, its name will definitely shake the entire world sooner or later. Congratulations in advance, Lord Xiao. Then can we please ask of Lady Shirley to compromise, and allow us to go in with the little beasts? No problem. If it was anyone else, I would definitely not allow it. War beasts are not allowed in the Moonflower Castle, but just this time, I will make an exception for both of you. After all, such a rare war beast should be kept beside you. Soon after, she smiled gently and said, please come in, I will no longer waste your valuable time. There were many halls in the Moonflower Castle, each occupied a wide area. After passing through this hall, Xiao Chen and company were led to the back. The halls in the courtyard were linked by the hallway. Little bridge was built above the running water. The pavilion was filled with mountains of flowers, it could be said to be refined yet beautiful. Was that courtesan just now the brothel keeper? Xiao Chen asked the fatty in a low voice. Zhuge Liang jolted for a moment. He looked at the pretty girl who was leading the way before he said to Xiao Chen with a voice only the two of them could hear, Mother F. Lower your voice, buddy. It's fine as long as you know, but if they hear what you said, they might peel off our skin. The power behind them is quite big. This Moonflower Castle is definitely powerful enough to stand side by side with a few warbeast castles. For a brothel to actually be this large scale, Xiao Chen was seriously a little shocked. Looking at the fatty's apprehensive appearance, it was easy to tell that this flower castle not only looked imposing on the outside, even the power inside must be one that not many people dared to provoke. Oh, I understand. I can already tell, that courtesan was indeed out of the ordinary. No matter how I looked at her, she didn't look like a prostitute. Her image was more like that of a talented beauty than a brothel keeper, but it seemed like the pure girl who was leading the way in front heard these words. She turned around to cast a glance at Xiao Chen. When the fatty heard these, he hastily grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and said in a low voice, I say brother, stop speaking nonsense. This is not the kind of brothel you think it is. The courtesans here have really high status, they normally don't meet with just any clients and only exchange a few words with the esteemed guests. You mustn't provoke them, they will never sell themselves short. Only the area behind here is the real brothel. After passing through 4 halls in total, Xiao Chen and company finally came to a stop. They could already hear the sound of singing and dancing at this place, and yet they were still unable to hear the sound of moaning. Someone came to receive them in the big hall. A beautiful girl using a tray to hold up a booklet arrived in front of them. She said with a melodious voice, "Please choose your courtesan." But the fatty was startled and asked, "We can choose today?" "That's right, courtesan Shirley has instructed us to properly entertain the 2 lords." The girl was only 15 to 16 years old, she was at a delicate age. The girl was sizing up the 2 of them curiously. "Brother, we sure have good luck today." The fatty smiled and explained to Xiao Chen, "There are 10 big gardens in the Moonflower Castle. Normally, it is the girls in the gardens who choose the person they want to meet, not the other way around. Only those first-class clients get the privilege to choose." 2. Xiao Chen found it a little hard to understand. Why was the root and branch inverted? How did they do business like this? Was it because the men who came to this place were cheap? It was actually them who got picked by the courtesan instead. He felt that it was too absurd. Who was the one that got to enjoy in the end? As if he could see Xiao Chen's dissatisfaction, the fatty smiled and said, "Even if we don't get the right to choose, the girls here will not let the clients leave disappointed. Otherwise, how would they dare to do this?" Soon after, he lowered his voice, "No matter what kind of business, as long as they can make it to the top, they will have this kind of boldness and vision. Of course, they will ultimately guarantee the client's satisfaction." Did the lords make up their minds? The fatty flipped the beauties list, and then he said, "Then I will choose the intoxicating house from the rose garden." Following a crooked lane that led to an isolated place, they passed through 2 castle halls. The fragrance of flowers ahead was thick and penetrated deeply into their hearts. There was a small stream and the flowers were colorful and lovely. Naturally, the one that bloomed the most abundant was still the rose. The fragrance from hundreds of flowers lingered in the rose garden. The fatty explained to Xiao Chen, "There are 10 big gardens in the Moonflower Castle. Each garden has a few bedrooms or women's chambers. The one I chose is the intoxicating house of the rose garden. I have already heard one of the girls there is delicate and charming, the other one is lucid and elegant. They are a rare ice and fire pair. Definitely the 2 queens of this rose garden." The quality was so carefully selected, Xiao Chen was extremely amazed. This place was really out of ordinary. "Please enter." A cunning voice rang out from beside them. Xiao Chen turned around just to see a youngster with red lips and white teeth. However, that voice really left a bad impression, it was too sissy. The fatty Zhuge Liang laughed secretly and explained in a low voice, "This is the court eunuch of the rose garden. He can walk around the garden, but cannot enter the bedroom or chamber." Xiao Chen felt a little dizzy, they even had a court eunuch. This was completely built according to the standards of the Imperial Castle. There were 3 halls in the rose garden, namely, Intoxicating House, Thousand Sweets Chamber, and Graceful Chamber. Although there were a limited number of courtesans, the expenditure was really high. A single bedroom or chamber could cost an ordinary people up to half a year of their living expenses. Walking past the quiet flower garden with dwarf bamboos growing alongside the road, they arrived in front of the entrance to the intoxicating house. The court eunuch stopped and did not continue forward. The bluish-green curtain was spread open by the 2 servant girls at both sides as they invited Xiao Chen and company into the house. It was already nighttime. Regardless of the garden or within the house, the bewitching rose lamps were already lit up. With regards to the 2 who brought along 2 little beasts, the servant girls were very curious and kept sizing them up. "Please enter the art hall." The servant girls led the way in front. The fatty started to explain again, "The art hall is the place where we can appreciate art in the intoxicating house. After that, we will go to the bedchamber. He. Let us go drink and appreciate some art first." When Xiao Chen and the fatty stepped into the splendid and magnificent hall, a jingling sound rang out. It was a gentle and beautiful sound, as if it was the sound of 9 fairies descending. "Your enchanting beauty has intoxicated the mortal realm. When the spring breeze blows, the willows sway. Bravery is short-lived while a woman's love is everlasting. My will to fight has wavered." 3. The musical notes from the lute entered their ears. At the same time, a bewitching song started to play. A faint fragrance was drifting in the castle hall. It was as enticing as the sweet smell of orchids. On top of the classical stage, there was an elegant girl with black hair that flowed like a waterfall and pupils like that of water. She was brimming with wisdom and single-mindedly devoted to playing the lute. Without any trace of carelessness, there was only the flowery rhythm of the verse. "This is the intoxicating house's Lady Lyria," the fatty introduced in a low voice. At the same time, he chuckled and said, "How about it? This trip is worth it, right? This kind of girl is usually kept hidden from the public eyes, there's no way we can see her on ordinary days." Xiao Chen lamented, this kind of girl was indeed hard to see. If she was put elsewhere, nobody would be able to tell she was a courtesan. She looked like a girl from a wealthy family, a princess that was raised in a noble house. However, from what the fatty was saying, Lyria was nearly one of the queen of flowers in the rose garden of Moonflower Castle. One couldn't help but feel shocked and exclaim in admiration. The fragrance drifted into the hall as a figure came out from behind the screen with graceful dance steps. Her 3 sizes were well proportioned. She was so beautiful that it made one feel dizzy. Her figure was as pretty as a picture. Her fiery long hair fluttered about like the passionate flame. Her beautiful face was incomparably sweet and charming. Her pair of eyes were so clear, as if they could start talking any time. Her exquisite nose stood out. She was licking her moist red lips with her tongue, it could even be said to be extremely lovely. Her snow-white neck was like jade, and her boobies stood upright. Her waist was thin and curvy, and her buttocks were perfectly round. She had long and slender legs. This was definitely an alluring woman. She wore a black fishnet-style skin-tight dress, which exposed most of her snow-white skin. Her exquisite curves were clearly outlined, a white scarf was draped over her shoulders and fluttered along with her dance steps. It made her flicker with unlimited youthfulness and vitality. Her fiery long hair and snow-white skin, when paired with the black fishnet-style skin-tight dress and the fluffy white scarf, it gave people an intense visual impact. This is Carmina. Just like Lyria, she is the queen of the rose garden. She was really as passionate and bold as fire. The complete opposite of Lyria. While the musical notes of the lute were playing, Lyria was also sizing up the 2 clients with her beautiful and intelligent eyes. Her jade-like fingers were skipping on the string like the fairies, it was gentle and coordinated. Words failed to describe how spectacular it was. While Carmina's dance grew bolder and more passionate, her graceful, delicate body had already danced over. She twirled around Xiao Chen and the fatty like an exquisite butterfly. The music and dance from the Queens of Flowers could already be considered the best treatment, there was no need for any flowery words. This was already enough to intoxicate a man. Xiao Chen could already tell, Carmina should be a practitioner, and a pretty powerful one to boot. Otherwise it was impossible for her sweet and charming body to be this flexible. Dancing around in circle, Carmina had already got beside Xiao Chen. She twisted her hands around Xiao Chen's body and made a very daring action, she lightly pecked Xiao Chen's earlobe. Her body was incomparably hot, and carrying with it, a hint of fragrance. Her hands twisted around Xiao Chen like a vine. The eyes of the fatty, who was just at the side, already widened. He gulped down the saliva with difficulty. 1. Shanae, screen. 2. Silva, why do I have this feeling that Rowena is just around the corner? 3. Silva, 4 hours spent on this, ha. Angry face. Shanae, well, listen. Just give up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Intoxicated. Xiao Chen did not resist, his body was very relaxed. He was not an inflexible moralist. He faced all of these with a smile, feeling the youthful energy of Carmina who tangled with him. Her fiery hair gently brushed past his face, it felt soft and ticklish. The body contact made him feel enraptured. Carmina was like a lively fairy. While revealing a charming smile, she twisted her jade-like body. After falling into Xiao Chen's embrace, she whirled away with a graceful dance step. Looking at the fatty who was already dumbstruck, she giggled and lightly clapped her hands. 8 beautiful young ladies walked into the hall in a line. They looked to be at their prime, at around 18 to 19 years old. They were each holding 2 plates on their hands and delivered 16 exquisite dishes. There were also 2 bottles of fine liquor. Carmina twisted her soft and slender waist as she got beside the jade table. She pulled Xiao Chen along and sat together with him. She was practically sitting in Xiao Chen's embrace. This sexy and graceful pretty girl was really extremely captivating. Looking at the fatty who was laughing foolishly, Carmina lightly tapped the jade table. 4 young ladies appeared in the hall with lively dance steps. They centered around the fatty and pulled him beside the jade table. The fatty was laughing mischievously all along. Drinking fine liquor with the company of beautiful women, this kind of situation was truly the ultimate pleasure. Carmina smiled sweetly, her entire body was so tender it felt like a drop of water. She stretched her arm and raised it gently, her jade-like body was almost leaning against Xiao Chen's chest. She extended her slender fingers to hold onto the wine cup, then she delivered it towards the side of Xiao Chen's mouth as she said with a sweet voice, "Please enjoy." She looked at Xiao Chen with her bright and intelligent eyes without blinking. The fatty on the other side was also surrounded by 4 girls. One of them even sat on his lap. It made the fatty's head spin. Looking at how Carmina was treating Xiao Chen, the fatty was so surprised that his fats trembled. It seemed like he was the one who had received the lady luck. Although he was accompanied by a beautiful woman and was sitting in a cluster of flowers, Xiao Chen still remained very calm. Carmina's ability as a practitioner was promising as expected, she was actually at the realm of Exuvia already. Although it was hard to guess her real power, it was already enough to answer a certain question. To make a practitioner like this to greet the client with a smile, there must be a big problem. It could even be said that the Moonflower Castle was not an ordinary place. The bastard fatty on the other side had already toasted again and again with the 4 girls. The lovely laughter and the sound of toasting blended together. The fatty's eyes were already emitting green light as he swept his glance past the 4 beautiful girls. Why is Lord Xiao so quiet? Have a drink. Carmina was like a beautiful snake. Her snow-white arm was holding the wine cup before Xiao Chen's eyes and made a beautiful maneuver. Even if she was sitting beside Xiao Chen, part of her limbs were still able to make such a beautiful posture. Brother, you should let it all out. You don't know how envious is this big brother of you. How I wish I could just switch places with you. The fatty smiled and said, Miss Carmina, I'll leave my brother to you. The young girls who were around the fatty opened their mouths to say in succession, all of us will offer 1 cup to Lord Xiao. For a moment, this place was bustling with noise and excitement, how very lively. The bewitching dance, when paired together with the beautiful song of the lute, it was truly intoxicating. At the distance, there was a fairy maiden as beautiful as the ice and snow. Nearby, there was a bewitching maiden that was sexy and bold. The sound of cheers filled the intoxicating house. Xiao Chen was not an inflexible guy. He was only taking a guess at how powerful the Moonflower Castle was, so he was absent-minded for a short while. Now that he had regained his consciousness, he completely let loose. This was the so-called to join in the fun. Being too old-fashioned was not good for people and himself. Your enchanting beauty has intoxicated the mortal realm. When the spring breeze blows, the willows sway. Bravery is short-lived while a woman's love is everlasting. My will to fight has wavered. Carmela danced lightly like a butterfly. When paired along with the pleasant song, it was enough to intoxicate a man. She started to dance right beside Xiao Chen. The other girls were also wrapped around the fatty as they started to dance. They even pulled the fatty and made him dance along clumsily. And just at this time, a few more girls appeared. They sat in front of the few musical instruments on the classical stage and started to play the song in place of Lyria. Lyria herself stepped into the center of the hall and started to dance. Her dance was very elegant and substantially different from the passionate dance of Carmina. Her movements were as gentle as the wind, like a willow that had been brushed into motion. At the same time, another 4 girls came into the hall. They got behind Lyria and started to move as in a dance with their frail bodies. Carmina brought the other 4 girls along with her to Lyria's side. In but a moment, the hall was filled with music and dance, it made one unable to free themselves from the intoxication. Especially when Lyria, who possessed a beautiful voice, also joined the dance, it really made one feel the extraordinary charm. The discrepancy between her and Carmina was too big, which gave people an extremely distinctive perception. What made people even more intoxicated was that Lyria also entangled herself with Xiao Chen. A girl who seemed ice-cold actually possessed this kind of attitude, it really made one surprised. He could feel that soft body as well as the delicate fragrance. Such an intimate body contact could make anyone's imagination run wild. The fatty at the side was very astonished. After thinking for a while, it seemed like he thought of something. Only until Lyria had separated from Xiao Chen and joined up with Carmina to dance in the center of the hall did the fatty said in a low voice, "Something's not right, they never treated any client like this before." Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but he had raised his guard. He could only think of one possibility. The people of this place might have already heard of his achievements on the Dragon Island. But it was nothing to worry about, that was not a secret. If one had enough power, they could probably find out everything that happened on the Dragon Island. The only thing he was concerned about was that he had no idea what they were planning. Could it be that they wanted to entice him, or could they tell that Kiki and 10X were out of the ordinary? Kiki and 10X at the side didn't understand what was going on at all. They only curiously watched the dancing girls while sitting on the soft chair. While appreciating the pretty girls dancing in front, the fatty chatted with Xiao Chen. Their topics mostly covered some things pertaining to war beasts. The circumstances in Celestial City right now are very complicated. The Dragon Kings actually made an appearance. There are even quite a few people who brought their sacred beasts here. If 10x can come out on top. Oh, that will be so, in the end, the fatty was talking in his sleep. Do you know how many Dragon Kings have come altogether? More or less around 2. I investigated for a long time, but I couldn't find their origins. I couldn't even find any records of the 2 Dragon Kings battles. It is classified as top secret by a few warbeast castles. Even my family is no exception. Those antiques didn't want me to get in touch with the Dragon Kings. Xiao Chen frowned as he heard these. He originally wanted to use the fatty's connection to get to the bottom of this, but he never thought they'd be this cautious. 10x definitely cannot clash with those sacred beasts at the moment. What we should do now is to quickly awaken its hidden potential. From a professional's point of view, its power has been greatly suppressed. I believe that if we develop it properly, it will absolutely not be inferior to those sacred beasts. The fatty had become serious for once. Looking at 10x at the side, he came to this conclusion. Xiao Chen was toasted by those girls in the intoxicating house unceasingly. He started to feel a little dizzy. It seemed like they knew he was a practitioner, so they didn't permit him to use his secret arts to break down the wine. In the end, he helplessly looked for an excuse to go out and take a breather. He wanted to distill the wine. The moonlight was gentle. The entire sky was filled with stars. Just at this time, he actually saw a familiar figure. That person was also standing beside the flower bed and distilling the wine. What are you doing here? The voice was as elegant as the sounds of nature, but it was filled with hostility. There was a hint of surprise and anger. It seemed like that person felt animosity towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was surprised. It was actually Yin Qingcheng who was dressed up as a man. He laughed at once and said, "So it was you, chick." Although the beautiful Yin Qingcheng was dressing up as a man, it was still impossible to conceal her beauty. Her smooth skin, her clear eyes, her slender body, as well as her beautiful face, they were like the fresh blooms after winter. She was as beautiful as the naturally formed jade. She was truly elegant and ethereal. The men's clothes only served to enhance her beauty. Right now, she was like a goblet of intelligence. It even made the bright moon in the sky lose its splendor. When Xiao Chen said the word chick, he was being very sarcastic. In this kind of place, it made the word even more meaningful. It made Yin Qingcheng extremely angry. You shameless beast. Yin Qingcheng was very furious. She felt humiliated. Xiao Chen found this to be very amusing. In the past, they were either in a life and death battle or he was suppressing her with overwhelming strength. This was his first time seeing this side of her. He wanted to tease her even more. What? Is this unacceptable? Little girl, you don't have the qualifications to say that to me. Didn't you also come to this kind of place? But I am curious, why did a girl come to this kind of place? Could it be because you have a peculiar taste? It seemed like Yin Qingcheng had drank too much. Her face was flushed and her eyes were somewhat watery. Hearing these words from Xiao Chen made her so angry that her feet became unstable. After swaying for a little while, she cursed in a low voice, "You scoundrel! You immoral beast! Do you think everyone comes here only to do bad things like you?" There were 3 halls in the Rose Garden: Intoxicating House, Thousand Sweets Chamber, and Graceful Chamber. Xiao Chen looked around and found that Yin Qingcheng came from the Graceful Chamber. He laughed and said, "Then what did you come here for? To recite poems and paint with the others? Or to come and have a tea party? It's none of your business. I guess you do have a peculiar taste after all." Swish, dot. Yin Qingcheng transformed into a purple light and slashed at Xiao Chen 5 times with her palm blade. She left behind one elegant afterimage after another in the Rose Garden. But the series of attacks were all blocked by Xiao Chen. In the end, he even grabbed her wrist. "Let go. I'm not going to argue with you. This is not an ordinary place. Nobody dares to cause trouble here," Yin Qingcheng said in a low voice. She was furious and resentful that her wrist had been grabbed, but she didn't dare to raise her voice. It was easy to tell that she was drunk. Her cheeks were flushed, and the fragrance of the girl had been covered up by the smell of wine. It was obvious that she had a little too much to drink. "Don't make your move if you know you can't beat me." Xiao Chen turned around and left. At the same time, he mumbled, "Be careful. A girl shouldn't come to this kind of place. Your patriarch had betrothed you to me, dot." Although the voice was low, Yin Qingcheng could hear everything clearly. She already drank until her head went dizzy. There was no hint of her usual clear-headedness as she shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise I'm not done with you. I am not making this up. Didn't you start practicing the obliterate demon absolute god already? Your patriarch already told me, you cannot be too far away from me. When that time comes, other than me, who else can you marry?" Although Xiao Chen whispered with a faintly discernible voice, it was heard by Yin Qingcheng. She immediately blowed up. "How can the patriarch be like this? He even told you these." "Xiao Chen, you are talking nonsense. I'm going to kill you at all cost." "Ha! As if I'm scared?" Xiao Chen looked at her with a provocative glance, then he continued to walk towards the intoxicating house. He thought about the reason why Yin Qingcheng came to this kind of place while walking. There must have been some reason. Yin Qingcheng forced the wine out of her body, then she also walked towards the intoxicating house, and said, "Fine. I really am not done with you today, but we will not fight with martial arts. Since we are at this place, we will follow the rules here. Let's have a drinking contest." Xiao Chen saw Yin Qingcheng ran over. Although she had already forced the wine out of her body system, she still hadn't really sobered up. He only looked at her provocatively. The frivolous words that came later caused Yin Qingcheng to run over while panting with rage. "Little girl, can you really? Didn't expect that this scoundrel was this repulsive. I will make you drunk for 1 month straight." When the fatty saw that Xiao Chen came back with a youth, he was in a daze. On the other hand, Lyria and Carmina had a peculiar expression. It seemed like they had figured something out. The 8 gorgeous dancing girls at the side had incomparably passionate eyes. That was because Yin Qingcheng was seriously too beautiful and charming. After a long time later, the fatty started to chuckle. He could already tell that this was a genuine stunning beauty. He whispered to Xiao Chen, "Brother, you are so capable. This kind of outstanding beauty can really make one feel ashamed of one's inferiority. She's so beautiful that it makes people feel dizzy just looking at her. And you are actually able to bring her to this kind of place." Yin Qingcheng didn't say much after she entered the hall. She just kept pouring wine and drank 10 cups in succession. After that, she looked at Xiao Chen provocatively. Each cup could hold a bottle or 2 of wine. In other words, she downed half a kilo of strong wine in one breath. Xiao Chen also didn't say much and drank 10 cups in succession. Looking at the two drinking, Carmina, Lyria, and the other girls cheered for them. The fatty even incited them. This was a chaotic drinking bout. Not long later, Carmina got beside Xiao Chen and said, "Where did this pretty friend of yours come from? Her alcohol tolerance is quite high. I went to the graceful chamber just now and all the sisters were dead drunk on the ground. They were all done in by her. Everyone in the hall, come and drink." While Yin Qingcheng didn't have the intention to let Xiao Chen go, it seemed like she wouldn't let the fatty, Lyria, Carmina, and the others off either. Carmina and Lyria had a barely tolerable expression. They made the beautiful girls at the side go up and drink with Yin Qingcheng. But Yin Qingcheng grabbed the 2 of them, and didn't let them escape. It seemed like she wanted to make Xiao Chen drunk and make the 2 of them go down with him. As for the fatty, he was already seeing stars. "I know you girls are practitioners, no one is allowed to cheat in a drinking bout. I will not let you go and purify the wine." Yin Qingcheng looked at everyone provocatively, but her cheeks were already flushed. It was pretty lively within the intoxicating house. The fatty was the very first to fall down on the red carpet not far away. He was hugging 2 gorgeous girls with saliva overflowing from his mouth. Another drinking bout was about to begin. A stunning beauty dressing as a man, while drinking along with 2 exceptionally beautiful girls, she forced Xiao Chen to drink. It was exceptionally bewitching. Yin Qingcheng's alcohol tolerance really made Xiao Chen dumbstruck. He resigned to his fate and fell on the ground. He was extremely angry as he thought to himself, "Mother at #Yuan, this woman, sure can drink. I'm actually drunk." In the end, Yin Qingcheng propped up Carmina and Lyria who were already drunk. She emitted 2 rays of peculiar light from her eyes. If Xiao Chen was clear-headed, he would have known that it was a hypnotization technique. It could make one speak out the secrets in their heart. She looked face to face with Lyria, then she asked in a barely audible voice, "Talk, is it true that the Moonflower Castle is hiding a Dragon King?" "Yes. That's right." Yin Qingcheng was also spent. After getting a satisfied answer, she also collapsed and fell towards Xiao Chen. The hall gradually became quiet. Other than the 3 girls on the classical stage, everyone else was already drunk. Kiki and 10X were a little puzzled. They were enjoying the fine food at the side and quietly looked at these events unfolding. The 3 girls on the classical stage looked at each other in dismay. After that, they walked over and took a glance at Xiao Chen first. One of the girls said, "He has the heroic spirit of a man, but not as handsome as the other one." Their sight fixed on Yan Qingqing's body. Looking at her dreamlike face, one of the girls sighed, "Is he really a man? If he is actually a woman, I would lose all my confidence. He's really too pretty." They couldn't help but caress Yan Qingqing's jade-like face with their slender fingers. However, they retracted their hands as if electrocuted, and shouted in surprise, "A woman, she's actually a woman. No wonder. How can a man be this pretty? She's really too beautiful. I bet only the legendary Flower Empress in the Moonflower Castle can be compared to her. The Empress of the Spellbind Castle should also be comparable." Looking at the beautiful Yan Qingqing, the three of them were very jealous. "Making my heart beat for nothing. And she's actually a woman. Humph. Unforgivable." Hearing these words, the youngest among them, who were only 16 or 17 years old, giggled naughtily and said, "Why don't we do this instead?" 1. Speaking until here, they started to fiddle with Yan Qingqing's posture. Yan Qingqing was originally on top of Xiao Chen, but after getting fiddled by them, their posture became incomparably dubious. Not only was Yan Qingqing caught in Xiao Chen's embrace, one of her hands was inserted into Xiao Chen's cloth. And Xiao Chen's bulky hand was buried into Yan Qingqing's bra by that naughty girl. He. I look forward to the time they wake up. Aren't we a little too wicked? He. No, it's pretty fun. He. After the three girls left the hall, Kiki and 10x's eyes lit up. They quietly left this place and moved stealthily into the depths of the Moonflower Castle. 2. 1. Silva, I think I know where this is going. 2. Silva, trouble abounds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Too Excessive. This was bound to be a chaotic night. The snow-white little Kiki and 10x moved swiftly in the shadows without making any sound. They were a bizarre race to begin with, and their inherent intelligence allowed them to completely avoid danger. The Moonflower Castle was vast and filled with one hall after another. All kinds of beauties gathered at this place. It was truly the paradise every man yearned for. An alluring fragrance lingered in the vast halls. However, the two little beasts were not interested in these. They relied on their instinct to keep forging ahead, because the question asked by Yan Qingqing when she was still conscious was clearly transmitted to their sharp ears. They wanted to find the Dragon King that was hidden in the Moonflower Castle. But the halls and gardens of the Imperial castle-like establishment were really too big. They spent a really long time inspecting every nook and corner, but they were still unable to pinpoint their target. They could only feel it vaguely. Water. Under the peaceful night, within the intoxicating house, Yan Qingqing seemed to be sleep-talking. Right now, she was entangled with Xiao Chen and their position was very dubious. The others were also in a drunken state. Only the fragrance of flowers lingered in the main hall. It was very quiet. In the latter of the night, the two little beasts found an underground labyrinth. They could feel the breath of a Dragon King coming from the underground labyrinth with their sharp spiritual sense. And just at this time, a few shadows rushed over from 10 big gardens. The two little beasts discovered the men coming and decided to withdraw quietly. Only after they saw the few men enter the underground labyrinth in succession did they follow suit. However, because of the gloomy beast roar that was transmitted from the underground labyrinth, they quickly ran back to the intoxicating house like startled rabbits. The Moonflower Castle was no longer peaceful. On this very night, at the deepest parts of the halls, a few dozens of human figures swayed on the ground and in the sky. But the disturbance only lasted for a moment. It was easy to imagine the formidable power of the Moonflower Castle. The morning sun shone upon the world. The sunlight shone through the crystal glass of the Moonflower Hall, and was reflected by the mirrors within the hall. It made the radiance of the rising sun sprinkle over every corner of the hall. Yan Qingqing woke up feeling hazy. She could feel that she was embracing a hug pillow, but something felt off. Why was their body temperature? She was clearly still muddle-headed. After dazing for 2 seconds, she slowly opened her pair of charming eyes. In that instant, she almost let out a shriek. She actually slept in Xiao Chen's embrace for one night. This scene could almost drive one crazy. For a proud woman like her, it was practically impossible to imagine. But she was still an uncommon woman to the end. She was able to remain calm and unmoving in this situation. After a careful observation, she found that Xiao Chen was still soundly asleep. She felt ashamed and resentful as she pulled her slender hand out of Xiao Chen's cloth. After that, she lifted her lily-white right palm. She really wanted to slap him and completely dispose of this guy who always suppressed her. She had suffered so many humiliations and grievances because of this man. However, she felt powerless in the end and dropped her arm. Obliterate Demon Absolute God had already started, the other party was her vessel. If something happened to him, she would meet the same fate. Right now, their fates were interlinked, for better or for worse. Yan Xingqiang was extremely angry as she separated herself from Xiao Chen, but she didn't dare to make any drastic movements. If the other person involved was roused from his sleep, it would be even more awkward. However, the big hand that extended slightly into her cloth caused her to grind her silver teeth. A shadow hung over her beautiful face. Although the hand wasn't touching her body at this moment, God knows if she was safe the entire night. This pig head, he slept like a log. Yan Xingqiang expended a great deal of effort to push over the thigh that was over her body. But just at this time, Xiao Chen also seemed to have woken up. It looked like he was stretching, both of his arms were extended. She didn't have enough time to move that big hand away from her cloth. And now she discovered to her astonishment, that big hand had actually. Kia! Yan Xingqiang let out a cry. She kicked Xiao Chen away at once, then she jumped up like a startled rabbit. Although her posture was extremely elegant, her beautiful face looked exhausted. Xiao Chen opened his eyes in a daze. Yan Xingqiang's glare looked like it could kill. After stretching his arms for a bit, Xiao Chen said in a daze, "I am aching all over, feels like a tyrannical dragon was lying on top of me the entire night." Yan Xingqiang was extremely angry, she could literally flip out at any moment now. "You bastard." However, Xiao Chen's next words caused her to lose her will to be angry. She wished she could just run away immediately. "Just now I had a strange dream, I caught a big white rabbit." Xiao Chen looked at his right hand and said to himself strangely, it felt soft and tender. This immoral man should just go to hell. Yan Xingqiang's long hair flowed down like a waterfall. It was jet black and bright. But her face was already bright red like she had one drink too much. Her pair of eyes were watery, and she actually acted the same as a normal girl when she was angry. She held on to her plump chest firmly, as if she was afraid to be attacked. "What does it matter to you if I caught a rabbit in my dream?" Xiao Chen was still looking at his right hand, seemingly reflecting on the aftertaste. "Drop dead." Yan Xingqiang felt ashamed and resentful as she threw a fruit on the jade table towards Xiao Chen. After that, she turned her slender body around and ran out of the intoxicating house like a gust. Her voice transmitted from far away, "Xiao Chen, you just wait. As long as you are still in Celestial City, this lady right here isn't done with you yet." Ha! Seeing Yan Xingqiang run away in a sorry figure, Xiao Chen roused himself from his dazed state. His expression was incomparably sharp, he was obviously wide awake as he laughed at the top of his lung. Just at this time, Carmina and Lyria also woke up in succession. They revealed a faint smile, but it seemed a little ambiguous. The fatty broke away from the girls at his side and crawled up. He was at a complete loss and said in a daze, "This is such a great loss, we actually got drunk and slept for the night here. This is not good, Lady Lyria, Lady Carmina, this is really a great loss. We actually didn't enter the chamber." The lucid and elegant Lyria, the lovely and sexy Carmina, they only smiled and said at the same time, "You can't blame us for this. It was you who got yourself drunk." The color of the day had already brightened up. After freshening up for a bit, Xiao Chen and the fatty left the intoxicating house. In the rose garden, the fragrance of flowers permeated the air, the birdsongs were pleasant to listen to. The pavilions and the bridge over the running water appeared exceptionally harmonious under the morning sun. "Lord Zhuge, please come visit Moonflower Castle again. Brother Xiao, we will definitely meet again." From the intoxicating house, the pleasant voice of the beautiful Carmina and the classy Lyria could be heard. On the most bustling street of Celestial City, there was a stream of people even early in the morning. This place was always like this, the daytime had the daytime's activities, the nighttime had the nighttime's passion. "Brother Xiao, just where did that little girl who dressed up as a man come from? She actually got all of us drunk. It is such a pity." The fatty was still feeling very regretful for not entering the chamber. He was extremely angry as he said, "Wait till I get a promotion, I will definitely live there every day. So much so that the legendary empress might even come to see me." Woo, it was all that little girl's fault, but she was so beautiful to the point where it seemed sinful. "Is there anything between the two of you?" Listening to the fatty's chattering, Xiao Chen really wanted to laugh out loud. However, he couldn't really bring himself to laugh, because he saw Yan Xingqiang again. She was clenching her teeth and glaring at him on the other side of the street. "Wait a moment, I will be back soon." Xiao Chen walked over there and looked at Yan Xingqiang, whose beauty was enough to make the sun lose its splendor. Then he asked, "Are you waiting for me, Pooh? You immoral guy, who would wait for you?" Although she was still in men's clothes, she was just as beautiful. Yan Qingqing's cheeks were flushed as she said angrily, "The Patriarch's message, if you encounter any danger in the Celestial City, just tell them you are the Vindex of the Undying Sect." She was very dissatisfied with the Patriarch's decision, and said with annoyance, "The Patriarch is really too much, I really don't know why he treats you like this. I seriously want to punch you in the face." Xiao Chen laughed heartily, he really liked seeing Yan Qingqing depressed like this. "Just you wait, I will make you pay sooner or later." Yan Qingqing cast an angry glance at Xiao Chen, then she disappeared at the corner of the street as soon as she turned around. "Brother Xiao, I have some urgent business. I will come and find you tonight." The fatty waved his hand across the street. He shouted towards Xiao Chen, "You stay at that tavern, make sure you don't change location." Soon after, he hurriedly left with an underling. Xiao Chen brought the two little beasts along and leisurely walked on this bustling street. Looking at the stream of people come and go, he kept pondering in his heart, "I expect not long in the future, the Celestial City will go through a turbulent time. With the Dragon Kings and sacred beasts gathered here, the experts will also gather here accordingly." He had a premonition that the clouds would inevitably gather from all directions. After having their breakfast, Xiao Chen and company entered a marketplace filled with thunderous roars of beasts. There was a vast crowd at that place, that was a free market where they could buy and sell war beasts. It was really too noisy, this place was incomparably rowdy. At places where a big crowd gathered, there was a huge cage with an exotic giant creature within. "Say, those people are too old-fashioned." A handsome blonde was walking side by side with a blue-haired girl. A few attendants were following behind them. Xiao Chen was not far away from them. He could hear their conversation clearly. How could a really good war beast be locked in a cage? The more powerful the giant creatures, the harder it is to lock them up. So what if they are 10 meters long? It is merely to scare those who don't know the ropes. The voice of the blonde guy seemed to be filled with disdain. The blue-haired girl curled her lips resentfully, "Then why did you come here in the first place?" The blonde guy looked forward with his ocean blue eyes, and said, "Of course I'm here to dig for treasures. Let's go to the place where they sell the cubs. Maybe we might get lucky and find some high-quality war beasts. Those sellers might not know the war beast's quality. In the past 10 years, 2 people were able to buy a young sacred beast here, but..." "Really? How can that be?" The beautiful blue-haired girl blinked her big eyes. She was brimming with surprise and was not entirely convinced. 1. "Cousin, you just arrived at the Celestial City and don't understand the circumstances, but that was the truth. The South Desolate region is different from the other places. This place is surrounded by 1,000 miles of primitive forest, with many exotic beasts roaming around. This place is one of the best locations to look for war beasts. A lot of mountain people made a living by catching wild beasts. They would spend all year round looking for exotic beasts in the mountains and sell it in the town. Of course, it is impossible for them to catch the powerful exotic beasts, but they have their own methods. They can frequently find some young intellectual beasts. And if they are lucky, they might even find some rare cub. Maybe you might find it hard to believe, the young sacred beasts I told you about earlier were picked up by the mountain people in the Great Mountain. They didn't know the value and sold it as ordinary cubs here at the Celestial City. If it was seen by those who knew the ropes, they would have undoubtedly found a great treasure among the pile of cheaply priced old books. Say, 10 years, and only 2 little sacred beasts were found. You also want to come across this kind of lucky stroke? Although the blue-haired girl was excited and looking forward to it, she still had to deliver the last blow. I didn't say I wanted to try my luck and dig out some sacred beasts. One can only come across such things in the right place at the right time. However, it is true that we can frequently find some pretty powerful young intellectual beasts here." Xiao Chen secretly nodded his head when he heard these. This place was indeed a good place for a treasure hunt. Since there was no special event around the proximity, he brought the 2 little beasts and casually followed the 2 of them towards the area where they bought and sold cubs. The standards at this place were clearly much higher. There were no metal cages, nor beast roars. On the contrary, there were a lot of small crystal houses. There were all kinds of little animals at this place, some of them were only as big as the palm, and some hadn't even opened their eyes yet. Goodness gracious! Xiao Chen felt a little speechless. It seemed like the war beast industry was really completely standardized. Even the cubs were carefully selected for quality. Xiao Chen found that, after he arrived at this place, many people were sizing up 10x and Kiki beside him. "Let's go and see if we can find some treasure." Xiao Chen smiled and whispered to the 2 little beasts, "I will be counting on your insight today, but..." "Come and see, it's a young Aurarius wolf." A 1-foot-long golden little fox with an ominous glint in its blue eyes was locked in a small crystal house. And its owner was trying to peddle it. The ancient and exotic Alba rhinoceros, come get it while it's still young. To the side, in a small crystal house, there was a white rhinoceros about 1 meter long. Its body was almost transparent and flickering with specks of radiance from head to toe. It was also being peddled. Tricollis too, the intellectual species that knows how to use magic. Next was a little lion with golden fur. Its entire body was sparkling as if it was made out of gold. Its 3 heads were exactly the same, fierce and extraordinary. Its body length was no more than 50 meters long, and its owner was also trying to peddle it. Xiao Chen could already tell, those little beasts were very uncommon. It seemed like they were sealed by some kind of power. Otherwise their owner wouldn't even think of putting them in the small crystal houses. Anyone could tell these little beasts were very powerful at first glance. That's why so many people were surrounding them. Of course, the price was naturally sky high. Xiao Chen took a deep breath after taking a quick look. He definitely couldn't afford it at all. That was indeed a sky-high price. The starting price was actually 100,000 gold coins. All of a sudden, Kiki started to run. It ran forward without even looking back. The stream of people there was sparse in comparison. When Xiao Chen caught up, he found that Kiki was currently flipping over a little tortoise with white shell. The little tortoise was about the size of a fist. It was rolling all over the blanket that was spread on the ground. 3. Seeing that the little tortoise was not put in a small crystal house, Xiao Chen immediately rushed over there and shouted, "Boss, how much is the tortoise? I'm buying it." 4. 1. Silva, I have a bad feeling about these two. 2. Silva, Tricollis, cat, Cerberus, dog, hehe, what fitting name. 3. Silva, yep. First it was Kiki, the white little hamster tiger, and then the tough little dragon. Next is the phoenix, and now a tortoise. It's definitely about the 4 legendary beasts. 4. Silva, I hope nothing bad happens. Somehow, I get this funny feeling that blonde guy just now would also want to buy this tortoise and then trouble abounds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Winning Over a Beautiful Attendant. Seeing Kiki like this, Xiao Chen immediately wanted to purchase the white-shelled tortoise. One must know that the snow-white little critter had always been the nemesis of any spiritual items. Its inside was always spot on. Kiki had most likely discovered the little tortoise's uncommon trait. Otherwise, how would it be so interested in this little tortoise? However, Xiao Chen was afraid that it would arouse the seller's suspicion, so he burst into loud laughter and said, "I have been searching for so long. Ha, I have finally found a white-shelled tortoise. I hear that white tortoise soup is a great tonic." The white little tortoise on the ground trembled slightly, as if it had been terrified, but no people took notice of it. And after the few buyers who just got over wanting to ask for the price heard this, their face immediately became dull as they moved back. The seller even rolled his eyes and said dispiritedly, "I say little brother, this is a war beast, not some tonic. I think you are at the wrong place. No. Since you are going to sell it, might as well sell it as a drug ingredient." Whether it was the shopkeeper or the people beside him, they became speechless as they heard him. "Alright, how much are you willing to pay? A tortoise about this size. I will take it for 2 gold coins. You? Do you think you are buying vegetables? Just scram." The seller helplessly waved his hand. "What, 2 gold coins are still not enough? You can buy a sumptuous feast with 2 gold coins. Although a white tortoise is rare, it shouldn't be too expensive." Xiao Chen casually flipped the little tortoise over. He found that this fist-sized little thing was really a little outstanding. Its pair of black eyes flickered and it looked very intelligent. It was looking at him timidly, as if it was scared to be turned into a soup. "Buddy, what I have here is a war beast. The price you opened is too ridiculous. You had better just move aside." The seller thought he had encountered a scammer. "This little tortoise is a war beast? It is only fist-sized, no sharp teeth nor sharp claws, how can it fight? Who are you trying to deceive? You can't just go and randomly grab anything to sell here." The shopkeeper also felt very embarrassed and said, "Although it is not very powerful, it is still a war beast. It can defeat opponents much bigger than itself." Hearing these, 7 to 8 people immediately surrounded the stall. Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "What did it defeat?" "It defeated a vicious dog and a golden pheasant." "My god, what kind of joke is this? The little war beasts that other people are trying to sell are valuable breeds, capable of killing giant monsters around 7 to 8 meters long. What about yours?" It really makes one speechless. In the end of the day, this little tortoise only knows how to imitate the dog and steal the chicken. Just look at the way it pulled its head back, it looks like a little thief. The people at the side roared with laughter. Nobody stood in a circle to continue watching, everyone had scattered without exception. The shopkeeper flushed with anger as he heard these. He tried to justify himself. I originally planned to sell this little tortoise in a buy one get one free sale. I didn't plan to cheat anyone and sell it by itself. How about you buy this young grand wolf instead? I will give you this little tortoise, free of charge. I don't care if you take it home to stew it or to impress the ladies, it is a good thing. Hey boss, you sure are interesting. I will offer 5 gold coins, I only want to buy the little tortoise to make a stew. As for the little grand wolf, just forget about it. I don't want to eat dog meat. Just take it and scram. The shopkeeper waved his hand strongly. He really couldn't stand Xiao Chen anymore. If he let Xiao Chen stay for a moment longer, the people around would start thinking he was selling tonics instead of war beasts. Then please unlock the chains. Is it necessary to go as far as locking up a little tortoise? Xiao Chen found that on the little tortoise's white shell, there was a small hole near the position of its neck. It was tied up with a black and meticulous chain. I will say this in advance, if it gets away after I unchain the lock, then it is not my business anymore. The shopkeeper muttered resentfully, this little tortoise was really bizarre. When it ran, it was as fast as a gust. I originally thought it was something good. But who knew, it only knows how to imitate the dog and steal the chicken. So it was true? Xiao Chen began to laugh. Exactly, I lost so many gold coins due to it. Hey, this little thing is quite greedy. Xiao Chen carefully sized up the little tortoise. He could already tell that this white little tortoise was out of the ordinary, because no matter how he looked at the chain and the tiny hole on its shell, they looked quite old. Only after he paid the shopkeeper and grabbed the little tortoise with his hands did Xiao Chen ask, Boss, where did you catch this tortoise? I bought it from a drug dealer. This is really a drug ingredient? That means I was right since the beginning. The shopkeeper revealed a rarely seen embarrassed expression and said awkwardly, when that drug dealer excavated a rarely seen old ginseng king, this little tortoise was also dug out at the same time. My God, it was dug out? Xiao Chen pondered for a while, then he asked, were you the one who put on the chain? No, it was already there when I bought it. It should be that drug dealer who put it on. Xiao Chen didn't say anything else. He carried the little tortoise, and left along with Kiki and 10x. Just by relying on his feelings alone, he felt that he had just struck a big fortune. He was actually unable to destroy those tiny chains. With his current ability, it was a little inconceivable. Soon after, he observed carefully with his keen spiritual sense and found small letters that couldn't be seen with naked eyes on the iron chain. That chain was definitely not put on by the drug dealer. After walking for a while, Xiao Chen found an anomaly with his keen intuition. There were actually people tailing him from behind. Who could it be? Xiao Chen remained calm and collected. He continued to walk at the same pace. The power levels in the Celestial City were complicated and very tricky. Not only was there the powerful war beast castles, there were also a few practitioner institutions. So much so that there were even crowned brothels like the Moonflower Castle and the Spellbind Castle. The most important thing was that all of the major powers had deployed some people to the South Desolate region, including big sects like the Undying Sect. It was seriously a very complicated place. Lord Xiao, please come to a halt. Xiao Chen turned around and found that the one running over was a youngster who he was not acquainted with. The youngster seemed like a person of mixed blood, with long blue hair and black pupils. Seemed like that person was born with an innate sense of arrogance and superiority. You need something from me? My family's old father asked for you. Who is your family's old father? You will know if you meet him. Sorry, if you don't want to say it, I will not even give it a second thought. The youngster carried an air of arrogance and said, in this celestial city, nobody dares to defy my family. Xiao Chen turned around and ignored him. He continued to walk and said, if I say I'm not going, then I'm not going. Facing such a hostile invitation, he didn't want to take his chances. Don't you regret it? After saying these, the youngster left at high speed. Within the Celestial City, in a place filled with castles, the voice of an old man transmitted from within a big hall, he's not coming? That's right, and his attitude was very arrogant. That was precisely the man who extended an invitation to Xiao Chen. Oh, quite an impetuous youngster. The aged voice was as calm as an ancient well. He is looking down on us, we can't let him off that easily. The young man complained. A young girl's voice resounded in the big hall, he is the Vindex of the Undying Sect. According to the major power's unwritten rule, the previous generations cannot lightly touch the youth generation. Otherwise it will lead to an all-out war, it will become very chaotic. This guy is quite troublesome. According to his display on the Dragon Island, his power should be at least Exuvia 6th Celestial Layer or 7th Celestial Layer. He could be considered an expert among the youth generation, but... After a while, that old man's voice rang out. According to what happened on the Dragon Island, that snow-white little critter is very unusual. It should be just as powerful as a Dragon King. Our War Beast Castle really needs it. The older generation definitely cannot make their move, otherwise the Undying Sect will not sit back and watch. We can only let the youth generation settle this among themselves. Or maybe... You guys should think of a way to pull him here. The young man retorted, humph. So what if he has reached Exuvia's 7th Celestial Layer? We have a young expert here that is as famous in the South Desolate region as the solitary sword demon. Killing him is just as easy as chopping vegetables. Just let us youth generation handle him by ourselves. The young girl's voice followed up, no, unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not do this. It's too late. By the time I came back, my little sister already left. The young man's voice carried a hint of mockery. How can she go with her current ability? How could you let her go? This will become a big problem. The young girl seemed a little resentful. That guy will only move if we let her suffer a bit. Xiao Chen was still leisurely taking a stroll and looking at all kinds of exotic warbeasts. But just at this time, he suddenly felt a peculiar fluctuation coming from the sky. Many people raised their head to look up. They only saw a colorful giant bird that looked like a red-crowned crane descending. It was actually flying towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen appeased 10x, then he pressed Kiki down before he lifted his hand to launch a golden swordchi towards the sky. The multicolored giant bird quickly dodged to the side and landed not far away. It caused many people in the surroundings to take shelter one after another. So you are that arrogant Xiao Chen? The young lady with blue hair was as prideful as a little phoenix. She walked over while crossing her hands under her well-developed breasts. She was petite, but her curves were exquisite. She looked very sweet with her long eyelashes and her vivid big eyes, but her expression was too arrogant. Xiao Chen was sure that he never met this girl before. Isn't that the little troublemaker from the Mander family? That's her all right. Her family is the sole holder of a warbeast castle, which is the symbol of strength. So it's only normal if she's a little bossy and domineering. This girl is such a troublemaker. Do you have business with me? Xiao Chen asked. My 7th brother came to invite you to my house, and I heard you were arrogant? Xiao Chen was speechless. When did he ever act arrogant? Humph. Don't think just because you are the Vindex of the Undying Sect, nobody would dare to do something to you. There is no rule between the peers. I will teach you a lesson today. The blue-haired girl walked over with elegant steps. Xiao Chen thought for a little and was able to speculate a lot of things. It seemed like the older generation from every major power couldn't make their move carelessly. If that was the case, he could seize this opportunity. If the youth generation came to cause trouble, he could beat the young ones without worrying about the old ones. Thinking thus far, Xiao Chen asked indifferently, which family's spoiled little brat are you? Always causing trouble all over the place. What if someone catches you and sells you off? The blue-haired girl was clearly used to ordering people. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, her curvy eyebrows immediately creased and she reprimanded, this guy is really too hateful. Just wait till you see my power, I must teach this rich playboy a proper lesson. Xiao Chen was speechless. This little brat really knew how to distort the truth deliberately. Just who was the rich kid, and who was the castle bodyguard? But as his power raised, his mental state also improved. It was not easy to make his mood swing. He laughed and said, you spoiled brat, you are looking for a beating. The blue-haired girl glared at him with her vivid big eyes, then she said angrily, you are just as my 7th brother described, pretentious and arrogant. Humph. This young lady will teach you a lesson. Stop talking and come. I'm getting tired of waiting. Xiao Chen's easygoing attitude made the girl even more furious. She said, I don't want to fight with you with nothing to gain. Why don't we make a deal? If I beat you black and blue, you will give that cute little lion to me. She looked at Kiki without restraint. She exposed an incomparably delighted expression, her big eyes already bent into the shape of a crescent moon. What if you lose? How can this young lady ever lose? Nobody of the same generation ever won against me. More like, other people let you win. Ha, Xiao Chen laughed out loud. He felt that this brat was very interesting. Come. If I lose, I will give you my prized crane. The young girl pointed at the multicolored crane not far away before she continued, that is a super warbeast. Good, give me your worst. You have the cheek to look down on me. The blue-haired girl was like a specter. Her speed was very fast as she threw herself towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was shocked. That young lady was not as weak as she looked. She had actually reached Exuvia 4th celestial layer, but the difference between them was still far too big. His figure swayed slightly and Xiao Chen left an afterimage in his original position. The blue-haired girl did not panic, she whirled high up into the sky. She danced as graceful as the angel in the sky as she sent 108 palm strike towards Xiao Chen. However, all of these were stopped by a single palm blade. Xiao Chen lightly waved the palm blade and sent her flying away. At the same time, the palm swept past her ear. The ear accessory was taken off and appeared in the palm of his hand. Oh! She lost. That pipsqueak from the Mander family lost. The crowd all around the place started to make a ruckus. The blue-haired girl could only stamp her feet due to anger. Alright, I didn't pay attention. I will let you take the win this time, by a fluke. My prized crane belongs to you for the time being. One more time, I will win it back. Xiao Chen was amused by this sweet, yet arrogant brat. He smiled and said, what else can you lose? Become his wife if you lose. Marry him if you lose. The crowd was adding fuel to the fire and shouted all at once. It caused the blue-haired girl to look at them resentfully. Half an hour later, within the Mander family, a few youngsters were having a willy-nilly discussion. Little sister caused trouble again. She lost her beloved rainbow crane and it was directly sold by that repulsive guy in the war beast market. That was but a super war beast. Someone actually dared to purchase little sister's thing? What else do the rich kids in the city not dare to do? What's worst is that little sister lost something else. What else did she lose? Not sure, I only know that she has become that shameless man's attendant. She is currently out there shopping with him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Lecture. In a short half an hour later, Xiao Chen had already become a celebrity in the War Beast Street. He actually made Catalina, the Mander family's baby girl, into his attendant. It made the spectators flabbergasted. They were secretly exclaiming that this youngster seriously had guts. Although the crowd was just adding fuel to the fire, he actually dared to do it. He's really getting tired of living or what? What's more, this youngster, whose origin was unknown, actually did not understand the current circumstances. He was openly taking a stroll everywhere with the beautiful attendant. He appeared free and relaxed. It made the group of youngsters so envious that they started to drool. This arrogant guy is really too evil. The blue-haired girl furrowed her curvy eyebrows. Her vivid big eyes contained a hint of anger as she shouted, "You actually dared to make me your attendant? If you agree to bet, you must accept to lose. You must understand this logic. If you want to back out, you are free to leave. I didn't force you to stay. But if you want me to cancel our bet, that's a no-go." Xiao Chen had an unruly expression. After that, he went for a walk with the two little beasts, checking stuff out left and right. Admit defeat, admit defeat. The crowd behind them shouted at the same time. Attaboy, just you wait, you will come to regret this later. The blue-haired girl was no longer as prideful as a little phoenix. She was practically an ostrich at the moment. She lowered her beautiful face as much as possible and followed behind Xiao Chen, afraid that someone might recognize her. But how was that possible? Following behind them was a big crowd of rich kids spreading the news while laughing hee-hee-ha-ha, as if people didn't already know. All of these rich kids had old grudges with the blue-haired girl. Xiao Chen turned his head around to look at the crowd of rich kids following behind. He yelled at one unreasonably handsome boy, "Pretty boy. Speak up if you need something." That youngster was indeed very handsome. His age was about the same as Xiao Chen's, he looked only about 20 years old. His long hair flowed down like waterfall, his skin was as pale as the snow, and his eyes were like limpid autumn waters. He had a slender figure, if not because of the Adam's apple, Xiao Chen might mistook him as a beautiful girl in men's cloth. He was seriously so beautiful that it was completely messed up. Even the young ladies would get jealous looking at him. "Buddy, I am called Fairsky. We may be familiar with each other, but business is business. You cannot randomly call out to me. Otherwise, I'm not done with you." That extremely beautiful hedonistic son walked over. Although he was speaking like this, he was still smiling. Just now, it was him who bought the rainbow crane for 6,000 gold coins. It was easy to tell that he had some powerful backer. He was intentionally opposing the blue-haired girl, Catalina. "Pretty boy, just you wait. I am not done with you yet." Nobody dared to buy it, but you actually dared to buy my rainbow crane and ruin my reputation. Humph. When my elder brother returns, I will make him flatten you. Catalina furiously shouted at Fersky. Xiao Chen could tell that they had a few conflicts in the past, but he didn't care about those. Xiao Chen warmly said to Fersky, "Pretty boy, I need your help. This is my first time in Celestial City, so I'm not familiar with a lot of things. I want to buy a real estate, can you introduce some to me?" "No problem, leave it to me." The handsome Fersky promised unreservedly. He was obviously not an ordinary guy. He had already made out Xiao Chen's extraordinary strength. He came from a big family, and was interested in making friends with this kind of people. The South Desolate region had thousands of miles of territories, there was no lack of land, but that was outside of the Celestial City. It was a different story inside the Celestial City. In it, land could even be said to be extremely expensive. Not only did all the wealthy ones in the South Desolate region wanted to move to this place, even the aristocrats and millionaires from the mainland wanted to buy a real estate here. That was because there were many ancient legends in Celestial City. Legend has it that this was the Imperial city where the dragon veins gathered. There was a great benefit to live at this place, but nobody was able to speak out the particulars. With 2 gold coins, one could fill their desk with a first-class feast. One could very well imagine just how much wealth 6,000 gold coins represented. Even so, Xiao Chen owed Fersky 5,000 gold coins after purchasing a courtyard. It was as costly as 11,000 gold coins. However, Xiao Chen was rather fond of the 3 courtyards, the pavilions, and the bridge in the garden. "Don't feel bad about it, brother. It is because I want to get on your good side, and know that you are on friendly term with that bastard Zhuge Liang, that I am willing to part with my treasure." The unreasonably beautiful Fersky seemed a little reluctant and said, "Do you know what kind of place this is, Dut?" Speaking until here, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was extremely inharmonious with his beautiful appearance as he whispered, "This is but the Celestial City's educational street. Raise your head to look across the street. Take a look at what's over there." There was an unending ancient fence on the other side. There were lots of huge ancient castles beyond the fence. It looked nothing short of the Imperial City. The entrance was facing right here, exactly in front of Xiao Chen's house. Looking through the gate that was widely open, they could see some young men and young ladies. This is the renowned North Style Academy. Adjacent to it are the War God Academy and the White Elk Academy. If you ask where to find the most expensive territory in Celestial City, look no further than this educational street. The 3 big academies are right here, the girls inside are as beautiful as the clouds. If not because my tigress fiancé knows about this place, I wouldn't resell it to you even if you killed me. Sitting at the gate every day at nightfall, looking at the beautiful ladies entering and exiting the academy one after another, such bliss. When you are bored, you can even sneak into the 3 big academies. Just thinking about it fills me with happiness. Pfft, Xiao Chen was really speechless. This unreasonably beautiful youngster was really such a lecher. However, it was true that his heart was itching when hearing his words. In regards to men, this place was really a treasure. It was truly a beautiful thing to stand in front of the gate to look at the beautiful ladies come and go quietly. "Lecher!" The blue-haired Catalina curled her lips and said, "You and that pig-head Zhuge Liang always come here to act as voyeurs. Both of you are already in the 3 big academies blacklist. If not because they know you have the War Beast Castle behind you, the people here would already cut you into 8 pieces. Pretty boy, just you wait. I will let that mad woman Pamela know you called her a tigress. You dare." The blue-haired Catalina left gloomily. Even though Fersky's ridicule was not effective, she still ran away. Using that brat's words, Xiao Chen didn't seem like a good guy. He actually walked together with this perverted pretty boy. Her chastity would be in danger if she stayed at this place any longer. She would come back to settle the debts several days later. How did that brat get enrolled in the North Style Academy? She is a student of the North Style Academy. But because she is the baby girl of the Mander family, she is wild and barbarous. Skipping class is quite common for her. Fersky also left. Xiao Chen had finally settled down in Celestial City at last. Everything was readily available in this courtyard. There was no need for him to decorate it again. When everything had finally calmed down, he began to fiddle with the white-shelled tortoise. After calming his heart, he shut his eyes and gripped that black chain with both hands. He used his spiritual sense to probe the black chain. The dark iron chain was only as thick as a few hair strands, but at this moment, it seemed to have been magnified 10 million times as it drew closer to Xiao Chen. In front of his keen spiritual sense was a pitch black as far as the eyes could see. Within the darkness, many small letters were gradually emitting glorious rays of light. It was so bright that Xiao Chen felt his third eye had been pricked. It was a little hard to discern those letters. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen kept calming down his undulating mind and made himself enter an ethereal state. He tried his best to probe forward with his spiritual sense. Pain. Extreme pain. It felt as if the spiritual sense was being eroded, as if the body was about to be ripped apart. The sweat gushed out from his pores unceasingly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen was thoroughly drenched. This made him feel worse than going through a desperate fight. His entire body was already trembling violently, as if he could collapse and fall apart at any time. Dragon. Xiao Chen finally saw the letters on the black chain clearly, but other than the dragon that frequently appeared, he couldn't recognize the other characters. The complicated calligraphic style and strokes were practically like that of a divine document. Who knows how many centuries ago were these old characters used? He was simply unable to understand the meaning of these words. The letters were densely packed. The black chain was only as thick as 7 or 8 strands of hair, and only about 1 foot long. It was actually carved with old characters from who knows when. Ordinary people were simply unable to see it at all with their eyes. Even someone at Xiao Chen's level, if they didn't have an especially powerful spiritual sense, it was also impossible for them to pry into the secret. Out of ordinary, this was definitely out of the ordinary. After Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense from that endless black zone with some difficulty, he almost collapsed. Only until 1 hour later did he recover. What made him surprised was that his spiritual sense seemed to have become much more condensed. His mind was feeling very refreshed. Prying at the secret of the iron chain could actually help him develop his spiritual sense. He felt that it was necessary to make it a compulsory course for his daily activities. After taking a bath, Xiao Chen looked at this fist-sized white-shelled tortoise. He was no longer looking at it contemptuously. Could it be a dragon? He had this kind of unfathomable thought in his heart. It was a very ridiculous conjecture, it was a bold and imaginative line of thought. The main reason was because he saw many dragon characters carved on the iron chain. And the tortoise was locked up by this iron chain. Who cares what you are, since I bought you, I will call you larcenist from now on. Looking at the little tortoise sticking its head out and looking around sneakily, Xiao Chen gave it this kind of name. 10x was not concerned in the least. Kiki was always rolling here and there as it looked at the tortoise. It seemed like Kiki wanted to find some kind of secret or treasure from the tortoise's body. However, Kiki also couldn't find anything special, it was just some kind of premonition only. It didn't really sense any substantial thing. When night fell, the sunset dyed the sky red. The fatty and Fairsky laughed heartily as they arrived at Xiao Chen's residence. They sat on the balcony of the 3rd floor contentedly and pulled Xiao Chen along to look at the students going through the gate of North Style Academy. Their eyes lit up unceasingly. Wow! That girl is too beautiful. Those curves. That shape. It's too sexy. Ho, here comes a pretty girl from a respectful family. She's quite youthful, and she has a special taste. Alas, it's such a shame that she's wasted on a cow dung. There's an ugly man beside her. Quick, look. That is definitely the most beautiful figure seen from behind. Just looking at her back makes one's imagination run wild. Look at the way she walks, graceful and elegant. Just looking at her makes me drool. My God, why is it her? Mother F. It's that shameless girl, such a bad luck. Nobody is coming out anymore when she showed up. The bastard fatty and pretty boy were practically 2 lechers. Their drool overflowed non-stop as they kept assessing the girls. Brother, you are so strong. After half a day later, the fatty finally regained himself. He faced Xiao Chen and said, "You actually beat the baby girl from Mandarin family and treated her as your attendant." It was truly satisfying, huh? I always hoped someone would stand up and teach her a lesson. It seems like the heavens have finally opened its eyes. Such a pity I didn't see it with my own eyes. Otherwise, I would definitely taunt her nicely. Ha ha. But brother, you should be careful. That brat is as crafty and unruly as it comes. Your average people don't dare to provoke her. Did you know? She has a blood brother who is reputed as one of the strongest youths in the South Desolate region. Other than that freak solitary sword demon and a few others, nobody can stand up to him. Goodness gracious. Xiao Chen only realized it now, it seemed like he got into quite a troublesome situation. Mandarin family was in control of the Beast King Castle, it was one of the major powers in Celestial City. Catalina was directly related to the Mandarin family, she was pampered by the elders of the family, and moreover, with her unparalleled big brother whose name had spread throughout the South Desolate region, she became especially ill-mannered. Quick, look! Another one with an exquisite body came out. Fersky shouted. The fatty and Xiao Chen also couldn't help but take a look without delay. Oh my god. Mother F. Why is it that brat Catalina, such bad luck? The fatty and Fersky seemed to have shouted at the same time. Come, let me formally introduce you. The fatty turned his head to face Xiao Chen and said, This is Fersky from the Antarctic Warbeast Castle. He is a genuine hedonistic son. Just like Catalina, he is the direct descendant of a renowned family. Unlike me, who is far from the core of the family. After a brief introduction, the three of them started to converse like close brothers. We must make the most of our time to train 10x. I heard that 3 months from now the Celestial City will hold a large-scale warbeast competition. You will gain a generous reward for every win you achieve. This is no longer a contest between a few warbeast castles. Even the people from a few big cities in the northern side will come. I even heard it will be a battle between sacred beasts. Of course, they will be ranked accordingly. From what I heard through the grapevine, the Dragon Kings and powerful sacred beast with little to no difference in power level will engage in a life or death battle. It will definitely shake the whole world. Rather than saying it is a warbeast competition, it would be better to say it is the confrontation between the major powers. It is definitely a perfect stage for them to compete fiercely and display their power. Without a doubt, Celestial City will enter turbulent times. I heard many powerful youth practitioners will come along with the elders of their respective clan. It might very well lead to a big confrontation between the youth practitioners. Xiao Chen was very expectant for this day to come. You arrogant fellow, I am here again. The three of them were still in the middle of the conversation when the blue-haired Catalina burst into the courtyard. She poked her tiny waist into the building and blinked her watery big eyes as she shouted loudly, Xiao Chen, my elder brother will come and have a decisive battle with you. Come down here at once and accept defeat. The venue is at the public square of the Northstyle Academy. Don't forget to bring that cute little lion along. My god, that brat really went to look for her elder brother. We are in deep S. The fatty shrank back. Fersky's hand shook momentarily and the tea spilled on the ground. What is there to be scared about? Let us go and take a look. Xiao Chen's power had increased drastically in recent days. He really wanted to find a powerful opponent to have a few bouts. And that blue-haired girl's brother was in existence on the same level as the solitary sword demon. It was just as he wished. Come, let us go to Northstyle Academy's public square. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, 4 Grand Experts. The Northstyle Academy was founded 800 years ago. It was one of the most powerful forces in Celestial City nowadays. It was said that the academy was founded by some scattered practitioners at that time. The founders all possessed extraordinary strength. They did not have a powerful backer, all of them were some uncommon hermit. When facing big sects with long history, their individual power seemed somewhat weak. Precisely because of this very reason, some like-minded people gathered together and founded the Northstyle Academy in the Celestial City. After several hundreds years of growth, they had already turned into a big sect in the South Desolate region. It could even be said to be incomprehensible. In these 800 years, the Northstyle Academy had taken in numerous styles of training methods. After the elders in the institution studied them intensively, they created a few dozen top-notch techniques by getting rid of the weeds and keeping the flowers. As for the War God Academy and the White Elk Academy adjacent to the Northstyle Academy, they both had their own histories. The Northstyle Academy took up a huge space. The ancient fence was like a city wall and extended to both sides without an end in sight. The main gate was tall and imposing. It was just directly in front of Xiao Chen's residence, only separated by a street. Going across this educational street, Xiao Chen and company entered the Northstyle Academy with the baby brat of the Mander family in the lead. It was already the evening, the course of the day in the Northstyle Academy had already ended. It was the time for the students to relax. A lot of young men and young ladies were entering and exiting the academy. When they saw the blue-haired Catalina, many people greeted her rather warmly. It was easy to tell that she had quite the reputation in this academy. There were also a lot of people staring at the fatty and Fersky with unfriendly gazes. It was easy to tell that these two hedonistic sons were not very well received. Even Xiao Chen, who was following them, got glared at a few times. Come, want to see an expert showdown? Want to see an 8 celestial layer expert persecute the perverts? Then come with me. The blue-haired Catalina shouted as soon as she entered the Northstyle Academy, and waved her hands at everyone present. My god, does this brat from the Mander family have to be this cruel? The fatty felt a little uneasy. He and Fersky were a pair of peeping toms. They frequently came to this place to steal a glance at the beautiful girls. So much so that they even came to take a stroll in the academy sometimes. Although they didn't do any immoral act, their public reputation was nothing short of bad. When people started to surround them from all sides, he started to have a little guilty conscience. Fersky was not particularly scared. After all, he was a practitioner with considerable strength. Although he was somewhat crestfallen, he still had a faint smile on his beautiful face. It seemed like he couldn't care less. "Little brat, where is your big brother? Hurry and lead the way." Xiao Chen didn't care if there was an audiences or not. It made no differences. "Come, everyone, come with me to see our academy's absolute expert defeating the perverts." The baby girl of the Mander family shouted with all her might. As if she had already anticipated Xiao Chen's crushing defeat, she used this as a pretext to vent. More and more people gathered. Everyone followed them into the inner part of the academy. It must be mentioned, the North-style academy was really out of the ordinary. Along the sides of the road, they passed by one hall after another. He had already seen 7 or 8 dojos, and even 3 extraordinarily beautiful gardens with different styles. The rocky mountain was simple and unadorned, the clear spring flowed into the huge courtyard, the fine woods were verdant, and the pavilions were as faintly discernible as the underground palaces of ghouls. "Go to the central dojo, everyone, come and watch." The blue-haired young lady was getting more and more excited as she saw more people rushing towards them. She cast a provocative glance towards Xiao Chen and said, "You arrogant hedonistic son, you will be defeated today. Who told you to humiliate me? I will return it to you in a moment." Xiao Chen found it to be somewhat laughable. This brat was truly headstrong and unruly. But the fatty and Fersky were already in doubt. The fatty whispered, "Is that freak really back? That doesn't seem like it. It is impossible for him to be this bombastic. He would definitely not let this little brat act arbitrarily regardless of the rules." Fersky asked doubtfully, "Catalina, is it really your big brother that wants to have a showdown with Xiao Chen?" Of course. The central dojo was extremely big. There was a sapphire-like lake beside the big hall. It appeared solemn and calm. Lotus flowers were growing in the lake. The boat at the side of the lake caused a few ripples. The dojo was brimming with murderous aura. That was the aura left behind by the practitioners of the North-style academy over many years. Catalina, Fersky, and everyone else had already come to a halt. Only Xiao Chen continued to take large strides into the center of the dojo. He stood in the center without saying a word as he swept his eyes over everyone. Just at this time, a shocked voice suddenly transmitted from the crowd, "It is actually the 4 grand experts. It really is the 4 grand experts." The fatty and Fersky were also a little flabbergasted. They faced Catalina and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are they the experts of the North-style academy?" And 4 of them appeared at once. "Where is your big brother? You tell me, among the 4 of them, who's not my brother? They are only your cousins, and not your blood-related brother. But they are also my older brothers, and they are not any weaker than my blood-related brother." Catalina was smiling gleefully. The fatty was a little depressed and said, "Xiao Chen is dead for sure." Fersky faced Catalina and said, "This brat from Mander's family, aren't you a little too shameless? You actually went to find him. He is already 30 years old, he is already 1 generation older than us. Why don't you just go and find your uncle directly?" "Nonsense, big brother Lambda is only 29 years old. According to the unwritten rule of the mainland, he should still be considered the youth generation. Asking him to deal with Xiao Chen is not undue." Catalina's face was filled with a smile. Her pair of beautiful big eyes already bent into the crescent moon shape. An expert half a generation older. The Mander family is despicable. The fatty cursed in a low voice. The 4 grand experts entered the field unhurriedly. They surrounded Xiao Chen from 4 sides. Lambda stood with his hands at the back. His expression was cold and proud. Though he couldn't be considered as handsome, he possessed the air of an expert. The other 3 were also 6 to 7 years older than Xiao Chen. They looked like they were around 25 to 26 years old. Their temperament was also out of ordinary. Hearing that it was Lambda and the others at the central dojo, many other students rushed over at high speed. They wanted to see who actually dared to confront Lambda, an 8th celestial layer expert. "All 4 of you can come at once." Although Xiao Chen's voice was not loud, it clearly resounded in the dojo. There were already 800 people gathered at the site. They caused an uproar as soon as they heard these words. Wasn't this youngster being too arrogant? He actually planned to fight the 4 grand experts by himself. One must know that Lambda was an 8th celestial layer expert. Only a few would be able to stand up to him among the youth generation. Who is this guy? He's actually so arrogant. I heard he won over that baby girl from Mander family as an attendant. He really has guts. Does he not fear that once that brat's freak of an older brother comes back, he will go find him to settle the debt? Don't need to wait for Catalina's freak of an older brother to come back. This Lambda should be more than enough. He's also an 8th celestial layer expert. Just where did this Xiao Chen guy came from? Xiao Chen's name already spread all over the Northstyle Academy in an instant. Many male and female audiences were making inquiries about his origin. The pervert group, Fairsky and the Fatty, their eyes were turning left and right. The Fatty couldn't hold back anymore and said, "So it is actually that easy to attract beautiful young ladies, just look at those beautiful girls. Alas, I wonder when will I be able to make them pay attention to me. Wait till you succeed your family's Amber Warbeast Castle, the beautiful girls will naturally crowd around you." Fairsky mercilessly brought him back to reality. In the field, Lambda raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "I am almost 10 years older than you. If I really make my move, it will be nothing more than bullying. I will let my 3 friends over there to fight with you one-on-one. If you can win, then I will not make things difficult for you." He was very conceited. He responded to Xiao Chen's ravings just now with these words. "Then the 3 of you can come at once." Xiao Chen was very calm, his words were very direct. "This Xiao brat, don't be so arrogant. Lambda was being modest to you, and yet you don't know what is good for yourself. Let me, Rex, be the first to answer you." A blue-clothed man with black hair moved like the wind. He left behind a blue afterimage in his original position and rushed towards Xiao Chen. Rex made his move, 25 years old, 6th celestial layer expert. The people outside the field were making a racket. Many people knew he was the Northstyle Academy's expert. He's most proficient in the Ichor blade. Quick, look. He's about to execute it. A blood blade was rumbling like a bloody cloud, it was drizzling with bloody fog. The space in front of Rex was engulfed by the color of blood. The red lightning was crisscrossing in the dojo. 80 genuine light blades slashed the air. The frantic bloody sword waves gathered together and formed a terrifying blade screen as they were launched towards Xiao Chen. The surprised yell of the audiences already transmitted from the outside of the field. One swordchi after another slashed through the space. The glorious radiance already caused everyone to narrow their eyes and watch what was happening in the field nervously. No complicated maneuver, no intense collision as they expected, and no shocking energy fluctuation. They only saw a glaring ray of light flickering within the bloody light. Xiao Chen's palm actually passed through layers upon layers of the blade screen and destroyed the swordchi without making any sound. Demonic seal. It is actually the Undying Sect's demonic seal. When did an expert like this emerge from the Undying Sect? There were some experienced and knowledgeable persons outside of the field. They already cried out in surprise. Demonic seal, the methodology was not affected by the body. As long as the heart was not extinguished, the body would not extinguish. It was a valuable secret art for the weak to resist the strong. This guy's power is more profound than Rex's. He's using the unrivaled secret arts, his superiority is unquestionable. When everyone was shouting in surprise, Xiao Chen took a step forward. When he flipped his hand over, Rex's bloody blade broke down like fragile glassware. His entire person was like he had sustained a lightning strike, his body trembled violently before he was sent flying away. With only a single strike, a 6th celestial layer expert was defeated. Numerous spectators caused an uproar. Many of them didn't dare to believe the fact before their eyes. Rex was actually defeated, one-hit knockout. 1. Hearing the racket at this place, many more people in the academy rushed over. 1. Silva, I wanted to typo HKOXD. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Human-Shaped Tyrannical Dragon. One-hit knockout. Xiao Chen stood calmly on the field, and Rex, on the other hand, was sent flying away. Lambda, who was at the side, transformed into a streak of light and rushed over there to catch Rex. Traces of blood could be seen spilling from the corner of Rex's mouth. Although there was no danger to his life, he clearly couldn't fight anymore. It was extremely noisy outside of the field since a while ago. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Rex was a student of Northstyle Academy. A 6th celestial layer practitioner could already be considered an expert in the academy. It's not that there was no one who could surpass him, it's that he was defeated in a single move. It was only natural that people would be flabbergasted. The news spread out really fast. In a short period of time, almost 1,000 people already gathered at the central dojo. I will go next. Another one of the 4 grand experts stepped forward. Medium build, somewhat thin, ordinary appearance, but his eyes possessed a hint of sharpness. He announced his name as he entered the field. I am Maple. This person was very straightforward. He didn't say any superfluous words and his figure turned illusory in an instant. It was as if his entire person had transformed into a shadow. It made people unable to seize his aura. The spectators already started their heated discussion. Maple is a natural psychic. A 6th celestial layer expert. Only a few in the institution are a worthy match for him. He's in control of a terrifying divine ability. He can hide his own whereabouts and kill people from the shadows. These people were discussing in a low voice, so it was only natural that the two in the field didn't hear it. Under everyone's attentive gaze, Maple's figure suddenly disappeared and became invisible. The sunset glow dyed the sky red. The red afterglow shone upon the dojo and made the entire field scarlet red. Everyone was dumbstruck, they couldn't find Maple's vestiges anymore. Just at this instant, Xiao Chen suddenly moved. He quickly moved away from the center of the field and landed 5 meters away as light as a feather. A glaring ray of light swept past the place he was just standing a moment ago. Clearly, Maple had launched a razor-sharp attack. But after missing the target, that ray of light disappeared in a flash and didn't leave behind any fluctuation. Xiao Chen couldn't help but knit his brows. The field turned quiet all of a sudden. The spectators had stopped their discussions and watched everything quietly. This was a special match. Xiao Chen might be powerful, but the opponent was invisible. He still possessed a certain threat to him. Crackle! A dazzling lightning slashed through the air. The lower hem of Xiao Chen's cloth turned into ash in an instant. If he was half a step slower, his body might have turned into charcoal. Nobody doubted the power of that lightning. The smell of ozone drifted in the air. Dodging one attack after another by a hair's breadth, Xiao Chen furrowed his brows again. The dojo became extremely quiet, so much so that everyone's breathing sounds could even be heard. All the spectators were nervously paying attention to every details, because the outcome of the battle might be decided at any second. Rip! A resplendent sword chi suddenly appeared in the empty space and slashed towards Xiao Chen's neck. But the instant it approached, Xiao Chen's body bent in an unfathomable arc like a soft vine and avoided it by a hair's breadth. Following that, he turned around as quick as a cheetah and pounced at the direction where the sword chi came from. Although the sword chi already faded away, and Maple's vestiges had disappeared a long time ago, Xiao Chen seemed to have already locked onto him. He headed straight for a certain space. Without any unnecessary movement, he attacked with a punch, simple and direct. The fist was crystal clear and emitted a glorious radiance. A rattling sound could be heard as he ruthlessly smashed down on the empty space. A groan could be heard. Maple's figure reappeared as he fell back at lightning speed. One of his arm was twisted in a weird position. His bone had obviously been broken by Xiao Chen's punch. Very good. This was Xiao Chen's evaluation of Maple. Even though the opponent was only a 6th celestial layer, he possessed the ability to make himself invisible. This was something Xiao Chen regarded as important. However, Maple was feeling incomparably furious when he heard these. The opponent was a few years younger than himself, and yet the way he spoke was like an elder giving directions to the younger generation. Again! He didn't think he had been defeated yet. He concealed his figure at lightning speed and disappeared on the spot again. You are not my opponent. Xiao Chen spoke towards an empty space. It caused Maple, who was hiding there, to jolt. He hastily changed his position. Seeing that he didn't plan to pull back, Xiao Chen didn't waste his breath anymore. He had already executed his presence perception divine ability at this time. Maple's every actions were clearly caught by him. If Maple knew that Xiao Chen deliberately sealed his spiritual sense just now, he would definitely be dumbstruck. He would never have thought that Xiao Chen was using him to sharpen his reaction speed. He simply did not regard him as an opponent on the same level. Of course, Xiao Chen would never openly declare he had this kind of divine ability. He would never let others know that he had the ability to detect others' presence without sound and sight. Boom! An energy storm spread all over the dojo. Xiao Chen's fist had sent the invisible Maple flying away. The sound of rattling bones resounded clearly in the dojo. Maple's other arm also drooped down. At the same time, both of his legs were deformed and there were many fractures all over his body. The spectators made a huge ruckus. This guy known as Xiao Chen was practically a human-shaped weapon. Maple's strength was extremely outstanding in the North Style Academy. There were really very few who could actually suppress him. However, he was beaten by Xiao Chen as if he was a scarecrow. This was somewhat unbelievable. Could this guy's body actually be made out of steel? Looking at Xiao Chen's lofty figure, as well as his handsome appearance, he didn't seem like a vicious person that underwent the steel skin training. However, his performance was extremely vicious, like that of a beast. A little bit more and his tendons would have detached from the bone. The unreasonably beautiful Fairsky took a deep breath, then he muttered, "This dude is really fierce." He turned his head to face Zhuge Liang at the side and said, "Fatty, you better be careful. When the time comes, you better don't come up with any noxious plan against the tough little dragon. Otherwise you wouldn't even be able to keep your swine arms and legs anymore. If you run into him, careful that your pig head might even be smashed. He's practically not a human." The blue-haired Catalina at the side widened her watery big eyes. She bit her red lips with all her might. Her pearly white teeth were crystal clear, and her cute little nose were twitching. She appeared somewhat adorable. She resentfully mumbled to herself, "Don't tell me this guy is made of iron? He's so strong. Will cousin be able to beat him?" At the moment, the North Style Academy was already like a boiling cauldron of voices. More than half of the students had rushed over. The dojo was already filled to the point that not one drop of water could trickle through. North Style Academy was a close neighbor with War God Academy and White Elk Academy. The news of the confrontation between the 4 grand experts and an unknown expert already spread to the other 2 academies. Many students had already climbed the wall and rushed over. They wanted to see which madman dared to come pick a fight with the North Style Academy. It was impossible for Maple to continue fighting. It looked as if he was practically stomped by a tyrannical dragon. There were fractures all over his body. The third person entered the field with large strides. He had a tall stature and a rough appearance. He possessed an air of a bandit. That person was very straightforward and said, "Ryuji, en garde." Bang! He attacked with the fist. The fist cut through the space like a comet. The purple radiance left a streak of light like a rainbow. Xiao Chen didn't dodge it, he met the attack head-on with his own fist. The firmly clenched fist was glittering and the skin was as clear as jade. Although it did not erupt with battle aura, it still emitted a thunderous rumbling noise. Bang! A direct confrontation. The 2 fists collided together. Xiao Chen did not move a tiny bit. Ryuji, on the other hand, fell back 7 to 8 steps. His arm was trembling like crazy. Although his right arm did not suffer a fracture, the swelling was very obvious. His right palm was suffering from an internal bleeding. Everyone outside of the field took a deep breath. This guy is practically a human-shaped tyrannical dragon. Ryuji is a 7th celestial layer expert. He is nicknamed as the Iron Fist, but he was actually pushed back by this guy's fist. He's a beast. Ryuji could be considered the strongest in our academy. He's actually being pushed back by that guy. He's really such a beast. Wrong, Ryuji is a 7th celestial layer expert. He is the strongest among the outer courtyard. The 2 trump cards that are secretly fostered in the inner courtyard should be stronger than him. Without a doubt, Xiao Chen's fist had pushed back the strongest in the outer courtyard and dominated all the spectators. This violent gorilla, he's practically a wild beast. The Mander family's baby girl muttered apprehensively in a low voice. Swish! The sound of air being slashed transmitted outwards. Ryuji actually soared into the sky. He was floating in midair and lifted his hand to shoot down one purple light after another towards Xiao Chen. Many people outside the field were very shocked. It was obvious that other than a few people, nobody knew that this martial arts expert was also a psychic. Ryuji didn't dare to have a direct confrontation with Xiao Chen anymore. He flew in a circle in the sky, diving down occasionally, in hope of draining Xiao Chen of his strength. However, that was just his wishful thinking. When everyone cried out in surprise, Ryuji was already dumbstruck. Xiao Chen actually unfolded a pair of energy wings and soared into the sky, flying directly towards him. My god! This human-shaped tyrannical dragon is practically unrivaled. He can actually fly. You don't understand anything, that is the Undying Sect's miraculous technique. He actually mastered the Undying Divine Wings. That is practically the bane of all psychics and spellmasters. A human-shaped tyrannical dragon that knows how to fly is too terrifying. If Xiao Chen listened attentively, he would surely get angry. Everyone had already treated him as a human-shaped tyrannical dragon, an unparalleled vicious beast. Ryuji wanted to dodge, but since the Undying Divine Wings had already been unfolded, where else could he run? Xiao Chen's speed was really too fast. Everyone only blinked their eyes for a moment, and Xiao Chen already clashed with the 7th celestial layer Ryuji. Sword chi were brandished left and right between them. The surging aura pervaded the air, and the strong light dazzled the eyes. The energy flow in the sky rumbled violently. It surged up unceasingly and produced thunderous explosions. Ryuji was a 7th celestial layer expert after all. He exchanged a few dozen blows with Xiao Chen, but he was still unable to withstand it in the end. He was sent flying away by a roaring fist, blood sprinkled everywhere. All the spectators were practitioners, their eyesight were especially sharp. They had already seen Ryuji's deformed arms. Clearly, both of his arms were fractured. Ryuji also suffered a fracture. This guy is way too strong. I doubt even the 2 trump cards in the inner courtyard can beat him. Mother F, this guy is a real beast. At this time, many students from the War God Academy and the White Elk Academy had also arrived. After looking at this scene, they started to cry out loud one after another. Dude, you are so strong. Even the number 1 expert in the North Style Academy's outer courtyard has been defeated by you. Come on, bro. You might as well go straight to the inner courtyard. Bro, let us have a friendly chat later. I am from the White Elk Academy. Buddy, you are practically a human-shaped tyrannical dragon. Too strong. You even left the North Style Academy's experts speechless. This big sister will root for you. When everyone from the North Style Academy heard these people's words, they glared at them in succession. Oi, that brat from the War God Academy. What are you roaring about, Dot? This guy from the White Elk Academy, you still dare to come to our academy? Did you forget what happened last time? You sneaked into our academy's female dorm and was chased off after you took a beating. A female student interrupted, say, it's not like the North Style Academy is a restricted area, why wouldn't we be here? Hey, the tyrannical bro in the field, fight on. Later we will go to the White Elk Academy and this older sister will introduce some pretty juniors to you. It was very noisy outside of the dojo. Among the unbearable noise, Lambda walked into the field. Although he was not very handsome, he had a different kind of temperament. He was incomparably calm and possessed the air of a master. I said that if you could beat the 3 of them, I would not make things difficult for you today. You might let me off today, but you will probably come find me again tomorrow. I indeed plan to make a future appointment to have a contest with you, Dot. I knew you would say that. There is no better day than this, let's settle this today, once and for all. The 2's voice clearly transmitted to the outside, the dojo immediately quieted down. Who was Lambda? An 8th celestial layer expert. If he did not just graduate from the North Style Academy, the number 1 expert in the outer courtyard was definitely him. Lambda smiled faintly and said, good. Very straightforward. Then we'll do it today. Do you need to rest? No need, let's begin right away. Xiao Chen took a single step forward. As if he had the ground shrink divine ability, he covered 10 meters in a single tiny step. Strong wind rose as his right hand made a diagonal slash. The right hand was flickering with a glorious metallic luster. Xiao Chen didn't dare to look down on Lambda, he was an expert on the same level as him. Swish! Lambda was as light as the leaf carried by the wind. He moved along with the wind and drifted 8 meters apart. Xiao Chen jumped high into the sky and swept over with both legs in front. His legs looked as if they were made out of steel, if anyone received a direct hit from that, their bones would inevitably be shattered. Lambda had obviously seen through it, Xiao Chen was very wild and violent. His power was formidable, yet unrestrained. He was unwilling to exchange blows with him. He shifted a few feet horizontally, and then jumped high into the sky. He made a somersault in the sky, his legs were like a pair of scissors. They separated into 2 sides and cut toward Xiao Chen's waist like a pair of scissors. All of these happened in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. It was unimaginably fast. Many people could only see a few afterimages, they couldn't see the specific movements of the fight clearly. Xiao Chen was really cool-headed. Scissors leg was the most basic attack pattern. Every martial artist knew it possessed unparalleled power, but only a few could use it properly. Xiao Chen did not panic, he did not dodge. On the contrary, he suddenly shifted horizontally in midair, increasing his speed as he knocked against Lambda. This guy is really too fierce. Strong. This dude is the real deal. Truly a human-shaped tyrannical dragon. So crazy. The experts outside of the field had seen everything clearly. A lot of people were having a discussion. Especially those from the White Elk Academy and the War God Academy, they had no qualms when they opened their mouths to speak. Xiao Chen rushed forward like this, his waist directly ran in between Lambda's 2 legs. This was the most spicy method to neutralize the scissors leg. Before Lambda's leg could cut him, his body would have already bumped into his weakest spot. 2. Wild beast. Catalina mumbled. One after another, many people cried out in alarm. Lambda was an expert after all, he never thought Xiao Chen would be this fierce. He quickly adjusted his posture, and as if his body had suddenly weighed 10,000 kilograms, he quickly fell towards the ground and avoided Xiao Chen's fierce attack. At the same time, Xiao Chen dived head first. Both of his palms were as sharp as blades. The resplendent rays of light made his two palms flicker like jewels. The surging energy looked as if it had materialized. It was smashing down like a 10-ton giant hammer. The ground was making a cracking sound. The invisible energy already caused a fissure on the ground. One after another huge cracks appeared. The strong breeze caused Lambda's long hair to flutter hysterically. It was already impossible for him to dodge. That mountain-like energy had already enveloped him from above. He could only exchange blows with him, there was no room for cowering. Bang! As if two mountains had collided, the turbulent gale and energy surged up violently. The bright rays of light caused everyone to cover their eyes. The terrifying incorporeal power spread out wildly. The innermost spectators suffered the aftereffects, their body trembled as they got pushed back involuntarily. Many people were affected, the dojo burst into disorder. In the center of the field, after Xiao Chen and Lambda exchanged a fierce blow, the two of them tangled together like two streaks of lightning. The afterimages and shadows of the palms swirled in the air. The glaring rays of light exploded unceasingly. The two exchanged one intense blow after another. They're flying, they're flying. It's the El Volar cloth. I never thought that Lambda actually had this kind of rare item. Cries of alarm transmitted from the outside. Lambda actually jumped and flew into the sky. Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and also defied the laws of gravity. The both of them began to fight in the sky. Almost all of the students of the North Style Academy had arrived at the central dojo. A lot of experts from the White Elk Academy and the War God Academy also arrived. Even the older generation experts of the academies were startled and began to pay close attention to this fight. Xiao Chen, you are finished. Lambda was so confident that it couldn't be described with words as he yelled, Yin-Yang Element Annihilation. Xiao Chen felt very uneasy, he also yelled, God Slayer. 1. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/shake_unit. 2. Silva, OUCH. Oh. Ouch. So fierce. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, Imprint of Tao. God Slayer, although it was only a single technique, it was extremely profound. This technique was developed after numerous hard work and revisions. This was a highly generalized essence of the invisible Tao. Rather than an attack pattern, it might be better to say it was the materialized form of the imprint of Tao. Xiao Chen had practiced the God Slayer, the chaotic patterns, the demon suppression, and the death blow for quite some time now. Although he could already comprehend some of the mysteries included among these and used them to attack the enemies, it could also be said that he hadn't really engraved this imprint of Tao into his very being. He had comprehended the imprint of Tao's killing method, but he still hadn't grasped the real essence. After all, this was really too hard. They were battle stances without a form, even those of Immortalis realm would have difficulties comprehending the true meaning behind these. Although the imprint of Tao didn't get engraved into his being, Xiao Chen was able to get a deep understanding in regards to the method to restrain enemies after nearly 1 year of training. Especially the imprint of Tao's first technique, the God Slayer. He was able to comprehend it the most. When facing a powerful enemy at the 8th celestial layer, Xiao Chen had never underestimated him once. The moment he heard the other side shouting the name of the skill, he felt a sense of danger enveloping him and didn't hesitate to launch God Slayer, one of the 4 major techniques. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Xiao Chen became. In a world of nothingness, his inner world became a piece of blank, as if he had detached from the battlefield and became a spectator. However, his hand had already executed the imprint of Tao. God Slayer, it was a remarkable technique. The first move of the 4 major techniques, just as its name implied, the main aspect lied in the word, Slayer. One after another multicolored radiances illuminated the sky in a flash. Although the sun had already set in the west, and the color of the sky already darkened, this area was incomparably bright. It was as if there were countless stars converging in midair. The glorious radiance that illuminated everything like the sun was exceptionally beautiful. However, this wasn't really the divine kind of beauty, this was the ray of death as seen in a perilous situation. The tranquility was broken in a short moment, the thunderous light rumbled in the sky and the murderous aura soared. The violent energy went out of control. As if there was a fissure, the dojo started to shake violently. It was easy to imagine just how fierce the confrontation in the sky was this time around. This technique of lambda, yin-yang annihilation, could be said to be one of the top-notch mystic arts under the heaven. It was a very unpredictable ability. If an average person was to receive this attack, even their bones would cease to exist. One of his palm was pitch black like ink, the other one was as clear as white jade. Two completely different colors appeared on his left and right palms. A tsunami-like violent energy burst out and induced a 7-layered energy storm. It felt as if the space itself had twisted, as if the door to hell had opened in the sky as it tried to engulf Xiao Chen. Everyone on the ground could feel the powerful pressure and energy turbulence. It could be said that the fluctuation from the yin-yang annihilation was the very first to drop down and cause the fissures on the dojo. It was a very terrifying move. Lambda merely flipped his palms a little, and such a frightening aftermath was the result. Xiao Chen clearly saw an underworld temple floating in the sky. In front of the gloomy ancient temple, those huge and sinister demon sculptures appeared vivid and lifelike. A gigantic black door seemed to be opening towards Xiao Chen. This was definitely the most bizarre battle Xiao Chen ever had. A single yin-yang annihilation technique could actually draw out such a terrifying illusion. It was truly outrageous. The powerful attractive force behind the gate seemed as if it was about to crush him. The imprint of Tao, God Slayer, cut through the darkness of the ancient temple like a golden sun. It streaked across the vast sky on top of this illusion, weakening the destructive force unceasingly. The rays of light emitted by the God Slayer were especially eye-catching in the darkness. Each and every ray of light actually looked as if they were real swords and blades. However, they were miniature-sized swords and blades. The longest was only 3 inches. It was very bizarre. There were countless divine swords and heavenly blades, but none of them looked identical. All of them were unique in their own way. It was as if they had pierced through spacetime and arrived from the ancient era. It was a bizarre confrontation. It was a confrontation between illusions. However, the power coming from the illusions were real. Lambda was endlessly shocked. Yin-yang annihilation technique was Mandur family's foundation. The reason Mandur family didn't fall for several hundred years in the South Desolate region, the reason they became more and more powerful, it was closely related to how they were in control of this divine art. Only with enough power would their family be able to stand taller and steadier. Yin-yang annihilation was a mystic art from the ancient legends. Its name had shook the South Desolate region for countless years. It was obtained by someone in their family inadvertently. Facing someone on the same level, so long as they executed this move, even the time benders and void masters had to fall back. As for the other people, it was needless to say it, there were only a very few capable of fending it off. However, today, Lambda was completely dumbstruck. The underworld temple illusion that emerged in the empty sky was slowly collapsing. Those thousands upon thousands of 3-inch swords and blades destroyed every obstruction and crushed anything in their path. The space crumbled apart. After 10 continuous collision sounds, the sky slowly recovered its former tranquility. Traces of blood could be seen spilling from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. This was the first time he had sustained an injury after his secret arts had advanced by leaps and bounds. Lambda had a really pale face. He stood in the sky unmovingly, then he suddenly fell backwards while a big mouthful of blood spurted out. He fell from midair head first. It was very obvious that he lost, he was completely defeated. It's over. The 8th celestial layer Lambda has actually been defeated. The rankings of the youth generation experts in the South Desolate region is going to be revised. Xiao Chen's name will be engraved right behind that freak from the Mandur family, the solitary sword demon, and the others. One more 20-odd years 8th celestial layer expert. How formidable. The North Style Academy's central dojo had already turned very rowdy. Everyone was endlessly shocked. Xiao Chen defeated the 4 grand experts in a consecutive match, and even down Lambda. The rankings of the top-notch youth experts in the South Desolate region would have to be revised. Oh my god. Can this freak actually be about the same level as Catalina's eldest brother? Zhuge Liang pulled his neck back with a bit of lingering fear. Fersky heaved a sigh. He was a pretty powerful practitioner himself, so he understood the situation the most. He said, "Why don't you give up now?" For him to be this powerful, he must have a great power backing him up. Otherwise, how could he obtain such a powerful secret art? The older generation experts in the South Desolate region have misgivings about each other. They would not make their moves as they wished. Killing a few people from the youth generation is going to be a walk in the park for him. I advise you to not get any crooked thoughts towards the tough little dragon. Brother! The blue-haired young lady, Catalina, quickly ran towards the center of the field. Lambda, who just fell from the sky, had already been received by someone. Looking at Catalina, who was getting closer, he forced a weak smile and said, "Never thought he was this strong. Brother, are you all right? This is all my fault. After Big Brother comes back. He was already holding back just now. Otherwise I wouldn't even live to see another day." At a distant place, a few old men from the North Style Academy were looking at each other. Then their expressions became serious. One of them was muttering to himself for a while before he said, "That move just now, was it the Godslayer? It's very likely. Yin-Yang Annihilation technique has shaken the South Desolate region. Never had it occurred to me that it would come across a nemesis. Lambda must have held back a little. We can't be sure of the outcome. Might I remind you, Yin-Yang Annihilation is the Mander family's secret treasure." The dojo was extremely noisy. The students from the North Style Academy, the War God Academy, and even the White Elk Academy were having a dispute. The North Style Academy suffered a huge defeat, and the words from the students of the other two academies were inappropriate. It almost led to a conflict. They almost spurred into action by the negative remarks, and even wanted to make the experts that the North Style Academy secretly fostered to come out and fight. Seeing that Xiao Chen was descending from the sky, Fersky and the fatty ran over there quickly. "Let's get out of here quickly. You have made your name known with this fight today, but it's going to get very troublesome now. It is better to lie low until the fuss dies down." Xiao Chen nodded his head. Taking 10x and Kiki along, he followed the two of them and quickly ran towards the outside of the North Style Academy. Nobody dared to stop Xiao Chen. The tyrannical display just now gave them a lingering fear. Nobody wanted to have their arms and legs broken. After exiting the North Style Academy's gate, the fatty let out a long breath and said, "Brother, if you were this strong, you should have told me earlier. Haha, now I can openly come to this educational street to look at the young sisters. What's more to be afraid of?" Thinking about this point, the fatty let out a mischievous laughter. The handsome Fersky smacked his forehead. He was having a slight headache as he muttered, "I really don't know if it was a good idea or bad idea to arrange your house at the educational street. It will definitely be bustling with noise and excitement later on." He turned his body around and said, "I originally wanted to invite you both to the Spellbind Castle, but it is better to lie low for now until the fuss dies down. Otherwise we might cause some trouble. We should have a proper gathering several days later." Without a doubt, Xiao Chen's name had already been posted on the bulletin board of the three big academies. A lot of people were paying attention to him. These past few days, he had led a reclusive life and indulged in training all day long. Of course, there were times when he had to go out, such as to go out and eat. He was unwilling to upset his own stomach. He went out to eat every single day. Despite how he was staying low-key and found some unassuming place to eat, some troubles still couldn't be avoided. The person in front, halt. A few soldiers ran over. Their full-bodied armors were giving off a metallic shine, the long swords in their hands were shiny. "We suspect you might be related to a vicious case, please come with us." These people were definitely up to no good. Looking at the sneer on the soldiers before his eyes, Xiao Chen could easily tell that they were intentionally framing him. "Do you guys have any evidence?" "You'll know once we get there, hurry it up." "Mother F." Xiao Chen was a little annoyed. Someone was making trouble for him on purpose. Although he didn't care about these soldiers before his eyes, he didn't want to kill them in the middle of the street. That's right, thinking about it carefully, he really couldn't act recklessly. As for who had the most power within the city walls, it was definitely the Lord of Celestial City. "Hurry!" One of the ordinary soldier at the side roared with impatience. Xiao Chen looked at them calmly, then he said in a deep voice, "Let's see if you guys can keep up this arrogant act. I am the soldier of Princely One, even if I kill you right here and now, I will not be condemned." One of the soldiers had a very fierce expression. "I dare you to say it one more time?" Xiao Chen took a step forward. When he was in the mortal world, he even dared to kill an imperial princess, let alone the soldiers of some prince in the world of immortals. Although these soldiers were arrogant and bossy, they felt their entire body break out in cold sweat after Xiao Chen's sharp eyes swept past them. A few of them were flapping their mouths, they actually swallowed the foul language that they were about to say. 1. Princely is supposed to be a title of the sort, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/prince_ly_, %e 7% a 6% AE. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, Madman. It was impossible to kill them in the middle of the street, but it was even more impossible not to retaliate after being provoked by the few soldiers. Xiao Chen did not break out and followed them to the riverside at the inner city. The captain, along with a few soldiers, were waiting there. After seeing Xiao Chen, the captain didn't offer any explanation whatsoever and tried to lash Xiao Chen's face with the horsewhip. At the same time, the captain yelled, "This thing doesn't know life from death." Slap! The captain stared blankly. His whip hadn't even touched the other person yet, and a big handprint already appeared on his face. The slap on the face resounded loud and clear. "You dare to hit me?" The captain found it a little unbelievable. He was extremely angry as he lifted the whip to lash at Xiao Chen one more time. "You asshole!" Under this kind of circumstances, Xiao Chen felt that they were unable to talk things out. There was no need to talk, there was nothing to talk about. Slap! It was another big slap in the face. Xiao Chen slapped the captain on the face ruthlessly. The captain's whip still hadn't touched Xiao Chen yet. Damn it! 2 slaps on the face made the captain so angry that his veins were practically about to burst open. He was the soldier of Princely, he had never been treated like this. It was always him who beat the others, never had there been anyone who dared to touch him. Slap! It was yet another big slap in the face. The captain could literally see stars floating before his 2 eyes. Shring! Shring! In the surroundings, the sound of the soldiers drawing their swords could be heard. 8 soldiers lifted their shiny longswords and quickly approached. Without waiting for the captain's order, they ruthlessly tried to cut down Xiao Chen. Clang! 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 The ringing sound of metal resounded. 8 shiny longswords were snapped off one after another. All of their faces changed color immediately. Seeing Xiao Chen actually broke their longswords with his palm, they knew they had encountered a huge disaster. Slap! Slap! Xiao Chen had already grabbed that captain by the collar. Without any superfluous words, Xiao Chen continuously slapped him 4 times. Then he said very fiercely, "Who do you think you are? Do you honestly believe that being the soldier of the prince is that amazing? Boy, you committed a huge crime. Release me at once." Huge crime? Xiao Chen sneered, "Just who do you think you are?" Looking at the captain's vengeful expression, Xiao Chen flared up. While gripping onto him, he slapped him in the face 2 more times. It caused the captain to lose his bearings. "I am the soldier of Princely. The crime of offending Princely is beheading." The captain was still very stubborn and roared at Xiao Chen. At the same time, he was struggling to get free, but it was impossible for him to get away from the clutches of an 8th celestial layer expert like Xiao Chen. "And here I thought you were the emperor or the representative of the Imperial court." Since he had already beaten him to a pulp, how could he back out now? Xiao Chen slapped him another 4 times. A few of the captain's tooth already flew out a long time ago. The 8 soldiers at the side were flabbergasted. They were cowering at the same time. When had they ever received this kind of treatment in the national capital of Terra? They had a sense of foreboding as they silently cursed. The South Desolate region was really incomparably uncivilized. They even dared to hit the soldiers of Princely, not even regarding it as a matter of any importance. After losing half of his teeth, the captain finally caved in. He didn't dare to retaliate anymore and answered every question that was asked. "Is that true? It was not incited by your lord, instead you were entrusted with this mission by the townspeople?" "I swear, everything I said was the truth. I shouldn't have accepted that 500 gold coins due to greed. That wretched swine sought out my help and said that they wanted to teach the scammer a lesson. How was I supposed to know it was an expert on your level?" In the end, the captain had said everything that needed to be said. He knew he had provoked a fierce person. At this South Desolate region, they refused to accept the beneficial influence of the sovereign. If the other party was truly barbarous and killed him on the spot, that would be too unjustified. "Tell me everything you know about that guy." After the captain finished explaining, Xiao Chen grabbed him and violently flung him into the river. As for the other 8 soldiers, after they suffered a certain level of physical pain, Xiao Chen also threw them into the river. It was really too much to kill people within the city walls without a qualm, so he did not harm these people's life, but this kind of punishment couldn't be avoided. Although the other party were the soldiers of the prince, he wasn't scared at all. The South Desolate region could even be said to be a remote region where the central power could not reach. The geographic environment was really too remote. Although the Celestial City was a great power in the southern part of the Immortals' mainland, it was still out of the supreme ruler's reach. Therefore, the Celestial City had always been half independent. The city lord ruled half of the South Desolate region. The major powers at this place didn't even take Terra Empire seriously. The Dragon Kings unexpectedly appeared in Celestial City. There was even a glimpse of quite a few little sacred beasts. As well as the War Beast tournament that would begin 3 months later. It stirred up the clouds from all directions. Many people were rushing over from the northern side. Terra Empire's Prince Aeon of the first rank had a successful political career and was in possession of an extremely powerful war beast. Although he was dissatisfied to pay lip service to the Lord of Celestial City, he still came to Celestial City and was one of the first powerful figures to arrive. Celestial City was a half-independent nation. The city lord Lu Daoming had never shown any respect towards the Imperial family. Prince Aeon of the first rank was very discontent with him. That was because the city lord of Celestial City was actually playing deaf-mute and didn't go to greet him. Although Aeon came to the South Desolate region in secret, a lot of major powers in the city already knew about it, so how could the city lord Lu Daoming not know? Aeon was only 20+ years old, and he already had great status. How could he not get angry to receive this kind of treatment? However, he was enduring it silently for the past few days. He already got in touch with a few major powers. Today, in order to show his good faith, he invited the youngsters from a few influential families to dinner. Even if these families had great influence, they were still the residents of Terra Empire after all. Therefore, it was a given that they would proactively make the youngsters in their family attend. Consequently, they were not worried of offending the city lord, Lu Daoming. This was a private gathering. Every attendant was an elite of some influential family. Just at this time, Aeon suddenly received some news. He was so angry that his complexion changed abruptly as he shouted, "Imprudent!" Not all the invitees were present yet. Only a few had arrived just a moment ago. Seeing Aeon's ugly expression, a beautiful girl opened her mouth to inquire, "Is something the matter, Your Highness?" But someone threw our personal soldiers into the river. Although Aeon's words were calm, every young men and women at this place were not any ordinary person. How could they not feel his repressed emotions? Ho! Just who would be so daring to offend the prince's prestige? A man who seemed to be a little drunk asked. Aeon had already endured this kind of treatment from the city lord Lu Daoming for several days now, and this kind of thing happened today. He was in an extremely bad mood. Come! Without a doubt, the one who threw the prince's soldiers into the river was Xiao Chen. He was currently wandering around the town, looking for the ruffian with a scarred face as described by the captain. He found the ruffian quite easily, because the scarred face was usually roaming about on that street. He didn't even try to hide. Xiao Chen could already guess a few things, so he didn't make his move impatiently. He intercepted the ruffian in an unassuming alley. The scarred face did not see his visage clearly. After sealing the scarred face's acupuncture points, Xiao Chen fiercely punched him on the face first. Then he shouted, "Have you ever bribed Prince Li's soldiers?" The scarred face was already beaten to a pulp. He had momentarily been blinded and couldn't see anything. He answered Xiao Chen's every question obediently. The scarred face was the little ringleader of a certain major power in the city. However, the one who incited the scarred face to handle this matter was another person. So that was really the case. Xiao Chen was a little angry. He didn't want to continue the investigation, because he knew that the schemers should have already erased their traces. Prince Li's soldiers, Scarred Face, and the one behind Scarred Face, they were just some insignificant side characters. However, it was true that they came from some rather influential families. Someone was setting up Xiao Chen and making trouble for him on purpose. If he acted on impulse and continued to investigate, he would have offended a large quantity of nobodies. Although the nobodies were not scary, they could still be put to some special use sometimes. It was hard to say, who knew if he might end up provoking the major powers affiliated with them. Like now, for example, Prince Aeon of the first rank was already furious. He endured City Lord Lu Daoming's treatment for several days already. And now a ruffian in Celestial City actually dared to make a move against his soldiers. This was really intolerable. If this was spread out, he would become a laughingstock. It's not that he didn't think of the possibility that this was the provocation of the city lord, but he had to respond to this kind of provocation. This was the power of nobodies. As it should be, the few Imperial soldiers described Xiao Chen as the evil tyrant of the city. When the prince's Imperial bodyguards led a squadron of soldiers to go arrest Xiao Chen on the streets, the youthful Prince Li was feeling a bit rueful. Did he made a big fuss over a minor issue? When Xiao Chen was intercepted by this squadron on the street, he immediately raged. The so-called Terra Empire had already granted Celestial City half independence, and these people actually dared to exert their influence on the main street so arrogantly without distinguishing between right and wrong. Such a tyranny. If they were so courageous, they might as well just go and retake the Celestial City. Please tell your so-called prince to go back and investigate properly. Ask the soldiers who might beat what was really going on. I am a low-profile person, I do not want to cause any unnecessary trouble, but that doesn't mean I am afraid of getting involved, but... Low profile, that was definitely a sign of mockery. That was what everyone in the prince's squadron lamented about. Low profile my ass, you don't even pay any attention to the prince, much too arrogant. There was nothing to say, they immediately exerted their influence. All of these people rushed up at once. They expected to beat this city's evil tyrant into submission very soon. However, other than the prince's imperial bodyguards being Exuvia 4th celestial layer experts, the others were the so-called elite troops. They were nothing more than ants compared to the practitioners. How could they ever hope to see Xiao Chen? In only a moment, plenty of people were lying flat on the main street. Even the prince's imperial bodyguards were no exception. Xiao Chen stepped on their bodies without a trace of politeness, then he said, "Tell this to your prince, I am a very low-profile person, don't provoke me." Mother F. The people lying on the ground really wanted to curse at him. Low profile, that was obviously a sign of mockery. Just who was this person? He's crazy. Less than half an hour later, when Prince Aeon of the first rank saw this group of badly battered people, he was so angry that even his nose distorted. He said that he is very low profile? He asked me not to provoke him? After smashing the coffee table in front of him, he roared furiously, "A hoodlum in the city actually dares to be so discourteous to me, he's courting death." However, he suddenly recalled something and said to the personal guards, "Go and investigate those few people properly. Find out what is really going on." Aeon knew these soldiers' revolting behavior. That military officer who came back first definitely was not speaking the truth, but he did not feel like looking into it. After all, they were still his people. Before they punished the dog, they had to pay attention to the owner first. It was precisely because he wanted to find the evil tyrant in the city to settle the bill. However, this time, since that hoodlum asked him to investigate properly, then he might as well do as he said. Maybe there was really some inside story. "Your Highness, why are you angry?" a young man inquired. There were more or less 8 to 9 young men and young ladies invited to the evening party. These were the elite figures of certain influential families. Despite their young age, they were very experienced. A hoodlum in the city is looking down on our authority. Aeon already determined that it was prompted by City Lord Lu Daoming. He asked these people with a very ugly expression, "You guys are citizens of Celestial City, have you ever heard of the hoodlum called Xiao Chen?" These young men and young ladies were stirred up. After hearing these words, each of them had a different expression. "Ah, it's him!" a blue-haired girl cried out in surprise. "Catalina, you have heard of this hoodlum? Is he very famous in this city?" Aeon asked. He was quite fond of this baby girl from the Mander family. He felt that this beautiful young lady was frank and sincere. She was not sophisticated like the others. "Of course I've heard of him. He is definitely a super bad hoodlum. The most famous evil tyrant in the city." Catalina was panting with rage. At the same time, her cheeks were a little flushed. The other young men and young ladies from the other families only revealed a faint smile, but they didn't say anything. People on the upper circle like them could get wind of anything. A few days ago, the baby girl from the Mander family experienced hardship. She bet herself and became other people's attendant as a prize. These people had already heard of it. It was impossible for Aeon to miss these people's peculiar expression. He opened his mouth to ask the man beside him, "Zhuge Ming, do you know this guy?" That youngster seemed like he had drank a little too much. His complexion was really pale, and there were dark circles under his eyes, but no one dared to look down on him. They all knew his family was very powerful. "Oh? I've heard of this guy, it seems. He's very arrogant," Zhuge Ming said unenthusiastically. Everyone present had different opinions, but they knew that Zhuge Ming was intentionally hoping that Xiao Chen would rise in revolt. Hoodlum, evil tyrant, arrogant. Although Aeon was very furious, he slowly calmed down. Everyone present was the younger generation from some major power in the South Desolate region. This egotistical guy coming out from their mouth was definitely not as simple as a hooligan. "Fairs now, do you know this guy?" Aeon asked again. This was an extremely beautiful girl. If Xiao Chen was present, he would definitely be very shocked. That was because this girl looked exactly like Fairsky. Her beautiful face, her snow-white skin, her clear eyes and long eyelashes, her lily-white nose, her rosy lips, and her beautiful black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, she was precisely Fairsky's twin sister. "Oh? I seem to have heard of him." Fairs now frowned. Reporting in, Lady Yin Qingcheng has arrived. "Please enter." Fairs now smiled and said, "Your Highness might want to ask Lady Qingcheng, she might know something." Stunning. That was Aeon's first impression of Yin Qingcheng. The girl who came from the Undying sect was really too beautiful. Her beauty could even captivate the birds and beasts, hide the moon and shame the flowers. In addition to the other extremely beautiful ladies in the hall, the entire hall seemed to have become more dazzling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.